Hello, everyone. It's showtime. We've got Luke Waters Clobber. We've got George here already, nice and keen. None of us are cheated, but it's time to go to work. So George worked it out. For me to hit my 200 listings, I need to do a listing every what was it, George? About 7 minutes, you said?
Yeah, about 7 minutes.
So I can't mess about today, but I'm going to say a quick hello to the chat. If you want to join the stream, check out my Instagram story. It's in there. I'm going to drop it in my Instagram bio if I can as well with the link. The link is scrolling across the bottom, and also on my YouTube community page, the link's there. So plenty of ways for you guys to see the link to come and join, or you can watch it on YouTube, and I'll try and answer as many questions in the comment section as possible. If I miss anyone, I'm not ignoring you, but obviously this is a 24-hour live listing stream, not just a 24-hour chat. So apologies, but let me say a few hellos. Lucy says she's going to try and pop in later on. She's off to the car boot. Chop Chop is in. Hello, hello. Secret Carper, let's get the coffee ready. It's going to be a long one. Hunley's popped in. Hi, Hunley. Fire Retro is saying, you're really doing a 24-hour listing spree. Yes, it's my second one this year. My first one was in January, so we're going again. Richard Payne's in. Scrolling down. I saw Donna as well. Hi, Donna. RS is in. Tommy's in. Fix it in. Yeah, Crazy Fool. You telling me. Richard's in. Married to Reselling. Hello to everyone. The Octopus is in. Jamie Dodger is in. Looking after the little one, but hopefully at some point. Yeah, jump in and out, people. Jump in and out. But hello to everyone. And yeah, let's get cracking. So I've got you guys set up here on the webcam for the photo station. My plan is to do all of my clothing photos first of all, put them away in these boxes here. And then my plan is to switch you guys over to the computer, put the lights back on so you guys can see it a bit better, and we'll get listing. So let's crack on, and I will try and keep up with the chat the best I can. And I won't talk you through every single item I'm listing up, but any of the cool stuff I will show you throughout the day.
Jamie Dodger coming in as well.
Yeah, he put in a chat. He's gonna he's got the little one today, but he's gonna hopefully hop in. He was messaging me this morning on Insta because he was at the car boot. So I said to him, like, pop in late if you get the chance. So yeah, I think he's gonna come in at some point.
Just gonna put the AirPods in because I think me bagging stuff is gonna be so loud next to the laptop.
No, that's all right. I've got it in as well, but.
Fire Retro says, if I start this with you, I may need encouragement. That's all right.
That's what we're here. That is what we're here for. You can come and like join anytime, Fire Retro. Even if you wake up at 3 in the morning, you think, oh, do you know what? I can't sleep, and all I want to do is go and list things on eBay. Please come and have a chat with me because normally them hours are the toughest.
Apparently, he's got 1,500 listings, items to list. Sorry. With only 30 active.
Get in here.
Do it.
What was the point last time where you was like, this is awful? Did you ever hit that point?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I started last time at, I can't remember what time I started now. I think it might have been 7 o'clock, 7 or 8. I think it was 7 o'clock in the evening. I started, and you get the hype, you get the buzz, and then Mel and that jumped in from the group from the YouTube call, and that was kind of like a bit of a second wind. And then around 2 o'clock, I hit that brick wall. You know, where you become so tired and you just can't focus, and I felt like my eyes getting heavy and all that kind of thing. And then it got to about 5 o'clock in the morning, and then I had the second wind again, really. And I was fine then right the way through until the evening. And then I think I went to bed that night. The stream ended at 7. I think I went to bed at 9 o'clock. And then literally I slept right the way through until about 1 o'clock the next day in the afternoon.
I'll say, surely it's a better thing starting at that time, because then when you finish, you go straight to bed at like a reasonable time.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, Luke, when I decided to start in the morning instead. Because the tiredness.
That's good though. We can join you for the whole day that way. I like it like that.
What's it? But that's a good thing with these. Like, as I say, like, people can hop in and out. Some people will want to come and join it. Like George has promised he's going to stay for the whole 24 this time. But for other people, it's a case of just come in and out. And, you know, if you want to pop back in later, pop back in later. If you want to come in for 5 minutes. And also plug your social medias on it. So George, plug your YouTube, Luke, plug your Instagram, and, you know, I'm happy for anyone to come in, even if they just want to talk about their channels and stuff. You know, whatever you guys want to do, you're all welcome.
Got a new video out today, actually.
There we are. That's the plug we want. What's it about?
It's a lazy Saturday.
Oh, okay. Is it just you being lazy? Is it like basically you waking up saying, I'm not doing anything, and that's the video? Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I wish. No, it was basically my dad on the Friday. He was like, oh, do you want to go to the charity shops? And he never asks. He's like, I always have to say, oh, are you going out? I'll come with you. But no, he's like, oh, do you want to go? And I was like, all right, I'm not going to say no. Free trip.
Oh, Pete's just made a good point. Can I pin the StreamYard link on YouTube? I absolutely can. Yeah, I don't really go to many charity shops, I'll be honest with you. It's just, I don't know what it is. I just don't find myself ever sort of thinking, let's go to the charity shop.
I love it.
Do you get good bits?
Yeah, it's yeah, I'll show you. This is a good one. Got a Burberry coat.
From a Chazza?
From a Chazza. And guess how much it was? A tenner.
Oh, that's good.
Been saving that one.
Let me see if I can pin this link. I didn't even think about that. Talk of the devil, and he shall arrive. Let me try and get him in.
I'm in. How's it going?
He's in. Yeah, good shout for the pin of the link. I didn't even think about that. I'm still trying to work out how to do it.
Well, I had to pause the YouTube and then type it all in letter for letter. Yeah. But you boys are listing away like, you know, you're just beavering away there. I've just got back from the boot fair. So I've got a whole load of stuff, which I thought I'd show you three and whoever else is watching as a little bit of a light relief. So I was going to do a video myself, but you know I won't get around to it. So I spent £100 on one item.
Oh my lord! At the car boot sale, £100.
I know. Well, I went home and I said I've got to go home. I spent all my money, and one of my mates went, "What? You spent 20 quid?" So, there you go. So I bought this was £100. This is a Canon EOS 300D, but it's got this battery grip, which that was a tenner. Got to check the lens out. So no doubt Neil might give me a comment on that one.
Yeah.
He wanted 15, paid him 10, thought it was worth it. Thought we'd go for that. Random purchase of the day, a horse jacket.
Oh yeah, they do very well.
Yeah, horse body wear.
You boys like your clothing for horses?
Yeah,
horses.
So it looks in good condition, and it also they had a thing that goes under the saddle. I'm not too sure what it's called. It's got a label on it that says cob. I think that's the type of horse actually. But
did you say you said cob, didn't you?
Yeah, it's got Wessex cob stroke full. I think that's the size of horse, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a
That horse stuff goes for really good money.
Yeah, the two of those, they were a £5 for the two. And I thought, I can't do fairer than that. It seems really cheap.
For a midweek.
Yeah, it's not bad actually. I only went along with £200 because I kind of thought it's not normally a good one, and then I go and spend all my money. It's just, typical really. But I've only ever sold one horse type thing before. I think it was a horse jacket, and it was new in packet, and it took a while to sell actually. But we'll see how that goes. Like I say, it was so cheap. I thought, well, can't really go wrong. This was a kind of pair of Converse to get me going. I don't normally buy lows, but they were in all right condition, and they were a £5. Would like to have got them less, but it was a sort of trader, a shoe trader, who was never going to come down from there. What's in the bag of goodies? I've got one that's right up my street, Bread Bin C64.
Oh yeah.
Happy chap picked this up, and he just said, "Do you want to?" He doesn't normally bother with this sort of thing. So if I see sort of like D&D and Warhammer stuff, I'll give him the nod. Or Xboxes. He buys a lot of Xboxes, but he bought this for a £10, and he just passed it on to me for a £10.
Oh, nice.
So it's a real dusty one. I will test it out, see if it works. Needs a bit of a clean, missing a couple of keys. Not too sure how much it'll go for. If it was all working, bells and whistles, it's probably 70 plus, but it may be about half of that if it spares repairs. What else we got? This was quite a good buy. Pair of City motorcycle boots.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure I've sold these for like around about 70. These were a £5. So well happy with that.
We are. There we are, Pete. Leanne is saying the horse blanket is called a saddle cloth, and I think cob is the size.
Yeah, I thought cob was a size of horse or a type of horse. But yeah, these are always worth looking if you ever see sort of that sort of symbol on a boot. Any motorcycle boots are generally quite good. So yeah, the guy who was selling this had loads and loads of high-end audio stuff that he'd cleared. I think he'd cleared out a studio. So, but it was he had like 4 amps and preamps and all stuff which is a little bit beyond my kind of reach, and bloody heavy as well. So I was sticking to my stand. I've got a pair of Hotters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love my Hotters. Did the old crack test. These were £7. I didn't want to pay that, but they are new. They're not in box. I imagine they'd probably go for about 20. And it was just a case of getting them because they were there.
They sell quick as well, Hotters.
Yeah, they're always popular, Hotters, sketches, anything like that. But just make sure you bend the sole. And I've got another pair. Test. I've got another pair in here. These were a £5. These are used, I think, just slightly used. Oh, look at that. There's a free shoehorn in there. There's a Hotter one as well. Fantastic.
That might sell on its own, to be fair.
Yeah, it may do. I'll have to have a look. What else we've got in here? I'll save the big one till last.
Oh, of course. That's what we do.
I've got a couple of... Oh, dear. It's quite good, actually, because I've got an hour before I've got to pick up my rabble because they're breaking up from school today. So they break, I think they're out at 11, so or half 11. So it's just perfect timing for me to come on and
good.
Saw the link came up. I've got a Sony camcorder charger. Mm-hmm. This is an Canon Nexus camera, which go all right actually. Surprisingly, I didn't think they were too hot, but they're not too bad at the moment. And a Yashica, just a little compact. And I think Yashica is a good one to go for.
Yeah, Yashica's good.
Nice lenses. So those 3 were a £5. And then I've got
Tommy Trade saying, question: when do you measure your clothes? If you do, is there no need to get the tape measure out for the photos themselves? I don't put the measurements in the description anymore. I use a rule or a meter yardstick, whatever you want to call it, a meter stick, and I put them in the photos, because the reason I do that is if you mistype in the description, then people will return it and say doesn't match or INAD, whatever. If you show the photos, at least you've actually shown the physical measurements. So yeah, I do it in the photos, and it saves a lot of time.
How long do you reckon it takes you to like list a shirt?
I would say pictures now. I could photograph a shirt if it's pre-prepped, as in pre-buttoned. That's the worst thing, doing the buttons up.
Yeah,
so
you don't have to iron it and all of that. I don't know whether you do iron stuff.
If I just need to do photos, I can do photos at about 1 minute for a shirt, and then listing a shirt probably about 3 minutes, if that.
Do you have a set sort of routine, like a front shot and then quarters and anything special?
Yeah, so
actually
we've got a shirt coming up next. So what I do is I'll do a front shot, a detail shot. So I'll do the Gantt logo. Yeah. Then I'll do a label shot. Then I'll do the length measurement, the pit-to-pit measurement. Yeah. Then if it's long sleeve, I'll do a picture of the buttons to show. Yeah. Then I'll flip it around, do a back shot, do the inside label shot, bag it up, and then I do a picture of, about to do this one here. I'll put a SKU number on this bag. I keep looking at my screen, but it's up here. SKU number on this bag. Yeah. And then what I will do is take a picture of the SKU number.
Oh, right. Oh, that's quite a good idea.
Because the amount of times I haven't typed in the SKU number and then I've gone to find something. But at least if you've got a backup picture, you can scroll and have a look at the picture number.
Well, it's a very quick thing to do at that time, isn't it? And it could save you, like you say, could save you hours.
Yeah.
These were from a trading guy. So I've got an Olympus Mew, but it's the Mew Zoom, and it doesn't look in best condition. Mm-hmm. So these three things, I've got a Kindle, which is probably good at this time of year, and an iPod 160 gig. I don't know whether it works, but these three cost 40 quid. So it's a little bit strong, but he is the sort of guy who has loads and loads of electronics. And, you can sometimes get a nice surprise out of it. Sometimes you're a little bit kind of like, that didn't work, but it's all a bit of a risk. And the £100 jobby.
Oh, this is what I've been waiting for. Smash a like, everyone. This is worth it.
So they look like unworn, but they've got a little bit of sort of, they need a little bit of a brush off. I was told that they came from an influencer's house. Ooh. And I kind of jokingly said that must have been my house, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it might have been.
They're a pair of Dolls Kill DMs, which I'd never heard of.
Yeah.
The guy, when he brought them out, he said he wanted 200. It's a guy I know who I buy quite a few bits off. It all looks genuine. I mean, I did research them when I was there, and there was one sold for about 195, another one sold for 225. They looked exactly, these ones looked exactly the same as the ones that are sold on eBay. So I'm hopefully getting upwards of 200 for them. Like I say,
double your money.
Yeah, I mean, normally I would like to make as much money as possible, and if someone supplies me a lot of stuff, I'm not saying they do actually, but I always talk to them. If I can get regular supply and a lot of it, I don't mind a doubling up, but that's about my minimum. 4 times would be more handy anyway. So he wanted 200. I was kind of explaining, with eBay I'll probably make about 160, so I wanted to pay 80. Mm-hmm. I mean, I could make anywhere from 160 to over 200. It's a bit of an unknown quantity. But, he wanted 100 out of them, and then I went 90 and he wasn't budging. So I just thought, well, let's just go for it. But, Dolls Kill Dr. Martens.
Well, that's one for the list, people. Everyone write that down.
Yeah, I will. I mean, he bought them out, and I just thought, platform Dr. Martens. I'd sold a pair not long ago. Jadon with a pair I sold, and these are labelled as Jadon as well, but they've got that additional Dolls Kill brand, and they've got like little extra bits like this little tagged badge that says Dolls Kill on it, and they've got like a little. I might ask Gary about these. I mean, I know he's more of a trainer guy, but he might know about these. Like I say, there were 2 on eBay. But yeah, they've got this weird white powder kind of on them. I didn't know what it was because, like I said,
I was going to say, have you tested it yet or not?
Yeah, it could be cocaine, or it could be talcum powder, it could be like fungicide. Very weird that they're totally minty on the sole, but just this kind of whitening. I don't know. I don't think it's mold or anything. I mean,
It might have been worn just inside.
Well, possibly. Yeah, if it is an influencer.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, look at that.
I mean, weirdly, you should say Dr. Martens. I've got my Dr. Martens on, and I only wear these inside at the moment.
Yeah, it could be why, but the actual sole bit looks absolutely like down there, absolutely clean.
Oh.
But just this kind of, I don't know. I'll get the brush out on them and the Hoover and a damp, wrung out damp cloth and get rid of it all. And I'm sure they'll look absolutely fine once they get listed. Perhaps they were just sort of like put in an area where some powder fell on them. Who knows?
Well, if it's an influencer, it might well be.
It could well be. Who knows? And that's why they're not an influencer. They spent all their money and crashed and burned. But yeah, that was my 200 quid con. I think I came back with about 3 quid. So not bad for a Wednesday.
Nice. We got a question here, Pete. You're best to answer this because maybe George, I don't know if you do. I don't really go to many midweek booties at the moment. So, Pete, do you think it's worth it? First of all, and do you think there's more resellers and general sellers midweek?
It's always worth going to a boot fair. I always regret it if I don't go, unless I'm totally swamped in stock. I didn't go actually on Sunday, which is very unusual for me. But I had a few things to do at home and a few other things on the go. But I would normally always go to a boot fair. I think midweek ones, the more you go to, the more chance you've got. What was the other bit?
Do you think it's mainly resellers? I'm guessing a lot of it is house clearance.
Well,
but you are still going to get into Joe Public.
Yeah, I mean the midweek ones, you will not get. The boot fairs I prefer are the ones where I'll say normal people, your person clearing out the loft or just because they're moving, having to clear out. I love those boot fairs, but you don't get them a lot of the time. So this morning it was all house clearance guys, traders. But if you can, build up a good relationship with those, it is well worth it. Like, those DMs, they were off house clearance guys that I know. I didn't want to pay £100, but I'm hopefully still going to make £100 at least on them. So it was worth going for that. And, those other little bits, these for a £5 and those horse jackets, definitely always worth going. Yeah, I always regret it when I don't go.
Yeah, I get that at the weekends. If I don't go to a car but have a lie-in, the trouble is you're the same as me, Pete. You have other people who go to your car boots who are quick to message you. I was
going to say
about what you miss out on.
Yeah.
Jamie Dodger, every single week I don't go, he's messaged. He even done it this morning on the midweek one. He went, "Oh look, I've even picked up clothing, taking the leaf out of your book," and I was like, "You're just creating more competition now." So, but it's all good.
I'm exactly the same. Like, if I decide not to go and I have a line on a Sunday, I'm kind of thinking about it, and the message will come through, and I'm hoping it will say, "Oh, the boot fair was rubbish. Didn't get anything." But if it's like, "Oh my god, I picked up some rare thing, or got an absolute bargain," I'm like, "Oh well, why that's the way."
Don't care. You just don't want to reply back,
Yeah,
like, go away.
I mean, I'm kind of interested in how people are doing, but I do find I need to sort of get in my zone and not be at all distracted by people showing me what they've got. I mean, it is always interesting, but if I am there going round, it's happened a few times. Like people, I will be, not struggling to find anything, and then someone will show me a great big IKEA bag full of really good stuff, and it just throws your brain off. and so I tend not to ask what people have got.
Yeah.
I do it if I'm on the way home, but if I'm right at the start, like I need to get myself going. Like I think today I bought those Converse, and it was like not something I really wanted. You know, it was off. It wasn't a particularly great deal, but I just wanted to get going with the buying. You know, so yeah.
All right, let me just catch up on the chat because I'm going to be so far behind, but that's okay. CB Retro, this whole stream is about multitasking at all levels. Keep it up, everyone. Yeah, absolutely. Morning, everyone. I'm on to photographing full table. Report back once done. Yes, please do, Kay. If anyone's got any questions, please type in capitals questions or question, not question, question. And that makes it easier for me to see because I know lots of people will just be kind of speaking between you all. Retro's in. Hello, lads. Typical Pete, the only one not working.
Well, I'm going out in like 20 minutes to pick up the kids. So, I mean, Lee, I've been out since like 5 o'clock up Rose Hill. You know what that's like. That's Lee, when he was down there, he used to go up Rose Hill quite a bit, pulling his trolley around. Yeah,
he's a good guy. He's a good guy, Lee. But yeah, Pete's been out working already, Lee. You've probably been at the Hungry Horse having your breakfast. So,
you know, I mean, I could look stuff up. What I was going to suggest is I'll keep an eye on the chat for you if you need to get on.
Oh, that would be a good help.
Yeah, for the next 20 minutes.
Well,
another one working.
We got Jammy Dodger or Jammy Dogger has joined the stream.
Jammy Dogger, you're never going to live that down.
I don't know if he's probably got us all on mute. Hello, James. Yeah, he's got us on mute. You hear us?
Tommy Trades is talking about the Doll's Kill. It's an alternative brand of its own, a good one to find, a good one to look out for on its own too. A knowledge bomb there. Fire Retro is trying to transition into online full time. I wonder whether that's sourcing or I guess that's sourcing, isn't it? I'd love. Do you do a lot of online sourcing, James? Or
yeah, I do. I do quite a bit now, especially on the clothing side. I mean, let's not all pretend we all don't know the sites we're talking about. I'm just going to say it. Vinted. Okay, it's a great place to source for clothes and shoes. And I'm not the first YouTuber to announce that, by the way. A certain Mr. George Ross done a video about it as well. So, yeah, no one can blame me.
I've never heard of him. Who's that?
No. But, yeah, I do quite a bit of online stuff now for clothing. I mean, at the weekend, I was challenged to get 5 items over the weekend, making £15 or more profit from another reseller. And I managed to get 3 on Saturday in about 40 minutes, including a North Face 700 jacket for £10, and that's an easy £50 upwards.
So it's individual, and that was
literally in 40 minutes.
Just individual items. You go on Vinted. Do you not like bulk buys or anything like that? It's individual.
Sometimes, I mean, sometimes you could do bundle deals if the person's got loads of stuff in their store. The trouble with Vinted is like anything, you've got to be quick, and if you start trying to build a bundle with someone. If someone else comes in and buys one of the items you want, basically, you know, you're going to kick yourself. So if it's a really good deal, just get it.
Well, that's cool.
That's the way to do it. But yeah, I do a lot on there. Obviously, with the contacts, I think contacts, you mentioned earlier, contacts are so important. And when I do 100% clothing, I think you can't just rely on them car boot sales for clothing. You've got to look at about 6 or 7 different places to source.
So does George buy clothes on Vinted?
No, I think he does lots of. I think he's done shoes and that before. In his video, I think it was more shoes.
Yeah.
But
so I didn't think he did a lot of clothes.
The only clothing he buys seems to be from me. He bought his second Arsenal item off me in the last month, so I shipped it out to him yesterday, which I don't mind, you know.
Yeah, get rid of that rag.
Yeah. Oi.
Sorry, you're Arsenal as well, aren't you?
I'm Arsenal. Yeah. I'm Arsenal.
Right, I will do some work. Actually, I'll look up, see what this Canon goes for.
See, Lee's made you feel guilty now, hasn't
he? Well, I am just sitting here.
Bullying you. Right, let me just see. Tonks is saying, kind of storage bags you use, James, for clothing, and how much are they per bag? Oh, I'm going to have to tell you later on because I'm going to have to look at my eBay or Amazon order. West Lanks is in. Hi, Adam. I'll let you know, Tom, because I'll drop you a message later.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Hello. How are you? All right?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Welcome to the madhouse.
I've just experienced a bit of madness myself. Just got 14 orders quickly wrapped before I have to sort stuff out for the kids for the last day of school.
Nice. What kind of things do you sell predominantly?
Mainly clothing and footwear.
Okay.
Bit like yourself. With only being part time, I try and stay away from the big and bulky stuff because one, I don't like packaging, and two, I just don't have the time really. So if it could just go in a quick poly mailer bag, that's ideal for me.
Yeah, that's my mentality now. I've got away from the whole let's pack up a VHS player with loads of bubble wrap and poly feel and all this stuff for the customer only to say that DPD have chucked it over their gate and it smashed a bit. You know, I'm past them days now.
Well, it's funny you should say that. I mean, I've gone against my own mantra today because I've sold an Xbox 360 bundle, but the bundle was too good to turn down, so I had to buy it. And when I've gone to wrap the item today, the customers messaged me on eBay saying, "Can you make sure you don't send it with every?" Because they've been terrible. So just trying to find someone else to take it really, because every's the closest one for me. So I think I'm going to have to try Yodel or UPS.
UPS are pretty. I mean, I've had good experience with. I mean, every, to be fair, is who I use, but UPS are pretty good, and they do a collection. If you do it through Packlink, they can collect. But I'm not sure whether you need to dispatch it today. If not, it might be worth getting them to come and collect it from you and make your life a bit easier if you can. Yeah,
I might look into it. I mean, worst case scenario, I'll just take. I mean, I'm going to the post office anyway. I might just do it parcel force. Just for peace of mind, because I can't be doing with parcels hanging around, especially because the kids break up. I need them.
Of course. But business is good. I mean, it sounds like you're doing well. If you're doing it part time, you had 14 on to pack. That's good.
Yeah, the last couple of days have been really, really good. I mean, Vintage's been pretty strong for me, especially on the clothing side. But eBay seems to have woken up a bit. But I think it's probably just coincided that I've been listed a bit more, and obviously I've got a coupon now running on the store, which I've not had for a long time. So whether that's improving traffic going to the store, I don't know, but it's all good. Can't complain.
Good. So shout out your social media then, because I like plugging people. So where can people come and watch your journey and find you?
Yeah, so I'm not a YouTuber. So you could catch me on Instagram, just the handle West Lanks Flips. You can't miss it. It's a big yellow picture with lightning bolts on it. Not the most easiest of designs.
I catch you though. Yes, everyone go and follow Adam over there on Instagram. I mean, I'll plug everyone's stuff as well. We all know. Well, I say we all know. I'm guessing everyone knows about. Sir Pete over there, Sales of the Unexpected. You can find him on YouTube and also over Instagram. It's all like mine, isn't it, Pete? All the same name, Sales of the Unexpected on every platform, really.
Yeah, all one word, I think.
Cool. Okay. We've got Luke, who's busy pitching away over on Instagram as Warders Clobber. We've got George, who on YouTube, is it Georgie, like it shows on your name there, George?
Yeah, it's Georgie.
Georgie on you, is that on YouTube, or why did I think it was Thrifty Georgie?
It's kind of, I think it. Oh no, it's Georgie on my YouTube. Yeah, I might just change it actually because it's so confusing. But that's my like nickname with my mates. So it's like that's one I've used for forever.
Anyway, if you type in Georgie, you'll find it.
Yeah, pretty much.
I didn't think it was Georgie at first. I just thought it was Jorg.
Jorg. Right, let me see what's going on here. Yeah, what's vintage? Yeah, shush. Tommy's saying, I shouldn't really be taking breaks, really. I've got to do a listing every 7 minutes. Anyone purchase those pre-made up 25 kg bundles of vintage clothes, etc., £300 a go for vintage jackets? For me, personally, no. And it's not a route I want to go down, the vintage wholesale bundle stuff at this stage. My own opinion is, I think like some people might get some good things from time to time, but I've heard lots of horror stories about people getting a load of rubbish. So I'd rather go and hand pick personally. What's your thoughts for the clothing people? Anyone else ever brought any big bundles from wholesale, and how have they found it as well?
I bought from Bulk Media about a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember how much I paid for it. I think it was like 75 quid or something like that for 50 kilos. I can't remember the exact amount. I mean, I did okay. I wouldn't say it was the best thing I've ever bought. I've managed to, I think, double my money after fees and stuff like that. But I ended up taking nearly 30 kilograms back of it to a local store near me where they'll give you like 80p a kilo just to try and make some of the money back, because a lot of it was Asda, Tesco, Primark, that sort of stuff. And I just didn't have the time to be going through all that. So I just thought I'd cut my losses and just took it there. I mean, I got some decent bits, nothing earth shattering. But what cheesed me off the most was just a bit of service, because it came in 2 25-kilo boxes. But one of the boxes was split open at the bottom of the corner. They hadn't packaged it correctly. So a lot of the clothing was already hanging out. It was a wet day when Yodel came and delivered it. I obviously mentioned it to the guys who was like, Lucas, it's not been packaged correctly. And all they said was, sorry, I'll make sure it doesn't happen again next time. Like, it just
customer service.
Yeah. So, but I'm like you, James. I think I now I want to be looking at stuff that I'm buying before I take a punt on it. It's just one of those things. If it was new, it's different. But if it's vintage, wholesale, used, I want to see what I'm getting.
Yeah, I mean, there's benefits too. Obviously, you're going to get so much stuff in bulk, and it's the comfort of your home. You literally log into your PC, buy it, and kind of forget about it until it turns up. So there's all them benefits. But I think the work, I remember I ordered one in the early days of my reselling when I thought about doing clothing. And this was about a year and a half ago. And it was a vintage bundle, and I think I've got 20 kg. And I remember I literally struggled to make my money back. And I took most of it down the car boot sale and was giving it away for like 50p because I didn't want to do, at that point, I was like, no, I'm done with clothing. I don't want to do it. But now I'd rather go and find a place. I'd rather try and build a relationship where I can go and hand pick and do it that way. And I'd rather pay a little bit more to hand pick, you know. I know you can probably get items for £2 and getting it sent you in bulk. But I'd rather pay £3 or £4 and actually go and look at the item and actually pick the stuff I want. So, there's two different business models, really, of what you can do.
Are you finding clothing, though? Are you interested in it? Because obviously, part of it for me is I like picking things that I'm interested in. Obviously, with you doing that as your main going into clothing now, have you experienced boredom yet with it?
I would say I'm probably more interested now in the clothing side than I was when I first started. When I first started, I always said to myself, I'm not going to keep any items, you know, but there's certain things that I get and I'm like, oh, I want to keep it. I want to keep it. I want to keep it. But really, I should be selling it, you know. But I'm finding the process of clothing so much easier than doing everything. Because like this morning, so far, we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, coming up to 10 photos so far while talking on stream. If I was doing the everything stuff, for me to then have to set everything up on the desk and then move it away and then set something else up and then set something else up, it just slows it all down. All this is, for me, is reps, and it's just repetitive. It's sometimes mundane to do the same thing constantly. But for me, I think my business is going to grow to a new level by just focusing on one thing. And with clothing as well, it is varied. You don't have to focus on just, you know, a men's shirt. You can do men's football shirts. You can do trousers. You can do women's. You can do jumpers. You can do coats. So you can still keep it quite interesting. But yeah, when I first started, I had no interest in clothing. But now I'm finding it more interesting, I must admit.
I think part of it for me is the time as well to take, you know, to actually list a clothing item. It's not just taking the pictures. You've got to make sure it's tested. You've got to make sure everything works. And you know, setting, you know, say if you're selling a VHS, You're gonna have to set it up. You're gonna have to play a video. It's like I say, you're probably gonna hammer more items out now more quickly because of the model that you're doing.
And don't get me wrong, like the odds on you finding these clothing items which are £1 into £200 is a lot rarer than it is on the everything side. You know, you can go to a car boot and you can find an Olympus Mew on the floor for £1, and you can sell it for 150 quid like next day kind of thing. On clothing, that is more rare. But on that, you've got to then be testing, like you say, you've got to run a film for it. You've got to do the battery test. You've got to hold the equipment to test. You've got to hope it gets to the customer safe. Then you also become technical support where Doris doesn't know how to load a film into it and you have to be messaging her, telling her how to do it. So I'm glad that all of that stuff goes away, because if anyone ever messaged me and says, how do I put this T-shirt over my head to get on my body, then I'm just going to give up completely, I think. So you've got to remember all the extra customer service stuff as well.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, we've got some new people in. So hello, Michelle. Michelle, plug yourself. Where can people find you on social media, and what do you do? Where do you come from?
Howdy. Shell Resells on Instagram. I mainly sell on eBay, and as James knows, and anyone else who knows me, also go on about his Poshmark.
Yeah, Michelle is very much on Poshmark, and she does her Posh live shows, which are so interesting. That interesting, in fact, that I ended up spending about 30 quid the other night on Claire's accessory stuff that I don't have. I don't have kids. And she's like, what are you going to do with all this Claire stuff? I was like, we've got children in the family. I'll give it to them. Don't worry about it.
I reckon that's going to arrive today, James. And
okay.
You know the stuff that I sent you that you actually didn't buy because I got myself all in a muddle.
Oh, don't admit that. Don't admit you made a mistake on my live stream. Shh.
Yeah, but then I corrected it. Basically, there's like a beautiful like tiara in there, and I think you should if it comes.
I will. I promise you now. I will put it on, but it's only going to go on at 3 a.m. So you lot have got to stay with me until then. That's the rules.
But also, I just heard, because I went into the YouTube to the actual YouTube to try and find the link, and I heard you saying about, like, just someone was saying about kind of just like buying like random stuff in bulk.
Yes.
And that's what I'm looking at now.
Is it clothing in bulk?
It is. It's not my normal stuff. Just trying to, add a few more brands in. Tech. I hope Tech doesn't watch it because he'll go mad. But
He's always watching.
So far I've had a Shein dress, so that was great. Uniqlo, which actually that's all right. That's like a little play suit. That'd be all right.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to report back and let us know how you get on. I thought Shein was like the lowest of the low brands when it comes to women's clothing. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But that's Becca over there, isn't it?
I see Becca jumped in.
Yeah.
Becca jumped in.
Me and Becca were talking about this the other day. So it is mad because basically you can go on Shein and you can buy a dress brand new. I don't know, maybe £8, free postage probably from China. And when I get it like randomly and stuff like this, if it's like an okay design, you can like put some good keywords in.
Yeah.
I'll put it up, and all day long they sell within 60 days for a tenner.
Okay, yeah. So low cost of goods, low value, and they go reasonably quick. 60 days is quick enough.
But I just can't get my head around why someone would go on eBay to find it rather than going on their own website to find it, because it would be cheaper.
Well, don't tell them all, because everyone who shops on Shein is watching this stream. We've got 62 people who are in the YouTube side watching this, all shop on Shein religiously, and now they're not going to come and buy from you. So you've just ruined your model right there.
Sorry, everyone.
All right. Well, we've got Becca in as well. Becca, do you want to do a quick introduction? What's your name? Where do you come from? And how can people find you and watch your YouTube? Not your YouTube. Sorry, I'm thinking about YouTube. What's your Instagram journey?
Hey guys, I am at Becca's Busy. I think I've actually put that as my name. So I used to post all the time and was building up a decent following, and then I just got distracted, and because I'm busy, obviously. And so I do post on social media when I remember. that it exists. But yeah, usually I'm just like head down, keep quiet, get cracking. So
nice. And what did you call this today? I loved what you called this today. What did you call this stream? It's not a listing stream. What is it?
it's a work party.
A work party.
So I'm a Beavers leader in Scouts, and our Scout group, this is where I heard the term, they had a work party. Well, I've only been with them for a year, and my assistant leader has only been with them like in Scouts for like 8 months. So we'd never heard of a work party, and we actually thought it was a party where you get a bit of work done. Turns out it wasn't. It was just work. So like we all ended up doing things like jet washing the building, weeding the paths. It was not a party. The party element is because you all come together and do something together, basically. Yeah. So that's what we're doing today. We are doing a work party today.
That's it. We're not here to have fun, people. We're here to list items on eBay, what we all love doing.
Yes.
No fun allowed. Well, good to have you in. Jamie Dodger, have you sorted out your sound yet?
Yeah, I'm here. I haven't got my AirPods on, if you can hear me. Is it all good?
That's all right. Yeah, introduce yourself. Where can people find you? Tell people what you do.
Yeah, I'm sure some of you know me already from Instagram and YouTube and all that. Jamie Dodger Flips. Yeah, I am now full-time reselling. I've been doing it, 4 months now, I think, and loving it so far, with the help of all you lot, especially James. Yeah, and it's been good fun. And as you saw this morning, James, I picked up
I saw.
Yeah, just to rub it in a little bit. Yeah, I picked up some clothing, which I never really venture into, but you know, if I see it, I'm going to try and pick it up and see if I can sell it. Sorry, that might face.
That's all right then. I might start picking up shoes again. Then no worries.
Maybe I'll give you some. I don't know.
Well, you did last time. To be fair, your lovely wife sold me 3 cycling jerseys for £1 each, and I sold one the other day for £35. So yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, your wife.
Yeah, that was my mistake.
Right.
Yeah, hopefully I haven't made a mistake on some of the clothing. I have to show you it in a bit if I can find it. It's in one of these bags down here.
That was from earlier. Question: Jamie Dodger Flips, are you on mute? Yeah, he was earlier. He was having a right nightmare.
Yeah, I was also on a different account as well. I was on my Google account instead of my actual YouTube. So hopefully it's all good.
Did you say 4 months?
4 months full time, yeah.
Oh, full time. Okay. I was like, you've only started doing it 4 months ago, and you're like full in, like going in on YouTube. That is brave. But yeah, you were part time before.
He's reselling about 4 years now, I think.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
He's a YouTube sensation. This guy, I tell you, he's doing unbelievably on YouTube.
Yeah. See, I think I just know you as Jamie Dogger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Most people do, unfortunately.
That's
Jamie Dogger.
Oh well.
Yeah, show me later on, mate. Give me a little. You can do a little haul on here, actually.
Yeah.
Right, Jay, I've got to scoot off and pick up the hoard. So good luck today.
Mate. I keep looking at the screen, but I'll do it there. Nice one, Pete.
Yeah,
hopefully popping in later.
Pop it. What's your plan for the day then?
I'm going to be in here all day. I'm going to try and do. My plan is for the 24 hours. I want to do 200 items.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Literally, I'll be popping in the house to go to the toilet, to get a drink, to
you should have a bucket. You shouldn't be allowed to. I know. Just give you a bucket.
I know. Yeah.
Right. So what time did you start at 10?
Yeah, 10 o'clock. So we're going to go until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Wow. Well, all the best. I will pop in at some time in the next 24 hours. But have a good one.
Worries. See you
Take
later,
care.
Mate. Thanks for coming in. See you
later.
See you later.
Right, we've got a new member. Tommy is in. Tommy, do you want to introduce yourself? Where can people find you? Tell everyone a little bit about yourself so I can do another photo.
Awesome stuff. Hello, everybody. I'm Tom. Tommy Trades 96 on Instagram and on YouTube, Tommy Trades. And my @ is Tommy Trades 96 as well. I'm actually on 245 subscribers on YouTube now. So if you want to help me hit that magical 250, it will be a dream.
One of my spanners, I see Tama Bell's in, doing a great job. If one of my spanners can plug everyone's Instagrams or YouTube channels in, that would be a great help. And yeah, let's get Tommy up to 500 before the end of the day. Let's do it.
If we hit 250, I'll open this secret box I've brought to the
stream. Here we go. He's planned. What's in the box? Open the box.
I'll subscribe, Tommy. I didn't know you was on YouTube, so I'll do
There
that
we
today.
are.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
There's one, Tommy. See, we're on the way. 499 more left today. We'll get you an extra 500.
But I'm an everything seller. I love to pick up sort of like retro toys, games, like Game Boy Advance stuff and Pokemon, PlayStation, all that kind of thing. But I can't turn down a bargain when there's money to be made, right? I think that's the problem we all have, even if we want to start niching down. But I do have some clothing behind me, and I'm looking to get your guys' motivation and help to actually get it listed today.
Because today's the day to do it. Yeah, stop putting it off and just focus on that today. And literally by the end of today, you can say that's done now. And if you don't enjoy doing clothing, at least you know it's out of the way, it's listed, and you can buy some more stuff and store some more stuff you actually want to list.
That's the plan.
There's my motivation pep talk for you, mate. That'll get you going. If that doesn't get you listed today, I don't know what will.
I saw these recommended by someone as well. So I bought some command hooks. So I'll stick them on the wall, and then I can take some decent photographs.
Yeah. That's all you need. Don't do anything special. Right, let me just...
Here's my first banger.
Oh, nice.
I'm not going to lie, right? Because I'm so specific, I'm actually not going to list that. I'm going to give it to my husband. No men's stuff.
There we are. Tommy's one more for 250. So
Okay,
let's get in
hang
there.
on. I'm gonna find you.
Go on then.
Tommy, did you buy that stripy jacket thing?
No, I didn't in the end.
Nice that.
I was trying to research it at the time, and I saw other listings between like 20 all the way to £50, but all of them were on global shipping, mainly from Australia. And then the only solds were like not the same jacket, but the same brand for like 8-10 quid.
It was cool.
Tommy's just announced whoever's his 250 subscriber gets whatever's inside that box he opens up later on as well. So
Was it me?
it might be
I just
you.
did it. Oh, one more.
Now refresh it. He's probably got there now.
I don't think you'll want what's in this box.
Oh, creating more suspense. You're a proper YouTuber, you are.
I learned from the best.
Did I make a mistake on these here?
Let's have a look,
that's the tag on these Levi's. What do you think? Fake? Can you see
Hold on a second. Can I pin you? Oh, here we go. Look at this. Come on then, Dogler. What you got?
That's a big mistake, isn't it? I think I saw the little inside logo bit there and thought they were genuine, but I missed that big red tag there, which I've never seen before. But I
don't know. Show us that other tag to the other.
Check
Got a small wash tag.
Check the button, mate. On the inside of the button, there should be like a 4-digit number on there. If it's got that on, then they're probably legit.
What, the bottom of the leg?
No. It's the button, the top button.
Oh, the button. Sorry, I thought you said the bottom.
Check the inside. Check the inside of the waist. So the other way around. So you're looking.
Oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, there's no number there. They're fake.
Right.
That's why I don't do clothing.
That's a shame. I missed out on them today.
Levi 5 all gone.
What are they like? I think they're £2. So
that might be the best one. Dungeons and Joy Pads has joined us. Hello, how are you?
Hi James, how you doing, mate? All right?
Yeah, good. Do you want to introduce yourself and let people know where they can find you on the social media platforms in case anyone can go and follow you and whatever? So yeah, introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. My name's Bill. I'm sure a bunch of people know me anyway. I'm always around on the chats and stuff. But yeah, I'm Dungeons and Joy Pads. You can find us on our website, eBay, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, what else? Whatnot. So yeah, everything. You'll find us everything. We largely stock toys, games, that sort of stuff. I'm a bit of an everything seller as well, but everything kind of stays on brand within the brand, you know. We're partnered with a trading card game called MetaZeus. Maybe some of you have heard of it. But that gives us access to stuff no one else does in the whole of Europe, actually. So We get some pretty cool stuff through that. And we're just kind of tasked with building that game in the UK, and we do that with loads of stuff, tournaments and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, reselling is the main thing, and picking up toys and all that sort of stuff. It's a lot of fun.
You do lots of shows and stuff as well, don't you?
Yeah, we do toy fairs, card fairs. Our next one is be August hold on, let me check my calendar. It is August the 5th at Sandown Sandown Racecourse, and it's London Card Show. And then after that, we've got Sandown Toy Fair at the same place. I think that's like September the 10th or something like that. But yeah, definitely in the run up to Christmas, definitely try and get in as many shows as you can. If you've got like a niche, try and find things around that niche.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Sandown's not too far from me. I need to check when we're going to Scotland. I think it's that same week. So I'll probably be tracking for time away. But if I'm around, do you know what day that is?
It's the Saturday and the Sunday, the London Card Show. The toy fair is just on a Saturday. I think that's like the 12th of September, something like that.
Yeah, I might be able to make the 12th of September. I think August for us. We're away a couple of times. Scotland one of the times, and then down in Devon and Exeter area. So, but yeah, the September one I should be able to meet. I want to come along and say hello and see what them fairs are like. I mean, I've got no interest. I don't collect or anything, but I still want to have a look at the old vintage toys and stuff.
Well, one of my customers is Shane Ritchie.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Alfie Merrin himself.
Yeah, he always pops in and says hello and that, and I always do him a deal. I said to him last time, I said, listen, I said, Shane, you've got to let me take a photo in front of my stall. And I was like, I'll do you a good deal on these figures. He said, cool, they should be for free.
Yeah. Well, I've got a list of this at some point today for you toy people here. Why do I keep doing it to my screen? You probably can't see that well, but this wrestling figure on card still.
Oh, nice.
It got returned back to me because it's got a slight little, you won't be able to see until I switch the lights. It's got a slight little split in the plastic down here. And the guy's a collector, so he says, look, for me, I need it to be like completely sealed the whole way around. So I think I'm just going to list it up as used condition and then let people kind of see that it's still on card, but I'll explain that it's got a slight little split in the plastic. So, because I guess collectors are so picky, I get it. If you collect, you want it to be like in pristine condition because you're putting in your collection. So,
yeah, I mean, I think WWF collectors especially are especially picky, yeah, because finding that little, it's like with Pokemon cards, the difference between a PSA 9 and a PSA 10 is a white dot.
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it? It's a small difference, but it makes a huge difference to a collector.
It makes a huge. Exactly, yeah. So it's it is. WWF is one of those things. I think it's because it's so mass produced. There's a lot of WWF stuff which is just it's got no value at all. But yeah, that's why I think when they find stuff on card, I mean, it has to be pristine. I think it's a lot like the old, the people that collect like the metal cards, the old die-cast corgis and that in the cardboard boxes. Yeah, there's a guy next to us at Sandown, and he says, "I say, oh, they're in such good condition," and he's like, "No," they're not. I'm like, "You're joking? They're like mint condition." He's like, "No, there's like roughage around the edges and that." It's like collectors wouldn't be happy with it.
Yeah, no, the collector's market is different to someone who's buying it for themselves because, if you're buying that figure and you're going to be opening it up and playing with it, you think, oh, it's got a little split in the plastic, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to take it off card anyway. But I think you're right with them kind of things. People want to keep them on card, and that's why they're paying the money for it.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm going to list it up as a used price, and then someone's going to get a right bargain, which is fine. I don't mind that. I see Lee.
As long as everyone wins.
Yeah, Lee Retro Pursuit in the chat I just saw put nice toy. I'm sure he'll be dropping me a message later.
No. What's happening, Lee? How you doing, mate? All right? Is he not in the? I was in the chat. You said.
Yeah, he's in the side chat. I wonder if he might pop in. He's a bit shy though, Lee. I speak to him quite a bit. He's a little bit shy, but he's
a little bit shy. I always tell Lee when I'll grow up, I want to be just like him.
He'll love that. He'll love that. Becca's asked a question here, and I'll get you guys to answer as well. James, I'm super curious to hear about yours and other people's strategies for maximising the work they get done today. Well, I think for me, with managing the StreamYard, I'm trying to sort of manage the best I can, but I can't really take too much time kind of sitting around talking. I don't mind the conversation while I'm doing stuff. So for me, it's keeping that motivation high. And I think personally for me as well, if I stop a process and then try and go back to it, I find it harder. So I'm trying to do all my photos first. Then I'll sit at the computer and do all the listings and do it that way. If I was doing photo, sit down listing, photo, sit down listing, I think it's going to take me 3 times as long. So that's my strategy, but it's probably going to go all out the window about 7 o'clock this evening. Who knows? But what are your guys' plans for this stream then? Are you guys all committed for the 24 hours, or are you have you got a certain amount you want to list, or what's your plans? Who wants to start?
I've just come for the ride just to give everyone a bit of motivation, but I'm going to keep popping in and out during the day.
Yes.
I'm going to go on Sophie's live tonight as well at 9 o'clock a bit later. But I'll keep bobbing in throughout the day, James. Just keep on giving you a bit of a push, or maybe a witty comment now and again, but I'll be on quite a few times today, mate.
That goes a long way, and actually sometimes we need that for the people who are doing it. I remember last time it was great because I don't know if he's still in the chat, but Chop was even in the live chat speaking to me last time. I think it was about 3:30 in the morning, and I was like, mate, when are you actually going to sleep? And it's like, oh, I'll go to bed in a minute. But even that in the side chat, when it's in early hours of the morning for UK, yeah. So it said, if you wake up and you think, you know what, I've got nothing else I'd rather do than come and speak to James, then feel free at any time. Everyone's welcome to come in at any time. Even if you don't want to list, if you just want to come in and shout, follow me on YouTube, here's my channel, and disappear, happy days, come and do it. What about other people then? What are your plans?
My plan is that yesterday and the day before, I spent the time cleaning everything that's in this box here.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got loads of games and vintage Lego magazines and all sorts of stuff. Because I knew it would be a lengthy process to actually clean all these cases up, and I didn't want to spend all day today just cleaning and then getting nowhere with photographs or actually listing. So I did a bit of prep work.
Mm-hmm.
So that today I can smash through all the photographs and, like, as you say, James, like working in sort of sections, like photographs all at once and then move into listing later. I think it's definitely the best way to get through everything. But I'm not planning to stay on for the entire 24 hours. I've got a friend coming down from North Wales to stay for a few days.
Oh, nice.
He's going to get here just after lunchtime, but I'll stay on for a bit while he's here.
Mate, you're all good. And I was going to say, that's what they all say. George said the same last time. He's like, I'll pop in for a little bit. And he was here for about 14 hours in the end. So it happens.
I'm sure the clock will keep ticking away.
Yes, doesn't stop.
It's just nice to have conversation with like-minded people, because as soon as I mention anything to do with reselling with my wife, she is not interested whatsoever. She likes taking the money, but that's it.
Yeah. Leanne's the same. She there's only so much you can kind of say to them about, oh, look at this amazing thing I got from the car boot sale, before they just kind of are saying, oh, that's good. And you can tell they're thinking, I do not care. I don't care about what you found at a car boot for £1. But she said to me, she's watching the whole 24-hour live. But last time she said that, I went in the house about 4 a.m. to go to the toilet, and she was fast asleep with her phone just at the side with me just talking. So she won't survive. She won't go to 24.
I mean, to be fair, she's now got in the kind of routine where if she sees something on Facebook Marketplace and she thinks I might be interested in, she'll send me a link. So she's just sent me a link now for someone who's selling like a PlayStation 4. So I have messaged the person who's selling it to see what they're after. But but on the whole, she's not that bothered.
That's good.
She doesn't get involved in any of the packaging or anything like that. It's purely all down to me.
But that's good. You've got a sourcer. You've got to look at it that way. You've got someone who's kind of sourcing for you when you're doing other bits as well.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. But she will watch the occasional video if I'm watching the YouTube vids on the television rather than the phone. You know, she quite likes watching John, Luke, and Charlotte. She quite likes them. She will watch Rummage Around, but Kieran lives in the same town as me now. So he moved up to St. Helens, so I do see him knocking about quite a bit. So
shoot, you've got more competition now in your area. It's always funny when another reseller moves in the area. You're thinking like, oh, another person to compete with. But someone asked me at the weekend on my Sunday car boot. They said, "Oh, out of interest, how many people do you think are resellers compared to normal people?" And it's like, how do you know unless you count? I mean, if you see an IKEA bag or a trolley, you know they're definitely a reseller. But some of them are stealth now. They go around without the IKEA bags. They've moved to the Sports Direct ones, so you're just hard to tell.
Well, I'm a Smith's toy bag myself.
There we are. So you're a stealth one.
Did you just say St. Helens?
That's right, yeah.
No way. I'm down the road in Wigan.
I thought I recognised the accent. So I'm originally from Wigan, but I moved to St. Helens about 10 years ago to be with my wife. Whereabouts in Wigan you from?
Plattbridge, so like the St. Helens side of Wigan.
I used to live in Plattbridge.
No way. Very bizarre.
Yeah, I bought my first house there on Wolfview Lane a long time ago.
Oh, I'm only round the corner. God.
Yeah. Originally, I'm an Orleola.
Oh God.
Hey, it's not that bad.
Consolidations, mate.
Well, yeah.
Grumpy Granny's from Australia, and she's asking what time's it over here. It's just gone 11 a.m. Granny, and she might bring in the octopus later. So Grumpy Granny does a live stream with the disgruntled octopus from
funny.
Australia. It is such a funny stream. I don't know how he wears.
So funny. It's like a comedy stream.
That full octo suit for the whole time. But in Australia, it's cold, and so they might be popping in later. You guys are more than welcome. And yeah, there we are. Your wife must be a lovely person. All Leannes are beautiful people. Yeah, she's all right. She's good. Let me have a look here.
She made you a cookie.
I'm gonna have to get off, guys. I've got to nip the post office and do some drop-offs. But
Well,
I'll be
thank you
back
for
on
popping
later today.
Yeah, feel free anytime, mate. Thanks for popping in.
All right. Good luck, everyone. See you guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Have a good
Bye-bye.
one.
Cheers.
Right, we're just an hour in. Let's count how many I've done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 sets of photos in an hour. That is slow. We need to pick up the pace.
That's what I do all day, James. Pretty much.
16 sets of photos in an hour.
That's
That's
crazy.
slow. We worked it out, Michelle. I need to do a listing in every 7 odd minutes for 224 hours. And that is with no, stop for, a bit of food and stuff.
16 photos an hour is that's good for me, even without any distractions.
We need to pick up the pace, Michelle. Come on, we've got 200 today.
Do you still use a mannequin, Michelle?
I was literally just about to say this. So I'm putting stuff on my rail, right? I broke my mannequin's arm the other day, and I was so upset. So I've been contacting a company because it seems a waste, basically, to throw a whole mannequin in the bin. So I contacted a company who they sell bits. So I've asked them if they can sell me an arm, and I sent them some pictures because obviously it needs to match. And they've said it'd look naff, but they'd fix it for me. But I need to pay postage to send the arm to them, and then they would charge me 60 quid to fix it and send it back, which is pretty good. But I can buy a whole new mannequin for 80, 90 quid. So,
Get a new one, I reckon.
Yeah, I will. Right, someone make me do that today.
So it's a full body mannequin.
Sorry?
So it's like a full body mannequin, not them torso ones.
Yeah, mine's like a shop mannequin. With the arms and the legs and all of that. I love it.
Surely does that not massively slow down your photographs?
It does, but I reckon I only mannequin maybe 20% of my stock, 80% stock.
Yeah.
So it all evens out. And it's like we've said before, it's my gold that go on the mannequin.
Yeah, I put the stuff like there's certain things in there, like a maxi dress, a bandage dress or a pencil dress or whatever. They just have to go on a mannequin. There's just no way around it. But I have found I can get 15 of those done in an hour, photographs, which isn't too bad. Considering you're faffing about.
Like, look what I've just found. I say found. Lavish Alice.
Oh.
Hi.
Charlie.
Nice.
Nice.
Luke, have you got your sound on? I know you're muted. Quick one, bro. How many items of clothing do you normally fit in the Raja?
Well, it depends if it's like jumpers,
Is it the start of a joke?
No, it's not a joke. We're talking Raja boxes. These ones here.
If you was doing purely t-shirts, you'd probably get 30, 40. But if you was doing jumpers, probably anything from like 12 to 15. It just depends, really.
I don't squeeze up enough then, because I've managed to get like 17 like tops in one of the boxes. So I need to squeeze up more.
How are you getting on?
Well, 17 sets of photos so far. Yeah, just I feel great once I've got all the photos done. They're all boxed. Because what I can do is move all of the Raja boxes into the house, out of the way of the shed, and I've just literally got an empty space. Move the lights out of the way, and then got an empty space. And you sit down and list. I got a Michael Jackson tee from the charity shop. Everyone, look at this. Yeah. And I went, oh, I wonder if it's a good one. And I went to Sully's. I went, oh yeah, it's 2011. And he was like, yeah, he's been dead for ages at that year. And I was like, oh, so it's not like a vintage Michael Jackson tee, like from a concert or something then. But it'll still go for some money, I'm sure. Michael Jackson fans.
I did 2009.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I didn't know when he died.
He died 2 days after I gave birth to my first son, because I was still in hospital. So I remember waking up and hearing that news all over the TVs on the maternity ward. So it was June 2009. I think it was like the 25th of June 2009.
I was going to say, if you knew that for any other reason apart from like the fact you gave birth, then I'll be really concerned, unless you're like a Michael Jackson super fan.
To be fair, I have just bought myself a cool Michael Jackson t-shirt off Vinted.
Well, do you want another way? You can buy it off Bold Finds today if you want.
It's a listing stream, James, not a selling stream.
Well, we've got to try and sell a couple of things today on the stream. I could do like a live auction. Not many people do live auctions, do they, Michelle?
Do it, James. Do it.
George, are you going to do Posh Live, do you think?
I don't know. I just... I'm not sure. I've signed up to Posh, and I was like, oh, I'm going to throw everything I've got at it, and I never did. And now I think I've missed the boat, but then it's not really opened up to the general public yet. So I think I've still got time. So I don't know. I think I might give it a whirl eventually.
You definitely should do it. You've got the personality for it,
What's
George.
that?
100%.
You've got the personality for it. Like, you need to do it.
I'll have
You need to do it. Like, honestly. You sell men's and women's or everything?
Everything. I sell both. The only thing I don't sell is really children's wear.
Yeah. If I was you...
But, yeah, predominantly men's, but I do kind of very women's.
Yeah. Like, I definitely don't think you've missed the boat, because I absolutely love and rave about Posh. And people say about like it's resellers selling to resellers, and there is an aspect to that. But I think it is resellers selling to resellers, as in they want to buy and have the things. not necessarily everyone's buying off each other to resell. Like some people are, but there's not that much menswear.
You should consider looking at Whatnot.
I know in Posh in America they do all sorts, don't they? They do like toys and stuff.
Yeah. So Posh UK hasn't. It's obviously on a live. Like I've sold like a bit like random stuff on a live, but the main categories are like women's, men's, kids, like as in clothing at the moment. And I think eventually it will like get like loads of other categories. But I think if you could do like menswear, I think I think you do really well. Like you've got such a like good, happy like personality. You're outgoing and stuff like that. Do it.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think I was thinking maybe after the summer after summer, maybe August time, build up a reputation. Then it's Q4, isn't it? So it might pick up a lot more quicker. Do it now. Do it.
Just do it now.
Yeah,
because
jump out against do it.
Not right now, but like it's you just get in there, because otherwise what will happen is you'll wait. Then they'll open up and start advertising, and then you'll be like, I really have missed the boat now. Like at the moment, it's still such a small like platform, so just do it. Get in there and just be consistent. So like if you think you can manage one a month, then do one a month and go through and book all your dates. Or if you think you can do more, like just do it. Honestly, you'll be good.
Do it.
Michelle, is there any word from Poshmark about when it's going to sort of go mainstream?
No, so obviously that was all we kept asking them at the event. Like, what's your plan? Like, when are you advertising? And they won't like that. So I think what it is it's still a bit buggy. So I think they have now come out of the side of people having payment issues, from that massive influx. So I think they finally like got their way out of that. But now I think there's other stuff that they want to try before they open it to everyone. So in America, they've just started this thing where basically you can like a bit like this. So you can live stream with somebody else remotely. So you can like sell items together and you're both on the video. And they've launched that in America. And I think they're probably going to want to launch that here and basically have it like fully ready. Everything they want to do is ready to go before they go out. That's the impression I get. Might be wrong.
And can you just do lives, or are you having to also list and like whatever it is, bump other people's wardrobes or closets or whatever that crap is?
So at the moment, and I think this is going to change in the future, you have to be an ambassador to do a live. So that means you have to have done all of that stuff, like you're saying, like you have to have shared all of these items and shared this many of your own and all of this. But I think they're saying about changing it, because I was asking them from a sales point of view, like basically, from my point of view, the less number of people doing lives, the better. Yeah, they were saying like it will eventually get rolled out. So yeah, in theory, you wouldn't even have to have anything in your wardrobe.
That might be a game changer, I think, for people. Because like if there's people out there that want to do lives, but they're sort of thinking along the lines that I've done with Poshmark, in that it's from what I've heard from Americans over the years, is that it's a lot of work, like all the sharing and favoriting and whatever else. Because people were hiring VAs to do it, weren't they? It was that labour intensive. But I just thought, oh God, that is just not a platform for me. However, like I say, if there's somebody out there that just fancies doing the lives, if that becomes available, I think that's just going to change everything.
Yeah, so what Poshmark is saying, and I know you can be like, well, they already are, because really, obviously, I know Whatnot is technically in the UK, but it's not. For the majority of people, it's not. But they're basically saying openly, like, their aim is to be the #1 live reselling platform in the UK. So you could argue, well, it's not that hard to do that, but obviously, they need down the line as well.
Whatnot is available to everybody, though, isn't it?
I don't think you can sell clothes on Whatnot as a clothing.
It's only trading cards at the moment, isn't it?
No, it's not. There's a couple on there that do handbags every single day.
Really?
Yeah. I do toys on there. Chris, boot sale Chris, Carpet Chris does Whatnot as well, and he sells all sorts of stuff.
But have they, like, when they have all registered, have they all registered as like cards and toys? Because I registered like probably 8 months ago.
Yes, I did.
It literally still.
So look, I'm on their website now. They've got women's vintage, trading cards, comics, women's handbags, Funko Pops, toys and hobbies, sports cards, trading cards, women's contemporary. Don't know what that is. But there's loads of girls in here looking good in dresses.
Are they all Americans? Because I go on Whatnot quite a bit just to watch, and all the clothes I've never found a UK seller. It's all Americans.
No, I haven't.
Every time I log on there, there's always a couple selling handbags. They're on there. Oh no, tomorrow 19.
What's their name?
Tomorrow the 19th. Bags Chase, they're called. Yeah, there's luxury bags, Mania, Friday at 6:30. So yeah, there's loads of shows set up. They look to be like the same few sellers though, but there's a couple on their Bags Chase. They're on there like every single day.
Yeah.
So they must do pretty well out of it.
They've got 3,700 followers. That's pretty good.
Yeah. So it shows you there is a market for Whatnot. I mean, I use Whatnot myself, and I know Car Boot Chris does as well. So it's definitely growing. I mean, I'm in contact with some of the people at Whatnot anyway, because we kind of collab on some stuff. But it's definitely worth checking out. I think it's got quite a big pool, and obviously as well, you can sell to people anywhere else in America, Canada. I don't know whether you can do that. I've never used Poshmark.
So this is the thing. So on eBay, like I get a lot of GSP sales just because the brands that I sell are popular in America, and Poshmark don't have that. Whereas, like you say, Whatnot do. You need to ask your contacts. Say, when are you just letting all of the clothing people in on the wait list?
So is there a wait list for it then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
there was.
You had to sign up months ago, didn't you, if you was interested? And I don't know. And you had to link your eBay store, didn't you? And I haven't heard of anybody that's actually been allowed in.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair. I mean, I was asked by Whatnot to go on there, so maybe it's a little bit different for me. But yeah, I didn't realise there was a waiting list, but maybe that's why they contacted me instead.
That's
but yeah, I'll ask them, because I mean, it seems like there's sellers on there for bags, but if there's only 3 people, then it's kind of surely they should be onboarding more people, so there's not just the same three people doing it.
Yeah, the bag people. Do they have like a large social media following? Do you know?
Do they have what? Sorry.
A large social media following. Like, are they on YouTube or anything like that?
I honestly have no idea. To be honest with you, I don't buy bags, but I just see them on there every day. When I log on to Whatnot, to update my own show or to put my own products on there or whatever. I always their faces, because it's their 2 faces on there, so it's recognisable.
Do you know?
They're definitely UK, are they?
It says there. Yeah, it says GB next to them. Yeah, so I think so. Yeah.
I was thinking about the waitlist thing, and there's a reason why they might want to make it so that other people can't do it and just have one person selling, because to them it's like they can create a case study out of that seller. So if they can make almost like a case study saying this one seller grew to this amount on our platform, they were able to generate this much revenue per year on our platform, they can then use that in their next marketing push to get more people to become sellers on the platform, because now you've got numbers to associate with. Now you've got like someone to compare yourself to or to look up to. Because when they first launch it, everyone's trying it and no one really commits to it like properly. So when they get one or two really committed people in a certain niche, it might benefit them to take it on and not open it up to everyone just yet.
That's possible. I also wonder though as well if you could sign up under, because I'm pretty sure I could set up a live show right now for handbags if I wanted to. So I wonder if one of you guys signed up to sell comics or something or trading cards, and then just do your handbags, you know?
Yeah.
Because let me go to my live shows and let me see if I can set up a live show for the handbags.
The way around it be like if you attach loads of Pokemon energy cards to the handbags with the price label.
Yeah.
And then you've still technically got the cards there.
But I can even do pet supplies here. Pet supplies, rocks and crystals, home and garden, food and drink.
I was going to say, just a quick one. Let me answer this for Fire Retro quickly with the micro machines, and I'm a bit behind. Hopefully, people in the chat have helped. I would personally bundle them all up. Otherwise, you've got to kind of Google Lens each car, and it's probably not worth your time. Just do a big bundle. And if you're not sure on price, go look at comps. Obviously, maybe go a little bit high and see if you get an offer quite early on them. The other option is do an auction, but I'd probably do buy it now and just look at comps of similar bundles and price for a similar price, and it should go pretty quick. Quite popular micro machine, so it should sell.
I'm actually starting to collect micro machines.
There we are then. So Fire Retro, message Tommy.
So many of them for really cheap. I was like, why not get a little bundle of them together myself, enjoy them for a year or two, and then sell them on.
Every time I see them at the boot sale, they're always beaten up. They're like completely ruined. I know there's money in them, but I always just leave them alone, especially the big fold-out truck thing. You know?
Yeah.
Oh,
there's no plug there.
That hurts me to hear that.
Double Karma saying, attention, Dungeons and Joy Pads, please check your sound level. You're a little loud.
I don't know how to change it. Can I change my levels in the stream?
Yeah, you should be able to just turn. If you go onto settings on StreamYard, can you change it there? Oh, I don't think you can turn it down there. It might just be your PC settings. Oh, no, you're asking me technical stuff here, mate. I ain't got a clue, Bill.
Yeah. You act like I'm not the dinosaur. Hopefully that is better. Is that better for you guys? You know what? It's because I'm using my phone.
That might be why. Now you're sounding like you're...
Yeah, it sounds worse.
It sounds worse.
You sound awful. Jess is asking how many listings is everyone on. I cannot answer these questions till later because I'm doing all the photos first, and then I'll be able to count the listings.
Yeah.
Photo wise, I'm up to 20 now though, so we're getting there.
I'm on my 5th. Slowly does it.
That's it.
I've done 10 so far, but I've been pottering about as well.
Maisie thinks I sound fine and everyone else is too quiet. That's right, Maisie. You tell them. You tell them all.
I have hit 250 subscribers as well.
Yeah.
I'll whip this box open for you.
Oh,
well done, Tom.
Here we go.
Make it big, make it big.
Hold on. Is there anything I can put on? I can play this. That's not great, is it? I need like a celebration sound or some like confetti that can come down.
I'm on 196, and if anyone could get me over 200, that'd be great.
Well, there we are then. Let's push it to 200.
We have right here some custom-made Tommy Trades stands.
Woo! Can we get an ooh from the people?
So that when I want to list the game, I can simply just rest it on the stand.
Oh, fancy!
And it's still got my branding in the picture.
Nice.
Oh, that's good. I
You
like
gaming
that.
sellers are so creative, aren't you? You toys and gaming sellers are so creative compared to us others.
Shout out to Third Down Displays, though. They're the ones that made these for me. I saw
There we
someone
are.
else have
Plug
one, and I saw someone else make one, and I was like, well, I've got to get myself one of those now, haven't I?
I know the guys at Third Down Displays.
Yeah, they're really friendly, really nice
Yeah.
and helpful. And I'm really
They
happy.
do really good stands, man.
Good stuff.
My thinking is I can use one to list and one to display the current game I'm playing in the games room.
Nice.
But now I've
So,
got a load of
what I'm going to do to help you, Tommy, hopefully, if we can get Tommy up to 500 subscribers by the end of this live stream tomorrow at 10 o'clock, I will give away something very cool. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it's worth it. I'm going to say it's going to have a resale value of at least £35. There we are. At least.
If you can get me to 500, I'll give something away and all.
There we are then.
Thanks, GG.
Let's push the channels today. 500 subscribers by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will not accept 499. It needs to be 500 on the dot. It needs to be 500 on the dot as well. So as soon as you hit it, don't subscribe.
I'll be blown away if we can hit that.
Well, let's try. We've got to try.
Is his channel link in the chat somewhere, or?
Yeah, come on, Spanners. Where's the Spanners at? Let's get his channel link in there. Let's get Dungeons and Joy pads in there as well.
I'm a spanner.
Come on, Spanners.
Dungeons, where are you?
Alison is saying, Becca, I have that steamer thing you are using, easing and ironing by the looks of it. Oh no,
Yes.
Becca. Oh no, Becca, that steaming thing you're using. So is it easing and ironing? It looks it.
Yes, it is easier than ironing. Also, I don't own an iron, so I have no choice.
There we are. Cheers, George.
Just sub to you, Dungeons.
Thank you, man.
What's your channel name again? Dungeons and
Dungeons and Joypads.
Joypads, that's it.
Oh yeah, let me move the chat down. It should say under his face now, so people can have a look. I've been asked here for what times Aaron Sales joined the chat. He's so funny. Yeah, he's such a funny guy. He did say he's going to try and pop in at some point today. So yeah, he was creasing me up when he joined our live chat the other week. There we are. Married to Reselling is saying, can everyone turn their sound on their phone so we can hear the ka-ching throughout the stream? Well, would it be depressing if I said mine's on loud at the moment? So that gives you an idea of how my morning's going so far.
Yeah, mine's the same.
Same.
I might just
You hear tumbleweeds.
go on YouTube on my phone and just play the ka-ching sound and just constantly like, oh, sorry, another one for me, everyone. Don't worry about that.
Set an alarm every 20 minutes with the timer
Oh, yeah.
sound.
Yeah, they'll be like, James has had about 6,000 sales during this stream. Like, what's going on?
James, are you planning to come back to Dunton at any point?
I was meant to be at Dunton this weekend just gone, but the weather was so hit and miss. And actually, it turned out to be a really sunny day.
Mate, it was mobbed over there last weekend. It was so big, absolutely massive.
I might come at the end of this month because I said August is so busy for me. So I might come the last weekend of this month if the weather's good.
That's this weekend, isn't it?
Or next.
Oh no, next weekend.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do because I love it there. But Luke Waters Clobber is planning to turn up as well, and I think we might do an actual sit down, like Bold Clobber podcast thing live at Dunton Car Boot, because now I've got the microphones, the Rode mics with the 2 clip-ons, so we can actually sit outside and do it and still have really good sound quality. So yeah, hopefully at the end of this month, mate, if the weather stays nice. But I love that place. I was so excited to be there. I was like, this is amazing. So excited.
Yeah, it was massive there last week. I was surprised because it was so windy. I was like, when you wake up in the morning, you think, oh, it's probably not going to be a great one, It was absolutely massive. Probably 100 rows.
Yeah, I was kicking myself a little bit because I said I looked at the weather on Saturday and it's a bit hit or miss. And on Sunday I thought, right, let me just stay local. And then when I was at the car boot, I was like, it's so warm. And it was nice up until about 5 in the afternoon where I am. And I was like, I could have gone down to Dunton. But I done all right. I got them 2 motorcycle jackets that I literally left behind and then went back for. And I couldn't believe how much they're worth as well. And everyone was
I saw those. Yeah, they were nice pickups.
Yeah. They'll be going up today. The Steve McQueen is a good keyword. See, there's me. Look at me telling you all about my clothing knowledge. Look.
I'm crap with clothes. All my t-shirts are plain black, blue, grey.
That's literally all I wear myself, just plain. And then I get the odd thing and I'm like, I want to keep it. For instance, there was one of them football shirts, the Harchester United football shirt from Dream Team. And I used to love that programme. And I was like, right, I'm keeping it. And I took photos of it this morning. But I'm going to probably list it at the high end. And then in my heart of hearts think, I hope no one ever buys it. But if it sells, it sells.
That's the thing with this job, though. You come across so much crap that you are personally interested in, and you can't possibly store it all, No,
I know. You've got to sell it. That's the whole point. I mean, it's okay to keep the odd thing. And I do. I probably keep like 1 in 200 items of clothing, maybe. But most of it is a case of like it doesn't mean anything to me.
I mean, I'm a big Pokemon fan myself, and I picked up a massive Pokemon haul last week, like over 500 figures. There was a load of box stuff in there, and there's all loads of stuff in there. But I'm going through it, and I'm thinking, I'd like to keep that, but it's worth like 100 quid. So you think, like, do you keep it? Do you sell it? You have to kind of weigh it up, don't you?
I always think to myself, like, I'll always find another one at the car boot sale for £1, so let me sell it now, and you never find another one. Yeah,
well, some of the things I've picked up I've never seen before.
Yeah.
So it's like, do you keep it?
Who needs Slimming World? Just go to Dunton. It's a workout. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
if you
definitely.
Want to lose weight, just go to Dunton. Oh yeah, talking of the devil, and you arrived. Mr. Ross is in the house. Invading.
Oh, George.
Again. Yes, George. I'm heading back in a couple of weeks' time, mate. Dirty Dunton it is again. That place is unreal. I think for clothing, it is like literally, when I say every store, it literally is every store. And there's so many stores. I think that's what's really good about it as a clothing seller. You can literally just go around it once and end up. I mean, I had to like go back to the van like 3 times with trolleys full of clothing when I went to Dunton. It was that much stuff.
Are we not going to see you at Dunton anymore, George, or at Boreham, now that you've moved? I suppose it's probably a bit too far now, isn't it?
So tired moving house and units, but it's been well worth it. There we are. I've been without boot sales the whole month so far. Serious FOMO. George, you should have moved in the winter. What are you playing at? Come on. Should have organised for that house to come on the market winter time. I've sent George I say I've sent him like I'm really kind and I gifted him. George brought a football shirt from me and I posted it yesterday. I'm hoping it's going to arrive today. Fingers crossed.
Still hitting the same boots out. Oh, wicked. Oh, so we will still see you then.
I was starstruck when I met George, honestly. You know, when you've been watching something for so long on YouTube, and he was one of the main people I watched to get into it. When I met him, I was like, this guy's real. He's actually a real human being. Weird. It's so weird, like, doing YouTube and stuff, because, like, we're not celebrities, but then even when I met him, I was like, I've just met a celebrity. Can I have a selfie, George? It's so strange. It's just like, it's just another human being, like we all are, you know?
I find that even with celebrities, though, I don't understand the whole fame thing where people just follow random people for the sake of it. I mean, it's entertaining. It's something to do if you've got nothing else to do. But especially if you don't know who a person is and you haven't sort of followed them in their upcoming, and then all of a sudden we're like, oh, look at all these people, and we start commenting on them. It is a bit strange. But I've thought about that with like resellers doing YouTube and like how this is going to evolve over the next 5 to 10 to 20 years, even like if we end up becoming the personalities of, you know, bold finds on ITV1 showing you the insides of the car boot.
Imagine that they're doing a film about bold finds and someone's got to play me in the film. Like, imagine that journey. But I'm hoping they do a reseller charity boxing event, and I want to get some of that YouTube money the other YouTubers are making doing these boxing events.
Yeah.
You're asking for a fight, James?
Well, not of you. No, you look quite handsy, to be fair. I have been actually tempted to try and plan and put something together. I think that'd be hilarious to do a YouTube charity boxing fight. You know, we don't want to go and hurt each other that much. But I always think about who do I want to take, and yeah, you're definitely not one of them. I reckon me and Jamie Dogger will be a good scrap. Down the
I've had absolutely no experience in boxing though. Haven't you? You've had a fight before, James, haven't you?
Yeah, but we could think about the YouTube views, mate. We could do drama at the car boot sale and just me and you have a little boxing fight.
Oh yeah, all the clickbait.
Oh yeah, because I pay for hired actors. Do you remember someone said that to me in my comments? They were like, "You pay someone to come and steal from you at the car boot sale." I'm like, I'm not that creative. I wish I was. Not a bad idea though for you YouTubers out there. Pay someone to come and rob from you at the car boot sale, catch it on film, make some numbers.
That's what Jack Jones used to do, didn't it? And then
I can't stand that guy.
He winded up doing OnlyFans. So be careful, James.
Well, who's to say I don't do it? Last night in my live, I did say I've got other revenue streams as well, apart from what I share on YouTube. Who's to say OnlyFans is not that? Why are you laughing for? Would you not subscribe?
He's doing a feet live cam stream under the desk.
Right now I've just got my bare feet out. There's another webcam. Oh, that brings in the money though. Right, let me just catch up on the chat. Pay-per-view. Yeah, for the boxing. Let's do a little pay-per-view card. Get on Sky Sports. Tommy, question for you, or it might be a statement for you. Tommy, I used to see loads of cars from Skins when I was in kitchen manager at Blue Lagoon on the Gloucester Road, and people used to go mad for them, just people. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? They're just human beings. But you're right, it's that whole thing about the celebrity thing.
Yeah,
I had someone at the car boot I had someone in the car boot on Sunday, so strange at the A3. He come up to me and was like, oh, bold finds. And I was like, oh, you're right. And he was like, oh, yeah, I'm not a reseller, but I'm a huge fan. Can I have a selfie? And I'm like, yeah, if you want. But I'm thinking, like, why do you want a selfie with me? Like, why? I don't get it. But, yeah, I always like when people come up and speak to me. Do you find it weird, James? I know we speak about it quite a bit, but when you're down at Borden and people say hello to you, do you still find it a bit strange?
Oh, yeah, all the time. I literally had it this morning as well. Someone, you know, at midweek car boot, there's only about 2 lanes, but this lady knew me straight away, and it's really weird. Especially, like, I've only been at it a few months, but it's not a celebrity thing or anything, but it's just weird that they know you and they've seen your videos somehow. But, yeah, you know, it's strange because I bought all this clothing I got from them. Pretty much, so they obviously know I'm going to flip it, but most people are okay with it. So, but you know, there's always that sort of worry as well. You're going to sell that on eBay and make profit out of me. So, it is a bit weird, but Get on with it.
You find it strange that like that's what we want as well, though, is we want people to see it, and then like you find it weird that people like come up to you, but at the same time, like surely that proves that what you're doing is working.
Yeah, I guess so.
I enjoy it in the sense of like I'd rather people come up to me and like have a chat with me, and compared to kind of walking past and feeling like they can't. But it is still a strange feeling when you're just walking past and someone's like grinning at you, and you're looking back and you smile back and you're thinking like, do I know you from like a previous like job or a previous life, or did I used to live next door to you? And it's because they watch you. I get people come up and say, I watch you on my big television in the lounge. I was like, poor you. You don't want to get a good zoom on this face. So what you playing at?
Yeah.
So I think I just look scary when I'm walking around.
Yeah.
You just say you look scary when you're walking around. Is that what you said, George? You just look scary when you're walking around?
Yeah, I feel like I look a bit scary.
Really?
I'm just so like intense. I'm like,
what when you're hunting for the bargains?
Yeah, pretty much. I've had a couple of people stop me, but I was like, they just kind of like nervously went, oh, hello. And I was like, hi. And like you say, it's like, do I know you? And they're like, oh, wow.
Do you try and hide the GoPro at all? George, do you try and hide the GoPro at all? Do you try and hide it on your body at all?
I've got these snazzy Ray-Ban glasses, and they record. They're a collaboration with YouTube, with Facebook.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, but the only trouble is, like, when you switch them on, hang on, I'll try and show you. Oh, they're not turned on. Oh yeah, they are. Did you see the light?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it turns on so it shines in people's faces. But yeah, I think I might get a GoPro.
It's hard. It can be, especially like today. It was like 2 lanes at a car boot. I wouldn't wear it at that sort of car boot because it's too small and intimate. That I feel like everyone's watching you, literally, like, and they can have a chat with everyone like opposite them or whatever. But like at a full size Sunday car boot, it's you're dotting between stalls, and I think you kind of get hidden in the crowd, so it's not as obvious.
Yeah.
Dogger, do you remember that
anybody
car boot?
Stop you and say, why are you filming?
Nah, not. They question it. I've never had anyone moan yet. Touch wood. Yeah, they just question it and ask for the YouTube channel usually.
I was going to say, Dogger, do you remember at the car boot where it was the midweek one? No, it's the Bank Holiday Monday one where we both didn't film and you picked up that N64 bundle.
Yep, I remember.
It's always the way, isn't it? Always the way. You don't put your camera on and get some really good stuff.
It's annoying because I was filming at the start and then literally put the camera away because you said, "Oh, it's not that good," and I was,
Don't blame me.
I'm blaming you, yeah. And then literally 5 minutes later, found the GameCube, Mario Kart, and what was it, Rayman, I think it was. And then the Nintendo 64 as well. So
what that's crazy just car boot that was.
All part of it.
Yeah. It's sometimes nice not to film though, isn't it? It takes that pressure off. Not just the fact you've got to source items, but you've got to get some good footage.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's quite nice to. I do it quite a lot. I leave the camera at home, and I'm like, do you know what? But then it's them times where I get some really good bits as well. It's always the way. Right, let's catch up on the chat. I'm a boxing coach. There we are. And put this thought into your head. You versus Sloth. I'll take on Sloth. Now, Sloth's handsy, I reckon. We have a rugby field with bandstand and bar. Right, so that's the event, is it? Me versus Sloth in a field, slogging out while you lot get drunk and watch the action. I'm working in bunches of 25 today, so just starting to photograph my first item whilst the next 25 I drying from steaming. That's the way to do it. Keep working while things are in process. Let me just scroll. Yeah, Chris, I suffer with the same thing. My problem is I'm terrible at remembering names. So someone says hello, and the week after I can't remember their name. Yeah, I get that all the time. I just ask people now and just say, look, I'm not being rude, but who are you in that way? And I think it's one of them things, because when we do live shows, you get so many different names pop up and you don't see these people's faces in your lives. Then when you see their face in real life, they kind of are so used to seeing your face, but you don't know who they are. So I just do the classic, like, oh, hi, you know, what's your name? And then they'll say, oh, you don't know me on this from YouTube or Instagram. And then it clicks and I'm like, oh, yeah, I know you are. Yeah, I'm terrible with names. I've had a sale, but I was on mute.
Yeah, same.
I sold some Dickies dungarees. And also I've sold a plate. I'm glad that's going. I don't do YouTube for reselling. Well, did one, but seemed too much of an effort around work. But I do a fishing video as bearded cart puller and have people come up for photos and asking for tips. Weird. Yeah, it's strange when people come up to you asking for photo. I think photos is the one for me that got me the other day. I was like, why do you want to take a photo with me? But there again, I've done the same with George Ross. I was like, can we have a selfie, please? I was fangirling over George.
Oh, she's just moved again. It's all right. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to shoot off because I've got to make the dogs some dinner and I've got to start doing some photos as well. Good to catch up with you all.
Thanks for popping in. See you later.
Yeah, James, make sure you catch up with us when you're next at Dunton, and we'll meet up.
I'll drop you a message, mate.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Nice one. See ya.
See you all later, everyone. Good luck.
Bye-bye. Luke. Can you see that?
James.
Is that any good?
Was it made Korea?
It's a starter made in Jamaica. It's a Calgary Stampeders jacket. It's like really thin though.
Yeah, it's probably like a high school or something like that. What is it?
It's just like a
like windbreaker.
Yeah, but it's like super. I can literally enough see through it. It's that thin.
Yeah, like a shell jacket.
Yeah.
Calgary Stampede is a rodeo thing.
Well, they've got the. I have to remember where my camera is and keep looking.
Got the helmet.
They've got the helmet. Yeah. Weird one. I'll have to do some checks. Anyway, let's not worry about it now. Let's get the photos done. No point thinking about comps.
I got a bundle of referee shirts at the charity shop yesterday. And I'm pretty clueless on them, but I did some just like Google lensing and eBay scanning of like photos, and it seemed like there was decent money for it because I paid like.
What are they rugby ones?
I'll show you.
Yeah, let's have a look. I've sold a rugby. Actually, I photographed a rugby referee shirt a moment ago. I think it is.
There's like a
Premier League
dry fit EA crossover.
That's cool.
Authentic 2004.
Nice. That's a nice one, I think.
I've seen a lot of the modern ones, but I haven't seen many like that.
What's this one? Professional game match officials.
That's from Championship, is it? Premier League.
Cool.
Yeah.
Umbro.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, I think this one's a bit more of a like local one, to be fair. Someone just sort of put together. Pro Star on the label.
Yeah, that's going to be like a sort of 11-a-side local league kind of thing, probably.
Somerset FA.
There they are. Oh, still.
Oh yeah, there's this Umbro one as well, but I can't tell if this is like a hand sewn on like ref logo underneath, if you see what I mean. Like on the pocket.
Yeah. It looks like it's been sewn on, like on an Umbro shirt.
Is that going to rip the like resale value in half? Just going to make
I don't think so. There's going to be people who are going to just want like ref style tops. Like there's loads of people who do Sunday League matches who will want a cool ref shirt. I think the first one you showed is like a proper official one actually. So I think that would be quite good money.
Yeah, the dry fit one.
Yeah.
That was the standout for me as well.
Got some cool bits there, mate. Well done.
Yeah. It's just that thing of like, you don't have to know, like, I'm always trying to learn something new, but I never want to make a huge expense out of trying to learn a new lesson, if you know what I mean. So if I can learn something new for like 15 to 20 quid,
yeah,
I don't really mind. But if you're trying to learn something new for like a few £100 at a time, it can be a bit of a risky business.
That's the key. If you're losing a couple of quid over learning a lesson, then that's fine. But yeah, you don't want to spend £200 on an item and it turn out to be worth like 20 quid, you know?
Exactly.
That's a tough one. Jess is saying, can you make it larger on screen? We're just talking about the football shirts, Jess. If so, if Tommy shows them again, I'll make it larger.
I can show them again if you want.
Yeah, show that first one up again. That was cool. Let me pin you.
Put the label out of the way.
Yeah, that's cool. And it's got the EA Sports badges.
Nike Dry Fit, Premier League, Nike, EA Sports badges on the side. Oh no, not 2004, 2014.
2014. I don't know whether that's linked to like the FIFA games, because I've got a couple of football shirts coming up later on, which are basically FIFA from the video game. They've got the tags on them, which are like that. So I don't know whether that's linked to that.
There's just some of the other ones again for you.
Yeah. That's a nice one as well, because of Umbro. That's probably older.
There's no mud, there's no tears or anything. Like. That was a local league one.
Yeah, I think that Pro Star one probably won't go for as much because I said it's like for a local league.
This one's nice and stretchy. There was an England shirt in amongst it as well, actually, to be fair. That kind of
nice. I sold a few of them.
No number or anything on it, but
they still go for like reasonably good money if I remember right.
15 to 20 from, if I remember from looking at it before.
Yeah. If you're picking up for a few quid, it's an easy flip. They sell quick as well.
Really like this as well. I was half tempted to keep it myself.
Well, that's cool.
But can you turn down 25 to 30 quid?
That's very nice, yeah.
Got too many clothes as it is. I don't need them.
Yeah,
I need the money
sell it. Get it gone, mate. You're a reseller, not a shopper. Don't forget.
Exactly.
Peter Ray's in. Hello. Alison is saying, coming up for 2 hours, that went quick. Yeah, it always seems to go quick the first few hours. I found that last time, actually. I was like, 2 hours already? Like, what is going on?
I had a question about I was meaning to ask it the other day on your live, I think, James, but I forgot to actually send it. You were just finishing up. But it was about, even I do it as well, but when we were talking about, okay, so I sold this item and I made this much profit from it.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys calculate sort of like what it is you then put back into the business, what it is you're keeping like for yourself or to cover the fuel that day or to cover the cost of the item itself? Like, do you separate that all out at the end of the month? Do you think about it like per item that you sell, or is it like you check in it at the end of the year when you got to do all your taxes kind of thing?
The way I personally do it, and there's probably going to be so many different answers, which is great because there's so many different ways. I do a daily payout for eBay, and all of that money goes into my eBay. I've got a few different accounts. I've got my eBay account, I've got my personal account, I've got my personal savings account, I've got my tax account. So what I do at the end of the month, I will pay myself a minimum salary of what I need to pay the mortgage, to pay the bills, to get food, and a couple of £100 for me to like do social things for. And then I will put aside, I normally put aside a lot more tax money than I need to. Which meant last year I actually had an extra sort of £6,000 saved from where I'd over-egged my tax every single month, and I left that alone. So then I don't take the £6,000 out and say, oh, let's go on holiday. I leave it in there to build it up. So yeah, basically at the end of the month I pay myself a basic salary for what I need to survive. Then I reinvest the rest of the money back in the business minus the tax money I put aside. But what I'm also doing at the moment is I've started to put aside extra money for VAT as well. Although I'm not VAT registered at the moment, I'll be at the point, hopefully, this time next year where I need to register for VAT. But already I'm thinking ahead and putting that money aside. Hi, Chris.
All right. How's it
You
going?
all right? Yeah. How's Wales?
Wales? Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Not bad. How's the stream going? Everyone getting lots of work done?
Yeah, I think so. Like you remember it last time. It's hard to try and manage the chat while you're listing as well. So
I've done
it's
like
good. It's a good excuse.
I've done like morning till evening lives, and you don't really get like loads done. But
no, it is difficult. It is difficult.
I have a follow-up.
Go on.
I was just going to say I have a follow-up question just to that question what was asked about, like, you know, like when you're investing in the business and stuff. So I don't want to say too much, but obviously I think you have spoken about this to the wider population. When you're sourcing online, so say you're sourcing a single item to a platform to then put on eBay.
Yeah.
What would your basically, do you set yourself limits? And I know that there is other people who also do this, but I don't know if they want to speak or chat in the box or whatever. Who, like, so say there's an item and you go, I know I can sell that for £90. Mm-hmm. Like, do you have a limit that you would pay? Oh, sorry.
That's right. I get Michelle's question. She's kind of saying, do you have a limit of if it's going to sell for £90, would you spend X amount on it? For me, if it was going to be a quick flip, and when I say a quick flip within the first 30 days, I'm happy to double my money. I think that's what you're getting. Like, what's your limit? If it's going to sell for 90, would you pay 50 quid for it? If it's going to sell quick, is that your kind of question? Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously you've got to factor in like fees and stuff, haven't you? Because I did do it. Like I'm trying to venture in, you know. Yeah. But for the bangers, for an item like that's going to sell for me for say like 90 or 100 quid. Like it's probably like 40 quid. Which is mad because when you think someone's selling that for 40 quid, when if they just did a bit more work and put it on a different platform, they could sell for double the money.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't kind of like, it's not that black and white for us, is it?
I mean, for me, it's all about, we talk about it all the time, Michelle, it's all about that sell-through rate for me. If I can pick up an item that I know tomorrow is going to guarantee to sell for £100, and after I'm going to make, just say 80 for easy sense. Yeah. Would I pick it up at a car boot sale for 60 quid if I'm going to make an extra £20 profit overnight? Absolutely. But you've also got to take into the whole thing about returns. If the item comes back to you, it starts eating into that £20 profit you make really quickly. So I normally at least try and double my money on items. That's like the minimum, really, is what I look to do.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, but I wasn't sure, like, just in terms of, it's a big chunk of money to have invested, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it comes down to as well, if you've already got the buyer, I know some people who go out and buy stuff and already know they've sold it. I mean, a good channel to watch is that Steptoe and Mum Sunny. He will go out and buy stuff, and on his way back from the car boot, he's already sold it, because he knows people who say, if you ever see bar memorabilia or, beer mats or ashtrays, I will buy everything you've got. And so he knows when he goes to the car boot, he's already got the buyer for it. And I think that's a different conversation. Because if you can already sell it before you leave the car boot, it's great. But I'm happy to double up my money if I know it's going to sell quickly. I don't want to sit on that for 6 months,
I had a similar thing at the charity shop recently, where it was like the most expensive charity shop experience I've ever had, but I got some of the best items that I've ever found. And it was that justification of like, is this investment now worth it for the profit that's going to come out of it? And it, again, like talking about that almost leveling up from like a pennies into 10 to 15 pounds to sort of turn into like 10 pounds into £100, and trying to move into that bracket is more where I want to be at for like the time invested and all those things. But at the same time, as you were saying, those bangers don't come along like all the time. You've got to be quick to find it. You've got to be the first one in. And I've had an experience before, like sort of searching for something online, and I've said I'll pay £10 more than what they were asking, just so I could try and bag it. And other people were already doing the same thing, and the price had gone up like 30 or 40 quid, and it was now essentially full price of what it would be on eBay. So you're right, you've got to be quick, and you've almost got to know what to offer immediately.
You have to know the numbers in your head before. So that's why I was asking, like, basically, I'm only going to look at things that I know bring me X amount, and you then need to work it backwards, don't you? Like, that's what the fees are going to be. That's what the post is going to be. That's therefore what I can pay to get the profit that I want.
And it's that double checking of how many are on the market right now and how many have previously sold. And if you can come in with like the most competitive listing and even list it for £10 cheaper, you've got more of a chance to just sell it quick so that you don't sit on it.
Yeah. The trouble with that model is it's a good model. You just got to be so careful with your cash flow, because if you're spending £40, £50 on items that's going to make you 80, 90, you might think, do you know what, that's the best way to do it. It's less items to list. I'm going to make more money overall. But your cash flow is going to quickly depreciate so fast. So you have to be literally turning things over within like weeks and within a month. Otherwise, that model, you need thousands of pounds to do it, where, we can all go out to a car boot sale, spend £1 and make 30 quid, but it's just different models. I think you have to have a mix of everything. You have to have the bangers in the store, but you've also got to have the stuff that's just going to pay the bills. That's what I try and do.
Definitely. I had someone who was sort of on the fence about getting into reselling, and they were saying, I think it was all about the £100 items or the triple figure fines. But I was sort of arguing you don't come across those fines unless you're looking for the £1 to £10 items. Like, you have to be in it actively before you come across these mega deals, because if you're not looking, you won't find anything.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a special guest all the way from Australia. We've got Grumpy Granny. Hi, Leanne.
We have. I just need to sort out my sound here.
You're good. We can hear you. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm getting two lots of feedback for some reason.
Do you have it open on YouTube as well?
Oh yeah, hang on. That's probably what it is.
I'm glad we've got technical support in it, because I'm useless with that kind of thing. I was just thinking, like, I hope you figure it out.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, it's coming up on my other screen. Yeah okay, that's better.
There you go.
I haven't got my hair rollers in, though, because it's nearly bedtime, so you have to excuse that.
You're all good.
So how are we all going?
We're getting there, weren't we? Two hours in, I think. Just over 2 hours
Right.
in. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 photos done so far. 36.
Oh, very good. I'm impressed.
So, yeah, we're getting there. I need to try and do 200. That's the plan. But we will see how we go.
Yeah. I guess it'll be the it won't be this first part, will it? It'll be after you've done all those and then you start listing them.
That's it, yeah. Do
'Cause
one
I get
process at a time.
Yeah, and I did a live stream with John the Reseller last night where we were all listing, and I was going, and then all of a sudden I just hit that wall, and then that was it.
I'm going to have that the same. I mean, last time I'd done this, I started at 7 o'clock at night UK, so it was about the time of 3 or 4 in the morning I really hit that wall. Where it was a case of like, I'm bored of eBay, I hate eBay, I don't want to list items anymore, I want to give up. But I think today, because we started earlier, I think it's going to be more sort of 7, 8 o'clock this evening. I'm going to hit that point. So I'm hopeful that the early hours can be fine.
Come and say hello to all the people. Come and can you just pick him up for me? I've just got a special little visitors arrived at my house.
Special helper.
Yep. He's not so little, but this is Wyatt. He's my grandson. Say hello to all the people.
Say hello.
Hello.
No, he's not going to say hello. So I was trying to con Octo into calling in.
Yeah. What's his excuse today?
Well, he told me to get on and do it now, but where is he?
He'll be. He's got to get his suit on, hasn't he? First of all.
Well, he lives in that.
Oh, is that what he lives in? Oh, I thought he just puts it on for his live streams.
No. I think he lives in it.
Leanne, I don't know how he sits in that the whole time you guys go live. He must come out of that absolutely dripping.
It gets very, very hot. Even in the cold weather, it gets very, very hot. Yeah. It's not actually made out of breathable materials, I don't think.
No, it looks like one of them fancy dress ones, but it's so cool. Such a good personality.
Has he?
I think so. You probably don't, but you spend more time with him. You spend more time with him than I do. I only speak to him a little bit on Instagram on Mel's call in the group.
Yep. Yes. Well, maybe he's got more personality in his alter ego. In his real life person. Yeah.
Maybe when he takes it off, that's when he shines.
Maybe.
You guys are doing well though. Plug your channel so everyone can go and give you guys a follow, because I'm enjoying your podcast. It's so funny.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's the Disgruntled Octopus is the name of the channel. And our latest episode's just well and truly overtaken the other 2 that we've done. So we're only up to episode 3. So we're filming another one tomorrow. So yeah, it's good fun.
Let me try and link it into the live chat so people can go and follow you guys.
Oh, that'd be nice.
No.
Oh, look, we're worth a lot a watch for nothing else but a laugh.
What's with the channel name then?
Funny.
Disgruntled Octopus. What's that all about?
Yeah, so the person that is my partner in the podcast is an octopus, and he's disgruntled. That's his name. That's what we call him, the Disgruntled Octopus. Oh, hello. Is he? This might be him. Oh no, it's one of the hostages. It's Figsy. It's Figsy, isn't it?
Figsy's games.
Yep. He's got him in the dungeon and has had for some time. Yeah, here we go. Here's the tentacles coming. So, everyone, I'd like to introduce you to the Disgruntled Octopus.
He looks happy, not disgruntled.
You haven't heard him speak yet.
Okay.
And that's not his mouth. That's just a bit of his head.
There we are. So we've linked it in. Thanks, George. You were quicker than me. We've got it in there for you guys. So yeah, everyone go and follow him up.
Thank you.
It's a really funny podcast, and if you want a really serious podcast, it's probably not for you. But if you want to go and listen to something and have a laugh, then it's definitely one. Stranger,
Oh,
I
look.
fall asleep listening to you guys all the time. It's really weird. I know I probably shouldn't say that, but
that's a bit of a worry, really. Look,
I know, yeah.
we do occasionally give out really good pearls of wisdom with regard to reselling. So, you just
Well, you
never
do,
know.
Leanne. You do, Leanne.
Well, I do. Yes, true.
They let anyone in this room these days.
Let's get Luke back in.
So, what did you do to Figsy? He's looking a bit skinny.
Hasn't been fed in weeks.
Oh, dear.
That's what happens.
Yeah, you can open it. Yep.
Oh, so when are you guys next? When are you guys next live? Let's plug your channel a bit. When are you next going live on your podcast? Because you don't do live, you do pre-recorded lives, don't you? When are you next doing your pre-record?
Yeah, we're recording tomorrow, but there's a bit of a push at the moment to have us do a live, but we haven't. We're only 3 episodes in, so they've got to give us a bit of a go. Octo's shaking his head. What's the matter?
We can't do lives. We're too good looking for that.
You can, mate. You can do a live show. Come on, you've got to manage the live chat. That's a true person when you can manage the live chat. Ask Chris. Chris has been doing it for years.
I was going to say, you can't even do it with hands. Look what I've got.
Yeah,
how am I going to manage the live chat with this?
Yeah, that's your excuse.
I'm going to need a handler just to read the comments for me.
I think that would be the thing. We would need it. We need someone to read the comments for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I need that. I need that today a bit. I think I need to get an administrator to basically read out the chat. I feel like I'm ignoring people.
What time is it over there?
It's 12:15 lunchtime.
Oh,
so we're 2 hours 16 minutes in so far.
Yeah. So what is it now? It's 9:16 here in the night time.
I'll give him to 1400 and he fails.
Give him some encouragement, Octo.
That is encouragement. I was going to say 130.
No, we're going to hit the 200 today. That's let's say today in the 24 hours. I want to do 200. I think the listing might be a bit slower than I envisaged because I'm still learning the clothing, but I feel I know enough where I can just storm through it, and then I think afterwards I'll have learned so much more that in the future it's going to make life easier as well. So that's the plan. That's my thought anyway. But ask me tomorrow on Mel's call how it went, and I'll tell you. I hate eBay again.
Yeah. So when you did this last time, you wouldn't have been doing just the clothing either, would you?
No, I was doing everything at that point. So I'd done 140 items last time. Finished with about 3 hours to spare, I think it was, and then the last 3 hours it was more just the social thing. Although people in the chat were just saying, just list more items. Why are you sitting around? And I was thinking, I'm so done. But yeah, I think the clothing side for me, doing the same process over and over and over is going to be much quicker. But the trouble is with the live. I say the trouble is the reason I do the lives is for this because doing this on your own for 24 hours is soul destroying. But I think if you can actually have people,
it's a bit like being next to Octo a lot. That's soul destroying.
Yeah, soul destroying. Exactly. Oh, let's see. I need to upgrade. Hold on.
I'm going to drag you back to the nursing home, Leanne.
Yeah, well, it's a bit past my bedtime, so I better go and get them to give me my night meds and get myself tucked into bed, I think.
No, you're good. Well, thank you.
Hopefully
for
they put a pillow over you this time.
Oh,
what was that?
Hopefully they put a pillow over you this time.
Oh, no, that's enough of that. That is enough of that. All right, boys and girls. Well, I hope you do really, really well. And, I'll see you next time.
Thank you for popping in.
No worries. Okay, bye.
All the best, James. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'll join in the call, so I'll speak to you tomorrow. See ya.
All right, see you, mate. Bye.
Bye, mate. I thought I upgraded so we can get more people in. It's saying someone's waiting backstage, but let's have a look. Let me see if I can get them in now. Oh, what does 10 allow? 12 backstage. Luke, have you finished all your photos then?
Yeah, I done them. Took me hour and 20 to do 40.
That's unreal, mate. Did you find it quicker by kind of being in somewhere focusing, or do you find the background noise a distraction?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not speaking much. I'm just like,
no, you're good. You're good.
Trying to crack them out as soon as I can. But yeah, when I bought this little timer, like what I was telling you yesterday, the little countdown thing. Oh my god, it just changed everything. Like I'll just set it to like an hour and a half or something like that, and then just put the phone to the side completely, and then just solely just do that task. And then when you've got that timer like counting down in front of you, oh my god, so good.
That's an Alex Hormozi recommendation, isn't it?
Yeah, as soon as he said it, I bought it straight away, and I was like, "Yep, let's do it." Then tried it yesterday, and it was just like, it was so fast.
I guess it kind of just makes you think about time a bit more, doesn't it? It kind of makes you realise how much time you actually waste. I mean, I know I waste so much time when I'm listening. I stop and take breaks and scroll Instagram and do the rest of it, you know.
Yeah, I'm a big one for wasting time anyway, but then when you actually see it physically counting in front of you, that terrifies me.
You just need you need something to like blow up if you do something wrong in that time or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Like Mission Impossible. We got a new member of the crew, Husties. Hello, hello.
Hi, you all right?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
Thought I'd pop in for a little while.
Yeah, come and join the
good,
madness of a listening stream. Yeah, all good, mate. All good.
I've got loads to do. I need to kick up the arse.
What are you listing today?
Just mainly clothing. I've got everything to list. I'm an everything seller, so.
But you're mainly doing the clothing bits.
Yeah, mainly clothing. Yeah.
Cool.
First one was this, James. That I know you're busy.
Hold on a second. Let me just. No, that's right. You're good. Show me again.
Remember Lost?
No, let me pin you. 2 seconds, mate. Stay there.
Yeah.
I nearly kicked you out there. Hold on. Oh, it's not letting me spotlight you for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I can see it. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Solo layout. There we are. That's nice.
There we go. Oh, camera was shocking. Yeah.
Nice.
It's a Hanes one though. I don't know how much it's worth, but
the Hanes tags I always look out for. Yeah. Should be all right. Nice.
Yeah, hopefully. It's only £1.
Can't go wrong at £1 for a Hanes. Yeah, Secret Carper there. Chris is the master of lives, absolutely. Mr. Consistent when it comes to lives, that's for sure.
Consistently crap, you mean?
No, I didn't mean that, Chris, but that's on you. Now, your lives are always you make your lives interactive. That's what's really good. You do the duck race and you have other games. I joined in the other night where you were saying, what's the weight of this item? You know, a lot of people aren't doing that kind of thing in their lives because otherwise it's just the same stuff, including myself when I say other people, of what's been going on with eBay, how sales been, what's happening. So you guys make it interactive, which is why I think your lives do really well.
We try to just have like a loose subject each week, and then after that we just interact with people and do the games and stuff.
No, they're
because
good.
otherwise, like you say, it gets a bit of overload, doesn't it? I mean, there's only so many subjects you can think of. I mean, I have like a list in my book, like of ideas, subjects for shows, and I slowly work my way through.
Yeah, it is hard though, isn't it? I mean, even for making videos, there's only so much we can do, and you can just think about all these ideas, but getting around to it all, you know what it's like. It's so hard to get around to all these ideas you've got going on in your head. So.
The problem on YouTube at the minute, if you're not doing boot sale videos, your views are just tanked. So it's like you kind of lean away from like I used to do a lot. I mean, we're in the middle of moving at the minute, as you can see, so I'm not doing a normal schedule of videos, but you know, you just put out a video like of you in your stock room chatting and talking about a subject or something, and it just don't get the same number of views, so you kind of lean away from it.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, my video I done with the football shirt haul the other day, if I would have picked them up from a car boot sale, that video does 5 times the numbers it done, because people want to see you in the field grabbing the items, but because it was from someone else and you just kind of show what you brought, people don't really want to watch that as much. You're right. It's the car boot sale videos which people love watching. I mean, I love watching them. So you've got to kind of think about what you enjoy watching as well. So,
I mean, when I look at my my like viewing stats and stuff, even the car boot videos, right? You tend to get a fairly consistent like level of viewing during the boot sale footage. Then the minute you've done and you go and show what you've picked up, how much it's worth,
it just drops.
People just turn off at that point.
Yeah, you're kind of best off just basically ending the car boot sale video with literally you saying thanks for watching and then cut the clip. Because otherwise, if you put it back on yourself and you're back home doing a haul, like you know what it's like. You can look at the algorithm, you can see that's when most of the people. I mean, I sometimes have half drop off at that point when I'm kind of back in the van and I turn around and say, "Well, there we are. That's the boot sale done." The numbers just go.
I don't understand it really, because when I watch them, I mean, this is just a generalization. Obviously, there's lots of people who watch the whole video, but when I watch them, I like to sort of see actually how much is that worth, you know. But it seems to be that a lot of people just drop off as soon as the boot sale footage is done, and I don't understand it. So I'm trying to think of other ways to present that, maybe a little bit better.
Do you guys have statistics on men and women watching your videos?
Yeah.
Is it mostly men?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's mainly men over between 30 and 50. They're the weird kind of a demographic.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because like I don't massively not to be controversial, like I don't massively go and watch boot sale videos. But like I would much rather see like a day in the life and like someone in their like room or their office or like where they work from. And but then all the like people always say how good the boot videos do. What about you, Becca? Becca, are you on speaker? Sorry.
Go on, what was you asking?
Would you like if you was gonna watch like some reseller content on YouTube? Would you rather watch what would your go-to video be?
Hauls.
Yeah, see? Isn't it mad?
That's weird.
So it would be interesting, right? To see like if it was like different content, would you bring in more women?
Here we go. This is my stats for lifetime. That's my stats for lifetime on my channel. Look at my women compared to men.
Oh my god!
That's crazy.
And then you got the ages as well. So I have a lot of people really from the age of sort of 25 right the way up until let me just move down this comment.
Yeah, that looks like my
55,
one.
64. But I was shocked about the amount of men who watch me compared to women. But then there is probably, and I might be speaking out of turn and tell me if I am, there's probably more male resellers.
Yeah.
There's more female clothing resellers.
Yeah, so I think you're right there. I think when I do more clothing on my channel, I think that female part might go up a bit more and the male part might drop.
Yeah, I think Michelle's right. I think
70-30.
Yeah. What, 70 males, 30 women?
Yeah.
Well, you're better looking than me, Chris, so that probably plays a part.
Well, I didn't want to say anything, you know, but
no.
I can't even find mine. I don't know where to look. I never look at this. Here we go.
You got it?
I've got it, yeah. Mine's 80% male.
See?
Yeah, same as yours, James.
But I think you're right, though. I think it's because there are more sort of male resellers for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, it could be that. But if I just put out like a haul video it might get 1,000 views or 2,000 views, but if you put a boot sale video out, you 5, 6, 7, 8,000 views.
There's a few YouTubers that I see, and that's all they do. They don't even say anything. They just literally have the GoPro footage, and then that's it. And they get like 5,000 views on each video. I'm like, how are you doing that?
It is so mad, right? So there's this woman that I follow. She's not a reseller at all. Like it's literally like day in the life and whatever. And she makes like a full-time living from YouTube. And she will do like once a month, she'll do basically a car boot haul video. And it's all stuff she's bought like for herself in quotation marks, because I'm sure a lot of it goes in the bin. And like her channel has literally grown from those kind of videos. But I bet you if you look at her stats, she would be, I reckon, a lot. I don't reckon she has hardly any men watch her.
Yeah, I've
so
got
this video here,
60% male and 37% female.
I have 8% female and 92% male.
Crikey.
I never knew this.
Yeah, this video here, I spent about 4 hours, 4 weeks planning this video, and I was stressing over it, and it only done that. And then I've done a haul about all these football shirts, I've done that. And then in less amount of time, the car boot sale video has done more than both of these combined in like less amount of time. So Chris is right. It goes to show a lot of people want to see us out hunting compared to like what we found. It's really strange. They want to see the hunt, but they don't really care what you find. That's
but that revenue video, that's probably going to be a slow burner. That'll be like in a year's time.
That's an evergreen video.
You know?
Yeah, that's an evergreen
it's
video.
Interesting for all angles, you know.
But
I think it's
ones with quick wins.
I think it's partly what you're marketing your channel as well, because I purely watch YouTube videos for the knowledge. So as soon as the knowledge stops, I couldn't give two tosses if you've got a school run to do, or if you found an item for yourself that you like and you want to keep. I couldn't care less. Like I don't care what you're doing. I just want to know what you've bought, the brands, and what it's worth. So I think if you're marketing it as more of an entertainment channel where you are doing things like day in the life and walking around car boots, I think that's a very, very different audience, and you'll see a different set of statistics on that one.
That's what I've started to do. I've started to do like more vloggy style stuff, but then at the end of like every month I do a kind of like what's sold, and then so it's trying to balance.
Yes, I've only recently like kind of discovered you, George, through you've done a video, didn't you? And it was like about your unit.
Yeah.
That's how I found you, because I'm like, this is interesting.
Yeah, well, it's kind of
there is
business
other
related.
females that might join. So, there's Lucy. Oh, look, she's got loads of women. So is it just that women just relate to women, or what? Like,
yeah, maybe.
Could be that. Yeah. Do you think about when you're out in the field at a boot sale, right? You see all those resellers swarming around a table. How many of them are women?
Yeah, we're too nice.
Is there?
Yeah, you're right. You are spot on. Yeah, look at Fixits. He's less appealing to the females than we are.
Oh, I told my husband to sub to him, fix it, because he literally shows how he fixes stuff. I was like, I ain't got a clue. Like, if I want something fixing, I'm going to tell my husband. So yeah, he's.
I saw quite a lot of comments on from larger people's channels, and they were like American channels as well. But they were getting all these comments from people who were saying, I really enjoy the videos of you out picking or you outsourcing, because the person watching is now ill and they're unable to go outside, or they love to go hunting, and they get the like excitement from the thrill of seeing what's out there, finding new things, but they can't physically go out themselves. So they're almost like living vicariously through you making that video. So they might not be interested in what does it sell for, and that's why they click off. They want to see more of that hunting, more of that kind of footage. And
well, it's more of the non-resellers, isn't it? That's the thing as
exactly.
well. You're going to have non-resellers watching you go to a car boot. Non-resellers don't really care how you list an item on eBay.
Exactly.
That's the difference as well. So
yeah, actually, because I tell you what, I do watch. Not reseller related. People, there's women on YouTube who basically it's like a come shop with me. And it's like what you guys do at the booths, but in shops. And I will watch them just to see what's new in Zara or Primark or like wherever. So I guess it is a similar thing, isn't it?
Well, there's only two reasons that you should make a video on YouTube, and that's it's got to be educational or it's got to be entertaining. If it's neither of them, then you're not going to get anywhere.
Oh shit.
Magic comes if you can combine them together and make some edutainment.
Exactly. But yeah, it's got to have some educational element or some kind of entertainment. Doesn't have to be comedy, but just entertaining.
I've got a little idea for you that I was recommended to sort of hand out. If you are seeing that big drop off halfway through your video, or at that point when you switch over from sourcing to now going through what it is you've got, put a little card pop up in the video for another video of yours that can go straight into more sourcing. So before the person has the opportunity to click off of the video, you're already promoting to them another video of you sourcing, and that way you can put them on your channel and get more views from it.
I mean, you could, I suppose, even flash up your thumbnail for that video as well on that whole screen and say, like, if you want to go and watch more boot sale, go to this one. If not, stick with us for the haul.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, it's better to keep someone it's better to give them what they want rather than keep them there for the whole video for the retention.
Yeah.
And like, I'm trying to find, rather than hope someone wishes to the end, realize where they're watching to and then make adjustments accordingly.
Yeah.
David's saying starting a YouTube soon, getting some good knowledge from you guys, no experience in editing, etc. How hard or easy is it? My thing when it comes to editing, it can be as hard as you want to make it, but you don't have to overthink it, especially when you're just starting out. Keep it quite basic. And YouTube's a great way to learn how to edit. That's how I learned how to edit. So whatever program you choose to use, just go on YouTube and say 10 top tips for using FileMaker, whatever you want to use, and keep it simple. But don't overstress about editing, because your edits will only get better in time anyway. That's my advice anyway. There's other YouTubers in it. Would you agree? Would you disagree?
100% agree. I'd even say see editing as a separate skill. Like, it's required for you to make YouTube content, but it can also be used for other things. So instead of putting yourself under the pressure of your first edit being your first YouTube video, why don't you just film something for the fun of it and then edit that? And it doesn't have to go out to anyone. You can just show it to a friend or show it to your family. But to actually just get some experience under your belt of how the editing process works, so that you're not overwhelmed when it comes to actually posting that first video.
Just play around with it as well, you know, have fun with it.
I think people worry that they need to know how to edit like a professional to make a successful video, but all I do in my videos is just clip them, make them quick and photos in the corners. That's it. That's literally all I do in my videos, and you know, they're all right. But
well, you were spinning the camera around the other day. I saw you
spinning the camera around.
You were doing this whole intro where you kind of done the little spin on the camera. So yeah,
I was sat on my chair. That's why I was just spinning around.
Yeah, that was it.
But yeah, you don't need to be an expert in editing to do it.
I think as well, like if you're just starting out, we've just talked about it. Just do GoPro footage or like footage of the car boot. Just continually do that. Build up an audience, building up subscribers. Then do haul videos. You don't even need to show your face. I didn't show my face for ages. And then introduce yourself, and then start doing stuff like that.
The truth is, you can overthink it, and you just won't get anything out. That's why a lot of people don't start channels, because they overthink about, oh, it's not going to be good enough, or everyone's going to think it's rubbish. Like people, in a weird way, people like the editing. They like good sound. They like good footage. But really, if you make the odd mistake on what you say or what you do, people don't really pick up on it. So I used to overthink every single one of my edits so much, and it just slowed everything down. So now I don't. I put thought into it, but I don't overthink it, because like I said there, I spent 4 weeks planning that video about the YouTube stuff, and it hasn't performed anywhere near where I wanted to perform. So yeah, just do a quick edit. Don't overthink it. Keep it simple. Try not to use loads of special effects all the time. You know, now and again it's okay, but that'd be my advice. So just do your first video and it'll get better from there.
People like that authenticity too. Like when you do stutter or when you do make a mistake, like that's what binds us all together as people. We all make mistakes all the time. Like no one's ever perfect with it. And like people seem to enjoy the outtakes at the end of my videos for that reason. I keep getting
so funny.
That consistent feedback saying we really enjoy how like authentic you are. Really enjoy you showing the other side of it.
Yeah, leave the bloopers in if you
I
can.
completely looked over. That's all the stuff I was going to delete from the video and be like, nope, that's not good enough. But that's the bit people enjoy the most.
But it's really funny because when you're like talking about something and then you kind of trip up on your words, I do that all the time. So I'm like, it does make me chuckle a little bit. I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you. That's
exactly, yeah. I'm laughing at myself.
Yeah.
It was one of the biggest things
now paying for editors, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I'm a full-time video editor myself.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah,
I'm not editing for anyone's
George,
YouTube
it's a ringer.
George Ross,
promote
John Luke, and a few others. They're all paying editors now.
Yeah, I actually enjoy the editing part. I know a lot of people don't. That's the first thing they like to outsource, but I actually enjoy it. For me, it's like the creative part I can be. And I've got no editing experience, but I just like learning. I like just going on YouTube.
I still edit on my phone using iMovie. That's it.
Yeah, simple.
Every single video. I don't even. I mean, I've got a MacBook. I don't edit on it.
Yeah.
James, you had a super chat, I think.
You find it holds you back?
Oh no, I'm going to pull it up now. Thank you, Westlank Flips. Buy yourself an energy drink. Well, I will. But YouTube take about 99.9% on super chat. That's another thing people don't know on YouTube. Chris, you probably know this as well. They take so much percentage on the super chat. I think it was about
30%. 30%.
Yeah, 30. But yeah, I will. I'll get myself an energy drink. I can't leave the shed though because I'm listening. But I'll have to send the wife out. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You don't have to do that. You know that. But I do appreciate it.
Could Uber Eats it in?
Do you know what? I was thinking a little Costa coffee from Uber Eats in the morning.
Yeah, I was tempted about an hour ago.
Oh, you're thinking today. I'm thinking tomorrow morning. You're thinking right now, lunchtime coffee.
Hell yeah.
Has anyone noticed that on delivery services that you can order something and the person, it will say a woman is delivering it, but then it's actually a man that delivers it?
I never look into it. I just think to myself, what time's the food coming? I just look at the time. Don't care who's dropping it off.
80% of like any orders I've ever made, it says it's a woman and then a man actually turns up. And the picture is like, normally like they've tried to make it as photo enhanced as possible and everything. And they've given them like some really exotic name. And then it's like some bearded guy who turns up. Like, I thought it was a way to try and get more tips. Like if they see that, like, oh, there's a really attractive woman delivering my food, I'm going to give her an extra tip. Like,
no, I've honestly never looked at the name or the sex of the person delivering food.
Have a look at it next time. Like, we might be on.
No, you've ruined it for me. You've ruined it for me, man.
You can't assume anyone's any kind of sex these days, anyway.
Oh no, you've got to be careful with that one.
I had a delivery, a Costa delivery, and he came out and he said, "Oh, here's your vodka," like jokingly, and I'm a pretty gullible person. I went, "Go what?" I went, "No, I ordered a coffee." He went, "No, I'm joking." I was like, "Oh, sorry." He just caught me off guard.
Like,
And I was like, oh.
He's like, "Calm down, mate. I'm allowed to have a joke with you."
Yeah.
I would have took the vodka, to be fair.
You have to like literally explain things to me.
Oh.
Does everybody's eBay now, when they get a sale, does it go ka-ching, ka-ching instead of ka-ching, doo?
Yeah. I think so. I don't get many sales, Michelle, so I couldn't tell you, to be honest.
Mine does. I've got a new phone and mine does.
You get the payment notification ka-ching and the actual sale ka-ching. So but it's like two at once, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it used to be like, didn't it? It used to be ka-ching for the sale and then the hello when they've paid.
Oh.
Yeah. I've got that on my old phone. That happens, but on this new phone, it's ka-ching, ka-ching.
Oh, so it's like an app update.
I think it's an individual to the apps.
Ah.
But I noticed that and I was like, I like the balloon at the end.
Because I still get really excited when I get a ka-ching, ka-ching, and then I remember.
Yeah.
Who doesn't get excited when you get a ka-ching? That's what we're doing it for, aren't we? Let's be honest. We're doing it for the ka-chings.
Unless it's in like a charity shop and you're like, oh, no.
Yeah, shut up. Oh, look, Tommy. Is he gone? Is he? Oh, he's gone.
What?
Just had a little notification because I subbed.
Hey.
Notification that he's got a video called "It's a Big One."
Oh,
I didn't just put that out as well. That's been out for a while.
He's there.
I hope it's not clickbait, Tommy.
It is because it's like big in like capitals, like it's a big.
All right, I'll have to catch up on that one tomorrow.
It's in the video.
Okay, as long as you show it in the video.
I think I actually hide it in that little short because it's a teaser.
Oh. Simon says, back from the shops, ready to list. Well, Simon, get your bum in this live stream and come and list with us and let's have a chat. Because I know you need a bit of accountability. So come on, get your ass in here.
Come on, Simon.
I see Michelle shouting. That'll get him in.
Although me and Simon's taped stayed up last night.
Oh my! I'm calling him out, and he says I'm waiting. I didn't hear the little click. He's here. He's here.
Oh, here he is, Simon!
Little bit rude, I think.
How long have you been waiting for?
Honestly, half an hour.
No, that's all right.
No, I'm joking. 10 minutes.
I didn't hear a little click. Normally I get a little notification noise. We're too busy talking about ka-chings.
So how's everyone getting on? All good?
We are getting there, mate. I should have looked. Actually, I'll look now. I'm going to look at the first number and I can keep an eye on how many I actually do. The easiest thing.
I've just finished my first 25 sets of photographs in an hour and 10 minutes.
Nice.
Well done.
Yes. Going to steam the next 25 items, right?
So I went to the charity shops tonight to get some more stock for like this listing challenge. I picked up one pair of trousers.
All right, you're going to be done soon then.
I think I've got about, I reckon about 80-ish.
Well, you're going to be here all day with me then, my friend.
We will see.
What drink have you got there, Si?
This is, I was going to say like a protein shake.
Oh, yeah.
It's not actually. It's actually a Slim Fast.
I thought you were going to say it's like an Oreo milkshake or something. I was like, oh, it's a bit of me.
It's a blueberry Slim Fast shake. So I'm just
I've just ordered some of that. Is it nice?
It's really nice.
Yeah, I've seen it on Boots and it's only like £7. I was like, oh, I'll have that.
Yeah,
because apparently I've heard, you know, have you seen the Grimace milkshake from McDonald's in America?
No.
Has anyone seen that? It's like a TikTok thing. And it's only available in America, but people say it tastes like the Slim Fast blueberry. So I want to try it.
Are you going to chuck some ice cream in there, George, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to put a blob of vanilla or something.
You've got to put something in there.
I'll put ice into mine.
Need the sugar intake.
I'm all tangled up.
Do you do TikTok as well, George?
Yeah, I'm on TikTok. I'm not really like, hardcore TikTok. I don't do dances or trends or anything. But I did release a video and it got 16,000 views, and I was like, okay.
Is it reseller related or just like?
Yeah, it's mainly reselling, but then I also do like silly stuff as well.
Do you know? I'm not on TikTok, but everything comes across to Instagram. Becky's Bazaar.
Yes, love Becky.
Yeah. So Like, does she make money off TikTok? Because she puts so much effort in, doesn't she?
They sell quick as well.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Sorry, does that Becky's Bazaar, does she make money off TikTok? Like, can you make money off TikTok?
I think you do. I think you get the percentage, like on YouTube, when they say like you need millions on your shorts just to make an income, but just to make like a little bit. It's even worse on TikTok. The main things that you get on TikTok in terms of monetary value, you do get a bit of AdSense, but it's mainly through like sponsorships and collaborations and stuff with brands. But yeah, I think she gets sponsored. She was on National Rail once, so she was going down to the thrift factory in Birmingham the other day, and it was sponsored by National Rail. So she's probably got a big chunk of that, and it's probably on her shorts or on her Instagram, or she's probably done a multi-platform deal with them. I mean, I don't know, you don't know, but she's everywhere. She's fab.
Yeah, but she's not on YouTube though.
No, that's the weird thing, and I've said to her, I said, get on YouTube, you'll be amazing.
Yeah,
but she's in the Manchester area, so I see her all the time. And have I ever seen it? Who did I say? I saw Chaddy Pete once. Like, he went in a charity shop near me and he put it in a video, and I was like, oh,
it's me. Hello.
I see her all the time on her Instagram, and it's like literally, I don't know whether she films it that day and then edits it and then puts it up that day, but yeah, I'm always like one step behind her, and I'm always like, and I've just been there. Well, that's why there's nothing left.
Yeah, she is like really interesting.
She holds seminars as well.
Oh, does she?
Yeah, and she went to the sustainability show, and she was one of the main speakers.
She was big on I don't know if she still does Depop. I'm guessing she does. So that was like how I found her.
Yeah, she does pop-up shops as well.
Yeah, she seems to do really well with them, doesn't she?
Yeah, she goes to like car shows because her background is kind of like, all the checkered flags and stuff. That's like her brand style.
Yeah,
and then she does, like Harley Davidson stuff. She goes to like car shows and stuff and does pop up. So, and then people can like go to a Depop and everything and whatnot on her eBay shop. But yeah, she goes to all the pop up shops. She's in I think she went to the Red Brick Market in Birmingham where Brum Reseller is. Something for everyone.
Yeah, she's fierce. I bet you she gets hers is probably like 90% women. Although she's really pretty though, isn't she? So probably a lot of men watch her as well.
Is that what it's all about for you, Michelle? Looks, yeah.
No, I'm just saying that, like, because she's quite like a gal, like a gal's gal.
Michelle, I know what you're saying. I'm only joking. Don't have to defend yourself, Michelle. Not on here.
She does look like a model.
You don't know, James.
Do I know what? I've seen. Wasn't she on the eBay ad as well? eBay advert. Was I right in thinking I saw her on that, or something to do with eBay, or did she do like trial the eBay live? They tried. I don't know. I'm sure.
I don't know.
I do see it. I'm sure I saw her on an eBay live thing or an eBay pop-up. I don't know. I might be wrong. Might be thinking of someone else.
Loads of people like use her. I guess they get permission from her and like use her footage.
Yeah.
So I see it quite often, and I'm like, oh, what's this? And then it's like not. It's not even her.
It's part of like the platform now. You can just like remix stuff if you want. So like you could take some, unless they turn that setting off, it's automatically turned on. So you can like repurpose people's content, remix stuff. But you can do it, and then it will send like a notification to them saying someone else has used your content. Do you approve it to be used or not? And then you can choose whether to accept it or not. But you can do the same thing on like TikTok, where it would be like a split screen, or you do like a green screen effect and have someone else's footage on your on the one that you're making, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, you can get paid with TikTok, but they operate in like a different way. So like with YouTube, we're mainly incentivized with the AdSense side of it. So you're trying to get monetized, so you can put adverts on your videos. Whereas on TikTok, they have like a select creator fund. You have to sort of climb the ladder to become one of the top creators on the platform to then get access to this creator fund. So like every year they have a certain amount of fund which they allocate to the top creators of TikTok. But then there is like much smaller percentages of like bonus payments for adverts, and you're much more incentivized to start a TikTok shop and start selling there. I was wondering if anyone had any experience with starting that or trying that, because it seems like a direct competitor to Poshmark and whatnot. But I haven't seen too many resellers on TikTok utilizing the shop, more so like official companies or official brands.
Honestly, I don't have the audience, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm the same. I think you need a huge audience to do like a TikTok shop, because do you know what? They keep popping up, and I was watching the other day. Have you ever seen them people who sell like sweets on TikTok shops?
Yeah.
They go like all day. I'm sure every time I like scroll, it comes up, and it's like either they're trying to tempt me into buy some sweets. But I was thinking the other day, when I go through these weird things, I was speaking to Luke, who was in earlier, and I said, Luke, hear me out here. I'm thinking about adding another arm onto the business. And he went, what? And I went, what about I done like a TikTok shop selling sweets? And he was like, James, just go back to listing items on eBay. Like, what are you even thinking about? You need like all this hygiene ratings and all this stuff. But I was thinking, how much money do you think they make? They must be making a fair wedge of money doing that.
Well, they did that. I put out a video on TikTok about me like jokingly breaking my diet, and literally within seconds, I had one of their TikTok shops in my face. I was like, "Oh my god, they know me!"
Like, buy some sweets.
Yeah, pretty much. But they had like those buckets, and it was all like, what was it? It was like pick and mix, and he was like scooping up loads of stuff and throwing it in. And it said, "This is only 30 quid," and it's like, "Oh my god, huge!" But yeah, they sell pretty hard then.
The best one I saw was some guy was doing a purely online digital to physical arcade. So he's got like a storage unit that he's put loads of arcade machines in. And instead of you having to be there and control it with the sticks, you can do it through like your keyboard on your computer. So you pay like the £1 token to use the machine. And then you get to see yourself on the live stream, like trying to win the prize on the arcade.
That's so good. Have you seen the racing things? The person on the treadmill where he does all the racing?
Yeah. You
That
can like
is so good.
Who's gonna win?
I'm literally like, I'm watching it and I'm like, I'm literally wasting my life watching a treadmill go around. I think he had Oppenheimer, like loads of these little cars, and one was Oppenheimer and Barbie. And he was like racing them all. It was dead funny. I'm sad though. I'm very easily amused.
I used to love the when people would set up a Hot Wheels track all through their house and then put a GoPro on a car and send it down the track, and you'd watch it go on some epic adventure around their house. They seem to just blow up and get millions of views as well.
What did we do with without all these shite videos?
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously, you go down a rabbit hole, don't you, with them?
Oh yeah, easily.
It's just nonsense, though. Absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
I even got to the point. Here's one. I was
well.
watching on YouTube. I even got to the point of thinking about starting a second YouTube channel. I parked this idea for now. I was going to stick a GoPro on my cat and have it film its adventures throughout the day. And I was watching cats with GoPro videos, and they absolutely bang. Them videos of cats just wandering around like adventuring. So I was like, maybe I'll get a harness for the cat. Maybe I'll stick a GoPro on the cat. And then I thought, no, like it's hard enough to run one channel, let alone doing another one.
I would so want that.
I know, see, people do. I watched it for about an hour and I was like, what am I doing with my life?
Yeah.
All these ideas now. Someone's going to watch this and launch a cat with GoPro's channel and make like millions. And I'm going to be kicking myself.
Well, I nearly started one with time-lapsing videos because I saw they were trending at one point. And I was thinking I could just set up a camera in my cupboard with like an experiment and just leave things to decompose, basically. Or to grow, like put an apple in there and see how long it takes to decompose. It might take like a week or so, and then you just speed up the live stream into like a 10-minute video. But I got
it's
hooked
strange what
into
people
watching them.
watch, don't they? Like people watch it though.
Yeah, it gets millions of views consistently.
They are also on all over YouTube Kids. My 4-year-old sits and watches videos of ice lollies melting. That might
It's the
take something
definition
back
of-
at times.
It's like the definition of watching paint dry, isn't it?
Yeah. But you're paying someone to do it.
Does anyone in here have kids? Because like YouTube Kids is a whole other wild world.
I do.
No.
Do you know who Cookie Swelsey is?
I'm sleeping right now.
Oh,
When she wakes up, I'll be going to get her. Well, I'll be leaving the stream.
she's a bit young then, I guess, if she's asleep now for YouTube
11
Kids.
months.
Yeah.
Cute.
Well, you're good at all. Like there's a channel on YouTube Kids called Cookie Swelsey, and it's obviously an adult woman, and she just plays with toys. She must earn so much money.
What?
My favourite thing that my son used to watch is people opening Kinder eggs.
Yeah.
Opportunity is everywhere, guys. Like, if you want to start a channel, it doesn't have to be about reselling.
Yeah,
You could be into tying shoelaces or making Scoobies. People
These
watch
YouTubers,
if you make it.
We've got on that Miss Rachel. Do you know Miss Rachel? The kids, like she's in America, just does kids YouTube videos. They're like an hour long for each video, and obviously she's got all the ads running through all that. But the kids just love it. Like even mine, as soon as she hears her voice come up on YouTube, she's obsessed with it and turns her head and starts smiling and everything. And it's amazing. But she's multi-millionaire, huge channel.
Is Ryan's World still a big thing?
I was about to talk about
Yeah.
Ryan's World. That was a huge thing, wasn't it?
Oh, I spent a
Do you see how much
fortune
he's
on
pulling
that.
in?
His voice was so annoying. How much was he making, Georgie?
Oh, it's something like I think at one point it was like 80 million, wasn't it? In a year, and that's just on AdSense.
We're in the wrong game here doing
We're in the
our
wrong
wholesale
game.
videos. You know.
Because they brought out loads of toys and merchandise, didn't they, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they
But
were-
yeah, he got sent it by because he started building up like a following. Companies were sending him prototype toys to play with, and they were going like viral. It's insane.
John saying my daughter speaks more American than English because of YouTube. Yeah, Minecraft videos, they're another one.
Yeah.
Kids watch them for hours.
How about watching a Fortnite video whilst you're playing Fortnite?
Oh, see, I've done that. I've actually done that.
So that I can not only hear my own child screaming at the Xbox, I can hear somebody else screaming at their Xbox. It's great fun.
Morning, Jack. You all right? Or
I'm doing
afternoon,
all right.
should I say. Afternoon. Yeah, all good.
Yeah.
mate.
It's been rush all morning today.
What you got going on today?
Yeah.
I went
Gaming
to.
listings?
Oh, right.
Yeah, I've got a load of stuff that Jess JJ in the chat gave me that I've got to work through, so I'm just slowly going through that box by box.
Nice. Well, welcome to the Madhouse. Come and listen to us talk about Ryan's World.
I'm familiar with that name. 'Cause
Yeah,
I've
you got a
kid
little
as
one,
well.
haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah, 4-year-old. Just she's at nursery now, so.
Yeah, YouTube's the thing. They watch more YouTube.
My 9-year-old says garbage. Puts the garbage in the trash can.
Yeah.
And he walks down the sidewalk.
Anyone aware of the brand Scotch and Soda? That's a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any good?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the shirts are pretty nice.
Is it
I've got
men's?
I've got a fleecy zip top thing. This webcam, sorry guys, it lights so bad. When I list, it'll be a lot better. But it's got that down the side of it. I tell you what, this will help. Let me switch on this a second. Little pause. Whoa. There we are. You might be able to
Yeah, it's
see
a
it a bit more
Dutch
now.
brand.
But yeah, it's a men's large by the looks of it. So I've never sold that brand before, so I don't know if it's really good.
Scotch's holders, all right.
What are we talking, Si? What are we talking?
What's the material? What's it made of?
I haven't got that far yet. Hold on. It's made of polyester, 100%.
20 quid, 19,995.
All right.
I've got a pair of Scotsman solder trousers, women's though, and they went for £33.50, and they went on GSP, so they paid like 50 quid for them. That's women's though.
Fair enough. We'll give it a go. It's not the retirement fund I was hoping for, but it's another one.
So where have you got it from, James, considering you don't know, like you've obviously not hand-picked that from somewhere, have you?
No, so I made a reselling friend stroke contact off the back of my YouTube videos, and he was local to me. And beforehand, I brought a big bundle of stuff from him of an everything side. And then he's getting out of reselling completely because he's going back to what he calls a real job. He's just done a promotion. So he had about 200 items of clothes. Well, it was about 160 items, but then he chucks in like a big carrier bag full of stuff as well. And that's basically most of the stuff I'm listing today. And I paid £200 for the whole lot. So it worked out, I think, like £1.20 an item. But there's brands I do know, like Berghaus is in there. I'll go through some stuff later when I get to it, but it's all good brands. But then there's some random stuff like this that I don't know. But he hand-picked all these, so it wasn't from like a kilo bundle we got, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So, I kind of went off the back of when he sold me the everything stuff. Like, he's got a really good eye. So, yeah, I'll let you know at the end of the stream whether it was any good, whether it was a good pickup. Because I've not even looked at it. I've literally just got out of the bags they were in and folded them up and then put them on my shelves, and that's what I've done.
James, I know you like this brand.
What you got? Oh, yeah.
Ring Garden one, isn't it?
That little gilet.
Mate, hear this one, yeah? A jacket at a weekend at the car boot. Walked past her. I went, "Oh, how much is your jacket?" And she was like, £3.
Yeah.
Jay Lindenberg. I was like, "Yes, please." About to put it in the trolley. She went, "Oh no, sorry, not that one. That's 40." I went to her. Well, that price escalated quickly, didn't it? And she was like, "I'll tell you what, because I made a mistake, I'll do it for 38." And I was like, "No, I'm right."
Not quite as good as my Showful one from yesterday.
Oh, Showful. Is it listed yet, Simon?
Well, I thought it was actually like up for £20.
And how much was it?
120.
Oh, it's nearly lunchtime, everyone.
Do we order Greg's? That is the question.
What? Are you talking about a group Greg's order?
I mean, we could do and split it.
And then what we can do, we can also compare the pictures of the people who said they're going to deliver to Greg's and actually see whether it's them. You've ruined my Deliveroo orders now, because now I'm just going to be obsessed with the person.
There's something going on, I'm telling you.
Got myself a healthy salad for lunch. All right, let me just catch up on the chat. We've got 82 people watching us work, which blows my mind. Let's have a look here.
I like this though. It shows it's not all the glitz and glamour of just finding everything and making money. It's like, you've got to put the time in to make it and clean it and list it.
Yeah, that's the truth of it. It kind of shows that for what you see on YouTube, sometimes we'll only show you all the good bits, but this is the real life of it. It's not as fun as it looks at times. But it's still fun. We wouldn't change it. That's why we're all here.
Yeah, exactly.
It's better than going to work for someone else and then telling you what time you can have lunch, you know?
Anybody ever ordered from British used clothing before now?
No, I haven't ordered off any of them places. Have you ordered then, Chris, or are you thinking?
Yeah, I just got this parcel around today. I ordered 10 kilos of trainers for 100 quid delivered. So we'll see what it is.
Are you going to do a video on it?
Might do.
Yeah. A bit of an opening video.
I've never ordered wholesale trainers before, so we'll see.
With different stuff. Went through that. Some's going in the bin.
Hold on, let me mute Michelle.
Some good.
There, I've got. Yeah, that'd be good to do a video, especially if it's like a new company that not a lot of people know of as well.
They're not new, but I think traditionally British used clothing, they used to do big job lots, you know, like container loads and multiple bales and stuff.
Yeah.
But they're going into smaller, like reseller bundles now rather than the big job lots and containers. So I thought I'd give them a go.
Yeah. Yeah, let us know. I always like watching your videos on that when you get a wholesale bundle to see whether it's any good.
Yeah. Just a roll of the dice.
That's all it is, yeah.
I mean, 10 kilos of trainers, what's that going to be? How many trainer pairs can you get in a kilo? What, 2 pairs?
2 pairs, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be like 20 pairs of trainers for 100 quid. So that's 5 quid a pair.
No, I guess even if you can sell them for £25 upwards, you know, all the stock comes to you, so you haven't had to go to a car boot and source it. So that's what I'll be looking at. I'll be kind of saying on average, if I can get £25 plus a pair, it's worth doing. But then, yeah, it's another way though. That's the thing, isn't it, Chris? It's just another way of sourcing on top of everything else you do as well, which is good.
Yeah.
But it's opening up other doors.
Ways, especially when winter comes, you've got to have other ways to get stock. Secret Carper was just asking me there if any more trips to Trainer Lady. No, we've done the Trainer Lady.
You brought her all out.
Everything. I'm working through some trainers from her today, actually, Carper. So yeah, I've got a box full here that I haven't listed yet.
Mate, that's always great when you go to one place and you make a contact like that and it turns into multiple deals.
Multiple lots.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, John Luke might have gone back for more because she did have a few bits left, but not a lot. But I don't know if he's gone back for more or not.
So what's the car boots like down in Wales, Chris? Much different to here, or?
Very similar in it. You know, I think the pricing's very similar because somebody asked me, you know, is there any difference in pricing between North and South? And I don't think there is. No, it's much the same, really. Not really much different. I'm just trying to I'm trying to test a few of the local ones out and then I'll settle on a couple that I like to go to, I expect.
Yeah, you'll find your regulars where you enjoy.
Yeah. I've got two pretty much right on my doorstep. There's Tear Prints in Towin, which is less than a mile away from me here. And then there's Real Car Boot, which is about maybe about 2 or 3 miles drive.
Yeah, it's nice if you can find a couple local to you, and then, as you say, you'll pick and choose the ones where you feel like it's worth going to, and
yeah,
the ones where it's not. It's just exploring a new area, isn't it? But you're right; it's all the same. You can do. That's the joy of reselling. You can move anywhere in the UK and still do reselling.
Yeah,
So,
that's it. You can move anywhere and do it.
Well, not just UK. You can go live in America and still do it.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Belle won't do it though.
What? Move to America?
Nah, she wouldn't do it. Florida would be the dream for me. I'd love it. I'd love to live there.
Oh, yeah.
For coming to some money, I'm definitely getting a second home in Florida.
Yeah, just leave Belle there and she can do the shipping and stuff, and you can just go to the second home for a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Don't tell her I said that. Tango 2 Pints says, just skied off work to watch. This is great seeing you guys now photoing board games. Georgie looks so chilled out. He's always chilled out. I've never seen him flustered.
Oh, you haven't seen me on a Sunday.
What, at a car boot?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like I look really scary because I'm a big guy and I'm like, okay, when I get going. I've got to remember, I'm actually speaking to actual humans.
Yeah, now Tonks is saying about a wholesaler that sells trainers of £66 for 20 kg. But it could be anything like George, Nike. Yeah, you're always going to get that with any bundle. You're going to get some wastage of stuff that it's not worth your time to list. Like this Nike jumper is one of them. It's got bleach on the arms. I'm not listing it. That's a return waiting to happen. How come the lady had so many trainers and all new? She did say in your video, didn't she, Chris? She sort of said, wasn't she a collector? Is that right?
Collector / hoarder.
Yeah.
She kind of, what happened was, she had somebody a close family member pass away a few years ago, and from what I can gather, she inherited quite a bit of money, didn't know what to do with it, and ended up sort of buying to try and sort of, have something to do and to distract her. And she was buying like 3 to 4 pairs of trainers a week. Like mail order mainly, and just basically putting them in storage and saving them, and she just became a real big hoarder, addicted to buying, and then she needed to move house, so she kind of decided enough was enough and wanted to get rid of it all. But
that's what you want.
A lot of stuff, a lot of the items that I bought, even now I'll open a pair of trainers to list it, and it'll have a delivery note in there with her name on it, her address, so it kind of eases any fears that anything is stolen. It eases any fears that anything is fake. Yeah. And because a lot of people immediately jumped on those videos saying it's all fake, it's all this, it's all that. But what you don't see on those videos when you do a deal like that, you don't see the private conversations I was having with her and her friend, the guy. Yeah. And I've been a police officer for 13 years. You think I'm just going to walk into someone's house and just buy a load of stuff that I think is nicked? I literally sat down, and it was like the Spanish Inquisition. Where have you got these from? Why are you selling them all? 100 questions before we did any deal on that.
Yeah.
You know, I
that's
was
not
not
thing,
gonna,
Chris. You're right. You don't see that on YouTube.
was
Like,
not
we
gonna
don't put the
risk
full
any of that.
conversation on. Yeah. And also on the flip side, I think to myself, if they were fake, she would have done the deal with you there and then in the hall. But there's no way she would have invited you over to her house.
No. She
That's
wouldn't have
another
had
thing.
me
You're not
in
going to have
the
someone in your house. Yeah.
No,
You're just
definitely
selling
not.
fake trainers.
Yeah,
You're doing it in a
just
car.
one of them things. We just struck lucky with it. You know, we had a conversation with the seller, and you know, we just got very, very lucky that she was willing to sell. Sometimes you get lucky like that.
There we are, Tommy. Pete's just subbed to you as well. We're trying to get Tommy to 500 subs today. So fingers crossed. Tonk saying James list the bleached top as workwear. Yeah, to be fair, I've chucked it on the floor now, but you're right. I might list it. It's a vintage Nike. It's a vintage Nike jumper, but it's got some bleach stains on the arms. But you're right. I might just list it for a $5 as cheap, and then someone will snap it up for workwear. What a great idea! Thank you, Tonks. I'm back. I asked about editing earlier. Is there any particular apps anyone feels best for editing on Android phones? I can't comment because I've got an iPhone. I personally edit on PC, but does anyone know of any apps on Android when it comes to editing for YouTube or?
Oh, I've got one that I use for my shorts. It's really good. UCut. That's a good one. And CapCut. That's a good one for TikTok.
I've heard about CapCut, but UCut is another
CapCut,
one.
they do a lot of. They've got a lot of. It's basically like a template for you, and they've got it all kind of. There's hundreds and hundreds of them, but that's great for TikTok. UCut's good, but it's free. But they do have like a pro version, which is like $15.99 for life. So you pay $15.99, and it's or it's $6.99 for the pro version every year. But yeah, UCut's a good one for your Android phone. But CapCut definitely.
I'm going to dip out, but I'll come back on a bit later, James.
No worries, mate. Thanks for coming in, Chris. Have a good day.
You too. See you guys.
See you,
guys.
See you later.
Okay.
Good to see you, bud. Catch you later.
J. Raj Flips is in. Good morning, guys. My day is just getting started here, 6 a.m. Welcome. Let me just have a look here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, CapCut's been mentioned again. You're getting told off, Jack. Jack, you are supposed to be in the group chat right now. Jess is saying so.
Oh, they're talking about John Luke's official eBay video. He just released on his channel that when eBay went round to his house and recorded the video, he's put it on his YouTube channel.
I'll have to watch that later. I say later on. It'll be tomorrow now, but let's have a look.
Yeah, I saw John Luke in the local newspaper.
In the paper.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I've seen a few people in the paper. Actually.
It's good that they're like kind of recognising it, reselling now as like a proper job. Because I think beforehand, everyone used to think, oh, it's just a hobby thing people done, you know?
Yeah. You get a lot of like knee-jerk reactions though, like, oh, we shouldn't be buying from charity shops. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, my friend Andy's saying, James, you're supposed to be in a group chat too. I've looked at my WhatsApp here and I've got 64 notifications. I'm not reading all them. If there's anything important, just at me in the group chat because I can't be asking you lot today to read all them messages. A Reseller's Blueprint. Hi, everyone. I'm just popping and say hello. I'll be on tonight, mate. Should be around 7:30ish. Well, I'm not going anywhere. So, yeah, please keep me company. Sarah been ready to pop on since 10ish, but too shy. Keeps finding excuses. Just come and join us. It doesn't matter if you're shy. It doesn't matter if you don't want to talk. Just come on, talk to us. We're not scary. Well, I am a little bit, and George is. You can see him at the car booth. Yeah, rookie numbers. He ain't wrong.
Coffee should have got.
Oh, if I'm going to get a coffee today, it's definitely an iced coffee because these lights are bloody hot. I'm getting a caramel iced latte. There we are. That's what I'm doing.
See, I've got some caramel iced latte in the fridge, but I want one from Costa.
Well, I might do a delivery order on Costa later on anyway. I've kind of convinced myself now. It's so expensive. It costs more for the delivery than it does for the actual coffee. But
yeah.
I'm regretting my life choices right now. I'm trying to build a rack.
Why?
Me, Jamie.
Just randomly.
Why are you building a rack now? Oh, right. Okay.
I've run out. So I've just filled it. I've just filled an inventory box, but I'm like, I haven't actually got anywhere to put it. So it's like, do I just keep on going and then just have loads of inventory boxes on the floor, or build a rack?
Well, I would say two things, Michelle. Either one or two things happening. You're working too hard, which is a good thing, or you're not selling quick enough, so get selling quicker. And I'm going to go with the working too hard. So, yeah.
I'm nearly back at the corner.
Build that rack now. Get it done.
Oh, my God. Right. Is there people waiting to come in, James? Or are we all right?
No, if you want to dip out, don't look for other people to be your excuse. No one's waiting. You're all
No,
good.
because I'm going to mute myself and build a rack, so if there's people waiting, I'm going to let them in.
No,
this might be entertaining, you know?
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch. I might even pin you at points to see you trying to do it. I tell you now, building a rack on your own is hard work. Yes, an iced macchiato, Georgie. That's another option.
Ah, yeah. Thanks, Kath. I might get that.
I think that's something cold today for me.
Iced caramel macchiato.
Ooh.
What's the ones where they put all the cream on? Oh yeah, what's that you got?
That's like a frappe.
Burberry London.
Oh, Burberry.
Oh, nice.
I've seen the long sleeve sell for $180 with an offer accepted. And I don't know about the short sleeve. I haven't seen any sold of it, but there's other listings of like $150.
Burberry scares me. I never know whether it's legit.
I've triple checked it and it's definitely legit. Well, from my eyes, it's legit. But
yeah,
I was questioning this logo because it's a little bit. It feels classic, but apparently that's what they were trying to go for. I don't know.
Oh.
Let's have a look at it.
Yeah,
let's have a look at the logo.
She knows what she's doing.
So, like the label here looks decent.
Let me pin you. There we are.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
But is this actual like? Where is it here? Where it's almost like plasticky in a way.
Is it raised?
Yeah.
Yeah. But is it like attached really well?
Yeah.
What about the care label?
Yeah, what about the wash tags?
Does it have like a QR code?
Oh, I can't figure out this camera. I keep going backwards.
Just mind your fingers off the stitching.
Yeah, that looks right to me.
Yeah, it does to me. Yeah. I would be saying that's legit.
It's so hard though with good fakes, but yeah, I'd say that's legit. They make it in
Here we go.
Turkey, so that'd be right.
Show the back of the white label. There should be a code. I'm invested.
This code down here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, you've got quite a bit of people in here saying it looks okay. So
says made in Turkey. Also, well, there's potentially a triple-digit item.
And now all we need is 500 subscribers.
So we can give that T-shirt away.
Oh, is that what's happening? If he gets to 500, he's going to give it away. Right, we've heard it. Stick around. He's going to get up to about 495 subscribers now, and he's going to put out a video just slating everyone. Like, I hate everyone who watches my videos. Just so he loses people. Right. I'm going to quickly go and grab my lunch. As in quickly, I'll be back in literally 20 seconds. So, Georgie, you're in charge again, yeah? Keep an eye on it.
Not Amy Scurry.
Right, now that he's gone.
Yeah, I've still got you in the ear.
Oh, God.
I'm not that brave to leave my thing here. Someone's just come in. Let me just add him in. Sarah has finally arrived.
Here she is.
I'll be back in a sec. Sarah has finally
Quick, drop loads of F-bombs while he's gone.
Hi.
Destroy his channel.
The link in the channel.
I don't think it's working.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay.
Hi, you're okay.
Yeah, I didn't think it was working. You couldn't see it on my screen, so I thought it was going. That's not working. How are you?
Bad.
I'm okay. I can see now. I wish I could.
Are you still making your way through those bales?
Yeah, I managed to find 95 sacks that are in the sheds, and I've got 3 in the living room. So,
oh my
get my phone. That's a bloody nightmare. I was trying to stand, but it just takes so long.
When do you think you'll be done with them? Are you going to order some more after you've done them?
No, not if I can help it. It's just too much work. A lot of the stuff's just too damaged and stuff like that. I don't think it's worth it. I'd rather just go to the charity shops and stuff. That way you get to choose what you get.
Yeah.
Especially we've got a charity shop that we can get nothing for £1.
Yeah. See, I was toying with the idea of getting one after seeing what you guys have got, but like you say, it's like there's too much like damage and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, should I? Yeah, and that's another thing, like having to wash stuff. But I've been going to the kilo sales, and I've been doing all right on them.
Yeah. There's no place that does like smaller bags that are cheaper that aren't too bad, but just try to get the brands and things like that because you don't get to manufacture.
Yeah.
Might try that. But I think it would be just for another year before I get through all this sort of stuff. Yeah, I know. This game's a nice guidance.
Yeah, go sub to Tonks. I'll put the link in the channel, in the chat.
Thank you.
We've got a new video out today.
Hi, Sarah. Welcome.
Hi.
Well done for not being shy. Not scary, honestly.
Yeah. Not the same as doing videos. You can just make mistakes and
I know.
make them have.
Promise you, we will not judge you with any mistakes you make on here.
Yeah.
I've made loads already, so don't worry about that.
You just need to get James to come on next time, but he's hiding in the living room.
I saw you know the thumbnail from your other video. It says what was it, scammer or crazy wife? I was like, oh, he's cruising for a bruising.
Oh, yeah, the one from Lord. Yeah, I thought he was talking to me when he made that.
I know, yeah. And then I watched it. I was like, oh, it's that.
Yeah. We just trying to think of something different.
Yeah.
Yay! Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Are you still in Spain?
Oh God, yeah.
Is it hot?
It's freaking melting. Honest. I'm sat here with the air conditioning on and there's a fan literally blowing right outside of me. But that's come on because I have been working. I've been to the flea market this morning, pumping with sweat, searching through tables and tables of mountains of clothes.
Nice.
So
what did you get? What did I get?
I got a few good bits actually. Let's have a look. The best find of the holiday has got to be this. Grizzards, like a tunic. Ooh. Right, actually, it's probably a dress for €3, which is about £2.50. It's like probably an £180 dress for £2.50.
Wow.
So, yeah, I've got a few bits. I spent about €15, but I've probably got about 500 quid's worth of stock. So, whew.
Was it a holiday or was it a sourcing trip? As in, did you go there to source, or did you go for holiday and you're like,
no,
I've got to source because I'm a reseller?
It's a holiday.
Nice.
But it's sort of like a flea market sort of like where you can buy all your knockoffs, you know, like all your fake bags and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Loads of like Stone Island fake shorts and t-shirts and every name that you can think of, all the fakes that they have there. But they have these, they call them the Euro men, and they literally have like low tables and they just literally empty bags and bags of clothes on it. It's a bit like a jumbo sale back in the UK, but it's that outdoors. But I'm not joking. I'm not surprised there's not many resellers over here. It's too hot. It's too hot to do the search.
They're having a heat wave over there, aren't they, as well at the moment?
Yeah, the sweat was actually running down my face, into my eyes. Oh, it was awful. So, but I'm happy
when are you
with
back?
what I've got. We fly home Friday night.
Oh, okay. That's nice. Still got some more time then.
So, yeah. No, there's no more flea markets to hit now. I think that's the last one. So, but I have got 38 drafts to work through for when I get back. I'm going to try and get as much as that done so I can just set them live when I come home.
Yeah.
So, but sales haven't been too bad, to be honest. I think I've got about 40 sales to pack when I get back.
What do you do?
So
do you do time away or holiday?
It's on holiday mode. Time away, I think it's classed as, isn't it? People can still buy, but it lets them know that I'm on holiday.
Away. Yeah. That's still a nice number of sales when you're away enjoying yourself, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy with that, to be honest with you. I managed to get my full 12 days scheduled before I went away. So I still had 11 going live every day. I hadn't had that many messages, to be honest with you. I thought I'd have got loads of messages, people saying where's my item. I've only had, I think, 2 messages.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've both been, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realise when I ordered it. No, it's fine. You enjoy your holiday. I'll look forward to it. There's no rush. So no cancellations. So that's good.
Good. People are quite understanding with holidays because they kind of put themselves in a position of, oh yeah, we'll go on holiday, like let the lady relax, you know. So I think people are quite understanding with, if you do measurements, say like, you know, it does say there with the dispatch because I'm on holiday, blah blah blah. I've had it before when I was in New York. People were like really understanding, and like you say, it's like, oh, enjoy your trip, don't worry about it, it's no problem, you know. So
yeah, it's the first time that I've actually gone away and been really organised and had listings scheduled to last. It's been so much more relaxing. I've actually switched off. Not completely, obviously, but I've still been doing my admin every day. But with regards to relaxing, and I've totally been able to have a good relaxing holiday. So
yeah, we weren't. I'll be honest with you, we had no plans to go away. We booked obviously Scotland, but that's more for like the YouTube side for the roadshow. And we land in Scotland on the Friday, and then we fly back on the Sunday evening because Leanne's got work on the Monday. But I am still tempted to try and book somewhere in like November, just to go to like Greece or somewhere for like a week, just have a bit of a cool down, you know, because we haven't been away since like abroad. We haven't been away since New York, and that was it wasn't like a relaxing holiday. It was like an adventure holiday.
Yeah.
So I haven't even discussed this with Leanne.
Sightseeing.
But yeah, thinking about just having a holiday where you can just kind of switch off for a few.
And just chill out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
We're not doing FlipCon then, James.
Not this year, but maybe next year. But again, Simon, like I've told you, and she's watching the live because I went and got my lunch, and she's in the lounge doing a puzzle, watching this live stream. And I told you already, Simon, that is not just one ticket to the US for me, because there's no way she'd let me go to the US without taking her. And she won't come to FlipCon. She'll just go and do shopping or whatever she wants to do.
Maybe we'll take my wife as well, and they can go shopping together.
Well, we've got to have a good year on eBay then to do that, mate. I would love to go. I'm so jealous that Mel's going.
Yeah, James, I'm going to jump out and let somebody else come because they'll be doing
Good to see
work
ya.
and that. So I wanted to pop on
You're
and say
good.
hi, and I hope you all smash it and get lots of stuff done.
See you soon.
I'll speak to you when I'm back.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
See ya. I was going to say, I'm on holiday now, and I've spent the first half of the week sorting out all my eBay stuff just so I can get back on top of it.
Well,
But
it
I
never
plan to spend
stops.
the second half actually doing a bit of chilling out.
Yeah, it never stops as a reseller. Oh, that lunch! I brought I got this morning from Tesco's. I thought I want something quick, so I got a triple grain salad, summer edition. Most blandest thing I've ever tasted. Might have to get this Costa coffee order on soon, I reckon.
I'm going to hop out for a bit shortly, just as my friend has arrived from Wales.
No
so I'll say
worries,
hello
mate.
to him.
You enjoy your time and stuff. But yeah, if you ever want to pop in later on or tomorrow morning, whatever, you know where I am, mate. So enjoy your
Yeah,
time.
no, I'll be back. I'm only halfway through what I got planned to get done, so we'll see the other half through.
All right. No,
I've still got a few shirts to do for now.
Yeah, we're not getting rid of you yet.
So is the next event that we're going to like going to be London?
We got the eBay open, haven't we?
Yeah.
When is that, Simon? Because I haven't even put that in my diary.
I think it's, I want to say sometime in September.
That's what I keep hearing, September. But do you know the date or not?
I've got an email for it. Have you got email confirmation?
Yeah, I will have somewhere. Don't worry about it now. I'll look later on. But yeah, I think that's the next event, I think.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. I've heard the eBay Opens are better than the other one we went to, the Roadshow. I've heard it's a better event.
Hopefully.
I don't know whether to vlog it or just to... do you know what? I probably won't even vlog this time. I'll probably just go and just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Compared to
It might
worrying
be
about getting...
in video if we're at a class, didn't they?
Sorry?
It might make entertaining video if we've had a few drinks.
Yeah, maybe I'll just vlog the evening stuff. Don't worry about the eBay event. The video will be called eBay Open UK, and it will just start at like 7:30 in the pub on the Jaeger.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Sambuca.
I'll do Sambuca. I won't do tequila. That's the one thing I do not touch. Thank you very much.
Oh, I don't touch tequila. It's horrible.
It makes me feel sick.
Yeah, same.
You could call it Resellers Gone Wild. That
with like, and your thumbnail right as everyone like this, that would get so many views.
Yeah, it's a thumbnail. I can't believe these resellers lost the plot.
I was going to ask you, Michelle, to do what you just done again, but actually YouTube might demonetize this video, so just relax, yeah? No, I think that is the next time. Who's going to London one in here? Is anyone else? I know, Michelle, you're coming. Are you going to Manchester, Becca? You're up there, aren't you? Yeah. What about you, Jack? Are you going to it? You're Manchester way, aren't you?
I am, but I don't have time. I'm not going. Yeah. Jess and that are going, I think, so I would have gone, but nah.
I think there's quite a few going to Manchester.
Yeah, probably is.
Yeah.
Sam's going, Emma's going. I can't remember. I know there's been quite a lot of people who are posting about it on Instagram.
I actually am looking forward to like this one. I mean, I look forward to the last one because it was nice meeting people from the group and stuff. But I think this one will gain more. Last time, I remember coming away from that event being like, I feel like we didn't learn anything. Like when they said about GSP and loads of hands went up saying, what's GSP? I'm thinking, like, I just assume everyone knows what global shipping program is. But so many people didn't know. And that guy, bless him, he was getting bombarded with so many questions. But I think this time it's going to be more detailed.
It was quite embarrassing.
But it is for us who know about it. But if you've never heard of it before, it's a brand new thing, isn't it? But I was just a bit like, yeah, I came away not knowing, well, not learning, should I say, anything new. But this one should be good. Oh, who's at a sale?
That's me.
Any good?
Not bad. Oh yeah, I'll take that. Yeah. I was like, what? Yeah. A jacket, £35. That's fine.
Nice.
Trying to remember what I paid for it. I only paid £5. So. Good.
Well, I'm Kate, by the way. I've got highlighted Kate's comment. She's probably gone to lunch now. But 50 pieces done, off to lunch, then listed. Good stuff. Smashing it. Let me just scroll down. Chris is in. Hi, Chris. Who's the old boy? Oh, it's Georgie. Very rude, Christopher. Donna's going to Manchester. Yeah, what happens when I need a toilet break? I'll just go inside the house. No one wants to see that. I set my first listing live today. I am here for the full 24 hours. See who else lasts. Yeah, well, I'll be here for 24. You can always pop in and keep me company at 3 a.m. if you're doing the 24. There we are. Mark's going to Manchester as well. Let me have a look here. There, Jess is going. Hunley's going. Quite a few people are going to Manchester. Are all your listings going live today, or are you filling your draft bank scheduling? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm filling my draft bank's got some in already, but I'm filling out the scheduled stuff. And then someone asked me the other day, it was like, after your live stream, does that mean you're going to take 9 days off? And I was like, absolutely not. I'm not doing all of this to then have 9 days off in a row doing nothing. So I'll probably schedule stuff for Friday, maybe take a bit of a chill down Friday, boot sales at the weekends, and then back to business. That's the plan. But I was tempted to list all of them today at the same time, but I'd rather build up the schedule. Yeah, Simon, this is a funny story for you. See this top here? Status quo.
Oh, yeah. The mighty quo.
Let me just get Sarah back in. I'll tell you about this top, yeah? This is on a Screen Stars tag.
Yeah.
So very good. Good money. Jamie Sully sent this to me on WhatsApp and said, boys, if you see the shirt on Vinted, don't snipe it. The woman's marking it right down for me for £5.
Yeah.
So guess what I done?
Sniped it.
When I sniped it.
Love that.
And then I said, I'm only joking, mate. I'll send it to you. I was only like playing a joking. And he was like, no, it's all right. Just keep it. I was like, okay, cool. Thanks. So thank you, Sully's.
Yeah, that's very good. I've just so you know, James, I've got another job.
Huh?
I've just got myself a part-time job working in a charity shop.
Have you, Ek?
Yep.
Ooh, do you get first tips?
That was exactly like an effect. So I said that I kind of felt that it might be a little bit dodgy with me coming along and actually saying, right, okay, like, is this right? Because I want to buy stuff. And she goes, no, that's fine. Like, I do £2 an item. Right, okay. And yeah, you give her first dibs.
So how many days you working?
Just once a week.
What, for a whole day?
Depends. It's voluntary, so I can do what I want.
You're literally going to turn up there, 9 o'clock, and you're going to go, right, let's see what you've got out of the vacuum pail. Yeah, oh, here's my stock, 10 o'clock. Right, my shift's over. See you later.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing.
I do exactly the same thing.
What, you work in a charity shop, volunteer?
Yeah, I volunteered at my local charity shop, and I don't mind doing an hour here and there when I'm free. And
yeah,
sometimes I've like extended my lunchtime so I can go up there and do a couple hours and then have a pick through stuff before it goes out.
Yeah.
That's a good way to do it.
Well.
Yeah, it does. Like, I find I try not to buy stuff that they're about to put on the shop floor. If anything, I try and, if I'm going to take something home, I try and make sure it's something that they might have handed on to a different shop, or they might have put in their car boot sale pile or something like that. Because I don't really want to like impact their stock flow and come and take a load of it out or anything like that. I'm trying to help them, if anything.
Yeah.
So if I can clear the stuff that isn't selling and still raise some money for charity, that's where the sweet spot is, I find.
I suppose like the shop that I go to, every single item is £2.
No matter what it is?
Nope. They're all £2. So I'm happy to actually buy. I will go in there and buy everything I want.
Yeah.
And she's already said to go, oh yeah, and you get some special like kind of preferential treatment on the price as well.
Staff discount.
Yep.
Yeah, I only try and use discount if I'm buying something for myself. If I'm buying it to resell, I try not to use it.
No,
I feel a bit sneaky doing it.
25 items pictured, off to drop off the parcel and hit the gym. I'll be back later to listen, join the live. We got Retro Shoot Lee joining the live later. That's a promise. It's all recorded, Lee. So yeah, come and join. Come and join. Sean is in. He's saying, hi all you hard workers. Not seen this much trade going on since I walked past the Arches in Charing Cross. And Chop Chop is in, and he's right. Hit the like button. It's free. I don't think he even said that, but he put give a thumbs up. I'm just saying hit the like button. It's free because it is free. And you can like the stream if you're enjoying. All of us lot working. I would say working hard. We're trying to work hard. Or hardly working, one of the two.
Would you list a coat now, or would you wait until closer to winter?
Now.
List it straight away.
I never hold anything back. I've got loads of jackets I'm listing today.
Yeah, no point. You can't the list it, you won't sell it.
Yeah. And people still go to cold countries, you know. People travel and go like skiing holidays and, you know, all that kind of thing. Go to Australia. At the moment, Australia's freezing cold.
Very true.
Yeah.
It's good to know. Like, it's good to hear, because I've gone through different phases of it where I've been like, right, I'm going to save this for Christmas when things might get a bit slower. And I'm also thinking like, oh, it sells for like £10 at the minute, whereas I saw it sell for around 40 to 50 in the winter time. If there's like a valid justification for it, I might hold on to it. But other than that, I'm trying to just get it up and gone.
Yeah, like I know some of the gaming sellers hold some stuff back for Christmas because they know it's a really popular time. Like, for instance, if you were just doing board games, or board games are a big part of your business, then it might make a little bit of sense to hold on to them until mid Q4. But for me, I'm just a case of like, if it's not on eBay or it's not scheduled to go on, it's just doing nothing for you. So
yeah,
get it up.
I hold stuff with gaming related, but it's like it's not like I hold it. It's like I put it to the bottom of the queue. If I run out of other things to list, I'll list them.
Yeah.
But like,
Jack, what kind of things you put? I was gonna say, what kind of items do you hold back? Yeah. Is it like consoles?
Yeah, consoles. Just because they're so bulky and take ages to test. But I've got my dad working for me now, so he's working through them anyways. But
nice.
if I don't have him working for me, I just save them all up for Christmas, and I get twice the price.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I can get them so quickly. I don't mind listing them now, and they're still selling pretty quickly.
You're probably praying for another lockdown of some sort, Jack, aren't you? Do you remember the Wii's during lockdown?
Oh yeah.
You can't get. I'm struggling. I've got 2 Wii's here unlisted that I probably should take down the car boot sale and do both from like a $5 for them both. Because I've got no TV cables and I can't be arsed anymore. But yeah, during lockdown,
barely worth listing anymore now.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. But other consoles are going up in price. PS3s are a lot more expensive than they used to be.
Is that the backwards compatible ones?
Well, any of them, but backwards compatible more than ever. Previously, even around lockdown time, maybe just after lockdown, I was only getting 100 quid, but now I'm getting 150 quid for backwards compatible ones. So, even like standard ones, I'm getting 70 quid for. So,
well, they've gone up in price.
Yeah.
I've got 2 Christmas jumpers to list today.
Yeah, get them. They'll probably sell so quick as well. Won't be long.
Right, guys, I've got to head off for a little while. I've got to do some packing. I'll be back on later.
No worries. Good to see you.
Cheers, Steve. Right, cheers, guys. See you later.
See you, mate.
$70 items photographed so far.
70 items photographed.
Ranging from odds and ends and games to all the clothing that I've been putting off for ages.
Amazing, mate. Well done. See, it's worth it.
Well, it's a really big help with like you guys being so familiar with clothing. It just makes me feel so much more comfortable. Like I was able to ask about the Burberry shirt and stuff, whereas otherwise I just sort of get in my own head and check online and go down rabbit holes, you know?
Yeah, sometimes just having a couple of people you can kind of reach out to on them kind of questions goes a long way, because it just saves you, like you say, that rabbit hole of kind of Googling everything, and it's good. Now, Tonks is saying, Sarah, you're working too slow. Hurry up. Just ignore him.
Feel free to commend it yourself, then, as a blogger.
Yeah, that's what you got to say.
That's what you
AC, AC Global saying does same as you, Jack. Prioritise current seasonal items and put out the season items at the bottom of the pile. Yeah, I think it depends on the category. I think for clothing, especially with GSB, you can sell any item of clothing anytime, really.
Right, I'm going to love you and leave you for a little bit.
Tommy, mate, thanks for popping in. It's been good having you here. And yeah, if you want to pop back later or tomorrow, you're more than welcome.
Thanks for having me in. It's been a pleasure.
And let's get you to 500 still. I want to see the update tomorrow morning that you've hit 500 subs.
Right, catch you all later.
Ciao, mate. Thanks, Alison. Keep us up to date with the timing. 3 hours in.
4 hours.
4 hours in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's music to my ears, to be fair. 20 hours left. That's all I've got.
That's 35 sets of photos done.
In how long?
I'm a bit disappointed.
Oh, come on.
Hour and 6.
Mate, you cannot be disappointed in that.
I was hoping to do an hour. But...
Oh, well, you're 6 minutes over.
Yeah.
No dinner for you tonight.
I've basically been like whittering on at you.
Oh, so you're blaming me like everyone else does. If things don't get done, it's my fault.
I think I deserve a coffee now.
Mate, I should have been going straight to bed last night, yeah? When I dropped off some parcels and stuff. And then I couldn't sleep because I was so interested in what Michelle was talking about.
You were talking to us like on the chat for like ages.
I know. I was like, I need to go to bed, but...
Right, guys, it's a hard 10 o'clock cut-off.
Yeah. He's like, bye-bye.
Yeah, I was like, I need to go to bed. And I was so intrigued. I literally walked down to drop off 2 more parcels. And then I was so intrigued in what Michelle was saying. I got home and I had my headphones and I was like, I can't go to sleep. And then suddenly Kate was talking and then it cut out. I think Tech left. I joined back thinking I can't miss any more. And in the end, I was like, no, I've got to go to sleep. This is stupid.
Who kicked us all out then?
Well, I made Tech host, so I'm going to blame Tech.
Okay.
Oh, I'm getting complacent here. I'm not taking the... I am.
Is Kate in? Kate in the chat?
She was. Yeah, she'd done 50 lots of photos and now she's gone for lunch.
Oh, my God. I thought she won't come on video.
Well, get on her to come back after lunch. Yeah.
Yeah, I messaged her.
Oh, no, look. The chat was brilliant. The chat was brilliant last night. I was up until about 12 and up at 5:30 for work. I think that's Stuart, I want to say.
Oh, yeah. So Stuart, he doesn't talk, does he? Well, he wasn't talking. He was just in the comments.
Yeah. He's a lurker. We call him a lurker.
Yeah.
No, it was a great chat. Honestly, Michelle, I was just listening to you talk about it and I was like, I cannot leave this conversation. Like, don't get me wrong. Honestly, right now, I've got no interest in it. But in the future, like we spoke about last night, I'm not going to give away all the secrets. But yeah, it was just so fascinating listening to you talk about it from a UK perspective. And I was like, okay.
But that's the thing, that there isn't anyone really talking about it. No one. No, I know. You know,
not to that level.
Who's done it? Yeah.
It was so interesting, and I was like, this doesn't have any interest to me personally in my business at the moment. In the future, it's gonna. So I thought, right, let's listen to the experience.
Thinking about growth, but it was. Did you come back in when we got kicked out? And the Americans were
not
on?
for long. Not for long though. I was listening a little bit. I left just after Sally started speaking about property, and then Johnny was talking a bit. That was interesting. And then I think I fell asleep not long after that.
Yeah, like it's mad. And obviously part of me is like, is it just because like things are so different in America? Like you can't really kind of translate them. Or is it just because what they're talking about does exist? We just don't know about it.
Mm-hmm. I think it's more that.
Because like they were talking about like basically like when cities like develop, you know, when the cities grow and they develop outwards and stuff like that.
Yeah. Drop
like,
a pin just outside the city. Yeah, stuff like that. I was like, that is crazy.
Yeah, like does that happen outside of London? I don't know.
Yeah, I would say it's more popular in London for sure.
She would say you'll stick the video on at some point when the washing machine isn't running. Well, come on here, Stuart.
Yeah, come on, Stuart. Come in. Yeah, there we are. Another lurker, fire retro. But lurkers are fine. I know people don't want to come on the stream and stuff and be in a side chat, and that's what makes it as well. I'm a lurker in loads of side chats. He's at work 7 till 7. Hello, you all right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you, Mark. How you doing?
Hello, good, thanks. It's my first stint on YouTube.
Oh, was it? Well, first time coming into a live?
Yeah.
Nice. So go on and introduce yourself. What is it you sell? Where can people, do you have like social media? Talk a little bit about you.
I'm Mark Wall 84, I think, on Instagram. I'm a bit old, I don't do I sell a bit of everything. Currently I'm clearing out my neighbour's house. They're moving to New Zealand, so going 50-50 on profits. So they live in a mansion though, and my house is tiny compared, so I'm trying to fit it all in my house.
Trying to find the space.
Yeah. And listing shite like this that is theirs.
Oh yeah. Random stuff. I've been there, I'll still do it.
Well, but it's making me good money. They got all designer gear and stuff, so
nice. Thanks for coming in, espresso, double karma, yeah, 100% lurker, and that's good. I said I lurk in so many live chats.
Yeah, I used to be a lurker. I thought, why not? I'll come on and say hello.
Yeah, well, thanks for popping in.
I'm normally lurking on George's lives.
Sorry, everybody lurks on mine.
Is anyone else getting feedback, or is it just me?
Yeah, it's a bit.
Yeah, I'm getting feedback. Just through.
I don't know who it is. Mark, have you got yours open on YouTube as well?
I have no idea. Hold on. Is that better?
I can still hear the background noise. Let me just mute. Oh, let me just try and mute people. It might not be coming from you. 2 seconds.
I don't think it's me.
Not Jack. Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, I think it might be something in your background, Mark. Because when I muted you, hold on. Yeah, it's gone quiet. So I don't know whether it might be your mic or something. I'm not sure.
It might be. Hold on. I'll mute this.
Yeah, it's gone now. I don't know if it's the mic. But yeah, unmute yourself when you want to chat and stuff. 100%. Thanks for coming in. Thanks, Sherry. Yeah, I know. I call everyone by their YouTube names because it's easier. And also, I'm so useless with names, but I'll try and remember Sherry is Fire Retro.
Crazy everyone's different setups that they've got.
Yeah, I know. Mine's fairly new with this photography setup for clothing, with the board and lights and stuff. I used to just do everything on the desk in front of me, but yeah, I see so many different setups, and I'm always getting ideas from other people as well about what's working for them. For you clothing sellers, more so probably female, this let me switch this light on so people see. This cardigan thing I've got here has got no tags on it whatsoever. So no wash tag, no brand tag. I can't see anything. Would you bother with it? Would you bother listing it?
Yeah, I would.
No?
You'd get a few stuff that are unbranded. Just sell it cheap to get rid of it.
It's literally got nothing on it. I couldn't even tell you what material it is. I'm gonna have to describe what it feels like. It's like fluffy and
no. Hold it up. I wouldn't.
No.
Because it's nothing special. Like if it had a super special print, embroidery, jewel, anything, you could describe it, couldn't you? But you can't describe. What can you? How would you describe that now? Tell me your title.
Well, that's the thing. I would just put woman's fluffy jumper.
Exactly. It's not going to sell, is it?
Size check measurements. Yeah. Right. Okay. I've just done all the photos, but that's it. Oh no! Look what I've done. I've ruined the webcam. Hold on. I chucked it and it's hit the webcam. No.
Oh, James.
It's all right. There we are. I'll get you guys back.
Oh, here we go. What's George got? Oh, come on.
I've turned it off.
Is this going to be a food haul?
What's he got? Is he showing? Oh, has he got coffees?
I don't know. I don't know if he's muted us.
Probably enough.
Yeah, I got a coffee.
Oh.
Did you just get Deliveroo?
No, just Uber Eats.
Ah.
Deliveroo isn't really kind of a big thing where I am at the moment. Hi, bud.
Oh.
Wants to say hello. Okay. No, you can't have it. You don't need coffee. I need coffee.
That's what I feel, mate. All right, cool. Thanks for the advice. I'm just going to take it in the boot sale pile.
I'm really excited.
And the final question, sorry, ladies, maybe gents, if you sell women's clothing. Laura Ashley, pure merino wool. Does Laura Ashley sell well?
Only if it's vintage.
Yeah, vintage is a lot better than like the modern stuff.
All right.
Shows the label.
All right, it's dark again. Hold on, see if you can see it. Let me see on my screen.
Oh, that might do okay. It's like it's not super modern.
Yeah.
It's not super modern, but it's not vintage.
Yeah.
I think it's
Alrighty.
going to be the material that sells that.
Yeah, like probably what, a tenner kind of thing.
Maybe, yeah, for a fast sale, yeah. Because is it just like a plain jumper?
Yeah, just plain, nothing special about it.
Yeah.
I'll do the searches later when I come to listing all of this stuff.
Is it getting warm for everyone? The weather's like started to like get a bit warmer.
This is
The sun's
boiling in
out.
here because of the lights, but it's kind of, it was sunny earlier, but it keeps raining, then stopping, and then getting really sunny again.
Yeah.
It's a weird one. What time does Costa close? Is it around 5 o'clock? I know it might be different in different areas, but they're not open late, are they, coffee shops?
Yeah, it's about 5-ish, 6-ish, something like that.
I need to make sure I get my order in before then.
Yeah, we had a Starbucks near us that used to be open till 12. But they kept on
What,
getting
midnight
all like
12?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But they kept on getting all the drunks because it was in Manchester City Centre.
Yeah.
Kept on getting a load of trouble.
I know a lot of people say, oh, they don't drink coffee in like the afternoon or evening, but I'll drink a coffee at like 9 o'clock at night.
I know, same. I'm
one of
terrible.
them. I love it. Oh, he was being spoken about earlier. Someone wanted you in, Aaron, says you're funny. So when are you coming to join us? Get yourself in here.
We've got Mandy in as well.
She's always flipping. Are you all in for 24 hours or just dipping in and out? Well, I'm in for 24, obviously. What about everyone else? George, you've been here from the start. Are you going to be here at the finish?
Oh, remains to be seen.
Oh, stay tuned. One of them.
Yeah, I think I probably will. We'll have to see. What's this? Mail.
I think most people will just dip in and out throughout the 24, which is fine. I now have a rule: 1 coffee allowed up until 1 p.m. I normally start the day off with a coffee, to be fair.
And then carry on the day with coffee.
Well, yeah, some days. I must admit, I haven't had a coffee today so far, surprisingly. I'm trying not to drink so much today because otherwise it's going to turn into every 2 minutes, like, right, I'll be back in a minute. There we are. Mandy's on 12 high caffeine teas per day. Yeah, fuel yourself with that caffeine. Right, I'm going to drop this salad inside that I haven't ate. It's disgusting. And I'm going to see if Leanne wants anything from Costa. I'm going to make my order. So I'll be back in a sec.
How are you getting on with the racking, Michelle?
Just realised I've booped it. Because people take the bottom shelf out thing. Because I think you have to have the top shelf to like stabilise it, don't you? But I've just realised I've basically squashed them all together. And Simon, do you have this racking? The one that you like poke together?
2 secs. I'm back. Right, I actually put a new racking up on Monday, I think it was.
Oh, Mark's got it, I think.
Yeah.
Mark's
I don't exactly say it. So I said it's a bit of a faff like on your own, but I started at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then I kind of like do the first, like get the corner parts, and then you do 2 edges.
It's kind of up.
Okay.
Like, we've got the construction. It's just So did you buy 5 shelves once?
Come with 5, the standard.
And what did you do? Because do you have to have one at the top and one at the bottom to make sure it doesn't fall over?
No. So I actually like kind of like, so I have one at the top.
Yeah.
And then I do increments, but I actually have 6 shelves. So the first shelf is the floor. So you use the floor as one shelf. Then you go up to the next one. And then like you keep going into the next. So you have 5 shelves and then the base. So you have enough room at the bottom. Does that make sense?
Like this, Michelle. Can I show you? So the floor is the bottom shelf.
Yeah, that's exactly how I've got
and
mine.
then 5 shelves.
So it's not going to like, because this is like a cheapy one. It's not going to like bow out to the bottom because it hasn't got a shelf in.
No, I find that, can you say, is that right? So that top shelf there, that's the very top of the racking. That's the thing, it doesn't go any higher. So that's the top shelf. But then the bottom shelf isn't actually that high.
Yeah.
You see? It's only just above your box height, isn't it? So it's actually fine. Right. I think
Okay, let me move you over here. You can see the full thing, right? Because I think I might need to flip it then. My husband offered to do this, and I was like, "No, it's fine. Girl power."
I done it. I made so many mistakes on mine, and I've done like I know 8 of them already.
Where is it? Where is it? Right. So there's what I've done.
Yeah.
So basically, I think if I flip it upside, no, I can't.
No, you can't. No.
So you need to take the bottom shelf out completely.
Yeah.
And then just start. That looks to me like if you start where you've actually got the second one up, start from there, and then just like kind of like put that bottom one and the next one, keep going up from there. That's the easiest way of doing it.
Okay, thanks.
And that's not too much of a biggie. That'd be like, that's an easy fix.
Well, it's easy when you know how, Simon.
I was getting proper like angry because I was actually putting them. You know, if you don't get them exactly on the opposite the amount you've done, it looks all right, and then you stand back and go, yeah, that's not right. That does
Count
not.
it. Have you got like you know your
I think
stickers? You know them?
I think out on 10. There's 10. I've got 10 down.
bits in between.
Yeah, what I
that's
did was I
correct.
did the first one and then I counted on every single corner where you're going to slot it in.
Yeah.
And put a little tiny bit of a sticker on the one that I have to slot it in. Otherwise, like Simon said, you think you've lined it up and you go, yes, and then you step back and it's slanted.
Yeah.
I find if I marked the actual hole it had to go in on every corner, then it did it.
I'm not letting myself have any lunch until I do this.
Yeah, that's the way forward.
Tonks looks well organised. Thank you. Took some time.
I decided I'm just going to make my own coffee instead of buying one from Costa because the coffee was £4.50 and the whole charge was coming to about 11 quid.
Honestly, it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
And it's 10 minutes down the road from me, so I thought, you know what, I've got a coffee machine. Just put the coffee machine and I'll make a coffee.
Yeah, exactly what I just done.
Stop being so bougie.
Yeah.
I'm happy being bougie. It's my treat.
Yeah, but I bet you didn't just get a coffee, did you?
No, I've got some shortbread, and that's it.
That's what I mean. See, if you get extra stuff, it's worth it for delivery fee. But
well, the sandwich was coming up as £5. I was like, I'm not paying £5 for just one sandwich. No, you can bugger off.
yeah, but I'm paying £12 for a coffee all day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But they give it. I think it's £1.50 service charge, and then like £3.50 delivery. But if you've got Uber One, you don't pay for the delivery.
Ah, that's why then. 'Cause I haven't got
One or the other.
subscription
It came
thing.
from about under. Hang on, how much was that? No, it's about £9 altogether.
And that's the thing. My coffee was going to cost more than that.
Yeah, it's just a treat.
I know. I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you in your spending. You're obviously making loads of money. You know.
Well, I've got no shame. I you call me bougie.
Bougie.
I'll be having, when it comes to about 9 o'clock, I'll be having like my usual instant Nescafe.
I even considered, this is how bougie I am, I even considered next week to actually take a day off and go to a spa on my own and just have a day in the spa. Leanne was fuming because she's off this week and she's like, why have you booked this live this week?
So she can watch it, obviously.
Yeah, that's what she wants to do, because if I booked it another week and she's working, she would have been upset she couldn't watch me talk rubbish all day. So, yeah, I was tempted to go to a spa.
My wife's at a spa as we speak now.
Ooh. So then why don't we go next week, Simon? Me and you. Have a little romantic
it is
trip.
her birthday. Like it's her birthday tomorrow. So.
Oh, okay. I love how you wasn't invited to the spa trip as well.
It's a girls' thing, apparently.
No. One of them ones.
Yep.
Yes, please, Leanne. I would love a coffee with the sandwich you're making me because my salad was awful. Thank you.
Reseller kids in a hizzy.
What we got in the chat. Make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, I agree with this one here. One extra listing for every
Just
cost
one?
of
Oh, that's
purchase.
fine.
So that's free. 3 extra listings. Or 2, sorry.
Oh, all right.
If I must.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a sacrifice on the internet.
It's worth it, though.
Nearly finished this block.
George, you're good with maths. You proved it earlier. If I needed to do 200 listings from 10 p.m. until 10 a.m. for 12 hours, how long does that leave me to do each listing? So if I finish all my photos by 10 p.m., that's what I'm aiming for.
Well, how much? What you mean? Like 200 listings within 12 hours? You mean?
Yeah, so 200 actual physical listings in 12 hours. Sorry,
That'll
Becca.
be
That was
3 minutes per listing.
So 3 minutes a listing.
That's if you do 200 for 12 hours. Basically.
Yeah, like without a break. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Just working out where I am.
Has anyone used the video option on eBay listings?
I have. Not bad.
I tried it once.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I tried it once and it took ages for it to upload onto the listing.
Yeah.
It's only worth doing if you've got a multi-quantity of something.
Yeah.
I've just got a few toys that need like showing that they're working kind of thing.
Yeah, that's a good one to put. You know, like things that talk or light up and just to prove. So literally a 3 to 4 second video is all it needs. Yeah, stuff like that. I've got a couple of them masks. I've got a Spider-Man one. But yeah. Oh, nice. But yeah, I just kind of video it for like a couple of seconds and then upload it via my what's it? Yeah.
It's got to be worth good money for me to do that personally. I think it's got to be a decent value item. If it's like a £10 item,
yeah.
I'm not doing a video showing it's working because the person might still receive it and say it doesn't work. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if it's worth good money, I'll do it. Massive lurker here. You're all doing so well and so addicted to watch. Question, can I just ask, are you all subscribed to the Tech and Sports group? So in here, we've got me, Michelle, Becca, Jack. I think Jackie was in there. Or I don't know if you still are, not 100%, and Simon as well. So yeah, quite a few of us from the data refinement group.
Right, I'm going to pop off for a bit. I'm going doing the post office run. Then I'm going watching my little boy's first ever football match.
Oh, well done. Well, good stuff. Thanks for popping in.
And then I'll be back on about 4:30ish.
Yeah, we'll be here.
See you all soon.
See ya. The reseller kids in the chat. How long have you all been reselling for? Who wants to answer first? I'm going to just quickly mute Mark a second. Well, Mark, you go first. I'm going to mute you because of the background.
About 20 years or so.
20 years as a reseller. Simon, what about you?
About two and a bit years. 2.5 years, I reckon now.
George?
Full time, probably about 5 years with like a year off in between that.
Michelle?
Came just to talk. About 15 years, but only full-time since 2020.
2020. And Jack, what about you? I didn't see. Do it again. 4 years. Yeah, and I'm 2.5.
Yeah, I'm only full time since like 2018 when I got made redundant. But 20 years of selling on eBay.
Yeah. Nice. Is that our best there?
Back in the day when they used to send you checks through the post and like coins through the post and stuff.
Yeah, postal order days.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Bad Biscuit, is that our Becca Bamba there? I'm your biggest fan. And then she left straight away. No. Man, it's like she hates me.
Hi, Lex.
All right, let's get this coffee.
Been wheeling and dealing since the 90s, started in the loot paper. Ooh, moved on to flea market sales, but only just moving into online space all these years later. Well, there you go. Plenty of knowledge there. How's it going, Lex? You all right? Been frightening off all your stalkers. I am listing clothing today, Tonks. Well, I'm probably a bit of everything. I've just done a batch of 25 pictures and I'm getting through them. I've nearly finished now. I've only got like a couple left. You've been out shopping, buying some sparkly bits. Look what I've just had ordered, Lex. Delivered from store to door because I'm lazy. It's a treat. Nice. It's caramel latte. Does selling on postcards in the corner shop 50p a week count as my reselling start? If so, 45 years. Wow. My internet seems to be good. Apparently so. You changed the Wi-Fi password, probably. Or it got changed on me. Sparkly bakes, gold, silvers, and some costume. Ooh. Lovely.
Has James gone for a shit?
Probably. So I've just found out I had a Reseller on top, and I got it for £4.50, and I thought it'd be about 20 quid. But there's loads of listings. Where is it? Where's it gone?
George!
For like 50, 60 quid.
Hi, George.
Hello, hello. Thought I'd pop on quickly. Well, I've got a bit of time.
No, you're good, mate. How are you getting? How's the move all go? All settled in or getting there?
Yeah, getting there. Literally, what, a couple of boxes left, like the lingering stuff. But yeah, all good. I'm home alone at the minute, so yeah, it's good. Quiet. It's nice to have quiet neighbours, you know.
Yeah, you had quite an adventure with your neighbours, didn't you?
It was always fun.
Yeah. So, what's your plans for the eBay side? Are you going to build another shed in the garden, or what's your plans?
Yeah, our garden's like double the width now, so hopefully next spring, summer, I'm gonna get a proper wooden like cabin. Just got to save up for it first. So yeah, big plans coming.
Nice. Yeah, don't give too much away. Save it for the channel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but there's a plan. Just a loose plan at the minute, as always.
Cool.
How long you been going? Oh, nearly 5 hours now.
Yeah, coming up to 5 hours nearly. Yeah, started at 10. Yeah, what time's it now? 20 to 3. Yeah, nearly 5 hours.
Nice.
The start is always okay. It's when it kind of gets to the 12, 13, 14 hours mark, you kind of hate eBay at that point.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
I saw earlier when I popped in, you're saying about coming to Dunton again. You liked it then?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I got I came down because I heard about Dunton being a huge car boot sale, and everyone had said to me, like, you won't get round it, and if you do, you won't get round it twice. And they're so right. And we got there, I think we arrived about 4:45 in the morning, and obviously people were already there buying. And I spoke to one of the guys who was there, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I've been here since 3:45 buying." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Like, people were setting up that early?" But yeah, I was knackered after that, because after that I obviously came to see you.
Yeah.
And I drove home, and I think I got home, I think it was about 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I like crashed straight away.
Yeah.
I was so done. But yeah, Dunton, hopefully not this weekend, hopefully next weekend if the weather's good.
Nice.
Is the plan to come down to see Dunton again. Yeah, great car boot. But you prefer the other one, don't you? The one you sold at. Obviously it's a bit more chilled, isn't it?
That's my second one. I do go to Boreham, which is like around the corner to where you went, the second one. Yeah, it's obviously not as big as Dunton, but no, sometimes I think Dunton's too big. Like, you can't get around it all and go around multiple times. I like going around like 3 or 4 times at a boot sale. I need to go there again, really.
Yeah, sorry, just grabbing my coffee. Yeah, no, I think it's great. Honestly, for me, it's the best car boot sale I've been to. But I think it all depends on what you're looking for. Like I was saying earlier, with clothing, because there's so many stalls, there's so much choice when it comes to clothing, because every stall has it. But then some people have said sort of with Dunton for what they look for is not any good. Like with gaming stuff, you know, because it all gets snapped up so quickly. So I think it does depend on what you sell.
Yeah, you definitely need a trolley if you go there, especially if you pick up electricals and that. Can be nuts. Like, your car can be literally a mile away.
Yeah, I had to go back to the van. I think it was about 4 or 5 times, and that was with the trolley. So I couldn't imagine having a couple of IKEA bags, you know, and constantly having to go back and stuff. That's the worst thing. But the trolleys are good, but I do feel like it's a struggle to get to the stall before everyone else with a trolley, because the people with the bags kind of just get past you as you're parking the trolley up, and then you've got to keep one eye on the trolley and then one eye on what you're doing. So
have you got a cover?
I was going to say, I took your advice. Yeah, I took your advice, and I saw you had a cover, and I'd done the same. Yeah, it makes such a difference to cover it up.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because
nothing's been nicked as far as I know, so it seems to work. So.
Yeah, it does help. It does help. So what's your eBay situation at the moment? Did you kind of liquidate most of the stuff you had, or did you bring a lot with you?
No, I carried on buying, to be honest, right until the week we moved. So there's quite a lot to move. So yeah, I'm just about not knackered now. I'm still tired, but that week was mad because obviously we moved the house, but then I had to move my unit, and then I had to dismantle the unit and sell it and everything. But it all worked out in the end. It was just a bit of a nightmare, but done it.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I saw. I was watching your video yesterday with regards to kind of saying goodbye to the house and that. And you said it was another reseller who brought your shed.
Yeah, I said it was a subscriber, but apparently,
Subscriber, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought it was just a normal reseller, but apparently when he came, the video I done when I put up the shed, he saw that on YouTube and he saw me that way. And then he said it was just on eBay like one midnight, like half asleep, and then he noticed the unit with the foam, the infamous orange foam.
Oh yes, the foam.
I recognized that, and then obviously it was me. So he wasn't actually a reseller, but yeah, he was a subscriber, which is weird. So
yeah, but that's the wonders of YouTube, isn't it? At the end of the day, I know we didn't actively go and look for it, but recognize it's your one straight away. So
exactly, yeah. But yeah, done its job. It saved me £400 a month for like a year and a half. So
yeah, you're in there. I was saying on my live stream last night because you're one of the early people I watched, you and Nick, and I remember your storage facility and the alarms going off all the time, and you were saying how much it used to cost to be in them storage units, a big yellow.
Yeah, it was, I can't remember my first one. It was 75 square foot, the first one. If you go back, like to my first videos, it was that Lonham bin. That was about, I'm trying to remember, like 120 a month.
Yeah.
And then, I went to 175. And by the time I moved out, it was 400 a month.
That's crazy, isn't it? You can build a shed in your garden and kind of just do it all there. I guess you had to just be a bit more smarter with the stuff you were buying.
Yeah, so that was 175 square foot. The unit in the garden, all in with all materials, and that was about 1,500.
Okay.
So that was 150 square foot on the ground, but I lost a bit of height. But I managed to do it. But I broke even by April. So within 4 months, I've broken even. And then I still had it for a year and a half after, or a year and a quarter. So, yeah, it all worked
crazy,
out.
isn't it? If you've got the space in your garden, it's worth doing if you can, because you can save so much more money compared to being in like a big yellow and stuff. But the trouble is, not everyone's got the garden space, and so it's a good option if you haven't. Because in them big yellows, it's good because you can work out of them as well. Because you had all electric in yours, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't originally. I had to pay for that privilege. That was like 400 quid just to have that installed. But then the electric, they never billed me for it. So I could charge my scooter, charge whatever I wanted.
A whole lot.
I rinsed it for their electric,
Nice. Good stuff. Well, I'm excited to see what happens now moving forward with you and your stuff. Because you've got the whole journey now, haven't you, of what's next to come.
Yeah, where is it gone? Here we go. Wait, where am I? I've got a catalogue here actually for the log cabins.
Hold on a sec, mate. Let me pin you for everyone just so we can have a look. This is an exclusive, by the way.
Not sponsored by this, by the way. So
it's not a sponsored ad. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I could try and get one if I want. Yeah,
100%.
That's the sort of thing we're going for. This sort of thing. So
yeah, I've looked at similar. When we move house, I've looked at similar, mate, in the sense of I either want it attached to the house or I want a proper purpose-built building compared to like a garden shed. Difficult thing with mine is the temperature. If it's really cold outside, it's freezing here, and if it's anywhere like even today, it's not boiling hot, but it's hot in here. You can't get the balance right. So when we do it properly, when we move house, I definitely want something similar. I mean, you can control the temperature for sure.
You want some orange insulation foam? That's what you need.
Well, I know who to come to if I never need to insulate my shed.
Don't come to me,
mate. To be fair play to you. Like at the end of the day, you're doing it as a novice, someone who doesn't do it, and you're trying to save money. And I get it. And you know what? Fair play for you documenting it on your YouTube and stuff as well, because you're always going to get people saying like, "What the hell are you doing, George?"
I was expecting it. I think I even said, "What did I say?" I messed up, so you don't have to. Something like that. I said. So.
Oh yeah, you're showing people how not to insulate your shed.
Exactly, yeah. But he done the job. In the winter, I was still in there. I had my little heater to take the chill off.
Yeah.
And then last year, when it was like 42 degrees in Essex, it was still hot, but it wasn't really, really hot. So it did do the job, which is good. So
that's all you need, mate. It doesn't have to be perfect at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to bob off because my husband came and he doesn't want to be on here. And I'm going to see if he'll help me fix this situation. But with the garden cabin, right? So I've got one. Don't go with a company called Garden Buildings Direct because that's who I went with and they were awful. So it was like, obviously you expect like a long lead time because they're not just going to have them sat on the shelves. So that was fine. But it was like 8 to 12 weeks lead time. So that was fine. And then it was delayed, but no one actually contacted me to say it was delayed. And then when it finally arrived, because it's like comes in like just basically long. Are you planning on doing it yourself or will you get a company who just So yeah, that one, like what you thinking, that looks really good. So there is a company, because I think you're a bit more like local to me. Are you anywhere near Colchester now, George? Yeah.
Yeah, it's only like, what, 20, 25 minutes away from me, yeah.
Oh, so there is a garden building company in Colchester. It's like attached to like one of the big garden centres. And I think they're pretty similar to that brochure, what you just had. So like they put electrics in and like they come and they construct it, they build the base. I went there quite a few times and then I was like and ahhing. And in the end I went for the cheap option of doing it ourselves. But that company in Colchester looked really good.
Do you know what it's called? I was Googling it right now.
One sec.
What have I got here? It's the brochure I've got. They're based in Danbury, Lil Villa. They look good. But yeah, I'm not doing it myself. No.
No.
It'll make a good video, George.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to build one myself. I think that's what I'm planning on doing. I've just looked at the costings for like a big one, and it's just like it's big money.
Yeah.
So
I wish I could build it myself. I'm useless at DIY.
Yeah, I've got some handy friends who'd be able to give me a hand. It's going to take a while, but I'm looking at a 10 meter by 4 meter, something like that. So reasonable size.
That's a big one. Yeah, I'm looking at sort of 6 by 3 meter, so a bit bigger than what I've got now.
Yeah,
but not so much. I'm taking up all the garden that we've just got. So me and Amy have had to compromise. So
yeah. When you say compromise, you said, "Can I get this really big one?" And she says, "Not a chance in hell." That's basically the compromise, yeah.
Yeah.
They are called Johnson's Garden Buildings. I put it in the little chat box. Sorry?
I think we actually looked at them. Johnson's. Let's have a look. Because I think they do different packages and they can do like everything for the price.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. I think it might be the one that.
Have you been?
No, it's just a bit of research.
Yeah.
Here we go. Johnson.
Yeah, Poplar Nursery. See, someone knows.
Yeah. But I was looking at this website as well, actually.
Yeah, but if you want to go, they're not too far. Like if you want to go see them in person.
Yeah, I think they do custom. Like if you've got a funny shape, you can tell them this size, and they can cater to it. So we was hopefully going to pop down soon, actually. So.
That's cool. They do really cool ones where it's kind of like split. So like it's so say you wanted a bit which would be like kind of a bit more officey with like a desk and stuff. Would you work from it or would you have it as storage?
It'd probably be more storage and photos and testing rather than sit down and work. Yeah.
Because there is like one where it's like more of a garden like room as you would expect, but then there's almost like a mini shed attached to the garden room, which is cool for like separating stuff out. But I'm going to bob off and get lunch. I will see you all in a bit.
Cheers, Michelle. Catch you in a bit.
Oh, yeah.
George,
Yeah, I had a good idea.
We've got a question for you, George. George, why don't you contact a company and say that if you can negotiate a discount, you will film and put it on your channel?
That's what I should be doing, really. Yeah. I'm always reluctant to flex, but yeah, I should
Flex
do
away,
that,
mate.
really. Yeah, exactly.
No, you should. You should, because at the end of the day, you're going to be using it for your work. So, it's not like you're going out there promoting something you're not
I've got
going to be
my
using. It's going to be
I
in
got
your
my
garden.
electric table for free just because I put a bit of a video on it. So yeah,
Yeah, that's
I'll
cool.
give it a go. Yeah,
it might be worth doing. I tell you now, I was
Yeah.
tempted after you got an electric table to kind of in my video start going, oh, what I could do with a stand-up, sit-down table. I wonder if there's any companies and stuff, but I'm
Yeah.
not at your level yet, George. I can't. No, not even a coffee company wants to sponsor me yet. Question
I'm off
here.
now, guys.
Oh, see you, mate. Cheers, Mark.
Yeah.
Question here about how much you pay for the space. So I've got my shed in the garden, and then I pay £142 for 2 of my garages down the road. So £70 odd each, and that's plenty of space for what I need. But when we move house, I want to be able to work from home and do everything from home, including storage. So similar to what you're saying there, George, you have one place where you kind of have everything. That's the dream. But it all depends on where you live in the UK as well. It's all different prices wherever you go.
Yeah, at the moment I've got a 20-foot shipping container at a similar storage place, but that's only 180 a month for a nice big space, so half the price, which is good.
Jack's got a unit 1 minute from his house, 900 square foot for 130 a month, all bills covered with internet. It's a robbery,
That's
Jack.
amazing.
That's up north for you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for me to have so much company. It does help. As I said, I couldn't imagine just kind of doing this on my own, just listing for 24 hours without any company. So, yeah, it's nice to have people in the chat and people to come in and chat away as well.
Have you sold anything that you've listed today yet?
No, so I haven't made anything live. So what I'm doing at the moment, I'm doing all of my photos. So I have a plan to do around 200 sets of photos of clothing. And then the second half of the stream will be me sitting at the desk listing them. But I'm just going to schedule them out. So normally I do 20 listings a day. So I'm just going to schedule out for the next 10 days worth of listings. But yeah, nothing's gone live yet. I think I've had 5 sales today so far, but nothing worth shouting about, to be honest. All low value.
Do you know something?
Go on.
I've never ever drafted a listing. Ever.
Really? What, you've always just gone live?
Yeah, I just list it and gosh, done.
Really? I draft and schedule all the time.
I hear it now. It's like a common thing, but yeah, I've never done it. I don't know why. But
well, it's worked all right for you, isn't it? So
it does go up and down though. So maybe I should look into it, like take it more seriously. Like I'll draft it because it definitely works. The more you list, the more you sell. So
yeah, I mean, eBay well, they kind of always say about activity in your store, and that's like listing, that's adjusting price. I mean, I'd love to tell you how to do eBay. You've been doing it a lot longer than me. But yeah, I think that constant activity in that sense. I was speaking to someone at the car boot and they do it part-time. And he says what he normally does is when he gets back from the car boot, he'll list all his 20 items and that's it. He won't list again until like the following weekend. And that's how I used to do it as well. I used to go to the car boot, buy all my items, list them all, and then kind of just wait for them to sell and then keep buying more. But now I said to him, just spread them out throughout the week. And he was saying he's been doing it and he's been seeing a lot more traffic and like sales coming to his store. But look, that could just be he's picking up better items at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's an interesting one. There's so many different ways to do it. But at the end of the day, if you list a desirable item on eBay, it's going to sell. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, exactly.
So what videos you got coming out, George?
I should be editing one today, actually. I went to a garage sale, trail lead thing near me.
Yeah.
Just there's like a random. It's this one road, and they normally do like big Christmas lights at every house. Oh, hello.
Oh, see, sales.
But oh no, just payment. I've been waiting for like 24 hours to pay.
Still nice.
Usually at Christmas time around here, there's like a street, and they do big Christmas lights, all big and fancy. But
yeah,
I decided to do like a garage sale trail for the first time. So just checked it out, took the camera with me, and I won't spoil it, but I've done all right.
I was going to say, did you do okay? But yeah, don't spoil it.
Yeah.
So when's it out then? What deadline have you set yourself to get it edited? Because I'm the same. I've got all these videos I think about, I need to edit, and I need to kind of always set a deadline.
Who knows, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess, to be fair, you've got so much going on your end at the moment. So
yeah. It's getting a bit more settled now. Like we're getting more of a routine back. So yeah. But I haven't been to any boot sales this month yet, so I'm gagging to get back out. Hopefully in August I'll be back out.
Well, next time I'm down in Essex when you're back out of the boots, mate, I'll drop you a message and I'll come and see your one.
Yeah, I was looking to do sort of collaboration boot sale type videos with other people. So do a bit of a challenge video at a boot sale. I've got the 2 microphones. I think you've got them now, haven't you? The Rode.
Yeah, the Rode. Yeah, they're good. Yeah.
Have you got the single microphone? Have you got 2?
Do you know what? I had the single one and I used it once and it cut out and I was like, what's going on here? It cut at the end of my video. And then I tried to use it the other day to film the YouTube video I'd done and it wasn't working. Sent it back to Amazon without the packaging, got a refund. And I brought the double one now because I thought it's always handy to have the second one in case you do any like podcasts outside and that.
Yeah, I got it originally. Nick came down actually last February.
Oh yeah, I remember it.
Yeah, I used it then for the first time and it was really good. And then Luxury Pickers came down to Chelmsford and I used it with them and it's really good because they can be the opposite side of the shop or whatever and it still comes through.
Yeah, let's do it, mate. I'm 100% up for that. So I'll drop you a message when you're back out in August and I'll come down and see you and we can do something.
That'd be good.
Right, let me just catch up with some of the chat. People coming in. Hi, Rich. Nights Live. I was looking for you on Sunday. I didn't know if you was going to be at Apps Court. I always look for you when I go there. There's so much chat. If I missed anything, please drop it below. Just put question or whatever, or re-put it in because I'm going to miss loads of stuff here. So what did you do with your eBay store, George? Did you kind of switch it off while you was doing the whole move, or did you kind of put it on holiday mode, or how did you manage that? Because I need to have a think about in the future when I move. Like, do you switch it off for a few days, or?
I usually have 2-day dispatch on this day today. And then when the packing and that started racking up, I increased it to 3 working day just to give me some time. And then the week we was moving and that, I just put holiday mode on with 3-day. Holiday mode on. But then when I did get a chance, I was still sending them out. So people weren't expecting their items, but if they did get them, it was like an added bonus. And again, this gave me some breathing space because I did say originally that I'm just going to plow through like this 3 working day dispatch, but with the stress and that, I turned on holiday mode straight away. So
it is a lot.
Yeah, and then once we moved and that, I had to sort my unit out. So I took holiday mode off and then 3 working day again. Now I'm back down to 2 working day. So I'm back to normal now.
Yeah.
So,
Married to Reselling are asking you about a link for your. Have you got the Rode mics? Is that the ones you use?
I need to, the lav. Yes, I've got the Rode mics, but then attached to my Rode mic, I have like a wireless thing that I clip on here because they're quite bulky.
Oh, I see.
So, let me, I'll show you.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. How'd you get on this morning?
All right, just some bread and butter bits, not much, but it was busy.
Good. George is just going to show us his microphones he uses. Married to Reselling's asking about his mics.
So, let's get that out. So that's the Rode mic. So it's quite a big square thing. So when that's there,
that's what I've got at the moment. Yeah.
If you get a lav mic, so that's all you need. So that's clipped there instead of that big thing, and then there you go. So that plugs into your Rode in there, and you can put that in your pocket and just clip that little one on.
I see. Yeah, because at the moment I have to clip the Rode mic here because you still have to have it connected to your phone, or do you connect it to your GoPro?
I'll do it to the GoPro. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Could you have you got a link on your channel page, George, like an affiliate link for it?
I don't think I have at the minute, but I've got a couple of different ones. There's a let me try and find it. 1 second. Got a cheaper one that works just as well. So let's find the Amazon page. And then what was this one?
Yeah, if you've got any links or whatever, George, put them in there so at least you get a little bit of a kickback. So I need to get one as well.
Can I screen share?
Yeah, I'll be able to accept it.
There you go.
I got you.
Right, so that's the cheapy one, just a Sony ECM LV1.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that works really well. And then I can't remember what the other one's called. Let me try and find it while I'm on the screen. Yeah, basically any one of these lav mics, they're called. Literally, they're so small, and they literally just clip on. There's an official Rode one there, £58, so a bit more expensive. Oh, that's the one I've got. This is the more pricey one.
Oh, Sennheiser, they're good.
Yeah, that's the one I just showed you on the stream, and it's really small and yeah, really good quality. So yeah, I recommend that.
Cool. No, I need to get the same because I was thinking them Rode mics are really good. I mean, I made a mistake on one of my videos where I had the decibels right down low, and it sounded awful. So you have to make sure you have to switch them up. But yeah, they make it so good. I filmed a video in the garages the other day where I'd done a pick and a packing video, which comes out on Friday. Little plug, and it was so nice to not have to be right in front of your camera the whole time. And you can just walk around and all the sounds the same.
Yeah, exactly.
With YouTube, you can spend so much money though, George, can't you, on tech?
Oh yeah, still really want a proper vlogging camera because I just use the GoPro for everything. But which is good for out on the field. But when you're like, when I'm sitting here talking to the camera, I want the background to be slightly blurred so it looks more sharp on me. But the GoPro's got just a fixed focus, so it doesn't do that. I might treat myself later this year to it.
Lucy, I think you've got a vlogging camera, haven't you? The Sony one. I was looking at that as well.
Yeah, I got the Sony Z1 VF or something. I had to get a new one because my first Sony just completely gave up the ghost. But yeah, it's actually really good camera. I rate it. But I got it on that on buy, and it was reduced down from 599 to 499.
Oh, nice. I think that's one of the ones I was looking at actually. There's that, and I can't remember now. There's like a Canon, I think, something or other.
Probably Canon G7X.
I think so. Yeah, it sounds familiar.
That's the other vlogging camera that's quite good.
Yeah.
It's just where do you stop? That's the thing. Is GoPro. I've got the phone. I've got the drone. I've got the mics. It's like at what point do you say like I've got enough equipment now to do YouTube? Like it's interesting. I just find it interesting. All the tech is so cool.
I haven't got a drone. I need a drone.
Get a drone, George. It's not just for the boot sales. You can just go down the park and fly the drone. It's good fun. The kids will love it. Just say to Amy, it's for the kids, not for you.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
But you can spend hundreds or even thousands if you just go loose. But you got to sort of weigh it up. Like if you're making a bit of an income from it, then you can put a little bit of money into it or whatever. So
yeah, that's the thing. You got to think long term with YouTube stuff. You're right. It's an investment in your business. That's the way I look at it now. In that sense, like you're spending out that money. So. Yeah,
you can just use your phone though. That works just as well.
That's the joy.
Do you watch like normal YouTube? I call it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I watch more normal YouTube compared to what I watch reseller YouTube now, because when you make your own videos as a reseller, it's so hard then to spend all the time watching everyone else because it just you start thinking, oh, I should have done this. I should have done this. So I watch a lot of non-reseller stuff on YouTube.
Do you watch It's Ryan Tryan, is that his name?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's so good.
Yeah, he's just literally got his phone and a microphone, and that's about it. No fancy editors and all that. So it does show you don't need all the high end tech. So
yeah, the phones are good enough. That's the truth.
But he does like challenges, doesn't he? Like he goes to he went to Europe and he says, "Can I live off a penny a day?"
Yeah, that's
and he did all that kind of challenge stuff. And he got, to be fair, he's gotten to the point now where he gets pretty noticed out and about. So if people are like, "Oh, here's 10 quid," you know.
Yeah.
That's like the guy I watched, Simon Wilson, as well. He used to do them challenges where he used to like go to McDonald's and he used to get like free meals, and he would do traveling around Europe with no money. But now it's similar. It's at the point where people have seen him do these challenges, like he's well spotted and well known. He's going for 1 million subscribers now, and I watched him when he was on about 100k. It just goes to show, doesn't it, how quick your channel can grow.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
yeah, I'll take half of that.
But we all would take some money over that.
Yeah.
I've still yet to get a video with 100,000 though.
He's still trying for it. I'm gonna say the word. I got so lucky with my one because when I filmed the video, I didn't even expect it. Weren't like I filmed it, and even when I edited it, think it was going to go viral. And literally for the first 2 weeks, it was nothing, and then suddenly it just blew up. And I think it got to about 150,000 views in like 2.5 days. And I was sitting there thinking, this YouTube game's easy. Like, why are all these people saying it's hard to get views and stuff? And you put out your next video and you quickly realise, like, no, you got lucky. It's a one-off. But you'll get there, mate. And do you know what? It'll be the video you least expect that suddenly just does really well.
Yeah, definitely. I think I focus too much. Like, I have to do the title perfect. Got to do the thumbnail perfect. But it's the one that you don't even think of, and it just goes boom. Like, all right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think what we need to do, George, when we meet up, we just need to hire some actors to have a big fight at the car boot. And then we can film it, and then we can hopefully get a video which really goes viral.
That's all about the drama at the moment.
Yeah.
I know, yeah.
Every time I don't go to boots, there seem to be a drama.
Yeah.
I find every car boot so I go to, there is drama. I even went down to see John from Reseller, and literally when I went down and saw him, there was a fight. And he caught it on camera. And people have started saying that I'm actually bringing the drama to the car boots. I try not to.
Well, last year, I had someone in front of me die, like literally a heart attack. It's happened twice now.
I shouldn't laugh. I'm not laughing because of that, but of all the things at the car boot.
That's the thing. That would be the ultimate, that'd be the ultimate title. But it's
you can't. There's a bit of a moral thing there, isn't it? Like, you can't film the person like on the floor.
Thing. I can't. I'm trying to see what video it was. I mentioned it like right in front of me. Like it was being worked on. There's a helicopter. I didn't ever film it at any point, but there you go. I don't even mention it. I just say sell at a boot sale, the ins and outs. But yeah, literally someone died in front of me, and that's just like, I could.
You still thought about your title though, ins and outs. To see what you've done there.
Yeah. But
shout out to Lucy's car boot sale, Luke. Braver than me. They did do a couple of lives on Amanda's channel last year. Yeah, honestly, if anyone wants to come in here, you don't have to be brave. Like, everyone in here is really friendly, and we're here to support each other and to list items on eBay. So yeah, if you're shy or if you're a bit reserved, please do come in and have a chat. We're not that scary.
I've done my first 25 listings, pictured and listed live done.
Nice.
That took a while.
Easy as that. George, how are the children settling into their new home? They are a credit to you and Amy from FPL Wookie, I think that is.
Thank you. Yeah, really good. Lenny actually has his own room. Like, I don't know if you've seen the video, but he had a corner of our room at the old house.
Yeah.
And then the girls had a bunk bed, and it was very on top of each other. But now they still share, but they've got like a bigger room. They can have like that's Maisie's side, that's Layla's side. Same schools, so we didn't have to move schools or anything. Everyone's so much happier now. Brilliant.
That's good. It's good about the schools as well, because obviously they've made friends and stuff, and then to move all schools, they've got to do all that again. So
yeah, that was a big thing for me and Amy. never wanted to change their schools, and luckily we managed to do that. So
nice.
Good.
Remember that video, George? You mentioned it, and it was sad. You handled it well. Yeah, it's one of them where you've done the right thing. There is, there is an opportunity there where you could have been like, oh, let me film it. But
yeah,
there's a moral compass to us YouTubers. I know people think we're all animals and we're just out to rob people, but there is a moral compass to it.
I'm sure there's people that would have filmed it, would have jumped on that, but yeah, not for me.
No.
But it happened, last year, and then the year before, someone died as well. But was I filming that day? I think I was filming that day, but I didn't release that video. A bit of a shock that time, like, happened again, so I'm used to it. Like, another one. Less
well, is that
competition
why
for me.
I'm at risk at, mate? If we meet up and do a collab, that I'm gonna die or something at the car boot.
Just don't drink any coffee or anything I give you, right?
I won't touch it. Yeah. I bring the drama, you bring the death, so it's going to be a good video for people to watch, I'm sure.
Whenever there is drama, I've never got my camera on me. Like last year, there was nearly a fight, and I wasn't filming. Like, typical.
Yeah. Let me ask you an open question, George, and I'll give you my answer afterwards as well. It's not a loaded question. And Lucy, you're the same as well, and Georgie, because you all do car boot sale videos. If you see a fight at a car boot sale, or you see something kicking off, would you race over to it to get it on there for your YouTube channel?
Really,
and I'm going to answer first. I'm answering first. Yes, because I've done it the other week. If I hear something kicking off, I'm like, oh, camera on. Let's see what's going on over here. Because who doesn't like watching the drama? I know a lot of people say they don't, but we all love a bit of drama. It's like EastEnders.
Probably be my mum to start the drama.
That's it.
It really depends if I'm in the middle of a deal. If I'm in a deal, I'm focused on that moment. But if I'm not, I probably would go and capture it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Trying to think. Well, do you see Brum Reseller? He literally jumped someone's stall.
That's why I'm asking you, because I saw Brum park up his trolley. He ditched the trolley, and he's there.
It was brilliant. Yeah. I probably would. I wouldn't like race over like that, but I'd probably just casually just wander over.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You spotted something. You spotted something on the stall all of a sudden. One of them ones.
Yeah. Just casually, I wouldn't race over, but because I still try and focus on what I find being the story of my YouTube, not other people. But sometimes when I'm trying to think of a title for a video and nothing's really happened, it's like,
it's tough. It is tough. That's the hardest thing.
Yeah, but if something's kicking off, there's a title there or a thumbnail, so makes the job easier.
Pretty oblivious to everything that happens at the car boot. Well, it's like someone is literally brawling in front of me. I won't be bothered what people say. I've got like earbuds as well sometimes, so like I'm listening to like earbuds and stuff, so I don't really hear much.
I'm a bit of that as well. I'm a bit oblivious, like.
It literally needs to do. That's why I say if anybody sees me out and about, they need to literally go like that in my face, like wave in my face, because I'll be so kind of focused.
Hussey's is saying, sorry I wasn't talkative earlier. Just wanted to get in a few in the bag. Just got to ship a couple of things. Be back on. Yeah, no worries, mate. Honestly, like use this stream as a bit of accountability to come in and just say hello and just get your listings done. That's what we're all here to do. Yeah, there we are. Walking around with death, James. Yeah, I'm worried now. Lex, I don't think I've ever seen drama at a car boot, but then I also get there way after any resellers have rinsed the place. Yeah, I must admit, it doesn't help the reseller name, because most of the dramas you do see at the car boot seem to be from other resellers fighting with other resellers over some costume jewelry. Normally, is what I see. So it doesn't help.
Normally at my car boots, there's people trying to dive in for games or snatching games off of people.
Oh, the snatching is horrible when people do that.
The snatchers, yeah. I don't know. It's a difficult one, isn't it, though? Because if you see something in someone's car window or car boot, I will say to them, like, oh, when you get a second, can I have a look at that? But I think that's different to, I sometimes see people opening people's doors and, like, grabbing it out. Like, for me, that's a no-go, personally. That's just me, personally. I can't, because I always think to myself, what happens if that's me selling the car boot? You know?
Yeah. That's been me. I've had people, like, dive into my, like, open the door, and while I'm in it, and I'm like, whoa, calm down. Absolute craziness. So I just park up, lock my door, and just sit outside and wait for them to go away. Time to bugger off.
I did a whole thing when I sell at car boots as anything from the car boot before I put on the table is £100 per item.
Yeah.
And they're like, what do you mean it's £100? I'm like, well, that's the price until I'm ready. And they quickly then walk off. So that's another option to get rid of these pesky resellers, you know.
One thing we do is like pull up, lock the car, and go and look around, then come back.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
That's another one. Go by
before you get rid of anything.
Well, I'm going to shoot now. The wife's coming back soon, so the kids will be back as well. It'll be nice.
George, thanks for popping in, bud. And
good luck with it.
We'll get something together. Hopefully, August is quite busy, but we'll get something together before the end of the year. I'll come down and we can do something.
Send us a message. We'll sort something out.
Will do, mate. The Arsenal shirt should arrive, if not today, hopefully tomorrow or Friday latest.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Cheers, mate.
Sweet, man. Cheers, George. Take it easy.
See you, everyone. Bye.
See you, mate. So, Lucy, how'd you get on then? Not great.
I got some different stuff. It wasn't the most successful, nothing, but we just got some like Paw Patrol and bits. And then the garage sale, we did all right. I spent £46 at this garage sale. But yeah, we've done all right there, but nothing like we're going to quadruple our figures or anything. Just some,
just basic stuff.
Yeah. But
it adds up though. You've got to remember that even the stuff where you kind of like, do you know what? It's small profits, etc. It all quickly adds up.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Mum.
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't be outsourcing. You're like me. You shouldn't be outsourcing, really.
No, technically shouldn't. But we're going away soon, so we're just getting as many in as we can before we're away.
Yeah. It's hard though, isn't it? Because sourcing is fun.
Yes, and we've got a new charity shop opening tomorrow as well.
Oh, is that the one I've seen a lot of people talk about? Is that meant to be really cheap?
In Newbury, yeah, a big cancer research distribution centre thing.
Yeah.
Apparently £5 or under. So gonna head there tomorrow, but
Everything's gonna be $4.99, isn't it? That's the way they're gonna do that.
Probably. But it's worth a look.
Absolutely, you gotta go there.
Yeah, it's not too far, so yeah. But how are we all getting on with photographing and stuff?
Yeah, I need to go and look at what the first number was to make it easier instead of me counting it. I reckon I'm about 60 or 70, I think, items so far, I think. But I've still got loads left. So I reckon I'll be doing photos until, I'll probably say about 7:30, 8 o'clock is the plan, and then jump over to listings until 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And try and get all the 200 scheduled out, which means I'm 10 days ahead, along with my draft bank, which I've already got 7 days ahead on the draft bank. So it does mean that if we do go away, I've got a little bit of security there.
Yeah. Do you put your still on holiday mode when you go away?
No, I just, I'll be honest with you, we don't really go away longer than a week. And what I do is just extend my dispatch time. And then what I do every day I'm on holiday, I'll log in the morning and just bring it down a day. And then give myself 1 day's extra grace. So when I come back, I'm not having to pack, say, I don't know, 100 orders like on 1 day. I kind of have a couple of days to do it. So that's what I try and do. But last time we went away, it was only for 5 days. So it wasn't that much of a big deal to extend it. But I think if you're going away for 2 weeks, it's harder to extend it. I think you kind of need to do a bit of both.
Yeah. No, we're going away for a week, but we just put it off for a week just because it's easier for us to cope with.
Yeah.
Because also
it is nice. It is nice to come back and not have to stress about all this stuff you've got to do.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, because you've got two options really. You can either switch off your store, or you can leave it on. And either way, it's got to work for you. You know, a lot of people want to go away on holiday and then not have to worry about anything when they come back, and that's good.
Yeah.
I'm very much a case of like, oh, if I come back to like nothing to do, I'll be bored as well. So
I'm a bit mixed because the thing is, where we're going, no signal.
Yeah.
So that's one reason, but I will be bored when I get back. So we're making sure we have plenty photographed in the background.
Yeah.
As soon as I get back, so I can just list away.
That is a real hack. Even if you can get loads of photographs that you can transfer over to your laptop if you take your laptop when you go away, when you get a little down moment, to be able to log onto the Wi-Fi if you can get it there, and then just drop them into create the drafts and then just drop them in.
Yeah,
I do that quite a bit. Sometimes I'll take an extra couple of days worth of photos, and then they're kind of as a backup on my PC in case I can't get down the shed for any reason. Or if this shed's too hot, I might not want to come and spend all day down here. So I've got kind of a couple of days of photos I can just revert to.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same when I'm off. I never really off.
Yeah, it is hard to switch off. As you're running your own business not effectively, you're running your own business. So it is hard to kind of have that switch off moment.
Yes.
But it's important to have as well, because everyone needs to recharge their batteries. So
yeah, and we're going away with my sister, her husband, and 2 little ones. So it's going to be full on.
Yeah, you're going to come back and you're going to be like, eBay, I've missed you.
Yeah. Double Karma's just asked me something, and I haven't got any chase flashes at the moment. But if one that I did have, my dog nicked. But if I find any, I'll let you know.
I've still got all that Paw Patrol stuff in my garage that I'm just going to list up as a big bundle.
Well,
I shouldn't have brought it.
We've got so many boxes of Paw Patrol to go through, and I've just bought another bag today.
Yeah, I've literally got about 4 carrier bags full of it, and I'm just going to put it all out on my desk and do probably a 99p auction and let it run, and just someone's going to get a bargain, but it gets out of my way.
Because we've got about 6 80-litre boxes just full of Paw Patrol.
George, you order another coffee yet?
No, not yet. I'm still like halfway. I think this is my only treat there. I'll get the. That's it. That's all she wants. I've done 25. I've done pictures, listed, and I've transferred them all over onto Depop, and I've packaged most of them as well. So I'm doing okay.
So what are you going to do the rest of the time then? Because you've got quite a while until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So.
Well, that's only 25. I've got another batch over there I can do.
That's all right.
And I've got a load of toys. But yeah, I've got loads.
Leanne said to me when I went and got a coffee, she was like, do you think George is going to stay on for the 24 this time? The whole 24? And I was like, who knows? He might surprise us all.
You think what?
She said, is he going to stay on for the whole 24 hours? And I was like, who knows? He might surprise us all. You're famous in my house, mate, after last time. Yeah. You're well known.
That's what it is. What's listing?
I was talking about your dog, Lucy.
Yeah, I just realised we had issues with the person that was meant to be house sitting and dog sitting, but he's definitely doing it, so he'll be fine.
Oh, nice.
So
that's a relief.
It is, because Jack's 15 now, so he's getting on a bit.
Yeah, and it's always nice at that age for someone they're familiar with.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't send him to a kennel or someone he's just met.
Yeah, that makes sense. At the end of the day, the same as, we've got 2 cats. They are family. I know people find that weird, but animals are family.
They are family.
Yeah, I love my little cat. Well, not mine. Leanne got them. I was like, no, we don't need cats. And then we got 2 now, so.
Yeah, we were meant to get 2 border collies, but
Is it a border collie that you've got, Lucy?
I've had 2 brother and sisters. They were Jack and Susie. Unfortunately, Susie was 14 and earlier this year, but she was really poorly on the 28th of Feb and had to be put to sleep. But we still got Jack going strong. But yeah, we miss Susie every day. But Jack, he's a funny dog, I tell you that. He tells me when it's bedtime.
Yeah, they're like that, dogs, aren't they? They kind of have a routine.
Yeah, I know he's on the sitting room sofa, and at 8:30 he'll come over, stare me dead in the eyes, like, why is he sat there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be up this late.
Yeah. Yeah.
Luxury pics are in, and they're not coming in saying, "Hi, James. Hope you're well. You're looking great today." No, it's Michelle, you gorgeous creature, you.
That's obviously Bethany. Come in, pickers. You can have one of these little squares.
Yes, pickers, come in, come and see us. Come and tell us all about you. Come and talk posh. How can we entice them in,
come on,
Michelle?
come and talk posh. So I've just been trying to persuade George to come get on. He thinks he's missed the boat, but I was saying to him he hasn't.
The boat is still docked, George. There's plenty of time for you. He's ignoring us now. He doesn't want the pressure. He doesn't want the pressure. It's too much for me. Come on, luxury.
Yeah, we'll see. I definitely think it is the future. I think it's going to be massive. I don't think eBay's actually ready for Poshmark, I don't think, in the UK.
No.
I think it is going to create some kind of competition, I'll be honest.
On the used clothes market, I think it is, definitely. I'm surprised that Depop are usually quite agile, and I'm surprised they haven't got any live selling function.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised, and I'm surprised eBay being so big, they've got the resources to import it. So I'm surprised there's no live function they haven't adapted, because they can see what's happening on TikTok, they can see what's happening on Poshmark and on Insta. You know, people are selling live and on whatnot as well. It's like, why? I mean, they could be thinking about it or coming up with something, but it's like they're a multi-billion-dollar business. They should be putting the resources where their audience is, basically.
Yeah. See, what I wonder about eBay is obviously like, do you know, like in ads and all of that, like it's such a massive thing. And obviously even now, like I was like listening to something or someone the other day, and they were saying that basically like there is no one like in ads, you know, as a seller, you can report a false in ad. Someone was saying that there's no one actually looking at them. It's just a report button for the sake of a report button. Because they haven't got the resource. So it's the same, like what, you know, if I was like, oh, here I have a full unopened bottle of Coca-Cola, and then I post it, and then they're like, you sent me a half-drunk bottle of Coca-Cola. It's a bit like, because you've showed it on the video, I don't know.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I think it's so easily abused, the system on eBay. Happens all the time. And I think certain other platforms are making it very difficult to abuse the system, the return system.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think smaller companies are becoming a lot more agile and being a lot more, seller aware and a bit more seller conscious.
Yeah. There's a girl on, I say girl, there's a woman on Instagram. She's called eBay Princess. Have you heard of her? She's American.
I think so, yeah.
So obviously the clue is in the name. She was an eBay seller. Here they are. Bethany knows about eBay Princess.
You've enticed them in. Hello.
Someone say Poshmark.
Yeah, eBay Princess. eBay Princess, basically she only sells on whatnot now. That's it. Yeah. She only sells live. Like that for me, that's where I want to be.
Yeah, she does mad numbers as well. I think one of the last lives she did like 7 hours straight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not quite 24, granted, but you know.
Yeah, but I'm not making money. I'm just listing. I know long term will make money, but at least she's selling stuff in the 7 hours, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
But,
How was it been, James?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, I've done it last time. I've done it in January last time, and
We saw.
I started at 7 o'clock at night, and so I found it a real struggle early hours of the morning. I think today I'll struggle nearer 7, 8 o'clock this evening, which means the early hours should be the second wind, hopefully, to get through. But yeah, it's good fun. And do you know what I was saying earlier? Like, if I was doing this on my own, just for the sake of it, if I said, right, 24 hours sitting at home doing it, it's so soul destroying because it's the same thing over and over. But having people come in and out and a side chat, it just really helps, with the flow. And yeah, it's good to have people come in and have a chat. So yeah, thank you guys for coming in.
Oh, don't be silly. And plus the fact you have all these superstars in well before we came and came to the party.
Well, you could have come in first thing this morning, but you guys are obviously busy selling stuff, posting stuff, and
they call it work.
You're probably on Posh this morning at 10 o'clock doing a live show or something. So
not quite, but maybe.
So are you guys as passionate about Posh as Michelle? Because Michelle will voice note me most days, and most of her questions, most of her things about James, I'm doing this for Posh. I was like, do you not sell on eBay anymore? So where are you guys at with Posh? Are you really passionate about it? Do you think it's the new thing that's going to take over, or do you think it's good to have alongside?
I think people are underplaying it at the moment. I think, right, if you were able right now, everyone in the chat, you, James, to get in eBay at ground level, you would be so excited to be one of the first live sellers or one of the first auction, people on eBay. So it's exactly the same. Long term, to be in this early is absolute gold.
On the basis, it pays off, and once again, it gets anywhere near what eBay does. Having said that, I know a lot of people compare it to eBay, which I think in general is madness. But on the basis that eBay, even in this country, has been here for over 20 years now. So if you think about it that way, Poshmark has been in the States for nearly 10, maybe just over 10, and it's number 2 to eBay. And eBay have 10 years on them as regards growth. So I think, I'm not saying the UK will be will mirror that exactly, but I do think that the fact that even people which aren't really first or don't have any kind of interest in Posh, the fact they even know about it, I think is a good thing, firstly. But secondly, even yourself, I've noticed kind of popping in and out the lives. I know you obviously know Michelle, and there's a couple of guys we've spoken to you before, on different bits as well. Yeah, and I think just to have people kind of what I'd call, if it was TV, it'd be the case of a casual viewer. You know what I mean? Someone who just kind of pops in and out and checks it out as it goes along. So I think if those casual viewers, so to speak, become more kind of involved or just interested in it kind of gets your attention a little bit. I think that's interesting as regards. But I do think, as you just said, trust me, there's no way in the world that you can drop everything and be it's got a lot of attention. I can't lie. It's there at the top for sure. But if you talk about dropping everything else, I think you'd be mad to at this point. It's way, way, way too early in the game to kind of say, right, guys, that's it. As much as we're all in, we have to have other I think that's just business, though, isn't it? If even if you said you're kind of niching down to clothing and so on, it's very hard to kind of click your fingers and say, right, I'm doing all clothing, because even if the opportunity arises, you see something which might be worth picking up, or you can make money from, or do you know what, you just enjoy selling. I think it's hard not to kind of indulge that. And I think for us, eBay, Depop, Vinted, they're all great platforms. Anyone who tells you that they're useless, unless you had bad experience or maybe you haven't spent enough time cultivating those things, like anything, maybe you can kind of report otherwise. But I think they're all worthwhile in their own little way. But I also think that, like Bethany said, I think if you were to kind of take something this early from, even to be known, some of the guys who have just got their kind of ambassadorships, as we call them on Posh, who would just be able to do lives in the next few kind of weeks or months. These are people who weren't in beta. They've started from kind of the ground level, if you will, but only from the day that anyone could have joined. It's not, it wasn't kind of a special ticket or a quick way in, if you will. They've worked and they've grafted to get there. So it was a case, anyone can do that. I think if it does go according to plan and as people would like to be, I think the live selling aspect really does. Yeah, it's exciting. It's different,
Yeah, the lives are cool. And I mean, the other day, because I pop into all of your shows at different points, and I don't stay the whole show, but I pop in and out because it's interesting. But cool. Even in Michelle's one the other day, I had a £5 credit to use, and I thought, do you know what? I want to support Michelle, etc., etc. I ended up spending about 30 odd pound with Michelle on stuff that I don't want. It's all Claire's accessory stuff. It was some wings, because you get caught up in that whole live. You're trying to support the person. There's good energy in the show. And that's why I said to Michelle, she does it really well. Similar to you guys, but from a non-YouTube perspective.
Of course.
Michelle does it really well in the sense that she's got that high energy that people 100%. Will watch it and think, I want to spend my money with this person because she's great. And that's where I think the lives can be really good for people with really good high energy personalities.
Yeah, and do you know what? I actually think you make such a good point, because a lot of people initially were kind of like, oh, it's for if it's someone who has even the smallest remote following, or if it's someone who kind of more like, you know, who have done YouTube or have done kind of videos and whatever else, or maybe bigger on social media. And I think I understand where that would come from, but for sure. But once again, like Michelle's just totally like blown out of the water. Like her shows are, like you say, the energy is the most amazing way to describe it, because like if you tune into one of those shows, I said to someone the other day, I was talking about Posh, as we do, and they said, well, if you could say why would you go on there if you weren't a seller, so to speak, like as a buyer, you know? And I said, even if you don't want to get a bargain, or you're not a reseller, or you're just as entertainment, like you just said, just sometimes to sit back and watch and just see what's going on, so to speak, I think it's fun. Yeah. The same way people come and watch you on a live or on the coffee pod or on anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think sometimes you go into them auctions, and even if you don't buy it, it's the entertainment side. But you quickly get caught in the whole thing about a live auction. You're like, oh, I want to be involved. And you will buy stuff. And some stuff you'll buy and you'll think like, oh, I didn't really need that, but I feel happy to support the person because that entertainment is worth me spending money to support their business. And you're right what you said there with Michelle. And that's why I've loved hearing Michelle's journey as well on it, from a complete, I don't want to say this in a horrible way, but from a complete non-social media presence. She had her Instagram, but she hasn't got that whole YouTube following. And so when you see you guys on there, you see Chatty Pete on there, for instance, you know, you guys have got a good enough YouTube following where your YouTube people will probably come over to support you on there. Yeah. For Michelle coming from Instagram, it's been really good to see her do really well. And like we speak about it a lot. And when she went to that event with you guys, the fact that they asked her to speak says it all as well, because obviously you guys are recognized for YouTube as well and for what you do. You've got Chatty Pete the same and Lola the same, and you've got then Michelle, who's not a YouTuber. It's kind of saying to other people, like, you don't have to be doing this on YouTube to do well on Posh. And that for me was a big thing. And it's same as sorry, I was going to say I'm waffling. Sorry, Michelle. Same as Mark last night. Mark last night, I watched his show before my live. And that guy had music on, he had his kilt on, he was dancing around, and people love that because it's entertainment. And he's such a good guy, honestly. Sorry, Michelle, I'll stop talking now.
Sorry, I also think what's important is a lot of people, the kickback we've heard is that it's all resellers selling to resellers. 60, and we do sell to resellers, and if a reseller wants to get a bargain and resell it, then all power to them, because I'm doing the same thing. But 60% of our customers are people I've never met, don't know, and aren't reselling. They're buying for themselves. The majority of resellers on there are buying for themselves, aren't buying for resale. So everyone's a customer. So although a lot of the, it is that there's a lot of resellers on there because that's the way that Poshmark are marketing the app, and you can't sell product if the product isn't on the website. Though all resellers, just like, in any circumstance, are people and they're customers. And if my customer is a reseller, it's still a customer to me. What their profession is none of my business in the long run. And it's one more sale that we're making that someone who isn't on Posh isn't making.
I also think what you said about Michelle, that's like you said, you obviously had a relationship via social media with Michelle. You're aware of it, she knew you. You guys were friends well before this, right? So what I'm saying is, what's interesting from your point of view as well is the fact that you could see that, like, from literally from day one. And with all due respect, like you said, a very different social media base, should we say, to start from. And to do that from not zero, she's huge on Instagram, but I'm saying, like you just said, maybe not a different kind of community, or maybe, like you said, like know yourself from doing YouTube and Instagram. They're both, although sometimes they cross over, and obviously they do a lot, that's not always the case. So sometimes, like we have some friends who are massive on YouTube, but hardly post on Instagram. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think, like you said, to see an organic from like a first person point of view as regards Michelle, from your point of view as well, James, to see that grow, I think that's cool, because then you're getting a really, like you just said, an organic, a natural, a non kind of like the fact that she sat there doing the speeches and so on at a Poshmark event within however how long of her being on the app. That's outstanding. Yeah. Like that's
absolutely,
it's amazing.
I said to her, I would have been so nervous sitting there, because it's one thing doing these lives over Zoom effectively or StreamYard, but there's other things about speaking in a room full of people with loads of eyes on you. And if you do YouTube, people think you might feel a bit more comfortable, but I must admit, like, I still wouldn't feel overly comfortable in public speaking in a room full of people. Yeah, but she just went and smashed it and done it. And, you know, she's well known in that UK Poshmark community now as being 100%. One of the top people.
She is, yeah, for sure.
So fair play. We're giving you all this credit, Michelle. It's going to go like this, which is good.
No, it's getting big. I can see it getting bigger.
Fair play for you doing it, because a lot of people would have seen that as an opportunity and said, oh, no, I'm too scared to speak in front of people. And you're probably nervous as hell doing it. But, you know, I bet you're proud of yourself for doing it.
Yeah. But also, like, because people, like, there's a lot of, like, personalities and stuff. But also, I think it is, like, it's a lot about the items. Like, I think part of the reason I maybe got asked to speak at the event is because when those codes went live, my sales went mad. And I've spoke to people before, like that was the 3-4 months of cross-listing I was doing.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt Michelle, because she's too modest to tell you. What she means is in the first 24 hours, she sold more than anyone on that platform within 24 hours. And the sales weren't just great or good, they were outstanding. I won't go into sales because I don't mean to say that, but she went off the clock as regards sales. So
I got the voice note, so I know what you mean. I'm not going to repeat the numbers, but I got the voice note. And she was like, James, you need to come and do Posh. And I'm like, Michelle, I'm sick of hearing from Posh from you. But joke aside, I've had many chats, Michelle. I've got a bit of a strategy in my business where Posh might come into it at some point. So I'm very much a case of at the point of being like, I might venture in there just so I'm in the position that if I need to use it for something, I mean, Michelle knows what I've got going on. I'm not going to talk about it on this stream here, but I've got something maybe at the end of the year where I might have to liquidate lots of good stuff. And Michelle was saying to me even last night, just get on there. And then, you know, you'll be in a position, and if you need to do it, you can do it. So,
I think that's half it. But I did interrupt Michelle very rudely when I said she's being modest. So sorry, Michelle, you carry on.
Sorry, we'll give Michelle the floor. Sorry, Michelle.
No, the point of that was obviously that was before like lives were a thing, wasn't it? Like when everyone, the flux of people came in. That was before lives were a thing. Like, I honestly think like that the people buying from me, it was like, I've got £20. And they didn't care about the people they were buying from. It was more about the items they were buying.
Yeah.
Which is kind of, it's like everything with reselling, isn't it? Like, you want the best items.
Yes,
Michelle.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Michelle, you say that, and I get that at first. When everyone had them credits, and I saw a comment up there that, who was it? Someone got a £20 credit from you guys, Luxury Pickers. I missed out. I was too slow because Michelle sent me the link straight away. And I was like, yeah, I'll get around to it. And then I signed up, I think, the day after when they dropped it down to a £5. But anyway, I'm not bitter about that. But what I will say is people will spend them £20, but it's the people who have spent the £20 who keep coming back to your shows. Yeah, they're not coming back because they've got £20 credit now. They're coming back because they enjoy either A, what you're selling, you're right, or B, your personality. And that's why they keep coming back. So they're the kind of people, the people who have come back after they spent the referral credit, like myself the other day. I spent my £5 with you, Michelle, and then I stayed on and spent another 20 odd quid because I was enjoying the show. And I will always support other people because they've supported me, and there's a bit of that in there. But I went on to a stream last night of someone I didn't know, or was it last night or the night before? Someone I didn't know. And I was watching theirs because I was interested in buying stuff for me as a reseller, not to resell, but to keep. Yeah. So I'm kind of intrigued for this live auction because there's not a lot of it in the UK apart from Whatnot. And when I go on Whatnot, a lot of it at the moment is just trading cards.
Yeah,
it's lame, James. It's lame. You can say it.
I think
I can't disclaim.
We follow loads of people in the States which obviously do clothing and vintage clothing more specifically who use Whatnot, but obviously that's not available to us in the UK. And to be fair, that's where kind of Posh has slipped into that niche. And for us, like you guys know, that's what we do. We sell clothes. Or clothing, accessories, shoes, whatever else. But I think one of the main things as well, like you just mentioned, was I think a lot of people, I'll be honest, and there's in the back of our minds for sure, when people had those initial credits or they had some kind of spend, I think a lot of people thought once that was kind of done with, it would be a case of, okay, well, everyone's spent their money and everyone's just going to go back to as you were kind of fellas, And I'll be honest, in actual fact, it's grown. And without sounding too like, oh, this is so great. Like if you're not into it, it's cool. Like just move on and carry on. But I think for a lot of people, that didn't happen. And I think that initially to us was like, there could be something here for sure, as opposed to kind of just people spending credit, as you said. And you said yourself, you had £5, yet you went and spent X amount of money. Now, yeah, there was probably a part of you which was, supporting Michelle. But at the same token, you didn't have to. Let's be quite frank. And you chose to because the whole situation, how that was, and how it made you feel, and you were happy to do so.
Oh yeah, I was fully in on that auction. I was a case of like, this is so cool. I've just won this first one. Let me win another one. Let me win another one. You get so involved. And in the end, I was like, I spent 30 quid. I need to stop here because I have got no one to give this Claire's. I haven't got many people to give Claire's accessories bundles to, but I'll find people. But anyway, it was just exciting to see. And I like the format because I'm the same. I've joined a lot of the different ones from America and whatnot where they're selling clothes. And that looks really interesting. But the UK ones, I'm not interested in cards, so I can't sit on a show and watch them sell cards. But if Whatnot started letting more UK people in, doing clothes and stuff as well, that would pick up. But I think eBay really need to look at it now and say, how can we bring that live format onto eBay? And also, is it going to be a different vibe? Because eBay's not going to allow you to play music like, Posh does or Whatnot does. And there's going to be a different vibe then when it comes to a live auction because it needs to be interesting. That is the point. It needs to be fun to get people to stay and watch.
I also think eBay as a platform in itself isn't okay, this is controversial, but it's not a hugely user-friendly platform in terms of if I was to go shopping for a dress and although I wanted to buy it secondhand, I wouldn't necessarily go straight to eBay. I'd probably go to Vinted or Depop because it's the browser nature of it is more friendly. So to add the live shows onto eBay, I think if they don't go down like a corporate route, and I'm talking like, the big drop shippers and like phone cases flying out for $5, I think it'll be hard to do it in a way that's enticing and entertaining, which is basically what you just said, I guess. But like when Whatnot came onto the scene, I remember because we watched a lot of Americans, Hairy Tornado, Rally Roots, and they were being sort of recruited by Whatnot and getting paid basically to promote them and getting credit to spend on product to sell on Whatnot. It was a very closed marketplace and they were only giving it to like YouTubers and influencers. But look how much that's grown in even the short amount of time. It's $1 billion valued company. And that was literally over the space of 2 or 3 years. It's grown that exponentially. Then Poshmark brought in live selling in the US. So they were after Whatnot in the US. But in the UK, they're first.
Yeah,
so
before Whatnot.
That dynamic, they know from the US market how big it can grow from what they've seen of Whatnot. So to be first in the UK market is quite a big thing, and it's accessible to anyone. Like you just said, we can't get on Whatnot at the moment. We've applied to go on Whatnot. We applied when they said they were opening it up.
I done the same. Yeah, I done the same. I applied at the time and stuff, but I'm interested to see where it goes. I think it is going to create some competition. And I agree with what you said. I think when it first came out, there was so much skepticism around whether that's it. Once they use all the free credits, people are just going to drop the platform and you guys are going to do live shows and no one's going to show up. But I was in Michelle's the other night, and as I was saying, I said to Michelle afterwards, she had over 60 people in there at one point. Yep. Now, for a live show on a Sunday, where most people kind of see Sunday as the day off and not work and all the rest of it, on a live show on a Sunday for someone like Michelle, and I keep saying someone like Michelle, I'm going to say a non-YouTuber like Michelle, to have 60 odd people.
You understand what you mean.
60 odd people in the chat. Yeah, well, I'm normally rude to her anyway, but 60 odd people in the chat for me was amazing. And that for me said, okay, this has got some legs. This platform has got some legs. So I'm one of them who's like, I'm not doing Posh, but I'm not one of these who's anti-Posh. Posh is awful. Don't do that. It's never going to work. I'm very much a case of like, I'm interested to see how it works, but already in the early stages, I'm seeing how it could work. And I'm excited because hopefully eBay will up their game slightly because it's more competition for eBay and that's good for everyone.
eBay's so slow at the moment as well, and I put it down to taking my well, I put it down to taking my eye off the ball because we've been pretty posh heavy. But I have my my 5 a day going up, etc. Across. I got 2 eBay accounts, and it isn't. They call it the summer slowdown, don't they? And at the moment, like I don't know, you know, it's bringing in money, but to sustain that as a full time. At both of us are full time to not have multi platforms, it would be a hard work, you know.
Yeah, Zip Sales just brought in that cross list. Michelle was saying the other day that Zip Sales now, everyone uses Zip Sale, but if you do, they've now used it so you can cross list the Posh as well. So yeah, I think it's going to go somewhere. And as I say, I speak to Michelle most days. She voice notes me, and she is super excited about it. And I know she wouldn't waste her time on something if it didn't have legs. Same as you guys. You guys wouldn't be out there talking highly about it if you thought it's a load of rubbish. You know, you guys don't mess about when it comes to it.
Haven't got the time.
No, I know.
You just made a great point, though. You just made a great point because I do think that, you know, listen, we I guess most of you guys know if we feel a certain way, we say it. Like there's not really any bones with us. You know?
I know that.
I think sometimes it's very easy to say, like you just said. And I think what you say is really important, actually, James, because with Michelle, even more so, like you just said, it'd be very easy to say, well, okay, you got a couple, you got a fair few subs on YouTube, or you got Instagram, and then, you know, even like yourself, say if you started, it'd be the same comparison, James. Oh, he's got his channel, so he's going to have his viewers come over. But like you said, when you have people which, and like you just said, Mark, for example, Mark wasn't even part of beta. And he's also not only done his live, but he's smashing lives. He's making great money. He has an Instagram, obviously, and he's on social media, but he hasn't got a YouTube. And he'll be the first to tell you. He went to the event, and he'll be the first to tell you that he's not there necessarily for the social aspect. He's trying. I guess he loves it, but he's there because he's a reseller. He's trying to sell product. And he's done that from the very start. I just think it's interesting when you see people, well, like you just said, you're close to people who can see the whole journey as opposed to just like, because there really is, like you said, when you have a YouTube or you have you people who follow you or you talk to people, I think sometimes there is a perception that you could just lie. Let's be honest. We could it's so great, guys, everyone join, and and I'll be honest, like Bethany said, if I'm making massive money on eBay, sorry, why would I bother? Like I would have to make something, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like the thing is with your reputation as well, if you honestly didn't believe in it, there's no way you're going to be talking so openly about it and all the time. And then people think, well, you talk about all these live shows, but you guys only do one live show every 6 months. They're going to say, is that good? Why are you not constantly doing it? So you've got to back up what you say. And that's what I have seen with Posh so far. There's not been many people kind of promoting it really highly and then not following up with what they're promoting. And like you guys, it's like YouTube. You know how YouTube works. You have to be consistent, because a lot of people say my channel's not growing. Why am I not growing as quick as other people? Part of that is down to content, but a lot of it is down to consistency. And Posh is a shame. Like Michelle was saying, she's got a 7 o'clock. I think it's 7. Quote me if I'm wrong. 7 o'clock show on a Sunday every week. And that is her slot. And so now people know Michelle's slot is 7 o'clock on a Sunday. And that's a thing now. And so you have to create that consistency. And if Michelle doesn't show up for 2 weeks at 7 o'clock, people are going to be like, well, I never know whether to turn up or not.
That's
it. So you have to remain consistent.
Yeah, you're right. It's true.
Well, that's a good instance. Next week we're away. We're actually going to Ireland first, and we're running our live show from Ireland.
And just before I say anything else, Georgie, don't worry. We saw your videos. We were watching them today, and honestly, like the best thing I've ever seen.
He's got.
Is he listening?
He's not listening. Look at him.
Do you know what? He's not listening because Michelle's trying to recruit him already.
Is he listening now?
Like, stop brainwashing me, people.
George, just saying.
I had you on mute. Sorry.
We're off to Ireland next week, and we were watching your videos today in Ireland.
Your Dublin ones.
Oh God, yeah. Are you going to Dublin?
Yeah, we're going all over.
You're going all over, right? Well, definitely. If you go to just for the experience, there's lots of different like vintage shops in Dublin Centre, like near Temple and everything. But just be careful. I would ask the prices, because one of them, what was it? I've forgotten the name of the shop. They've got like 3 different shops, and they're all different prices.
Okay.
What?
There was one. I thought there was one which you said outside they had a sign for like £25 or something for a kilo. You went and they charged you more.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. And I messaged them on Instagram and they still haven't gotten back to me. I was so annoyed. I was like, you can't, I wish I would have, this is one of these things where it's like drama, but like I was quite annoyed because it's literally painted. It's like a graffiti painted outside. Yeah. Inside, when you walk in, they've got signs, massive signs saying €20 per kilo. And then I went and then I only got 2 items from there. And I thought it was going to be like €8 or €9, and it ended up being a lot more. Let's just put it that way. And funnily enough, I did end up selling them as well. So swings and roundabouts.
There you go.
But the charity shops in Dublin, I wouldn't go to the central ones, but in the city centre on the outskirts, they're the really good ones. And there's what is it? There's a few that are really good. I just went on to Google and put in charity shops Dublin, and they all popped up.
Yeah.
Have a wander. It's an experience for sure. I've been there loads of times, but I haven't actually gone to all of the thrifty places, the vintage places. Yeah. And it was just expensive. It was just so expensive. But hey, what are you going to do?
We went last year. We did a video last year. Bethany has family out there, and we didn't go to Dublin. We kind of went more local to where they live, and they were like really what I call old school charity shops. They were really cool, and they were like all really reasonably priced during the time. So we're hoping to do a bit of both, kind of more city and more kind of rural as well.
There was no like charity shop culture. So the charity shops we went to in the smaller towns, it was very much like these shops are for low income people. It was a bit of a weird experience from that perspective. I don't think people understood why we were shopping.
Yeah, we got kind of, maybe it was my accent more than anything else, if I'm honest. That throws some people.
We had a great time in Dublin.
It's interesting, for sure. I think
Sorry,
for partying, it's good.
I was just saying the pubs in Dublin are incredible.
I'm not saying I'm going to stay out with them, James. I'm going to be honest with you.
They're so good.
It's good fun. When are you going?
We're going on. Well, we start our road trip. We're going to drive. So we start on Monday. We drive up through Wales, like the entirety of Wales. We're getting the ferry across, and then we're going to do all the major towns in Ireland.
Yeah, we'll be there for like a week, I guess, all told.
Oh, that's fab. Yeah, I've got family out there, and they're scattered all over, mainly in the west. But like, I've got a few cousins in in Dublin and everything. But yeah, it's so lush. And driving, because I've only ever railed it, and that's good. But like driving it, it's going to be lush. Yeah. And in summer, fabulous.
Nice life is in. Richie Rich. I haven't seen you for ages. Rich. I thought you didn't love me anymore. So how is everyone else anyway?
Oh, Michelle's
like, just switch us off. She doesn't care.
Yeah, she's had her chat now.
We just came in to chat. We our work's done for like the next half hour.
You distracted us.
Sorry.
Yeah, how dare you? No. How dare you come and distract us? No,
like, what's done? We've done it in like 2 hours because we're so efficient.
I haven't started.
Michelle, someone's talking about your rack in.
Mark, I've just wound myself up, right? Because I asked, didn't I? I said, can I just flip it upside down? And Becca was like, no. And I thought, I can. No, I can't. So anyway, here it is. Can you see? What a mess. I've given up because I literally went and got lunch and I was like, it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock and all I've done all day is packaged 8 measly items and photographed 11 things. Like, that's ridiculous. So the shelf has been shelved for today.
But you're staying on, aren't you, till 10 a.m, Michelle?
10 a.m. Do you know what? I actually would. Like, if it wasn't because I have to go and be a parent, I would.
Oh, these excuses. Jeez Louise.
I know. He's full of them, Austin. Full of excuses.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to pick Callie up from school because I was on a YouTube live stream.
I was streaming, for goodness sake. I was streaming. So are we going to go? Are we going to say goodbye? Are we going to
we're going to leave. We might come back for a midnight stint if you want.
I'll be here, Bethany. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, not for 24 hours.
Well, sorry to have bored you all for like the last 10 minutes. Apologies. Good luck with the stream, James. Yeah, 6
Thank
hours
you,
in
guys.
now.
6 hours in, plenty of time left to go. So yeah, if you
Only
guys
18
fancy
to
it,
go.
pop back later. Come and show us
Oh,
some.
hang on,
Come and show us
because-
some of your listing.
Simon's just saying it was great to have a chat with you with the luxury pickers. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
James-
sorry. Do you know what? We've ignored all the comments because we're just terrible at that. So apologies if anyone's commented. I apologize. It's my fault for not seeing. I'm just an idiot like that.
Well, here we go. Are you going to Northern Ireland? That was a question for you guys.
We're doing
first of all.
Northern and we're doing Southern. So my family is Southern, but they're right on the border. So we just sort of drift in and out. But we didn't do Belfast last time, so we're gonna do Belfast this time. And I think we did a couple of Northern Ireland towns last year because we went and saw Frankie Harry. Anyone? knows
yeah.
Frankie?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
he's
Frankie
a
Harry.
real nice guy as well, actually. I tell you what, though, which I think James will appreciate. Should I give him my shipping tip?
Oh yeah, so
Oh, here
if
we
you are staying in Southern Ireland and you've got if you bought loads of stuff or you I don't know,
You're going to ship something back, basically.
you want to do some postage because we're going to have to post all our posh show while we're in Ireland. You just wander over to the north, pay the British prices or the English prices, and it sends it right home. Whereas in the south, it's like 7 times the price because it's in the
Technically Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
So it's part of the UK.
What a hack! What a hack! You just got to cross that border a little bit and go to another post office.
Like from where we are, it's like maybe 20 minutes. And actually, the post office from where we are on the south side would actually be further. So it's easier for us to go across the border and do it as the kind of English, like Bethany said, UK English prices, which I think is cool.
So Simon's saying for you guys, he's hoping to have a good chat with you at the Posh event, but you two are absolutely hammered in the pub. So you're in no fit state to speak. Like he was saying it was the loudest pub. It was the loudest pub, so he couldn't hear anything.
Oh my god! Like honestly, it was. When I think when you go, let's say maybe your younger years, or maybe now, but you go to a foreign country where the music is probably illegally loud.
Yeah.
It was that kind of volume. Like you need some hearing. You need some hearing treatment afterwards. It was mad.
I was like, they said Bethany's ear is literally here, and I was like, Bethany!
I lost my voice. Like the evening after, when we got back to the hotel, I was like, I can't actually speak. Like it's.
Mark is in the chat, people. Mark, the living legend.
And it's Mark's fault. Mark's fault.
It was.
What? Where are you?
Huh?
Yeah, Mark, get your bum in here.
Yeah.
Come on. That was my Scottish accent.
I was saying my
Get
commitment.
yourself in here, lassie.
Next time there's a posh event. Next time there's a posh event in London, I'm going to come.
He'll come in just to
you should come.
Put me up on that.
I will. Everyone's complaining about the noise.
Do you know? I don't know if it's half of me was. I didn't want to say it was so loud because I thought maybe I'm just getting old now and it's something I have to deal with.
That's probably what it is.
Mark said that was a strong Australian accent.
James, do you not think it's Australian?
It was Australian, and then Simon said it's American. So we've got 2 different accents there, completely different accents. So I don't know what Michelle was playing out there, to be honest.
The other night when I was on my show, someone was tagging me in a different show talking about my accent. But I was
really
on camera and I could see the notifications of someone obviously tagging me, and I was like,
I'm busy.
Like, I'm not even in my show. And I was like, don't go talking about me in someone else's show. If you're going to talk about me, come and do it to me.
Come in my show. Yeah, come and buy some Claire's accessories if you're going to talk about me. It was good. Right, let me see if there's any more questions for you guys before you dip out. Let me just check. Hunley's popped in. How's everyone doing? I think we're doing all right. Let me just see if there's any more for you guys. I saw a couple of people. Everyone's saying hello. Night Stuff's going to message you on Instagram. He loves you guys still, so he's going to message you back. He still loves you.
There you go. I thought you're on the rocks. You know how it is.
Yeah, you know what it's like with him. But no, guys, I appreciate you both popping in and coming to say hello, and I appreciate hearing from you guys about Posh as well, because as I said, I speak to Michelle about it. It's good to hear from you guys, and yeah, I think it's one to watch. That's what I will say for anyone considering it. Jump on it while you can, because in the future they might put a block on how many people can do it as well. That's another thing. There might be a long waiting list. So yeah, it's good to hear.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing. You can only have, I guess, if you had lives kind of 24 hours and you're just kind of picking, almost like, you know, looking at your TV choice, and you've got all these different channels with different things at different times. So I don't know. It's interesting nonetheless, whether you're into it or you're down with it or not. It's interesting. I think, you know, you can't deny that at least, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Stuart's saying Belfast isn't great for charity shops, but yous can prove him wrong. There's a challenge for you guys.
I'll give it a whirl.
I'll give it a whirl. Go and show Stuart how good the Belfast charity shops are.
They'll probably be awful now, won't they?
Yeah, you'll be like, he's right. They're awful. There we are. We love the luxury. We love the luxury pickers. There we are. Lots of love for you guys.
We love you too. Thank you guys. Sorry for bothering you anyway. We will leave now. Should we leave?
Yeah, because Austin's just been shouting in my ear for the last 20 minutes.
What?
It's all good. Guys, thank you so much. And yeah, if you want to come back later, come back later.
We will. See you later, guys.
See ya. Cheers, guys. That was nice. The luxury pickers. Oh, and look who's just popped in. Waited for the luxury pickers to go, and he's popped in.
Ah, Mark!
How are we?
Mark, how are you, mate?
Pretty tired. Still pretty tired. I don't think I'll be as tired as you, mate, to be fair, but...
Was you boozing while you were having your party last night in your live stream?
No, just going on fumes. Going on fumes.
You are, I tell you now, you bring the energy to live streams. I watched it for the first half an hour before my live, and I just saw you dancing around in the kilt, doing the old fist pump. I was loving it.
The tunes were banging. They got me going.
Yeah,
How's things? How's it going?
Yeah, all right. We're getting there. I've kind of lost count now to how many photos I've done. I'm going to go to check the first SKU number inside to see where I started. But I'm guessing I'm around. I'm guessing I'm close to 100. I might be well off, by the way. I reckon it's anywhere between 80 to 100 photos, but not the listings yet. The listings will be the second part of the stream. But yeah, the plan is 200 today. But whether I hit it, who knows?
That's impressive. Very, very impressive.
It's good. It's good fun. But I was saying, Mark, it's good to have people come in the chat. Because although people might think, oh, well, that was just going to slow you down, which it does, but without people coming in, doing this on your own, like, I haven't got motivation to list on eBay for 24 hours on my own. You know, I'll be dipping out, going for a little nap.
Just different perspective and different chat, right?
That's it, mate. Yeah, but we just had the, well, you're watching, we just had the luxury pickers on talking all things Posh. There was last night wasn't your first live show, was it?
Second. So it was my second one. I've jumped in because I didn't think you could have two gingers in your live at the same time, you know. So once Austin dipped out, I thought I better jump in.
Yeah. I have got rules in the stream. Yeah, only one allowed. So that's probably why you wouldn't let before.
You can only have one without a soul. So.
How you find it? How did you find the live last night? You look like you were enjoying it.
It was good. It was good. I've probably got a lot of opinions on Poshmark and live shows in general, but for me personally, I really enjoyed it. It was good fun. I think it's, for me personally, I can see it as being something in the future for me, as in a full-time, that's all I'll do. Genuinely, that's how strongly I feel about it. It's obviously very early days just now, but I need people like you. I need people. I need interaction. I need stuff to keep me going. So, yeah, live show could be my 100% thing in the future. Who knows? It's early days, right?
Nice. Whereabouts? Where in Scotland is your accent from? Mark Donner asks. Is it this place here, Perthshire or Perthshire? How would you say that?
Spot on first time, Perthshire. So I'm a Fifer. So Kirkcaldy born and bred. My accent's Fife, but I worked in Edinburgh for 20 years. So when I put on my professional voice, it kind of comes in and out of the Fife and the Edinburgh. and then I now stay in central Scotland, so I stay just outside of Perth.
How far is that from Glasgow?
So I'm about a 50-minute drive. 50-minute drive to Glasgow. I was looking at Fort William, and that's probably about a 3-hour drive for me as well. If I was going to nip up and see you at the bridge, you know.
Yeah, well, come and see the Harry Potter bridge. Literally, Leanna said to me, she was like, "Yeah, let's go to Scotland, but then can we go and see the Harry Potter bridge?" And I was like, "Yeah, that'd be all right." I looked at the drive, and I was like, "So you want me to go and do all of this car boot sale stuff, and then we'll drive to the Harry Potter bridge?" So yeah, long story short, we're going to the Harry Potter bridge. So,
that'll be nice. Been there before. It's nice.
If you fancy popping up, mate, I'll see you at the bridge.
I'll see you in Glasgow. It's a lot closer.
Yeah. Well, mate, if you're about.
What's your planned journey? Where are you coming into Scotland? Have you decided what boot sales and stuff you're coming into?
Yeah, so we're flying into Glasgow. The whole point was I was gonna drive, but after my van broke down when I even travelled down to Devon way, I thought there's no way I'm doing the drive up to Scotland. So we booked a flight. We're flying into Glasgow on the Friday, and then I think on Saturday we're still looking for a car boot sale on a Saturday, but we want it to be quite local, either quite local to Glasgow or further up north towards the Harry Potter bridge, so we can kind of do the car boot sale and then keep carrying on.
Yeah.
And then on Sunday, I should be meeting up with Tam and Bell and going to their car boot sale, which is in a place called, it begins with K.
Kirkcaldy.
Yeah,
that's where I'm from. That's where I'm from.
Oh, is it? Yeah. So we're gonna head there, and there's some car boots around there and stuff on the Sunday, and then we've got the whole day Sunday, and then we fly back. I think our flight's around 7 o'clock at night on the Sunday.
Cool.
But I just hired a car from the airport. I thought it's a lot easier for us to just jump on a plane, fly, take an extra suitcase for hopefully all the clothing I'm going to buy, and then I've got to worry about the van breaking down and dealing with all that stuff, you know.
That's fair. Makes sense. How's the marathon training coming on?
It's slow at the moment, I must admit, mate. It's I'm trying to eat healthier for sure. But
you look like you've lost a bit of weight, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, I have, to be fair. I've been trying to eat a bit better, but I feel like I'm really enjoying the running inside again at the gym, but I'm still not running outside enough. And I know people will say, you've got plenty of time. Like, that time is ticking quick for a marathon. So my kind of goal I've set myself, there is a half marathon in December, not too far from me. So my goal is to get to the point of trying to attempt to do a half marathon in December, just to kind of see where I get to, and then take it from there. But like the term says, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So I think it's all about consistency. But yeah, I need to fall in love with the gym again. I used to be so in love with the gym. I used to go to the gym 5 times a week religiously without any days off. And I used to be in there and love it. And I fell out in love with it quite a bit during lockdown, I would say. So yeah, I need to lose a bit of the timber to make it easy on my knees when running, and just get out a bit more outside. But I think after this week's been quite heavy with with my live last night and with other stuff going on. I think after this week, I'm going to kind of free up my diary a little bit to spend a bit more time actually focusing on the fitness and the marathon training. So yeah, ask me in a month and I'll be able to give you a better answer.
Fair. Have you got a local park run? Have you looked at a park run? Have you heard about them? Cool.
Yeah, I do. But the trouble is with the park runs, it clashes with the best time for me to source items for my eBay. I'm trying to find a midday park run or an afternoon park run or a midweek park run. If I can find a midweek like running group who does like a park run, absolutely perfect. But when it's on a Saturday morning at like 9 o'clock, it's like prime boot sale time, you know?
I think most of the running groups I've ever seen or been involved in has been a Tuesday night, Thursday night, or a Monday night, or Wednesday night. So like from 7 o'clock, so that's obviously a good time, So
yeah, I'm happy to do an evening or an afternoon park run, and that's the joy of working for yourself. You can be a bit flexible, but I kind of need to do the marathon training, but I can't put it over the business. If that makes sense, it needs to be alongside. So yeah, we'll see. I need to work out a proper plan, but yeah, I think for me, dieting's a big part at the moment to try and lose some of the timber I put on, and then it makes life easier when you get out running. You know, if you're not as heavy, it's a lot easier to run, I feel.
So I've done a few halves, and I've done one marathon, and I didn't do any training, which was horrendous. You know, like not doing any training for a marathon, like literally no training. I think I'd done 5K 2 weeks before it. So it was a bit insane, right? And I was in bits. It took me 6.5 hours. And it was a slog. I was probably about 104 kilo at the time. And I would always recommend putting in the training and putting in the effort beforehand, because it just absolutely will make it easier. It just does make it easier. A half marathon's easy when you look at a marathon. Seriously.
When you compare it to a marathon. But do you know what it was the other day? I was thinking, I used to be able to run 10K in the gym, like most days, without any problems. You know, I wasn't completely out of breath, etc., etc. And then I thought to myself, that's in the gym, it's easier. And then I thought, shit, a marathon is 4 times that and a little bit more. And then you start to realise how far it actually is. But the most important thing, mate, you said about it took you 6 hours, but guess what? The most important thing, and all people care about, is you done it. It just doesn't matter about the time. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm like, do you know what? If it takes me 10 hours and I'm one of them who's crawling at the end, I don't care. But I don't want it to take me 10 hours. I'm trying to do it in under 4 hours. That's my kind of mini goal I've set myself. But I'm not going to be one of them who's like stressed if I don't, you know?
Yeah. I think, like you say, starting it's an effort in the first place, and finishing it's the reward, right?
Yeah, that's it, mate. And do you know what the biggest reward is? Going to the pub after and sinking a few beers. That's going to be the biggest reward. Yeah, that's it. But it's a good I love challenges, and it's a good challenge for me. And once again, thanks for the sponsorship yesterday. It's really kind of you. You didn't have to sponsor me that much, but it's really grateful of that. So it's good fun. It's a good challenge. And do you know what? I need to lose weight. So I've got a perfect opportunity now where, like you say, I don't want to tell up at this marathon and after like 2K be out of breath and, you know, walking along, sorry. No, that's not what I want to do.
I'll manage that, no problem. I have all the faith in the world, and you're very welcome for the donation. It's no big deal. I've done, as I say, I've ran before. I know how hard it is to try and get sponsorship, and I know how hard it is to set yourself that challenge and stick to it. So any little things I can do, a message, maybe a virtual run. We could do a virtual run together if you fancied.
Mate, once I get a bit fitter and I'm out on them roads, 100% we can do that.
Yeah, that'll be a good laugh.
I'm actually thinking, and this is crazy, and Leanne said to me, she was like, why don't you concentrate and actually like getting to the point of where you could run a marathon and stop thinking about everything else? Because I was like, do you know what I'll do? I'll vlog it. I'll get one of them wrist GoPro straps and I'll vlog the run. And I thought, right, no one's going to want to see me as a hot, sweaty mess running, first of all, and no one's going to want to see a vlog of where I'm just like, like constantly, like, it's not a fun watch. I'll stick to these lives. I'm not going to do a vlog for the marathon.
Get the big fisheye lens on and get the 360 view, but above you so it doesn't capture you.
or I do what that Francis does from TikTok, where he's got the train guy, he's got the pointed down at his face and do that.
Straight back at you.
Yeah, no, it'd be good, mate. Yeah, I appreciate it. We'll hook up for a virtual run. That'd be quite cool.
No, that maybe get me going again as well.
Sometimes that's all you need, isn't it? Just a little bit of a push. I think we all need that from time to time. I know I do.
With everything.
Yeah, mate, 100%. So what's your plans today? You eBaying? Are you what you got going on?
I'm watching all you guys grafting away and sitting here very, very lordy, you know, making you all jealous. It was an absolute mammoth this morning to get. I don't know if it's been covered. I'm sure it has been covered, but Poshmark orders are a farce. Unfortunately, when you're driven, you know what, you can put 50 things in your tray, and you're getting pushed to try and sell for them and for yourself, all that sort of stuff. And it's really positive. But when you have to do one label after another label, and you've probably got about 7 clicks to get that one individual label printed off, as I say, it took me 2.5 hours. And it's maybe my system, it's new to me, it's maybe my operating rhythm and all that jazz. But wow, it was, you know, painful. just 50 minutes to print off labels and then to package it up. And I know I've heard you speak before about how easy it is to do clothing, and it's, you know, just in the jiffy in a way. I was struggling big time today, but I had a couple of bulk orders as well, which is great. But it was just a time-consuming mess. So I done that this morning. I've had to put my staging back up into the shop room because it was in one of the spare bedrooms. So dismantling the rail, putting it all away, putting the coats that didn't sell away, and then putting all the stuff that I'd taken off the rail back on the rail. And I then just quickly dipped into YouTube to see what was going on, and here I am. So that's what my days consisted of, and I've no plans. I need to get back in after my holiday. I've done no listing on eBay, which is horrendous. But I only came out of holiday mode today, so that'll be tomorrow's job, is to get back onto the 10 a day to get back on track.
It is hard, mate. When you come back from holiday, I always find the same. You kind of come back and you're like, right, let's get back to work. And then first couple of days back from holiday is a slog because you're still in that holiday mode of like, oh, it's quite nice not having to log onto eBay and do anything. And it's quite nice not have to do this and do that. But so here we go. Donna's saying she'd done a 10K years ago and thought she was going to die. Here we go. I could run a bath and that's about it. Only time I run is when someone's chasing me. Big respect for doing it. Tat Doctor says, I've done marathons over the years, but now they're called Snickers. Brilliant. Absolute quality joke right there. And there we are. I'll go back to this in my books. Yeah. You go back. Yeah, it's I've done a triathlon before for the same charity, and it was like a beginner triathlon. Don't get me wrong. I don't want people to think I do these crazy ones. But that was a challenge, coming out of that water and jumping on a bike. And then when you come off the bike to do the final run, and it was only I think it was only like a 2.5 mile run at the end. But when you come off the bike, your legs are just like wobbly. You're all over the place. And then trying to get some rhythm in the run, you're just like that. But yeah, I always like to set a challenge. Like, if you ask my wife, she's always like, he needs something going on. I mean, look at my YouTube channel. I can't just record boot sale videos and then do a live. I've got to do a boot sale roadshow traveling around the UK. It's like I need stuff going on. It's just my personality, I think. And live celebrations and giveaways and 24-hour live and you know. Yeah, here's another example. Yeah, 24-hour live. Like, why? And not just one, mate. That's the thing. It's a series now. I was going to say it's an annual series, but you know it's half yearly at the moment. So Christmas time we're back. Madness. Oh, don't do your Christmas challenge. You didn't enjoy it, so don't do it again. Oh, mate, I will never do Vlogmas again. It was clear. I mean, I've spoken about it openly, but I felt myself in the videos. I was waking up and I'm like, how can I make this enjoyable? I'm just doing the same thing every single day. It's like, how can anyone find this enjoyable? And in the end, I felt like I was just putting out content because I promised to do so. And that's the worst thing you can do for your channel because you've got to enjoy what you're putting out as well. Yeah. It was the only comparable I've got is obviously Instagram, and I've what was it when I was away? I think I put one post up when I was away, or one little thing in my story, and I think it had 400 views, and just in my story. Now I never get 400 views in my story. I'm probably 100, 120 a day, nothing, right? But when I was away, one story went up and 400 people viewed it. It was like, what am I missing? Where is he? What's happening? So it's strange. Maybe that the less you do is more. What are you saying, Shell?
Cookie mixture. You wasn't there.
Stop it. So it's strange. Like I've not known Michelle at all, right? But how did we even meet? Poshmark, I think, probably. I don't think we were following each other or even knew of each other before Poshmark launched. Yeah. So it's mental.
That's the thing, though. Like, I only started talking to Bethany and Austin since Poshmark, Chaddy, and like, obviously I knew them, like knew of them. I didn't used to talk to them. Like, I kind of didn't even talk to anyone. I was like on Instagram and I would just basically like watch everyone else's stories and wouldn't say anything. Yeah, like, so I'm well grateful for that. Like, just getting to like know people.
And now you don't stop. You don't stop on it. You put more Instagram stuff than me. You do your lemon head. You do hi everyone, and you know we get the updates. I love it.
Yeah, well, you got to keep the people informed, you know.
That's it. Yeah, you got to keep people happy.
You done your first. I think you done your first live haul just before you went live on Poshmark, and it was like a little teaser or tester for you. But you were like, "Hi, this is me," woohoo! And it was great. And ever since then, it's been brilliant. It's been brilliant to see you and get to know you.
Because you came in, didn't you? And I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "I've got someone in. Pick me up, lucky." And then I was like, "He, she."
Yeah, you called me a he/she. So how dare you gender specific me? How dare you gender define me?
And then we met, and then that was it. The rest is history.
There we are. And now we're best friends.
I'm gonna you wait, Bethany. I am taking a photo with that, and I'm putting it on my Instagram. It's it now for the world to see.
Yeah, she's like, everyone follow me because look who rates me. Oh, look who can't keep away as well. He's back for more. Tommy Trades is back for more.
Oh, and look at his outfit.
Is that a turtle?
It is indeed.
Is your friend there?
What's right?
Is your friend there?
Yeah, he's here. He's chilling with my fiance. They've just gone to the shop and they're stocking up on supplies for Friday's barbecue.
Oh, nice. Thought you were all just getting in your onesies and having like a little like daily like chill sleepover.
Oh, I wish I had a onesie for this evening. I tell you, I would have that on. Someone asked me a question earlier. Let me go back to it. I want to give the answer to this now. It wasn't a Scottish accent. I'm not doing my best Scottish accent for sure. Someone asked me, I can't find it. How hot is the shed? It is absolutely boiling. There we are. These lights that I use for the photography make it so hot in here. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting these photos done so I can actually turn these lights off and put the other lights on.
Do you find that
hot?
Though, James, to so like when I list, I can't have anything on. Like I can't have YouTube on, I can't have music on. Like I literally need to sit in a silent room to be able to list. So do you think that'll be harder on your for this live? Because obviously taking photos, you can kind of chat and like flick between.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to the actual listing part on eBay,
yeah,
part of the reason, and there's a little hack for, well, not a hack because no one else is going to be stupid to do this kind of thing, but part of my thoughts behind doing it at this time compared to last time is the time I'm going to be sitting down listing predominantly is going to be when everyone's asleep.
Yeah.
So it's less distraction with the chat. There might be some side chat. There might be a couple of people in here still working away. But the time I sit down to list is really going to be between the hours of 10. The main point of the listing is 10 till 7 or 10 till 8 in the morning, I would say. So that's why I've done it this way, because I can talk more while taking photos. But when it comes to listing, yeah, I kind of need to zone in a little bit. But
you wait, Aussies will be in, keep getting you distracted.
Oh, Mel will be in at some point, I'm sure, because she's got a call tomorrow, 10:30 our time, in the group. So she'll be in at some point, chatting away, which is fine. The whole point of doing this, as I said, I couldn't do this on my own. I couldn't just list 200 items standing around on my own. So it's good to have people in.
Have you been on Instagram? Have you seen Mel's posts?
No, I've literally not checked Instagram. I've checked it once since I've started this, just to reshare where people have tagged me in things, but I haven't checked it. What's that post saying?
Don't want to. You have a look. Don't want to spoil it. It's high news. It's about her trip.
Know. It's about her trip.
Yeah, it's about her trip. Do you know where she's going first?
Yeah, I know Mel's whole trip. There's an exclusive, yeah. Yeah, she told me everywhere. She told me stuff ages ago. She's like, you can't tell anyone. I'm like, how can I not tell people? Like, this is so exciting. Let me have a look. Let's see what she's saying today.
Well, you already
I might
know.
voice note.
Oh,
yeah. So, did you not know about she was going to see Tech first?
No, so I assumed she would see him at some point, but no, I didn't. No, because he's quite elusive, isn't he?
Well, she done a video.
He's like Charlie from Charlie's Angels.
Yeah.
That's a good way to describe. I'll tell him next time I speak to him. I said, "Oh, someone in the UK said you're like Charlie from Charlie Angels," and he'll be like, "Who?" He probably won't even know.
I would love to ask him, right? But it's not like an appropriate question to ask Tech. Whether he has purposefully on like social media and stuff, right? Unless you're part of the group, correct me if I'm wrong, George, or anyone who's not in the group. Unless you're part of the group, you never see Tech. You never know what he looks like.
I've never seen him. That's what I mean. I've heard his voice, but other than that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I'd like to know if he's done that on purpose or if it's just a coincidence.
I think the mysterious thing is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've had so many people say to me that they don't believe he's a real person. He's like AI. And I'm like, what are you going on about? I'm like, we see this guy. We talk to this guy and we see him. He's real.
James, I'm going to nip out, mate. Thank you so much for having me in. Hope I passed a couple of minutes for you.
No, you're good, mate. Thanks for coming in. And as I said, if you want to pop back, if you get bored later, you've got nothing better to do, you know where I am. So come and say hello.
No worries. If I get insomnia, I know where you're at.
That's it, mate. See you, Mark. Take care.
Take care. Bye, everyone.
Nice one, mate.
Bye.
How's
right,
progress?
so Michelle. Yeah, it's been good. I was going to say, Michelle, we've had your hour of Poshmark now. So we've done the Posh chat in the live. So that's good. A bit of Posh promotion. Yeah, I think it's going all right for me so far. I'm a bit behind where I probably want to be, but I reckon I can make up the pace with the listing part. I reckon a lot of this stuff I'm doing, I could do a lot of sell similar off my own items, and that's going to be quick.
Yeah.
Like I've got loads of these Hyde Park band tees. I've got a bundle of like 6 of them, and all it is different dates and a different lead like artist. So I could just use one basically listing, copy that, and just change the date and artist. They're all the same color, all the same size. So that's like 5 or 6 listings done like so quickly.
You just got to make sure you don't get confused with the photos and put the wrong one in the wrong listing.
I know, that's going to be the hard thing when my eyes are getting heavy later and I'm looking at all of these photos and different SKU numbers. You've got to be careful because last time I made about 7 or 8 mistakes on a listing. And so before I put them launch from schedule, before I put them into schedule fully, I do double check, like maybe tomorrow or Friday, just because I don't want to start getting returns on stuff because I'm tired. So, But I can't believe it's been 6.5 hours. That's gone quick, I feel.
That has gone quick.
There we are. See, Simon's saying there, I'm so slow listing, I can't concentrate with all the interest in chat. That is the other thing, because there's so much good chat that happens. I mean, when the luxury pickers were chatting, I think I'd done 1 photo in the whole time, just because it's good to hear from like people like that who are doing something I'm not doing, kind of thing. So, yeah.
I was trying to debate when I joined, should I do more cleaning? Should I do more photographs? But I was like, no, I need to list the stuff I've already photographed and actually get it up. Even though it is harder to be a part of the chat and concentrate or whatever. Even if I get some of the stuff, it's better to be surrounded by people doing similar things.
Yeah. It's just like an office environment, isn't it, really? Without the boss telling you to shut up and do some work.
Except that, yourself is the boss.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
I was just thinking you've got to be your own second set of eyes.
Yeah. It's a blessing and a curse, isn't it, being your own boss? Because you kind of need to tell yourself sometimes, like, no excuses, I need to get it done. But on the flip side, no one's going to tell you off if you don't. So, you need it. That's a big thing for eBay. I think you need real discipline. I think that's a huge thing that's underrated when people, especially when you do it full time. I think a lot of people feel like I'm my own boss now, so I can just kind of not work when I don't want to work. And yes, you can do that, but I think you need to have that discipline to say there's no excuses. I need to get this done before I can go do something else.
Mm-hmm.
That was 100% me for the first 2 years that I went full time.
Oh yeah.
Like literally, Oh, I'm going to go shopping. Oh, I'm going to take myself out for lunch. Oh, I'm going to do this. Like, and I reckon at one point it was probably like once a week.
Michelle, I've spoke about it in the group and I spoke about it openly. I used to be £100 James, yeah? So if I had £100 in sales, regardless of what time it was in the day, I used to say, my day's finished. So sometimes I would work until like 9 o'clock in the morning and have one sale for £100. And I'll be like, right, that's my day off. Lovely. Like such a bad mentality when it comes to it. It's crazy. There we are. Alison's been in from the start, giving us the countdown. Oh no.
I can crack the whip if you need me, Sue, she says.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just, to be fair, it's she says these trainers are they don't fit, and she's opened up a return. I was like, right, fine, fair enough.
I get a lot of when I get my does not fit returns, a lot of them don't bother sending it back. Do you find that, George, with your returns? A lot of them will open it.
Yeah, or they send it back like the last minute.
Yeah. I do 60-day returns.
Yeah, they send it back like the day before they.
I think I've got a bit of a lag. Hold on, let me just. Sorry, Michelle. I'm just going to mute myself and come back in.
Yeah, I thought it was me. Is it me that's got a lag?
I think it's me because every time I talk, I seem to interrupt everyone. Is that better? No, I've got a lag. I can tell. Hold on.
It's all good for me, but I've just upgraded my Wi-Fi to the fastest it could possibly be.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, mine's a bit iffy because my internet's fine. It's just that it goes through about 4 different walls before it gets to the router. So it's like over there, if I pick this up and take it over there near the door, it's no problem. But here, like 6 feet away, that's it. It's like
it's like you're locked away in a vault somewhere.
So I've had some phone number keep phoning me, right? And I've put it into Google, and basically I live in like it's like a small like market like village town, and it's basically a hair salon. And I'm like, well, I'm not with that hair salon. And then I'm thinking, are they phoning to tout for business? Anyway, they rang and rang. So today I finally answered, and it's so weird. It's this girl, and she's like, hi, I bought a pair of shoes off of you on eBay. Well, she's like, I made an offer on a pair of shoes, and I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, because you're local, like to blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, yeah. She's like, well, one of my friends bought off you and sent me the link to this pair of shoes. And I'm like, okay. And I'm just thinking, like, I don't like get to the point. And I can't figure out what she's trying to say because she's saying she put an offer in, but there's no offers there. She's like, basically, I don't want them. Like, sorry to mess you around. So I'm thinking it must be an unpaid item case, and that's why she's chasing it, because she wants me to cancel. And I've checked, and there's like nothing. Lee! So that's weird. I don't know. I don't understand what this girl wants me to do.
Well, if she wants anything doing, just tell her to go through eBay.
But that's the thing. I don't think there is anything she can do because there's no offer open on it. There's no unpaid item case. Like, she hasn't bought them. So weird.
Weird. People are weird.
Double karma. Yes, I've had some food. I'm actually currently halfway through eating a sandwich the wife made. Hi, Lee.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going, I think. We're doing all right. How are you getting on?
Yeah, good. Just been to the gym.
Good.
Had a spot of lunch.
Oh, where did you go for lunch?
We come back and had lunch. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't go to the HH.
The Hungry Horse.
Yeah.
No. How many up to, mate?
Sorry, go on. I think I've got a slight delay on my mic. Every time I talk, it seems to be coming through slow. Let me try something. If I remove myself from the stream, do you reckon it'll bring me back in? Let's try. I'm going to. All right. It might be all right. How many I'm up to, I don't know. I need to go and look at the first SKU number inside to see. I'll go and do that in a second. I reckon it's anywhere between 80 to 100 photos so far.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, not too bad. Probably behind where I need to be at this stage, but you know, I'm going to use the excuse it's managing the chat as well. Slows me down. So what are you listing, Lee, today? What have you got on?
Just a bunch of toys, accessories, and some video games. That's about
anything
it.
crazy you want to? Anything crazy you want to show us? Anything where you're like, have a look at this, and this is worth £10 billion?
No, nothing interesting today, buddy. Some stuff I don't even know yet. I just photographed it, and then I'll do the research after.
Fair enough. I need to when I get to it, I'm gonna I think I'm just gonna ship all of them accessories to you. No, I told you I've got them boxes full of like toy accessories. I don't want to go through them. They'll end up at the car boot, so I'll just when I get to it, mate, I'll just ship them your way, and you can tell me that I've given you a 10 grand accessory that's a one of a kind. You know, you can break them.
Well, if that happens, mate, I'll give you a drink.
Oh, thanks, mate. Buy me a coffee, yeah?
Yeah, well, you didn't add me to the wheel yesterday.
I know. I felt so guilty. It was you, and also there was 2 other people who were late. Not late. When I say late to donate, they donated before. And what happened is I had a list on my upstairs computer, copied it into notes to bring onto the downstairs one, didn't copy it into the wheel. I felt so bad. I was like, oh, I've just basically said donate and you can enter the competition. But yeah, my bad. So if you were and the 2 other people who weren't on the wheel, drop me a message and I'll buy you a coffee to say sorry.
That's all right. I was like, I caught the catch up and I'm like looking on the wheel like this.
You're like, where's my name? I done it on purpose, mate. I was like, no, don't want him to win. Right, I've got a little situation here. My phone storage is full. Can I delete any apps? I might have to delete some apps. It's all right. I'm going to delete some apps.
Airdrop them to your laptop?
Yeah, I could airdrop half, couldn't I? Yeah, let me do that.
Dude, are you wearing a turtle onesie?
Yeah, boy.
Leonardo.
Yeah. Charity shop fine. $3.99.
Michelle, where's your dog?
He's not welcome here. He's too hairy. I know. He'll get nice big golden retriever hairs everywhere. Do you allow yours in the eBay room?
Yeah, I don't care about hairs on toys. Just blow them off.
Mine doesn't mold.
Oh,
he's a cockapoo, so he doesn't really mold.
Oh yeah, they're designed like that, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much.
Should have thought about that.
I mean, he does kind of like. What was that?
No, I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh no, I was just going to say he's 2 years old, so he's still kind of a pup. So he just jumps around everything, and he does steal plushes. So I've got to be careful with him.
Yeah, mine does socks. He likes a sock.
Socks. That's another one. Hi, Tat Doctor. Is your name Tat Doctor on TikTok? That was a mouthful, that.
First saw George on TikTok.
I first saw George on the live.
Yeah, get around.
Last live.
What, on the 24-hour live? That's where I first met George.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tech would say spare phone. I've just deleted loads of videos on my phone. Oh, I can't delete YouTube. What are you going on about? Delete YouTube. Right, Spotify's going for today. I can get that back. Yes, I know. That's why you need a camera and an SD card. All right, I get it.
One day we'll go over to the dark side.
Are you phone still, Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's going to open up a can of worms. Let me ask a question to the people watching. We have 77 people watching us work. So do you guys use a phone or a camera to list on eBay? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the side chat.
So here's my controversial. I have a separate phone that's not an iPhone.
Scandalous.
Yeah, Chris, I've already done that. I think I'm on Apple's top level for storage. I never delete any of my photos on my phone. That's so bad, isn't it?
That's crazy.
Yeah, but this is why I've got beef with Apple, right? So you can upgrade your storage on the iCloud, but then it still says no because you're out of memory on your phone. And then if you delete something from your phone, it deletes from the iCloud. So what's the point?
I like the way you use the term beef. I haven't heard the term beef since I was at school. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, Jesus Christ. I've got about 29,000 photos on my phone. So that will explain it. I won't even show you how many unread emails I've got. Right, here we go. This is a bit of controversy. It's a camera. I don't have any issue with the camera with my SD card. Why are you shouting at me, Simon? Calm down. DSLR camera, iPhone 12 camera. There's lots of cameras. We're with Michelle, double phone. Are you and luxury pickers? Have you all got the same link up here? Oh, she's on the phone again to the person who's brought off her from eBay. Phone, tech and sports camera, hate Apple, photos phone, list on computer. Yeah, that's what I do. 2 phones. Yeah, if I have 2 phones around here, I'll get looks. iPhone 14. Something on your setting you need to change there, Michelle. Yeah, user error, Chris. I completely agree. Phone for pictures and looking up items on sales in the safest drive using Mac to edit listing. That's what I do. Samsung 22 Ultra, S22 Ultra, Samsung S21, tablet, phone. I'm not upgrading from iPhone 12 because my daughter has the iPhone 14. After trying it, the difference, yeah. Sometimes the upgrades aren't worth the difference, but Apple definitely do slow down your phones after a while. I believe that's.
Oh yeah, they do it on purpose.
Yeah, so you have to upgrade.
Yeah, it's a program from anything from Apple, the iPhone 10. It actually purposely slows down the response of your fingerprints. You know, your what's it?
They're doing loads.
Yeah, it's atrocious.
They do lots of different things. I think the first people that come up with it was the people who made the light bulb, because they weren't making any money. So they put something in it so it lasted only a certain amount of time.
Yeah,
dropping some.
Is that
conspiracy knowledge?
Product, yeah.
I didn't know whether he was having us on there when he started going on. I started it with the light bulb. I was thinking, like, what's he going on about? But I don't know, Lee. Anyway, I've deleted Spotify, so no music for me.
There was a cool story like that I saw online the other day about knocker-uppers back in the day, and people who were paid to go around the streets and knock on people's doors to wake up workmen to make sure they weren't late for their day's work. But what used to happen was they'd knock on the door and they'd end up waking up their neighbor for free. So to get over that hurdle, they started using pea shooters to shoot at their windows, because that was quiet enough to wake up the person in the room, but not loud enough to wake up the person next door. And then it meant that their neighbor had to then pay for their service to wake them up as well.
Oh, that's insane.
I think that's
Where'd you get this knowledge from? Like, is it just on like TikTok? Where am I not getting all of this random knowledge that you two are coming up with here? I'm watching the wrong things. I'm watching The Only Way Is Essex or something, and they don't talk about that on there.
I don't know. Just stumble into some weird places on the internet.
Yeah, You can find some dark places on
You
the
can go down some rabbit holes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I blame the Matrix. It has me following all these rabbits.
Right, I need to quickly go inside and get a new couple of boxes because I've filled up all the boxes. So, George, you're back in charge. I don't trust the rest of them at the moment, so it's all on you.
No pressure. Maybe we're just conspiracy theorists. The phones are out to get us. Yeah, definitely, Sherry.
What's
when
the,
they say
what's
AI is going to take over,
the
don't see it.
iPhone camera? I don't understand.
What's what?
What's the issue with that people have with the iPhone camera?
Oh, I didn't know there was one.
Well, you've got they're using separate phones to make sure they don't have to use the iPhone camera.
So my issue is basically what James has got. So it would just get full all the time. But the thing is, mine didn't tell me it was full. So I would take a whole load of photos and then I'd try and get them onto the computer. And A, it took like hours to sync. And B, instead of telling me it was full, it would just be a black square.
Right.
So I'd lose loads of work and like it drove me mad. And then, I mean, it could just be my actual specific handset, you know, not just like all the phones. So that was why I just got a different phone because it was driving me mad.
Yeah, no, I can get that. I've had similar things with recording videos, like recording for over an hour and then the file will like fill up all your storage and it will corrupt the entire thing and you won't be able to play it back.
Oh my God.
If you try and open it, it expands itself into two because it wants the audio and the video as separate things. It gets really convoluted.
And that's on your iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's mad. Right, I've got to go and I've got to go do child things. Can you tell James I said bye and I'll see him later?
All right, then.
Nice to meet you all.
Bye.
Lovely to meet you.
Yeah, I've got a new phone in the past like couple of weeks. It's the Google Pixel 7. It's not amazing, but it was dirt cheap and it does the job. The pictures on it are really good and it syncs up with my Gmail as well. So that's nice.
Love it. Why haven't you made a short of you yet saying, I'm Georgie and I've got a Google Pixel 7?
Because Google might be listening if I say, it's shit. Sorry. Got to put it in an airtight container because you never know. Google take over the world, don't they? No, so I don't know. It's all right. I think there's pros and cons for every phone. I prefer Samsung. I've had an Apple phone, and like everyone else, there was always something wrong with it, and it actually stopped charging. So I'm just like, oh, I might as well get another. It charges, but it charges on the Wi-Fi charge. But yeah.
Oh right. The like contactless thing,
which is me, but at the same time it's like, oh, I just need to plug it in. Every time I plug it in, because I was taking pictures on the phone and doing my videos on the phone, I was plugging it in and it wasn't transferring the files, and it was a whole issue. So I had to transfer all those pictures via email. And I was like, nope, I'm going to get a new phone. It's doing me head in.
See, that's why I love iPhone, because I can just use AirDrop and send so many files at once, and it's really quick. But if I didn't have like a matching laptop to my phone, it would be a real issue, I think.
Yeah, Michelle's gone, James. She had to do child things.
Child things. Yeah, I heard it. It's funny because when I walk in the house, there's no getting away from this for me because Leanne's got it on the lounge doing her puzzle. I was like, I heard Michelle go, I've got to go. Tell James I said bye. And I was like, bye, Michelle. She couldn't hear me, no, but... Right, where are we? So I've got 79 sets done so far. So 121. I put ish to go because I haven't actually counted how many I've got. And where are we? We are 7 hours, a couple of minutes away from 7 hours in. So yeah, I need to pick up the pace slightly.
God. Yeah, I do. I've pictured and listed about 30, but I've pictured totally 50.
Nice.
So
you can
I'm
do
doing
another
it in
20
batches.
listings. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just listing them going live now. And then what I'll do is I'll go and do another batch.
Yeah.
So it's about, what, 25-ish every 3.5 hours? So that's not too bad. But
No.
once I hit 100, I'll be like, oh.
Oh, he's back. Yeah, my aim is, like I said to you earlier, George, my aim is to get to all the photos done by 10 o'clock latest tonight, and then I've got 12 hours edit list.
Yeah.
Should be all right. I mean, it's going to take about an hour and a half to airdrop all these photos, so I might have to do the lead thing that people recommend. Plug it in.
As I think I did. How many did I do last night? It was over 100. It was about 108, wasn't it?
Yeah, you've done. Yeah, you've done. Yeah, quite.
If I can like beat that, then I'll be happy.
Oh yeah.
I'll just see how far I can go with it.
Well, that's it. You know, when you hit the point of being like, I'm done with it, that's when your point's over, and then you'll drop off for a bit, drop off your parcels, and then come back like you done last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Alison's saying there, you will make up time once the pitches are done. I think so. I think the listing and just repetitive process of a listing should be good. He's back again. You having issues, Lee?
All right, guys, I'm going to make a move because I think my my dial-up is not working very well.
All right, mate. Good to see you.
I'll see if I can come back a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm here, mate, so I'll catch you later on.
Nice to get that many done. It is, Alison. Considering when I go live, I'm like, oh, I'm going to do a big listing session, and I do about 5.
It is hard though, George, isn't it? Like when you do your lives and stuff, it's okay kind of doing like, I'm going to go live, I'm going to list. But you get so caught up in the chat and you don't want to ignore people. It's one of them. It's like,
I know.
You're doing well, mate. You've got to just keep going. But I always think to myself, like, would I have done this many photos if I was just doing it myself today? Probably not. Well, definitely.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
I've definitely used this as a way to get over the like hump that I've been in a little bit with just building up the pile to list rather than actually listing it.
Yeah. It's like accountability, isn't it? You kind of
that's all it is.
Yeah.
Get through it and everything.
And you've got to think about as well. I'm thinking already, how great am I going to feel Friday once I woke up from a sleep on Thursday? Like, I'm going to feel unbelievable on Friday, knowing all of this clothing is processed in some way. It means I can go out and spend more money on more clothing at the weekend. Oh, that's
I go away on, I think it's Monday. Monday, 24th, yeah. So Monday the 24th until the 28th, I'm away in Wales. And then the following week on the 5th of August, so the 5th until the 8th, I'm in Belgium. So that's going to be fun.
But at least you've got some listings you can maybe put aside for when you're away.
Well, that's why I was kind of like, when you mentioned it, like what the dates were for the for this live, I was like, oh, actually, that works out kind of perfectly, because now I can schedule like a big block every other day, or just like, you know, a few a day and stuff, and then I don't have to worry. So it's kind of like two birds, one stone.
Perfect time.
Yeah.
And then Tommy decided to book a week off work. He was this excited for this live. He thought, let me book a week off and come and join.
Well, again, it all just worked out. Perfect timing.
Yeah.
I was gonna use like this week anyway to like get ahead of all the stuff I've been behind on, and now this is just that added cherry on the top of motivation.
Yeah, sometimes for me, sometimes I need it. I need kind of a reason to have to like get through the slog work, because especially with my death pile at the moment, it's just building and building and building. And as I say, it's just nice to get all of this stuff done, and then I can move on to some of the everything stuff next week and get that started to clear away, because everything on the everything side is going cheap now. I'm listing it up to sell like immediately, effectively. And then what I'm doing next week as well, I'm going to run a thing on my Instagram moving forward where if anyone wants to buy directly from me, whether to resell or for themselves, I'm going to do 50% off for anyone on Instagram if they come directly to me. So, you know, if anyone sees anything on my store, they can get 50% off, because I'm over the everything stuff. So if you want some McDonald's chairs, you're going to get a good deal. I've got 2 sets of them now. Welcome back, or welcome in, actually. There's another Husties.
It's the same Husties, James.
Same Husties. There's so many Husties, Gary. I can't keep up with you all.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's all right, mate. We're getting there. Yeah, I've got a half-eaten baguette I'm going through. But yeah, we're getting there, mate. I don't feel tired at the moment. My back was hurting a bit earlier from standing up and doing all these photos, but I'm kind of past that point now. So it'll be nice to have a sit down.
Yeah, when I came out the stream earlier, I found like I got less done than I did when I was in the stream, so I've come back in.
It's weird, isn't it? Why are we like that? Because I'm the same. If I'm around other people working,
Yeah, just seeing other people.
Yeah, it's a working environment, isn't it?
Yeah, just seeing other people working, I think it just sort of spurs you on a little bit.
Mandy's got 3 Samsung phones for her accounts. Are you a drug dealer, Mandy, secretly?
Yeah, something's going on with. I saw that earlier with Mandy. Let's have a look here. Oh, there we are. Yeah, 3 Samsung phones. Yeah, that is really sus. I get 2. You might have 1 for personal, 1 for business, or whatever. But 3? What do you need 3 for? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tonk's already said that with the burner phones. Can anyone tell me about Posh? Well, you missed it, because we had Michelle, we had Mark, we had Luxury Pickers all talking about Posh. So I know you're watching live, but I would say scoot back on YouTube to about an hour ago, maybe. And there's so much information them guys have spoke about it. I don't do it myself, so I can't give you any information, I'm afraid. But yeah, either watch the replay back or just rewind it now about an hour when the Luxury Pickers come in and they speak quite a bit about Posh. Hopefully that helps. Do you guys crop your photos before listing, or do you point shoot list? So ideally, I like to take my photos in square mode, but I've had issues before transferring my photos over from square mode, and I don't know why. So now I don't, and I have to do a slight crop, but it's ever so slightly, so it doesn't take me too long at all. And I only do the crop on the main front and back photos. The rest are close enough not to crop. What about you guys? Are you ready to literally upload it and drag it in? It's done, or do you do a bit of cropping with your photos?
I crop within eBay.
Yeah,
the eBay app, just to make it a bit more, central. But then, other than that, no. I mean, Depop, that's quite difficult to edit in the thing. You can't actually really edit stuff in the Depop app, but because it's a weird kind of thing how it resizes. But yeah, I try and do it on eBay. Just
make it look a bit nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use the square setting to take all the pictures, and then if I adjust anything, it's usually if there's sort of an awkward angle or if I've accidentally put my finger in the side or something like that. But usually I try to either get close enough where if something is taking up the boundary of the square, I can give at least a centimeter on either side, because the last thing you want is like your image to look stretched when someone's scrolling through eBay. It just looks really unattractive. So the more space you can actually give to the product itself, I think the better.
Yeah, Simon's saying in the chat there, why waste time cropping? I completely agree. I had an issue with square mode where it wouldn't let me transfer my photos over. And I've never looked into it to resolve it, and I really should, because I agree. You can just literally get it to a point of where you can just drag them straight in. It's such a time saver. So that is one part of my process I need to work out and get better at, because over the course of a year, you could save hours from that cropping part. We've got a question, but we'll get secret carpet in. Hello.
Wait.
Question. I had a 2-week holiday that I scheduled with eBay so I could keep selling when I returned home. My option to promote was removed. Any ideas? As in to promote your listings? That's a weird one. I've never had that myself, where they take away the option to promote. Anyone else got any ideas on that one?
Where are we looking? Keep selling when I return. If it was removed, was it? Did you fall below seller status? Maybe.
That might be why. Yeah, if you go below standard, I think it is. They take that away until you get back to above standard, I believe. Top of my head. Yeah, that might be right.
I find certain items doesn't allow me to promote it anyway. Is there like certain categories that you're not allowed to promote the listing, or?
Well, I've never. I mean, I've sold a bit of everything. I've never not been able to promote personally.
Yeah, I just promote across the board, and it sometimes it comes up with, oh, this hasn't been promoted, and it's weird stuff, like the random bits that, yeah. But other than that, no, not 100%. It always seems to work.
Yeah, that we are. So AM says yes, that makes sense. I'm quite new to this, so yeah, George is right there. If you go below standard, they take it away until you kind of get back up there. So, Secret Carper, how are we doing? What's going on with you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, you're not out on the lakes?
No, not at the moment.
So
I might be going the weekend.
I was going to say, tell everyone about you and where they can find you, etc. And
gotcha.
Plug yourself.
I'm on no social media, to be fair. I don't do any of that. I mean, I've got an Instagram, but I don't post on there. I've got Facebook, and I don't post on there either. To be fair, I just follow you guys. To be honest,
I know.
It's fascinating what you lot pick up.
And stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I only do it I'm only a part-time reseller. To be fair.
Yeah, I was going to say
I'm a TIG welder by trade, aluminium TIG welder.
Oh, cool. Well, I say cool. I don't have a clue what that means.
Well, I was full time last year, and then I told them that I want to give up and do like reselling full time, and they were like, "No, your skills are too valuable. We can't lose you. Do you want to come back part time?" So I said, "Yeah, okay." So I do 3 days 1 week and 2 days the next.
Oh, cool. And then what you do, reselling in between of that?
Yeah, reselling in between. So the money that I earn from my job literally pays all the bills. So reselling is just a bonus, to be honest.
Yeah.
So there's no like you need it to earn money. You know, you've got to sort of sell enough clothing to pay the bills, type thing. But I don't need that, so I'm very fortunate in that sense.
Yeah, it's a good place to be. I always say to people, if you're thinking about going full time, especially, see if you can do it alongside your current job.
Yeah, definitely.
You can go part time, because I know a lot of
gradually
people
move into it and see if you think, oh, I like this. I'm enjoying this, being at home, and I can make this work. Yeah, I'm really pushing it. Don't get me wrong. I want to leave my job. I hate it, but
of course,
it's just it can't pay the bills at the moment. I'm not as good as you guys. I'm getting there.
Well, don't say that. None of us are bad at this. None of us good at it, and like it takes time to learn. And that's all it is. It's knowledge. That's what it comes down to. It's knowledge of stuff. If you spend the time learning brands, etc., or learning knowledge, you can have a slight edge, but you've still got to put in the work. And actually, I rate a lot of these part-time people like yourself, because you do another job and then you sometimes have to come home and list things on eBay or drop things off at the post office, etc. So
it's hard work.
It's a slog. It's a slog.
It is a slog.
Yeah.
Getting up at the weekend to go to a car boot. Yeah. Getting up to go to a car boot the weekend, and then you find you pick up like 2 items and come back. You think, what the hell have I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning for?
Mate, that happens to us full-time people. Don't worry.
I know.
Saturday, there were 7 stalls. I had nothing, and I come home with literally nothing. So,
it's devastating, isn't it? You think, what a waste. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
if you
could've
didn't
stayed
go,
in bed.
you'd think, what would have been there?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've just done all my photographs. 183 I've done so far.
Well done, mate.
Only
what,
games.
I was going to say, what you list in your media and stuff.
I list everything, anything. If I can make a profit on it, I'll film it. I'm like the old you. I couldn't niche down in clothing. I'd find that too boring.
Mate,
I can't. I hold my hand up to you. I can't do it.
You say the old me. You still see what I do pick up alongside my
Oh,
clothing.
I know.
like
Of course,
bread
you're
makers.
going
Bread
to turn down
makers.
profit, are you?
No, I know, but I've got to, in the new year, I've really got to get down to the point of, if I pick up something other than clothing, it needs to be small. I can't be picking up lawn bowls and bread makers anymore. I'm done with all that.
Yeah, true. But you could pick it up and then flip it to one of your resellers for a little tiny profit, so you know it's gone straight away, and you've made a couple of quid on it, sort of thing.
Don't get me wrong, mate. Jamie Dodger in my car boot sale, he loves the lawn bowls. So if I see some and I'm ahead of him, I'm getting them, and I'm making a £5 and I'm going to give them to him.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's
Quick
a winner,
flip.
aren't they? Yeah, of course.
No, it's good, mate. It's good to hear from someone as well, like Tommy's the same as well, who does it alongside another job.
Yeah.
Because for me that's a real grind.
Yeah, it's times. I'll get up at work for 6 or 5, sorry, in for 6.
Yeah.
But luckily you picked a 24-hour live. It's my day off, so it's fantastic.
See, it's worked for everyone. See, I picked it especially for everyone else.
Not sure how long it's going to last, but I'm trying. I'm shattered.
Yeah, mate. It's good. It's good to have everyone in. It's good to see some new faces as well. People I haven't spoken to on the lives and stuff. I will see you in the live chats and that.
I've never been live before. Never ever been live.
Well, it's good to put a
You're a
face to the
natural
name.
Yeah, I know. I'll just watch it, George. I mean, I go to the car boot and I'll go to George Ross's car boots. You know, like the Borum.
Oh yeah.
I've never said hello to him. I'm too frightened to say hello.
He was in earlier.
I know.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's superb. I'm glad he's moved. I'm glad he's happy because he deserves it.
Oh, he does, yeah. Do you know what as well, mate? When I met George at the car boot sale, I was fangirling over him so bad. And even earlier when I popped inside, I was like, oh, I'm glad like George has popped in. It was nice to see him and Luxury Pickers. And she was like,
yeah,
you're proper fangirling over George. And I was like, he's like the OG person I watched. Him and Nick Hills were the two.
That's it. They were mine. George was first.
So I'm grateful for them, especially for actually saying, for me thinking about, do you know what? You can actually make this a job. Because I didn't think reselling could be a job.
No.
So
I see his videos and he was at my car boot. I'm like, he's going to the same car boot I go to. And then I see what he's picking
making
up.
money.
Yeah. Oh, it was in lockdown, and then so obviously the prices were sky high at the time. I was like, I could do this.
Yeah. No, it's good that people inspire you, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? People you can watch you kind of inspire. I had a message this morning. I love it. I've messaged this morning. Someone just said to me, like, you're so inspirational. You've
100%.
encouraged me to do this full time, and it's like that for me is partly why I do YouTube as well. Like, don't get me wrong, you do YouTube because you know it's going to bring you an income when you get to a certain level. We all know that. We're not stupid, but if I can inspire people to actually say, do you know what? I don't like my job, and I believe I could do this and make it a career. Then that's great, because people inspired me to do exactly the same. You know, leaving recruitment to become a reseller wasn't a easy decision to make, but actually when it came down to it, it was. And
lifestyle choice is so much better. Yeah.
I'll never go back, mate. I'll never go back to
Yeah.
working for someone else after working for myself.
Yeah. You're your own boss. Like you say, when you first started, it was like, oh, I made 100 quid. I can disappear now. I was like that.
Mate, I was the worst, honestly. It was so cringeworthy looking back now.
Yeah. I'd be like, by 10 o'clock, I finished, and then YouTube went on, and that was it. I was gone for the rest of the day. I was like, I can't do that anymore. I can't.
Feet up, feet are watching TV. I mean, for you as well, you'll be like, right, down the lake, so I've got the rest of the day now to go and fish.
I don't. I've spent thousands.
Really?
Yeah, I bought all my own boilie making machinery to make boilies, carp bait.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've got about £5,000 worth of boilie making machine. I was going to make my own business and stuff, but there was too much competition at the time, so I've just kept it.
Well, look, if you're passionate about it, that's what's important as well, because that goes a long way. It's a hobby of yours, isn't it? And you love doing it, obviously. So.
Oh, yeah, I never give it up. Never.
Here we go. I thought I'd recognise you. Dungeons and Joy pads, I think they go to the same car boot as you as well.
Yeah, it probably does. You'll see me around with my missus, because I don't drive. That's even harder for me. I don't drive.
No way. Way too many people come into Chelmsford. I avoid all YouTubers at Arboretum and Sandown. We're not all YouTubers, because I caught you on film, don't forget. I had a message and it was like, oh my God, you've actually caught me on film. Normally when she sees a camera, she's like that, dipping out. And then when the one time I'm down there seeing George, I got her. There we are. I've stopped going to Sandown. The people running it can't make up their mind what time it opens. Yeah, that must be frustrating.
I used to love that boot sale. Oh no, Sandown. That's the park and ride one, isn't it? Yeah, no, can't stand it. Can't stand it.
That's when I met George at, that park and ride.
I got there at 1:45 and they turned us away, so we had to go away. And then when we come back, we were late getting in because there was a queue trying to get in. We got there about 1:15, and all the good stuff's gone by then. And you got to pay extra to get in at 9 o'clock. And I thought, I'm not doing this ever again. And then I've heard that they're letting people in even earlier now. So yeah,
lots of car boots do that early bird. I mean, my one on Saturday does it. It's £3 instead of £1 for the early bird. But I've been to some of them where it's like £10 for the early bird.
I don't mind paying, but let everyone park up. I don't mind paying it, but just let them sit in the car park so they're ready. And when the whistle goes at 9 o'clock, you can all walk in at the same time. It's fine. But not letting you in till about 10:02, and then there's a queue trying to get parked, and you just can't get in till about 1:15. Then you think, well, what's the point in paying £6 to get in?
Yeah, if you're paying early, let them in.
Just let them park.
Yeah.
You can't go around the boot sale, but just let them park up, because the one you went to, obviously, there's some massive car parks. I don't see the harm in letting them park up.
That car park is huge.
Mm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I went to Dunton first of all, so I turned up late to that car boot, and I only really went just to. George was like, "I'm selling there. Look, pop by and see me." So I only went to see him, which was really cool. I got a few bits, but I couldn't believe how big that car park was. But they can make that boot sale for me. They can make it so much bigger.
Yeah.
It seemed quite small, but whether that's because there's others in the area that just attract more people.
Boreham's in the area, so it just takes all the trade away. It's better in the winter. But yeah, then you get a lot of traders in the winter. Yeah, you don't get that. Yeah, the normal boot sellers in the winter.
The house loft clearance people, we call them. Like people who are just clearing out their loft, and that's where you get the box N64s. You know, that people think worth £2.
Yeah. That's why I do the jumble trails.
Yeah, they're good. I do a few of them in my areas.
Yeah, I just think I get better stock, a lot better stock. I could be first to the house. Yeah, and you can ask them, have you got anything else? You got any video games? Or you got this? And they'll go, oh yeah, I've got some up in the bedroom, and I'll go and get them. You know. Well, you can't ask them at the boot sale because someone's already jumped in a boot and already got them. I hate boot raiders. That's why Boreham's bad for that.
I must admit, I'm not a boot raider myself. I don't mind saying if I see something in the car window or the boot, like, when you get out, let me have a look. But I can't go in the boot because if someone done it to me, I would lose my shit. That's the truth of the matter, and I'm like, I can't do it. AM is saying, loving watching you guys. I'm a carer for my daughter and mother and gave up working to do it. I do about 5 hours a day since January. I've made enough to pay for 2 cruises. It keeps my mind active. Absolutely. It just goes to show what you can do doing 5 hours a day. So, yeah, fair play to you. Absolutely. And with the promotions thing, get to I think it's above standard and they'll let you promote again. You'll soon get back there. Used to do £50 on end tackle I don't even know what this means, but you'll know, Carper. End tackle every time I went in the tackle shop. Carping ain't cheap.
No, it's not.
Carping ain't cheap. Right, let me see what else. There we are. Yeah, you need to go to Sandown as it opens. It's so small that it gets picked clean within 30 minutes. Yeah, I didn't really find
tackle
much.
like that.
Oh, okay. I think I've been fishing 3 times when I was young with my dad. My dad used to go quite a bit. My trouble is, yeah, and you'll tell me like this is why you don't like fishing. I am not patient enough. I literally want to put like the bait in, and I want to have a bite within about 20 seconds. Otherwise, I'm taking it out and I'm checking the bait still on there. I'm like that. I don't let it sit. Yeah.
I went for 6 months without catching a fish.
Oh no, I couldn't do it. I'm so impatient.
Yeah, certain lakes, Ardley Reservoir, so hard. Miles and miles between fish, carp fishing that is.
Let's have a look here. Pete's Toys and Tings. Afternoon, well done on 1 year. Yeah, I met Pete down at apps called Farm Car Boot Sale the other month, actually. I went there after my regular. And yeah, Pete come up and said he watches the channel, and I was having a little nosy in his bag of what stuff he was picking up. All stuff that I don't with toys and stuff. But yeah, it's cool. Good to see you, mate. Right, guys and girls, we are 7 hours, 24 minutes in.
What?
So what's that? Nearly a third? Nearly?
That does not feel like it.
Do you think it's going quick, George?
Yeah.
It's going quicker than last time, I feel. I know it's not, and people in the chat are probably going to say it's time. It doesn't go any quicker. But it feels like it is, you know?
It does, yeah.
You feel you got more done?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, with the stream and stuff, obviously I'm not working at 100% efficiency because obviously stopping, talking, reading the chat, blah, blah, blah. But I definitely, around this time, would be finishing up for the day. And I tell you now, I would have probably done my 20 listings. I probably would have done 10 or 15 extra drafted, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I would have started at 7 o'clock in the morning, you know, so.
That's a good thing. You've pushed me massively.
Well, that's good.
I'm accountable because I said I'd do certain amounts, so you've pushed me.
Good. And this is why
I'm going to put myself on mute and start listing these.
Yeah, you
games.
crack on. You crack on, mate. Get them up. Get them sold.
Yes.
I was going to say on the point about doing eBay to sort of work towards quitting your full-time job. And like, I'm in the strange position that that's not where I am.
Yeah.
Like I was in that place before when I was working in jobs that I didn't like, and I was trying to do eBay and grow it to something that could eventually replace my full-time income.
Yeah.
But then I was able to sort of find my way into full-time work that I really enjoyed at the same time as my eBay business started to take off a bit more.
Yeah.
And it was like, I didn't want to stop eBay to fully focus just on my job and then have my evenings off, because I was sat there in the evening thinking, well, I could be doing something, and I'd rather be doing something than just sat there twiddling my thumbs or playing video games all night and then not having anything to show for it the next day. So it was like, it's almost coming from a place of what can I do to better myself, to bring in more income for myself, and essentially fund a collection and collecting things that I enjoy for free.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
a good
it's-
way to do it. If you love your full-time job, you don't need to leave it to do eBay full-time. You can do it on the side. And like for yourself, you're saying there, like your eBay money effectively is to help you build collection without having to dip into that full-time income. It makes perfect sense because that collection's free to you then, isn't it? You can kind of say, wherever I sell on eBay, that goes in my pot towards buying stuff for my collection.
Pretty much, yeah. And to get more stock as well. Like I do the same thing where, say if I made £100 in the week or whatever, I'll put a certain amount towards covering all the stock that I just spent it on and buying more, and then put 20 quid for, say, in my collection pot. And then that way it funds itself and I get stuff for free.
And you get to go to like car boot sales where you will
Exactly.
find stuff. for your collection, which makes perfect sense. Fire
Well-
Retro's already threatening to stick their head in the freezer. They're hitting the point. They're already hitting the point of no return. Oh, there we are, Tommy. I said to you about the football shirts, didn't I?
Oh yeah,
Maybe
there
I'll
you
just
go.
wait. But I've got a bit of a problem because I'm sure this person's never played for England in their life. So that might be a
Custom job.
That might be a boot sale stroke charity shop. I know some people can get them prints off, but I know someone's not going to look at all the pictures on eBay and they're going to return that to me saying, "Who's this?" So I can't be bothered with that.
You could write a fake article on Wikipedia and try and sell the story that way.
What, some unknown England player who played one game but it wasn't recorded on TV, so you'll never find any footage of it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a lot of effort for like a £10, £15 shirt sale, isn't it? I'd rather just give it to someone or take it to the car boot and hope that's someone's name. You never know. It's not like a Smith though, is it? Yeah, keep checking in on us. See if we're cheating. See if we're all napping. Yes, Simon, I heard it mentioned earlier, actually. eBay seller stories, meet John Luke.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. It's on his Instagram.
Have you watched the video? Has there been a video yet?
Yeah, he's dropped the video.
Oh, I'm going to watch it tomorrow. That'd be cool. I like John Luke. Good guy.
Yeah, he's quality.
Yeah, I've just seen it pop up on my eBay feed. Yeah, good idea, Chop Chop. I didn't think about that. Put it on Vinted for £3 with post. That's a great shout right there. Let's put it back onto the pile of to-do list then, because I've got a little poll created up here. I saw Jess in the comments as well put England 21s. No one will remember. Yes, it's on eBay as well as John putting it on YouTube. Cool. We'll have to check it out. That was a big sigh.
There we go. Done. Yeah, I've been going back and forth with this potential buyer on the thing, and they had like a million questions. I was like, uh-oh. And yeah, they've just gone and bought it. There we go.
Oh, talk about rubbing it in. Break from listing pepperoni pizza with chili sauce. Oh. Right, I need to go and grab another box. Oh yeah, Chris is saying he sold personalised shirts before, both football and NFL. Yeah, I'll get it up. Carper, are you a gamer? Wondering as you have a gaming chair.
Sort of. Give me a bit of COD and I'm happy. Call of Duty.
Yeah, Call of Duty.
I built the PC that I'm using so I can play games on it. So yeah, I suppose in some respects.
Nice.
I'm just building another one at the moment. I've got all the parts on the opposite side, ready to build.
So when you say sort of, you are a gamer.
I enjoy it. I'm not that good, but I enjoy it.
Yeah, I play Call of Duty.
I bought
again,
FIFA.
I'm the same, but not good.
When you start losing 7-0 and you start throwing your controller about, it sort of I had to stop playing it.
It's time to relax after then, isn't it?
It was. It weren't relaxing. I thought, I'll play that. I'll relax on that.
No, it's stressful.
I'll open the ultimate packs and get players, and I'll enjoy all this because I love football. Nah.
That's why you should play Animal Crossing. It's just so relaxed.
I've got Animal Crossing. I'm listed at the moment.
There you go.
No stress in Animal Crossing, apart from where you're going to find your turnips. That's what I've heard.
Exactly. Or you forget. You're like, have I planted carrots there or lettuce? You know, you just drama and shit.
I've never played it, but that's all I've heard people talk about, turnips. I've actually got a Switch now, so I might have to invest in it because I've heard it's quite a chilled game.
It's kind of addictive.
Yeah, that's my fear. You see, that's why I haven't loaded Football Manager on this laptop, because I would get no eBay listings done, and I was playing Football Manager the whole time. It's dangerous.
Yeah. That was a big game for me back in the day. Or Championship Manager was a big game back in the day.
Ruined my college, that did. Right, let me go and get this other box. I'll be back.
Yeah, you probably have played me on COD then. I think it is Secret Carper. I'm on Cold. Is it Cold War at the moment? I'll put my tag in the Discord, Chris, when I remember what it is. Yeah, FIFA is not my cup of tea. It was, but I'm not very good at it. You get some 8-year-old kid doing all these trick shots and tricks and stuff, and yeah, it's not good. No, I'm on the PC. I've just been offered a PS5 if I want it for 440 quid, but
Oh, Alison's got a sale. Well done, Alison. Yay, cha-ching.
I don't know how many sales I've had today. I ain't even been looking. Been so busy taking photographs. I'm knackered. Normally by 2 o'clock, I'm just relaxing, finishing. 20 quid.
We mostly play Warzone just now, but before that, it was always search and destroy. Search and destroy.
No, I'll play Nuketown, 24/7 Nuketown, just because it's a small map and that's like team deathmatch, domination. Warzone's fantastic, but I was always playing on my own, so it was just too hard. You had to play with a group of people, and all my friends don't play on the don't play COD or anything. They're boring.
I used to play it, but I kept shouting at it too much, so I had to put the controller down and just step away.
Yes.
Yeah, I used to play Fortnite a lot. Like the first wave of Fortnite for about a year and a half, I was like really into it, but I only played it on Switch. And I just got bored. Like I don't know, they had loads of changes to it, and I was just like, oh, I can't be bothered now. And like every time that you heard people, it was like you say 7-year-olds like kicking your ass. It's like, oh no, reevaluate my life.
Never played Fortnite. Look good. Never played
That's
it.
Ooh. Yep, paid. Bravo.
Ask me at 12 o'clock tonight. I'll tell you how it's going. I'm going to be shattered.
Tango 2 pints. Hi Tommy, how are the TMNT turtles you just got me the other week on John Luke's? Hope you enjoy them. Oh, there you go. Hit me to the post on his auction.
I'm really enjoying them. Thank you very much. I cracked them open. I've played with them a bit. I've reorganized my collection, and they're now center shelf and the pride and joy.
Talk about rubbing it in even more. You pipped him to the auction like, yep, thanks very much. I love it. I'm glad I won it.
Hi, Becky. How are you? Fortnite here. I blame the children. Tried Fortnite at the start and gave up half. Too easy. Prefer Warzone. Yeah, it was very. I think that's why I liked it. It was very like cartoonish.
How's the marathon going? I think it's going okay, I would say. I don't feel tired yet, but there again, it is only 5:45. But yeah, ask maybe around 11 o'clock tonight, 12 o'clock tonight, and then I'll give you an honest answer.
Put Becky's channel in the chat.
Thank you, George.
Yeah, Becky's a consignment seller from the States, and she does lives. She does like work with me lives like I do.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, if anyone's got a channel, by the way, guys, or they want to plug themselves, drop it in the chat, and myself or George or any of the spanners will be able to link your YouTube channel or Instagram channel or bio, whatever you want to do. So yeah, please all use this as an opportunity to plug yourself. So let's get you some more subscribers.
Have we been going straight or taking breaks? A bit half and half, to be honest. Mainly going all the way through, but I've been stopping now and then. I don't know about everyone else.
Yeah, I had a little bit of food earlier, a little bite to eat, but yeah, not long breaks. We're talking a couple of minutes break for food and stuff, and yeah, breaks inside to go and get some boxes and stuff. So yeah, kind of think we've all been kind of just going near enough non-stop, apart from them little stop breaks. You know, I haven't gone for a lie down yet. There we are, look. Another sub. $416 subscribers. Would love to get to 500. Is that for you, Tonks? If so, let's get Tonks in the chat as well. Let's try and push for the 500 there. How many photos now was listening earlier while at work? So I think I need to do another count in a minute, but I think I'm nearly, I would say 90 odd, I would say. Still got a long way to go. Still got a long way to go.
Fabulous, Becky. Why don't you come on? You can come on live with us if you want.
Absolutely. Hop in. Come and have a chat. Come and plug your channel.
Yeah, the connection's up on. It's been pinned up on the chat. You just click on that.
It's in the pin post. Or if you go onto my Instagram, it finds it's in the story. I pinned it in there as well on the story. It should still be there from earlier. Come and join.
Oh, did you teach in the pool today? Oh, was that the shift that you were covering? Oh, no, that was later on, wasn't it? Like 10 o'clock. I remember you saying something the other day about it. Oh, I've got another sale.
Cha-ching.
I've had quite a lot of sales actually today. Oh, they're pretty low value, but every little helps.
Yeah, it's up, mate. Yeah, I'll put Tonk's, thanks Chop Chop. There's Tonk's channel in the chat, everyone. So please go and subscribe. Let's get Tonks to 500.
Stopped.
There we are. There's one at least.
Coco Closet Collections. That's a nice name. I'm new to reselling, as in really, really new. Been watching YouTube videos, Instagram for a while now, and I love how supportive and helpful this community is. It really is. We are the nicest kind of community on YouTube, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. Welcome to the, let's bring up the comment here. Welcome to the world of reselling. You're going to have a blast, honestly. It's the best thing you will do. Honest. Yeah, I'm trying. Oh, I'm not the best at multitasking, you're right, but we are trying our best here. I feel I'm on a go slow at the moment. I don't know what it is. I keep looking at the time in the top left-hand corner of the stream, and it says 7 hours 51, and I'm like, I need to be, all these photos need to be done by 12 hours in. Chris is back. Hello.
All right.
Yeah, still going.
I'll put this. Put my kit on just for you, James.
Oh yeah, thanks, mate. I thought I'd see the City kit if you did return. Mate, at least we, to be fair, although it got at the edge, you ran away with it. At least we challenged you most of the season, where you were challenging us. Like, it makes such a difference with the league, doesn't it? When it's not all wrapped up by February.
It was all very interesting, and I think Arsenal did very well.
Yeah, I was amazed with our season, to be honest, and I think. Yeah, next season's going to be interesting, though, because all the other clubs, you know, Liverpool are going to come back stronger, I think. United, I was going to say Chelsea, but they just sell their players at the moment. So
Chelsea got
it'll be an interesting one. I think so. But yeah, I thought I'd see the kit at some point.
I've done my work for the day, so I'm just here to distract.
It's all right, mate. You distract away. Don't mind the odd bit of distraction. It actually gives me an excuse to actually stop and chat.
To be fair, I'm just going to do a bit of cross-listing before I finish on some of the stuff that I've listed. Won't take me a minute.
How are you finding the Whatnot shows, Chris? Because you've been doing quite a few of them, haven't you?
Yeah, I've obviously stopped while we're in the process of moving, and we just moved in and stuff. But as soon as we're up and running here, probably in 2 weeks, I'm going to be back on it. I'm going to be hitting it again, because I really enjoyed doing Whatnot. I know there was some people talking before a little bit about Whatnot and that, but I've really enjoyed it, and I'm lucky in the fact that I've managed to get on the platform, whereas a lot of people haven't.
Yeah.
I basically applied the same time as everybody else did. Like right at the start, when they announced they were coming to the UK, I applied like everyone else. Heard nothing till like January. And so I decided to reach out to them, and I sent them a message on Instagram to find out what was going on. And it came from that, really. And they kind of said, well, yeah, we're kind of looking at getting a few people on the platform from the UK. You know, and it kind of went from there, and they did a call with me. They did a video call. They do that with every seller. They video call every seller, just to find out what the script is, what you sell, and what you plan to do, and stuff like that. So yeah, I think there's not many sellers on there that do like what I do, which is almost at the moment I'm kind of doing like toys and stuff like that. But I have done clothing as well. I have done T-shirts and stuff like that. So it's doing well, to be honest. I've done about 10 shows. I think I've taken about $3,000 on the platform, so I can't really complain.
No, that's good. It's in and out. That's the thing. Once the auction ends, it's done.
Well, and that's it. And it was boosting my sort of weekly income by sort of 300 quid, and for like a 2-hour show, it was a real boost to my sort of weekly income.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, mate. I see why you're doing it. And do you know what? Fair play for you for using your initiative and messaging them, because all of us lot are sitting there waiting for the email back to say, right, you're on it. But you've kind of pushed forward to say, what's going on? Let me find out. And from that, you've got a head start, and that's good.
Yeah. And I got quite a few referrals and stuff out of it as well. So I've been kind of buying stuff on there and supporting some of the other, because there is a few resellers on there who've been going. I think, is it Endless Treasure? They've got a whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've been buying some stuff off them and kind of plowing those referrals back into it as well. But yeah, I've enjoyed it. I enjoy the platform. I think it's quite cool, and it can only grow. It's weird because I've watched a couple of the Poshmark lives, and the video platform that they use, I don't know if it's exactly the same platform or what, but it is almost identical in looks and the way it works.
I think they're all very similar, to be honest. I think they probably use the same kind of service, and it's probably like a provider.
There'll be a company somewhere that's built that for Whatnot, and they've probably built it for Poshmark as well, because it does look almost identical.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty happy with Whatnot. I'm going to get back on Whatnot as soon as I can.
Yeah, I've jumped to your shows a few times. It's that live auctions are so entertaining. Like, that's the thing. They're so much fun, and you can get carried away.
Yeah, definitely. And the opportunity to sell, I think the most I've sold in one sort of evening is sort of 40 to 50 items. So
yeah,
the opportunity to shift that many items in 2 hours, even though it's relatively low value at the moment, it's great. It's perfect.
But that's a great way to move that low value stock you've got, mate, as well. In that sense, stuff that where you think, do you know what, it might be worth me listing on eBay, but if I can get rid of it straight away, like there's a win. Get it out.
As the platform grows, obviously there'll be more people on there buying, more people selling, and then you can start banging on some of your higher value stuff. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, you don't want to put your bangers on there now when there's not as huge of an audience in the UK.
Yeah,
you're right. In the future,
yeah, but yeah, I'm enjoying the platform, and I'm going to do more on it. Nice. I would encourage anyone who really wants to get on Whatnot to give them an email and or send them a message on Instagram and just tell them how, big them up and tell them how much you've been looking forward to getting on the platform, and you never know, they might squeeze you in.
We've got some questions. How did you all start reselling, and why did you all start? I started because I was made redundant from my recruitment job, and I was watching people on YouTube resell and thought, this looks like loads of fun and it looks really easy. So that's what made me start. And how did I and why did I? Yeah, I didn't want to work for someone else. After doing 13 years in recruitment, I wanted to kind of build something myself. And it's quite funny, when I was made redundant, I quickly realised that you are just another number to anyone who employs you. And I used to think I was a big part of the company. I was loved, and they would look after me. And as soon as I was made redundant, it clicked to me that actually they'll just replace you. That's all they do. So there's my journey. What about everyone else? How did you all start, and why did you start? That's a good part. I like the question why. That's a good one.
I started just as a side hustle, really. I had no expectation of being a full-time reseller. I just started so that I could try and pay for like a couple of holidays a year, and that was my whole sort of reason, really. I started off watching, like, I don't know if you guys might not remember him, but Adam Robinson. Do you remember Ads?
No.
I used to watch Ads a lot.
He's just graduated, hasn't he?
Sorry?
He's just graduated uni.
Has he? I've not seen much from him recently. But yeah, I used to watch ads and Nick and Ben Fitzpatrick and the original sort of resellers. But yeah, just as a side.
Z and Beck as well. They were that era.
Yeah, Z, yeah. Nick used to do a live show with Z, didn't he? Wasn't it like once a week or something? Was it Tat Chat? Is that what it was called back in the day?
That's it.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I started because I was made redundant as well, James. Same as you. I was working for a private ambulance company as an EMT that had an NHS contract, and I was doing full-time shifts for about 2.5 years. And then one day I turned up at the base to collect the ambulance for the day and was told I was no longer needed. We didn't actually have a contract. It was a word of mouth agreement. And overnight they'd found a new company that was a lot cheaper, and that was it. We did not have a job anymore.
So why reselling?
So I had been similar to Chris, where I saw the other guys, Nick, Z, Ben Fitzpatrick, and a few others reselling online on YouTube when I was looking for ways to earn a bit of extra money. Because I know people will never believe this, but the NHS does not pay great money. So I was looking to earn some extra money, and that's what I came across. And I started doing it on the side. I was really loving it, doing really well actually. And then as part-time, and then I got made redundant, and my entire sort of work history and qualifications is medical. So I was a mental health nurse for 11 years and then moved over to being an EMT. So it's not those types of jobs. You can't just get a job the next day. The months and months of recruitment and going through interviews and DBS checks and all that. So I was like, oh my God, I need something now to pay the bills. And I just said to my husband, look, I'm going to do this. I'm going to ramp this up, go full time. And that's what I did, and never missed a bill payment, never missed a mortgage payment, nothing. And I don't think he actually believed it was a real job until about 2 years ago. And I've been doing this now since like 2017. So,
isn't it weird? I don't know if anyone else gets this, but when you tell people, like, if you go to like a function or a party, why do I say function? That's so like old school. If you go to like a party or something or a gathering, and it's like, what do you do as a job? And you say, I'm a reseller, I sell on eBay. It's always that kind of thing, like, oh, do you know what? You'll find something soon. Like, I'm sure something will come up, and it's like, no, I do this as a full-time job. Like, this is my job now. And they're like, oh, does it pay good money? And it's like, well, I wouldn't have been doing it for 2 and a bit years if it didn't.
I tell people I run an online retail business. That's a bit easier for them to understand.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Although I do think that they look at me and go, woman, work from home, online retail, she definitely sells Avon.
I thought you were going to say something else there. What were you doing earlier? You know? Yeah. Someone said earlier, I've got a camera. Someone said earlier, I've got a camera under my desk, and I'm just I've got my feet out, and that's how I'm making the real money. Right. Someone help me out here. I've got this cardigan. I'm going to put the main lights on for a sec. Got this cardigan in the bundle. And these buttons here, definitely do not fit through these little hook loops here. Is that just for show?
Spotlight yourself, James.
Yeah, 2 seconds. This is the worst camera, by the way. I'm using like a webcam for this big computer. Let me just spotlight myself. Right, you got me? So these buttons here on this cardigan definitely do not fit through these little hooks there. See how small this
is it not like is it not over like a wrap card? Like those big buttons, do they not go over on one side of the chest? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say. Do they hook further across the chest? No, There's nowhere for them to go. But hold on. Don't worry. I've just noticed inside the cardie there's buttons. So these are just like accessory buttons then.
Statement buttons.
Statement buttons. That's a good term. I'm going to use that when I list my items. Statement button. All right. Thank you very much. This is why I don't list women's clothing.
Becca, you've got a fan in the chat.
Hold on. Hold
What are you
on.
doing?
Lex is back. You left earlier.
It's
She was
Lex,
like,
you got
she's
to
your
sort
number
it.
one fan that you left.
I did. I left to watch my little boy's football match.
How did he get on?
His first ever time playing, his first ever time in goal, and it ended up 4-2 to the other team.
Oh, well.
But he did some great saves. The other team was like playing really, really well.
Did he enjoy it? Did he come away like happy?
Oh God, James, he's asked me to sign him up for a team.
That's the most important thing. Get him signed up if he enjoys it.
Oh.
It's going to cost you a lot of money, but get him signed up.
No, it's the time, isn't it? Like he already does clubs, and I do beavers and Zumba and work and.
Don't
But
worry
yeah,
about time.
Apparently,
Think
he
about
did
the
do
new
it well.
football kits. The new football kits for kids are ridiculous money. So buy secondhand.
You mean like supporters, like supporting a team?
Oh yeah, I think Arsenal's child shirt is about 40 quid now
Oh,
for a
God.
child shirt.
I've been picking them up at the car boot for him
Oh yeah, 100%.
because he doesn't actually support any teams because he doesn't watch football. So he just is happy with any football kit. So he's got one from some African team, I don't know, and then Paris. But he's just chuffed bits because it's a football team.
Yeah, of course. It doesn't matter. That's good.
Becca never sleeps. Fact. Oh, I don't know. We've got the new kitten, Lex. Jesus.
Oh, how do you pronounce the name of your kitten, Becca?
Aura.
Yeah, that's how we pronounce ours. Spelt
Oh,
differently.
is it?
Aura. We've got Aura and Lumos.
Oh, Harry Potter fans.
Yeah, Leanne loves Harry Potter, so she named both our cats after Harry Potter spells or something to do with Harry Potter.
Yes. Yeah.
At least it's not Dobby or Hedwig because they both die in the films. Spoilers.
Oh, spoiler! I've never seen it. I'm joking. I have. I was forced to watch it.
Ours are star themed or space star themed. So we've got Nova, who is short for supernova, and then we've got Aura, who is short for Aurora Borealis.
Oh.
I saw that picture of your cat and I was like, so cute. And then I'm thinking like, when we went to the cat cafe for Leanne's birthday the other week, there was this one cat they've had and it hasn't come out. It was really shy. Anyway, it came out for the first time and was like sitting on my lap. And I said to Leanne, like, we've got to take this cat. We've got to adopt it. And they then said to us, oh, what we need to do, we need to come and do a check at home. You need to have your garden secure so the cats can't get out of all the wire over it. And you need to take 2 of them. It's not fair to take 1. And I was like, yeah, let's just leave it. So sorry to the cat.
Oh.
But yeah. Yeah, your picture you put up last night, I was like, such a cute cat.
Oh, she is gorgeous. She's so sweet. Like the previous kitten, she bit and scratched a lot. You know, like and you could tell she hadn't been handled really. She just wasn't used to people at all. But this one just wants to cuddle all the time, and she woke me up 3 times in the night, grooming my face. She's just
yeah, they do that. Lex is buzzing that you actually said her name. Fangirly.
So who's actually watching the Barbie movie? Lex is asking. I am.
Oh yeah, are you going to go and watch it?
I'm actually going to go. I've already got my tickets and everything. I'm that sad.
I don't know. Do you know what? I don't know. It doesn't appeal to. I sold all my Barbie toys just before it came out because I think, George, you told me get them listed because a new film's coming out. And they went really quickly, all the vintage Barbie stuff. I got good money for them on auction. But yeah, I don't know. If it comes out on the Amazon stick, that's all I'm going to say, then I might watch it, if you know what I mean.
They say it's going to be like the runaway hit of the summer. And JJ's got a good point. He says, I'm going to watch it after I see Oppenheimer. That's what I'm doing. I'm seeing Barbie first and then Oppenheimer.
What is Oppenheimer? I mean, I'm not a film person, so explain to me.
It's Christopher Nolan, and it's the Oppenheimer. It's about the atom bomb in it that fell on, is it Nagasaki or whatever it's called, in World War. He created that massive bomb. So it's all about that. But that's meant to be amazing as well. So
Lex is going. What she said there, going Friday night for Barbie, then Oppenheimer on Monday, and then Barbie again.
I'm seeing it on Friday morning. I'm seeing it at 8 o'clock in the morning.
That's a weird time for a cinema, isn't it? 8 o'clock in the morning.
I know, but it's guaranteed it's going to be dead. So I'm just going to be just me. And maybe some other weirdos.
I don't want anyone else. I don't want another weirdo spoiling this fun for me.
I might wait till it's. Has anyone else got? Can you go watching new films on the that Meerkat thing where you get 2-for-1 movies?
Yeah, I think so. I think you can go.
I wonder if you can watch brand new releases on.
Yeah, it's any films, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. You can go and watch it twice. If you've got 2-for-1, you can go and watch it twice if you want to go on your own.
Just me now, seeing as I'm single. Just me.
Just stay in the cinema and say, when's the next viewing? Let me watch it again. Just run it back. No, it's not. I'm not racing out to see it, but yeah.
I've already seen it because I've watched a bit. I've done a video on it.
Yeah, I saw your video on it. Do you think it's going to ruin it though? Do you think? I don't know. Like if there was an Action Man movie, I probably wouldn't even go and see that because that's what I grew up with, playing with Action Men dolls and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would want to go and watch a film on it, and that's I don't know. I don't know. I've heard good things.
Barbie is like.
It's big.
I don't know. It's a weirder kind of concept than Action Man. I think Action Man is mainly I mean, they do have it in America, but it's very British. Action Man. They have G.I. Joe, which is more them kind of thing. Whereas Barbie is kind of like
there is a movie of.
Which there is a movie of, exactly. So, but yeah, I think Barbie's a bit of a weird concept. I think they can get away with it being very tongue in cheek. And apparently it's meant to be amazing, so we'll see.
So Lex either works in the cinema or she's got one of them monthly passes where you pay X amount and she's definitely getting her money's worth, because she's also going to do Elemental, Insidious and Mission Impossible tomorrow.
Oh my god.
Lex is just rich.
It's all the jewellery she sells.
And now Becca is single now. Does that mean she's in with a chance?
Finally. Only if you can take me to the cinema.
There we are.
Oh yeah.
110 a year. Unlimited. I guess if you love the cinema, that's worth every penny, isn't it? I probably go to the cinema once a year, I would say.
Has anyone watched that Mario movie?
Yeah, I've seen
it. But again, that's something I would want to see that because it's Mario.
It's on Amazon for 20 quid. You can buy it for 20 quid on Amazon.
Who's going to pay 20 quid to watch that?
Me. Only because the DVD with it. No, so it was $16.99 to rent it for 48 hours.
No.
Or it was $19.99 to buy it.
No.
And I wouldn't have done if it wasn't for the fact that the kids desperately wanted to watch it, and then it was more expensive to go to the cinema for all three of us.
You'll be bitterly disappointed at that.
Well, I was.
Yeah, Tonks, that was what I was trying to get at earlier. IPTV.
Never heard of it.
No, nor have I. My friend, however, said it's quite good. But
Yeah, I've got
not me.
friends like that as well.
I've never heard of it myself either.
I used to have one of them cinema passes for Cineworld. It was good. I used to use it loads.
Do you feel you went more because you got the pass and you're kind of like,
you go and watch just average films just to make sure you got your money's worth out of it.
Yeah,
you know, it's something to do as well.
Yeah.
Having said that, I normally go and have a meal as well. So then you probably end up spending money that you probably wouldn't have spent before as well. So you go and go pizza up first and go watch a film.
Do they still do? I haven't been to a pizza restaurant for ages. Do they still do that buffet thing they used to do, where it's like all you can eat pizza?
Lunchtime, yeah. I think it's like £6 or £7 at lunch.
I guess that's not too bad if you go for like a lunchtime cinema thing and then go there after or before.
Who in the chat is a cinema smuggler?
Oh yeah. If I go, I'm taking in my own stuff. I'm not buying. Actually, the popcorn, you can't get popcorn like cinema popcorn. But everything else, I'm sneaking in. And now they don't care, do they? They kind of just let you in with it anyway. You used to have to hide it.
Yeah, I used to hide it. I used to tell Belle to shove it in a bag, and I used to get bottles of drink and pound shop pick and mixes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always take stuff in. You just there's nothing like it. Go to a midday matinee, hardly anyone in, and you're just there scoffing.
We've taken Tesco meal deals in before now, shoved them down our coats.
I've taken a Subway in and they haven't batted an eye.
Really?
Yeah, they don't care anymore.
No, but usually I go like thrifting beforehand, so I've got all my stuff. So if they stop me, what they're going to look through? A load of t-shirts. No, probably not.
They probably just laugh at us all. They're probably looking at us saying, "Oh, they've got loads down their jumper, haven't they? Look at them." And you don't even have to hide it anymore.
No. Yeah, Tonks used to take a full-on Mackie D. That's the way to do it.
When was your last count, James?
What was that? Sorry, say it again.
When was your last count of what you've got done today?
I'll do one in a second, actually. We are definitely getting closer, if not over the 100 now for photos. But ideally, as I say, I want to have 200 photos done by 10 o'clock this evening. And then that gives me 12 hours to list the 200.
And then how many days worth is that?
For me, it's 10 days scheduled. And then I've got 140 in the draft bank already.
Jeez.
So, yeah, effectively it gives me the 2 weeks, but yeah, I don't need 2 weeks. I can't even tell you the last time we went away for 2 weeks on holiday. If we go away, it's like 10 days or 7 days. So, yeah, it's just nice to get ahead, you know, and have that security in case. But that's if I do the 200, then it might not be enough items. I'm looking here, I've got 2.5 shelves left. So, yeah, possibly. I might have to move on to some everything stuff soon. Becca, is all this... Sorry, go on.
It makes you wonder if it's worth like listing solid for like 1 day a week, like just working your ass off and not stopping, and then having the rest of the week without any listing.
Yeah, I considered doing that, Chris, especially after the last live stream. I thought if I was to do a marathon once a week, like you're right, it's like the whole week's work done, and all you've got to concentrate on is customer service and packing your orders.
Yeah. Definitely worth like trying. You could try it for a month and just see how you go.
Well, what I'll do, I'll let you be the guinea pig on it.
No, you're all right. No,
and you can
you crack on with it.
You can tell me, mate, how it goes here. I was going to say, Becca, you might know. Other people might know. I haven't heard of this brand before, and you clothing people might. Orvis.
Yeah, it depends what it is. It used to be really good.
Yeah,
it's a coat, not great. Okay.
A coat.
It's a jacket or a coat. Yeah, just a woman. I think it's women's. It says medium, but
look.
Well, let me stand back in the light a bit more. Sorry, hold on. Let me make your life easier. Let me switch these big lights on. There we are.
Oh. Might not do you too bad actually because it's a coat. I think maybe like a fleece. Yeah, it's like it's like a pea coat, isn't it? A smart coat, like what you would wear to like the office or something. So like wool,
like fleeces and like almost like fitting vests and stuff.
It reminds me of country wear normally.
Yeah,
a bit like Barber, isn't it? Yeah.
Mm.
That's the vibe I was getting from it. All right, we'll check it out later. Stay tuned to the live stream for when I get to the Orvis jacket, and I'll tell you.
It looks like it should definitely be wool, or at least heavy wool.
Polyester nylon blend. Well, it's a polyester blend.
Really?
55. Yeah, 55% polyester.
God, I wouldn't have thought that from Orvis.
All righty.
I didn't even know that Le Creuset did more than just pans. I found some mugs. Tiny little espresso mugs.
I didn't know they'd done mugs. I know they've done little like ramekin dishes and stuff like that, but
I can't figure out what I would even price them for though, because people are obviously buying them as replacements for like missing ones. And you can buy like one from like 10 to 20 quid. And then there's people doing like sets of 3 for like a tenner. But there's like sold all over the place from like 1 to sets of them.
I've never seen them at all, the mugs. So I would say look at the listed price on them as well. So what are people currently asking? Because you've got an idea roughly what people have got sold wise. So what's the current listed active prices?
People are asking like 20, 30. Someone's trying like 85 on a set of 5 of them.
For me,
the solds are weird. There's like three in a set sold for like £8. There was one that sold for like 25. 2 that sold for like 18.
It sounds like it might be better splitting them and selling them individually as replacements.
Hunley's saying, did we get an update on how many listings everyone has done like last time? I can't give an update on my listings like last time because I'm doing all the photos first and then all the listings. So effectively, I've done 0 listings in 8 hours, 22 minutes so far. But I've done over 100 sets of photos so far. So, yeah. George, you've done the full listing and photos, haven't you? How many have you done so far complete?
Oh, complete. I'm still creeping towards 50, but I've got, I think I'm on right now, probably about 35 actually listed, but I've got 50 pictured, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
35 out of 50, that's how much I've done so far.
All right, let's catch up with the chat. Simon sells Orvis, looks like Chore style. Yeah, what we're going to do to celebrate when it's over, and that is the same answer there, sleep. I'm going to go and pack my orders and post my orders for Thursday because I do same day dispatch, and then I'm going to do exactly that and go to bed. Sully's in. How are we getting on? We're doing all right, I think. I'm a bit behind schedule where I thought I was going to be at this time, but as I keep saying, I think I'll make it up in the actual listing part of the stream. Double Karma saying, can you flash your mugs again, Tommy?
Failed.
There we are. Le Crusoe cups. Simon's done 35. Hi, Zoe. Tonks has done 38 posh, 35-ish, might stop at 50. 21 listings, 8 more picture testing, all of them in between, but only worked 1 till 4:30. Good effort. Are you averaging 4.8 minutes a set? Well, if that's what it is, Jamie, that's what it is at the moment. I should be around, we worked out this morning, around 3 minutes a set of photos, I think. But I'm going to blame the stream for that, because managing the stream and talking to all these wonderful people who've come to join, it's slowing it down slightly, but I'd rather that than do this on my own. That is for sure. Oh, hello.
Hi, Becky.
Hey, oh no, I'm here and I just tweeted someone. Hi, James. Sorry.
Hello, how you doing? I don't know if you can hear. How you doing? All right? Can she hear us? I don't think she can hear us, can she?
I can hear you. Are you talking to me?
Oh, you can. Yeah. How
Can
you
you
doing?
hear
All right?
me? Hi.
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
We got you.
I had to turn off my YouTube. I guess that's like a rookie mistake, right?
Yeah, you get the lag. You get the delayed lag.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, you're good. How you doing?
Good. I'm sorry. I feel like I cut you off.
No, don't be silly. I just said, just seeing how you are. Thank you for joining in.
This is so fun. I'm so jealous that you guys have been at it all morning. I mean, obviously I'm in the US, so it's just 1:30 for me. So the day is young, my friends. There's still a lot of time for me here. But you guys have been 8.5? Wow.
Yeah, 8.5 hours. It's gone quick though, believe it or not. I know people, well, some people might have been watching us work for 8.5 hours, which is probably slower for them. But actually working for 8.5 hours, it's gone really quick.
Really?
Yeah.
And just last words. I hope it goes quick the whole rest of the day too.
It's gonna hit a slow point soon. As I said, early hours of the morning is where it hits.
You got this. What are you guys drinking? Monster, Red Bull, energy drink, Jello?
Oh, you'll be happy to know.
Water.
There it is. George has it.
That's the coffee.
Yeah.
Who's
Becky's
drinking
a big-
water? What's that? Okay. See, water. That's where it's at.
That's all you need, just water. No, I'm on coffees and squash at the moment.
Squash. What's that? Like food? Squash?
No, like orange cordial.
Oh, I've never heard of that. Interesting. Okay.
It's a bit like, have you seen Water Talk with the syrups, the pump syrups?
Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of like that. We've had it for absolutely decades, for nearly over 100 years. But it's cordial, and you put water with it, so it's like fruit juices from concentrate, and then you put loads of water with it.
Oh, there it is. Okay, but what is the squash reference? You're not drinking flavor, it's not squash flavor, right?
Yeah. Well, it's orange and pineapple.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because squash would be gross. That would be I'm drinking pumpkin, but not.
Oh yeah, your squash is different to our squash. Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay, your squash is what, oranges?
Well, no, squash I think is the process where they get the juice out from the concentrate.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
yes.
we do have squashes like pumpkin and
Yes,
turnips
right.
and stuff. We do have that, but yeah, it's strange.
Okay.
Not pumpkin,
Thank you
not pumpkin.
Thanks for cluing me in. I was I want to celebrate that, but it sounds too odd. Celebrate.
Yeah, that sounds quite rank to me. Pumpkin
Yeah.
juice to drink it, but
Yeah, I didn't want to insult anybody, but
yeah.
So what is the story with the chat? You can't see the chat here that's on YouTube?
Yeah, so what happens is on StreamYard, I've got every single, basically this is linked to YouTube here. So anyone in the side chat on YouTube who's talking now, I can bring up their comment on YouTube in the side chat.
Okay.
So yeah, basically I've got everyone's comments on YouTube. So it's all linked through to your YouTube channel, which kind of lets you control what's going on in there as well without having to have a YouTube screen open on the side and then trying to keep your eye on both screens. Just makes it easy. It's just to manage the stream, that's all.
Oh, I see. I think I had to click comments. So when I see comment, there it is. JJ was saying squash fruits. Okay. So the comments are the YouTube comments. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
This is all YouTube stuff here.
I had it on private chat. That was my problem.
Oh yeah, you can't see anything on that one unless
right.
Because private chat is anyone in the stream. So if, for instance, I wanted to turn around and say to George, your flies are undone, or whatever it may be, I can message him privately without embarrassing him by putting it in the chat.
XYZ.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't know why, George. I don't know why I picked on you with that example, because it's not like you stood up and I'm like, "Oh, George, not again."
I just sat down most of the day.
Yeah,
it's not that kind of show, people.
No,
that's my only.
Not at this time. Wait until after hours.
Right. Wait until you get properly punchy for doing this so long.
Wait till James whips out his second camera.
Excuse me?
Oh boy.
Second camera, James.
What, the feet camera? It was you who was saying it earlier about my feet cam.
I don't think it was me. However.
All right, well, somebody.
It was me.
Yeah, it was you. Actually, it was you, Tommy. Yeah. Right.
So somebody has to make introductions because I'm a baby reseller. I don't know everybody on YouTube. Who are these beautiful faces?
All right, well, hopefully you know me because you're in the live stream. But if you don't, Bold Finds, based in the UK, down just outside of London, Heathrow Airport. Also owned by Heathrow Airport to make it easier. Been reselling for 2.5 years now, and second time doing this 24-hour live stream. I don't know why I didn't stop on the first time, but yeah, here we are.
Glutton for punishment.
Absolutely. So, Tommy, introduce yourself, and we'll move across.
Yeah, I'm Tommy Trades. I'm 26. I'm based in Bristol in the UK. And I'm doing reselling as part-time. I'm a full-time video editor and then do part-time reselling in and about where I can, and sort of cross over into starting my own YouTube channel and using some of the skills I've learned through my career to then put content out there for you guys. And as we've all found, join this amazing community. But I've got I'm an everything seller, and I'm trying to focus more on like toys and games and things. And they've helped me smash through my clothing pile that's been eating away at me today.
Oh, that's awesome. I sub to you. I watch you. I know you.
Sounds like you're about to go on a game show there, Tommy.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
I was in the zone, like listing stuff.
It sounds like an AA meeting. It's like, I'm Tommy, and I haven't touched a drop of alcohol since 6 o'clock this morning.
It must be all that squash. We have a problem here.
Come on, Georgie, your turn. Introduce yourself. Let everyone know what you're about.
Do we have to? I'm 7 hours in.
Come on.
I'm kidding. No, I'm George. I'm a reseller, and I sell everything, and I make silly videos on YouTube. So yeah, that's basically it. That's all you need to know. If you want to know anything else, ask me in the comments.
Do you
I'm
like
7
long
hours
walks
in.
on
I'm
the
tired.
beach?
What?
Do you like long walks on the beach?
Long walks on the beach. My favorite date is November 15th. No. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Ask me anything. Ask me anything.
If you want to know more, George, what you should have said, if you want to know more, you need to come over to my YouTube channel and subscribe, and you'll get to learn more about me. Come on. Plug yourself.
I'm lagging. I'm lagging.
Need a second coffee.
That's it. I might order another one before it's shut. Oh, no, it's shut. Oh, no. Oh, I'm stuck with a home brewed stuff.
Homebrew.
Yeah. Oh, well.
All right, Carper, come and introduce yourself. Reintroduce
Secret
yourself.
Carper, part-time eBay reseller, full-time Carper. Here in Essex, yeah. Fishing is my passion. This is just
Fishing?
a side hustle. Yeah, love it.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
Yeah,
I like
love it.
fishing, but I don't bait my own hook, so I'm like the worst person to go fishing with. And then I'm like, oh, I caught one. Someone do something. I don't want to hurt it.
Yeah, you take it. Yeah.
So I find
Yeah.
the process so enjoyable, but I'm like the worst fisher partner because I'm a baby.
Oh, I love it. My passion.
So
20 odd years.
what kind of fishing do you do? Because there's like fly fishing and
Mainly carp fishing.
carp.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. What kind of fish is carp?
Are you from America?
Yeah, is that? I've heard of carp.
Yeah,
but
your carp a lot. You like kill your carp, didn't you? They're like, yeah.
I don't think
They're
I've
not
ever
wanted.
eaten carp. I think I catch it in Animal Crossing. They're like, you caught a carp.
Yeah.
Oh, yay! I caught a carp.
Yeah, they're not well fimied up in America. They're not well liked up in America.
Okay.
Whereas
Well, then I don't do that.
over here, they're so precious, worth lots of money.
Are they freshwater or like ocean or?
Yeah, freshwater carp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they put up a fight?
Some of them, when you get to about 50 pounds, they put up a fight. Yeah.
Oh. You're not kidding. You're catching 50-pound fish, huh?
Yeah, they're big. They're big. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Good.
Yeah, it's good.
Awesome.
Carbon Chris, you're up.
Yeah, okay. I'm Chris. YouTube channel is Cooking Hayden's. If you want to go and subscribe.
Yes.
And
please.
I'm a full-time reseller, and I do everything really. A bit of everything on eBay and a couple of other platforms. Yeah, that's pretty much it, really.
And he does a really cool thing on a Monday on his live stream called the Duck Race.
Yeah, we race ducks.
Oh, what's that?
They race ducks.
It's a YouTube phenomenon.
Oh, actual ducks?
Actual ducks, real ducks.
Yeah, real ones. Yeah, you have to tune in at 8 o'clock on a Monday night to find out more.
Yeah,
Real
Chris has got.
sometimes you have like
500 ducks. Yeah.
I got conned into that. I thought they were real, and then I looked and I was like, oh, right.
There we are. There's Chris's channel.
Oh, they're not real?
Thanks, George.
No, they're digital.
Oh, George, come on. No spoilers. They're real.
Sorry.
I don't see it. Here we go. Okay.
Oh, there we are. I'll pop out there. But it's Cookie the Haydens.
Cookie. What is Cookie for?
That's our dog.
Oh, dogs and ducks.
Dogs and ducks. Why would you not subscribe for the dogs and ducks?
Well, I'm here just for Chris. He sounds like an interesting guy. I'm looking forward to getting to know you better. And everybody. Secret Carper, do you have a channel too? Somebody put his stuff up.
I don't think he has a channel.
Subbed.
No, I've got no channel.
Okay. Do you really go by Carper? That's your nickname because you catch carp?
Yeah. And the secret is how you catch them.
Oh, cool.
Can't tell anybody. That's what's secret. Yeah.
So
I think the first thing is to live in the UK.
I don't know if Becca, UK Becca's there, but if not, Becky, your time to do your intro then. Let people. Oh, Becca's here. Becca, we'll go to UK Becca first. Introduce yourself for the people.
Hey, I'm Becca. I don't have a YouTube channel, so you can't go and subscribe to me. Full-time clothing reseller in the UK on eBay. That's about it.
There's more to you than that, but okay, that's about it. That's as much as you can give away right now. You've got to stay on the stream for another 3 hours to get more information. But
I sell questionable items sometimes. That's about it.
Oh yeah, we'll have to talk. I reckon around 8 o'clock we'll talk about the questionable items for a bit. Yeah,
can do.
Stick around.
I can't wait. I'm in for it. Okay.
Right,
Becca, is
coming
your
in.
name Rebecca?
It is. Yeah, it's Rebecca.
I've never met a Becky or Becca or Rebecca that I didn't like. It's good to know you.
Coming in, Becky. What's your? Tell us about you. So you've met all us alcoholics. Talk about you.
Well, I've never heard of squash, and so that's my little lesson for the day. You guys are educating me on more than just reselling. I'm actually. It's funny thinking of Rebecca. my actual name is Becky, which is like kind of weird, I guess, right? That my name is a nickname, but there you have it. I live in the US. I live in Pennsylvania, which is the East Coast. I'm from Long Island, New York, and I lost my very thick and quite ridiculous New York accent because it was quite ridiculous. And I have 2 little girls and a husband, and I resell everything that's not nailed down. If it fits in the box and I can ship it out, I sell it, which is, I think, a habit that I need to start reeling in a little bit, because being an everything seller means that I'm scattered and doing a lot, but it's actually bringing me joy, and I nothing about it makes me upset or frustrated. So as long as I'm happy with it, I'm going to keep on keeping on. But some of that is like the fun of it. Like I just listed a 1970s General Electric portable record player, which I was like, this is so cool. Like someone's going to look at this and be like, oh my God, I grew up with this. And like, it's just nostalgic and cool. And then I'm like selling things from Walmart, which are just like basic and, plain. So I don't know. I think it keeps it interesting, but I see the value of you guys niching down and all that stuff. And I'm not quite in the spot in my business where I feel like I need to crank and itemize like every minute of what I'm doing and be like a machine. I'm still in it for the fun. But once I start leveling up and like being like, I'm all business, it's happening, people, it's happening, I'll probably have to change my naughty ways. So,
do you think you'll ever be like I don't want to say like a normal reseller, but like, like go out and source your own things? Do you reckon you'll get there one day?
That's actually how I started, like sourcing my own things and just having my own business, like doing my own thing. And then the more I started telling people what I do, the more everybody has stuff, and God bless us all that we're like affluent enough that we have extra stuff. Like I think about people who have so little and who don't have things. And that's actually how this journey started for me. I just wanted to become more minimalistic and just get stuff out, which is ironic because now I'm getting an overabundance of things in. So it's totally backfired. But those things aren't in my possession. I don't own them any longer. But I think people just want to get rid of things. And so it's consigning is allowing me to help them achieve their goals and then repurposing them, so second homing those things gives me joy, finding a new forever home for something. One man's junk, another man's.
Well?
Sorry. Yeah, I do store it, which is insanity. Yeah. It's crazy town. Mm-hmm.
Do you store it? Have you got a separate unit, or do you just use your garage?
I use so that's becoming a problem. So if like watching my recent videos, you've seen it for some reason just in the last like really 2 or 3 weeks, I've had an overabundance of like things coming in, which is not the norm. And it got like to a point where I was taking in at a quicker speed than I could process it. Now I finally have that all under control, and it's down in my photography area, which I'm cranking out the photography, which is actually, while you guys are doing that, I am cross-listing a little bit and then I'm jumping into photography. But the sooner I can get it then photographed and into my storage bins, it will be a lot less chaotic. But it's just in my basement. I have like an unfinished part of my basement, and thankfully my house can accommodate that right now. But I'm at 92% capacity.
Yeah, getting close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's part of the thing. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's what my old unit was like. It was I was getting like hemmed in. It was like, oh, I'm gonna have to move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which is
and
good.
And I'm kind of there, like where my business would definitely benefit from having a storage unit. I think my family and probably my psyche would benefit from having a storage unit, but I'm trying to balance the finances, and maybe that's part of it. It's like once I pull that trigger, then I'm like, now I'm paying to store other people's things truly, because until they're all the way listed, it just, I don't know. I have 2, like, so the basement's unfinished. I have 2 areas where I can build shelves from the like the beams, the support beams, and like lift things up. Like I need to go vertical with it, kind of like your lampshades, George.
Oh, I know. I sold one as well yesterday, and it was right in the middle. I was like, oh.
So I had to
pull it. It did work. My idea did work. I shimmied everything down and I pulled everything off, but it did take a while. But still, it's still out the way and using dead space essentially. So
yeah, in your video, you totally called it. You said, "I know I'm going to sell that one right in the middle, right there," and you surely did.
It was the middle one as well. It was the huge middle one, which is really ugly, and I thought wouldn't sell anytime soon, and it sold. I was like, oh.
You know why that
Believe
happened. You called it into
Typical.
existence. That's funny. But I love that system because like you're so on point with that. Just get it off the floor. Like use that vertical space when you can.
Well, it's right above the door as well. So like nothing's going to be stacked up against the door. Otherwise I won't get in. But like there's a whole like 2 foot like above the door, like the door space. So I thought, I might as well.
Yeah, it's so smart. It's so smart. It's just dead space too. It's like you weren't going to do anything with it. So use the space. Totally.
It was either that or I was going to put all the lampshades on my mum and dad's side because they've still got space. So I just thought I'd just throw everything over there. They won't mind.
Well, they're so delicate too. Like you want to make sure nothing like bumps into it or nicks it or rips it, right? Like you want to make sure that they're cared for.
I've got some like rattan woven kind of like vintagey 70s lampshades, and I found it was there on like the end, and while I was taking them off I noticed, I think it must have happened during the move, but like one of them is like slightly ripped. It's like just got a hole poked through, so something is banged into it, and I was like, oh, it's probably from the move. But at least I've found out now, and I've altered the listing. I took a picture of it, and so I've updated the listing, but still,
doesn't it kill you when that happens? Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. Mm-hmm.
It's like when you find like a hole in something after you've listed it and you're putting it away and you're like, no.
Yeah, yesterday somebody asked me to measure something for them that I had forgotten to put the measurements in. Of course, I put, measurements available upon request. And of course they request the measurements. Fine. I measured it and it caught like on like a zipper or something. And it like a little snag happened. I was like, no. But it was so slight that I could just massage it and I would like lay back flat. I was like, oh, okay. Of course, like the thing
crisis averted.
Yeah,
I know that feeling.
Yeah, so I started selling my own things and that was the goal. And then what's cool about that is I was able to source and pick out exactly what I wanted. I was not like a curated closet kind of person, but you go for certain brands or things that will sell for better value. Now that I'm consignment selling, I'm at the mercy of selling what people give me. And some of it is awesome. Some of it's vintage. Some of it is high end, and some of it's from Walmart. So, and I can refuse anything for sure. But to be honest, like some of those basics are actually selling quite well for me, and I'm fine with it. So I'm not at the point where I'm refusing stuff just yet. But I also have really chill consigners that they're like, hey, if anything won't sell, just get rid of it or give it back to me. Like they're really, really chill about it. So
that's good. So at least they're not like, no, I want it up forever. Like, it will sell.
What percentages do you do, Becky? What kind of percentages, what deals do you do with people?
It started out as 50-50 for like friends and family. And then I found very quickly that really wasn't enough because there's, a lot of work that goes into it with the prep and all that stuff. So then it is more 60-40. And now it's 70-30 for anybody who is not an actual friend. So like if it's somebody who has come to me, now I'm growing to the point where it's like, hey, my friend so-and-so told me about you. Are you still accepting consigners? It's 70-30. And I do fundraisers as well. So I have 2 organizations that I'm helping them with fundraisers where they solicit donations and then they get the donations and then all of their profits go back to the organization. And I get 70% on that as well.
That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. I've heard a lot of people that do 50-50, and I just think I can't see how that can work. Like returns and then fees, and is it worth it at 50-50?
Yeah. Well, like 50-50. So for example, one of my 50-50 consigners, I just sold a bag for $690 and I would not have had access to a luxury Italian leather briefcase. So I was like, okay, 50-50, it works. And I'm actually given more than that because I just feel in my heart that they deserve it. They outlaid the cost for the item. But in that case, there are certain things where I'm like, wow, I'm selling some really cool stuff that I wouldn't have had access to. I don't mind the 50-50. And then it's like, if it's 50-50 on Walmart, none of us are making any money. And the way I see it is if I'm not able to sustain this and be open for business, I'm not able to help them. And then they'll just be donating to Goodwill. So, it can be 60-40 or 70-30 or bring your stuff to Goodwill. So no one's had any issues with it, really. One of my consigners, she gets a little sassy with me. She's like, when you told me it was 60-40, I thought, she's really, getting away with her commissions here. And then when she realizes how much work I put into it, she's like, no, you're earning every bit of that. So pretty fair. Have you guys ever done consignment for friends or family or?
I haven't. I tend to just like, if somebody like wants me to sell something for them, I'll just say it's much easier if I just give you a price for the item and I'll buy it off you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's kind of the route I go.
So recently, listen to how ridiculous this is. I was driving home from meeting up with somebody, and I ended up like, my plans got canceled and I was disappointed. Okay, no big deal. But as I'm driving, I'm like, oh, well, I have about an hour without my children. So let me see, maybe there's some garage sales around. I'll make a productive hour. So I was driving home, and sure enough, kind of like you, George, calling to existence, selling the middle lampshade. I was like, okay, I was like, let me just see between here and there. I was maybe a mile and a half from my house. So I did not have very far to go, but I drive right past this huge 3-family garage sale. So I'm in and I'm looking at stuff, and it was great stuff. And I start talking with them. I said, well, you know, when you're done with the garage sale, anything that's not selling, I'd be happy to help you on my consignment seller. Why do I do this to myself? Like, why do I open up my mouth and say this? But she basically was like, here, we're just getting ready to close up. Have it all. And she put everything in bags and started filling up my car, which was filled from door to trunk. It was just all crammed in there. But some of the stuff, so she was selling clothes for $1 a piece. I just sold a top for $36. And I was just thinking, I would have been so much better to just give her the buck and then take all the profits instead of sharing. But this just feels like she gave me a lot of stuff. I mean, there was Lululemon in there. Like, it's just, I feel really good that she's getting her share of it. And I also feel good that in the future, she'll be giving me her things to sell. But at the time I was like, wow, Mama's got a lot to list now. So it's all good so far. I'll probably, ask me at the next marathon how that all turned out, and I'll report back.
Well, like you said, it's a new contact. She'll remember you now. She'll be like, wow, I got all that money for that stuff. So she'll call you up and say, hey, I've got a big bundle. Do you want it?
Right. And she can bring me her Lululemon all day long, baby.
Bad.
Whereabouts are you in the US? I might have missed that.
Yeah, I'm in Pennsylvania. Do you know where that is?
No.
It's East Coast. So like if you have New York, New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
And then so New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, then like Virginia and point south, we're all East Coast and we're pretty close together. And so I'm from New York. I went to school a little bit south in Delaware, Delaware's like, I think it's the second smallest state in the United States. It's the middle of nowhere. Pretty much nothing exciting happens in Delaware. Although President Biden is from Delaware. So that's like,
I was just about to say, it's Biden's state,
yes.
Isn't it?
That's the claim to fame. And actually, I only live 15 minutes from his house. And when he comes home to visit, they call them Joe Jams because the Secret Service, they jam up the streets. You can't get anywhere when Joe is home. And he's home every weekend. So there's like these lights that come on. You can't fly drone planes in his area when he's home. It's a whole thing. But then just next to Delaware, Pennsylvania, I live 0.4 of a mile from Delaware. So I'm like right on the cusp there. But where I live, it's about 3 hours from Manhattan. So I can go and see a Broadway play. It's about an hour and a half-ish from like Washington, D.C. So I can go tour like the exhibits and stuff. It's another little bit to Baltimore. And what else would I want to see? I think that's it. So
nice.
It's a good little spot. There's a lot of
Question
here.
I was going to say, question for you in the chat. What happens when an item goes missing in the mail with consignment?
In the mail. So I've had something go missing in the mail for myself, and because it had been tracking, it was fine. Like I think it was Poshmark, and they gave me my money. They gave me my money and gave the buyer back their money because it had gone tracking. Like it was obviously shipped out. I guess with consignment, that's a really good question. I would probably end up, I guess I would have to find out how it was resolved, right? So like most things that go missing, we're covered as the seller. Right? I don't think does eBay? eBay doesn't charge the seller if you have the tracking, right, guys?
Yeah, eBay usually covers you. Yeah.
But like if something if something got damaged by, let's say I spilled bleach on something that was my consigners, I would give them the approximate, like the value of what they would have gotten. So like if I damaged something or if like something tragically happened by my hand, I would give them their part of the purchase. For example, sometimes I buy things from my consigners. I'm like, oh, I gotta have that. So then I will like run the comps and see what it would have sold for, and then whatever the commission is, I give them that money. So I'm getting something for cheaper, and they're getting their money. Actually, they're getting more than they would have gotten because I don't have to put in the selling percentage fees and the shipping and stuff. So they kind of make out on it. I don't know if that answered Chap's question, but yeah, I try to keep it really fair. And most of the people, they have said to me, I just don't ever want to see this again. So as long as it's out of my life, and if I get money back for it, I'm happy. Philippa said that she had a consignment store in the UK, but it's an unusual concept for people. Oh, so do you guys not have a lot? Is consignment not a common thing, like in general?
I've heard of consignment stores, but I've never heard of a reseller consignment. You know, like an independent one. Usually they're like outlets, and we have like outlet stores, which are consignment stores essentially. Yeah, it's
because they're called something else, aren't they? So I was talking about this with the luxury pickers the other day. So they're actually called dress agencies a lot of the time. I thought a dress agency was one of those places where you rent a designer dress for an event and then you give it back. It's not. Apparently, a dress agency is a lot of the times it's a consignment store basically, and they just take a percentage of your goods. But I did not know that.
No, I didn't know that.
Because they've been buying excess stock or stock that hadn't sold within a certain time frame off local dress agencies to then sell themselves on eBay and Vestio and that. But actually, I thought it was renting. I didn't understand it, but yeah.
Have you heard about that app by Rotation?
Oh God!
Did you read that article?
No, but Samara, you know, Fake Rachel.
Yeah.
She's been mithering the life out of us, me and Michelle, on WhatsApp today. Yes, did Chica post something about it?
Yeah, I read the same article as Chica.
In
Yeah,
the Guardian.
And it's like people rent out designer goods, essentially designer like dresses and stuff, and they make so much money. But like they rent it and then they make, depending on the season, like they make so much money and then they sell it on. So like they've capitalized more on their thing. But I think there is caveats. Like it needs to be on one of their approved designer lists, and it needs to be with it only 2 years old. So you can't do vintage. It can only be like within the 2 years release date.
Really?
But on a pre-approved list of designers, which is basically like everything.
Yes, because Samara was saying Topshop is even on there. So that's not a designer.
That's the weird stuff, but it's not designer. Yeah, I know it's and was it and other stories? That's not really designer, and they're on it. But then I tried to put Laura Ashley in, and that's not on. So it's weird how they've worked it. Yeah, so I know it's an interesting concept.
Oh, but is that not because it's very massively American?
Oh, it might be.
It's not a British app.
Oh.
No, the app. The app isn't British. The app itself, the company itself is American. Because, and I only know this, all props to Fake Rachel. She has been full on deep diving, and she was saying it's an American thing. You do have to search for British sellers, but there are some on there. But what I was saying is it would be very interesting to see what is actually being rented out. So it's all well and good. Like on eBay, you can look at what things are listed for. Doesn't mean they'll sell. Are these things, like, is Topshop actually being rented out? Or are people just listing it for no reason? And then the actual comps, because obviously it's like a price you pay per day, don't you? To rent the
I've just got it
item.
up here, and it's
So, like, what are things, like... I know people are saying, for example, you can rent this dress for £50 a day, but is it actually renting for £50 a day?
Well, exactly. I mean, they've got the RRP of the dress. Oh yeah, and it's got to be within 2 years on their designer list, and also it's got to be over £100 RRP. That's what I read in the T's and C's. But there's one here, it says rent from, say, like £26, but then you've got that's per day, but then it has the seller or the renter puts like a minimum of like 3 or 4 days or 2 days or whatever. So
Is
really,
that not in the T's and C's? No.
For what?
For the whole website. From what I understand, the rental time, there's actually a minimum time in the T's and C's.
Oh, right.
Not the seller's stated, if that makes sense. It's a general, absolute
so it's
minimum.
probably 3 days then, because a lot of the things I'm clicking on is 3 days. So it's like you can put it up for 35, so that's £75 a day, but then it says RRP 145. And it's like, surely, if you're paying £75, you buy it. Well, or you know what I mean? Like, if it's like £50 a day, like there's some here, there's a dress here for £115 per day, minimum 3 days, so it's like 345. But then to buy it, it's 400. Weird. It's a weird app, but I'm interested in it. But like you say, it'd be interesting to see if, you know, what's actually selling, what's actually being rented. I'd like to know the traffic of this. They say they've got something like 300,000 like users. I wonder if that's global or just in the UK, because I can't imagine
it'll be global, that won't it?
That'll be global, won't it? Yeah.
Or else we'd have heard about it a bit more.
I'm shooting off now, guys. My dinner is ready, and I've been called.
You've been summoned.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the best kind of dinner.
I've got 15 listings live, or scheduled from the photographs of today, and then plenty more photographed, ready to keep going. And yeah, I'm sticking to 3 a day at the moment, just to sort of give myself enough pace and time to catch up with things, because I wouldn't be able to handle it if I started getting loads of sales come through the door. So if I can trickle them in, that's the way to do it for me.
And Tommy, you got your clothes out of the way, right? Wasn't that like a big accomplishment that you got some things done that you were kind of putting off? So that's the best feeling when you've gotten
it feels so good. I feel like I'm ahead by like months now for some reason.
You can do anything.
Like 10 items of clothing.
That's awesome. Good for you.
Well, it's lovely to hang out with you all.
See you, mate. Come back later on or in the early hours of the morning.
Yeah, I probably won't be on again this evening, but you may see me in the morning.
Yeah, I'm here till 10 tomorrow morning, but don't expect me to stay 1 second after 10 a.m. because I ain't.
Good meeting you.
Nice meeting you guys. Have a good one.
See ya.
Bye.
Another question, Consignment. How many listings do you have on Consignment? Sorry if I've already answered. That's from Jamie Dogger.
Oh, I guess that's for me because I have Consignment.
It's you.
Yeah, you know, I've never broken it down of how many are actually on Consignment. So I currently have 1,967 active listings. And I don't know what percentage is mine versus theirs. I have 26 Consignment clients, and I sell everything from kids to hard goods to it's predominantly clothing. I have one consigner who is a I think she's like an undiagnosed hoarder. I'm not saying things out of turn. She calls herself a hoarder. She has stuff from the 70s that is so epic. It's just ridiculous, like jumpers and rompers that are like so glaringly 80s and 70s and 90s. They're so cool. Let me show you guys this. Speaking of like epic stuff. Oh, I just had a sale. Woohoo!
Yes, this is what the live stream does. If you come on the live stream, you're guaranteed a sale.
Oh, is that how it works?
That's how it works.
I think it was a bundle. Hang on, let me look up this item and then I'll see what's sold. So this, look at this bathing suit. Oh, hold on, where's the camera? How vintage is that? It's got the color block. It's got this like high situation. I mean, like that is 80s. I think I even put like Saved by the Bell in the listing. Look at this one. Here's like another one. Like she has this stuff, and believe it or not, the elastic is not. It's so perfect on it. They're so old. Here's another one I just sold for her. Whoa. That one sold for $65.
Wow.
So she has given me over 1,000 items. I have another consigner. The fundraiser has over 1,000, and they're not all listed. Like, there's no way that I can keep on top of it. So I probably have 1,000 consignment items listed, and probably another 2,000 that need to be listed, and I just have them in boxes. And people, they just bring me stuff, and they're like, "Yes, when you get around to it, no rush, no rush. I just wanted it out of my house." So I have my work cut out for me. I prioritize the fundraiser. That's the bulk of it, is the fundraiser, and I prioritize that around my other consigners to make sure that everybody's happy, because I can't just not list for. I have to keep everybody listing and keeping it all going. These consigners, I see them sometimes once every 2 or 3 weeks. They're constantly bringing me things, so I just keep listing. What was the other? Oh, I was going to see what the sale was. Huh. Yeah, that's good news, James. That if you come on, you sell something. That's the guarantee of the 24-hour stream. So if you're sitting there at home and you're thinking, "Oh, I've had no sales today," or "It's been a bit slow," the guarantee is if you come on, you make a sale. So okay.
Let's see who's going to join. Amazing work, Becky. I struggled to stay organised.
Oh, thank you. So here's where it gets
anyone. Sorry, I was just going to say quickly, if anyone is interested in consignment or like finding out how it works in the UK as a reseller, Auction Mum on Instagram, Jessica, that's all she does.
Definitely.
So, and she's really knowledgeable about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Becca, I was surprised before when you said it's called something different, like that it's not called consignment. I feel like it must be a struggle if it's not like a mainstream concept that you can bring your things to someone else and they'll sell it for you at a commission. Like, is that not like a household concept in the UK?
No.
Huh.
So like, I guess if I had, I guess we tend to just give them to charity shops, don't we? We either. So I think that's why platforms such as eBay and Vinted really push it for private sellers, because there is no other main, what's the word, like other main way of us getting rid of our stuff. It is just you either sell it yourself on an online platform, or you give it away to a charity shop for them to get money from. Or you put it in the clothing bins at the recycling centre.
You have me thinking. So I don't know a lot about the car boot sale thing, right? But it seems like the car boot situation is such a common thing, right? So like is that maybe why? Because people, like, why would you go to consignment when everyone does the car boots, right? Is that like a common thing where you would say 9 out of 10 British families have sold at a car boot, or is it less common than I think?
I think it is quite common, but a lot of people can't even be bothered with that, because you've got to stand in a field at stupid o'clock in the morning and you've got to deal with us resellers trying to haggle you down from 50p to 20p. So a lot of people don't want the hassle, so they kind of see their stuff as worthless. And so they think, instead of doing that, I'll just go and donate it to a charity shop and it's out of my way. So I think in the UK, we're more about getting the space back compared to making the money back. Okay. Where I think in the US, you guys have a lot more space in your houses where you can kind of find, we can put this in the garage. Our garages are typically really small compared.
Okay. Yeah, that's a really good point, James, because I think you're right, is that like when people have garage sales, they'll hold on to things all year round and be like, I'm saving it for the annual garage sale because we have space, because, we're so spread out. One of the things that's so amazing about Europe is just the history, but everything, seems so much closer together space-wise. Yeah.
I think
we'd rather just get rid of it.
I think with regards to like consignment, I think there's 2 reasons why people are not doing it in the UK as much. I think the first one is people want to make more profit than that. I think, if people want a bigger margin than that, I think. And and I think the second one is that people probably feel like the consignment route is maybe more complicated than what they want to deal with. In that you never, that the complexity of taking somebody else's item and then trying to figure out what it'll end up selling for, and is the profit going to be enough? And I think like the complexity of it, although it's probably simple to you because you're used to doing it, but then it probably puts people off, I reckon.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Somebody else's item, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It stressed me out in the beginning too, because I felt pressure to be like, okay, I know that I would be, if this was my thing and I sold it for $5, okay, I wanted it gone, $5, fine. But when I'm selling it for someone else, I feel like I owe them a profit, or I owe them a certain level of return. And I have excused myself of that pressure a long time ago, because these people, I used to even with a stain, I'd be like, oh, I have to try to get the stain out so that I could sell it for them. I'm like, they gave it to me in a stained, flawed condition. They just wanted it out of their house, and they just want whatever they can get back on it. And maybe that's because the people who I'm selling for aren't divas or not hard with their returns. But it's been such a pleasure. And I used to have those issues in my head, but not anymore. Becca, I'm looking at your little ball of fluff. Look! Oh my goodness!
Hold on, this is worthy of a pin solo.
Oh.
No offense, luxury pickers, your comment's disappearing because there's a cat in picture.
Chris, go get a duck. We need to see your duck.
Yeah, get your ducks, Chris.
Becca's so
He's probably
cute.
got one lying around somewhere.
Oh. James, you
I
have
gotta
cats,
go.
right?
I gotta go. So I'll see you all later. Nice to meet you all.
Cheers,
See you all.
Chris. See you later.
Chris. Good meeting you.
Yeah, we've got two cats. I try and keep them out of here. Not so much. I mean, I'm not too worried about the cat here because I don't really molt that much. But it's more of the fact that they want to climb up everywhere. And so sometimes it's like, get down from the rack, get down from the top of the TV, get down from the top of that pile of stuff that's going to fall over. And then it falls over and they decide that's it. They've had enough fun. They run out and that's the end of it. So they do come in here from time to time, but normally I work with the door shut. But they just roam around the garden, and we've got woods that back onto the back of our house. So they kind of go in there for a bit.
Oh. Outside.
I actually shut her out of this room. And I think what's happened is my little boy has let her out the front door. She's come round, climbed over the back garden fence and come in through the back door. Because she's not allowed in here. She's not allowed in here when I'm photographing because she climbs on everything.
eBay Princess. I've heard that eBay Princess mentioned a number of times today. It's the first time I've heard the eBay Princess. I thought I was the eBay Princess, but obviously not. There's someone else. Here we are, another cat. I see another.
I bring cats.
Yeah, another cat. Gary's come back because I promised a sale if you come back to the live stream. So he's jumped back in.
He's cute. He keeps moving his head. Hi, look how cute. Are his eyes blue?
I think they're green.
Oh my gosh.
It's a she. We thought it was a he, but it's a she.
Oh, sorry. Hi, she.
Yeah,
what's her name?
Oreo.
Oreo.
That's in the biscuit.
Has he got a little? Oh yeah, our cat's got a little mark on his nose. Oh, so cute.
So my cat we're having a situation. He is huge, and we have had him on a diet, and he's not happy about it. None of us are happy about it, to be honest. And I don't know what to do. He's not losing any weight, and he's begging for food constantly. And then I feel bad. I'm like, oh, honey, I'm so sorry you're hungry, and I'm not feeding you. And we tried wet food, and we tried the organic food, and I just don't know what to do.
I say let your cat be fat and have a fat cat, because who doesn't want a fat cat?
He'll probably make an appearance at some point, but it's all the lounging, I think, is part of his problem. But I would be okay with it. But the vet always makes me have like this cat mom guilt whenever I take him in.
Yeah, you're feeding it too much. Stop feeding it. And,
Yeah, I'm like, I promise I'm not. And he gets like less than his allotted portion for his age and size, but
you now need to go and get the cat. I want to see the cat.
all right, let's see if I can find him. Do you have widescreen?
Yeah. Check the well, I say sofa. Check the couch.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, there we are. Tonks wants to see the cat as well. Can we see the cat?
All right, he might be upstairs. Hang on.
Sleeping.
My new 13-week-old kitten will be making an appearance later when I'm sat with them. When I'm listening.
You got to stay in the stream to see.
I will, yeah.
No, I'm talking about everyone else. I know you are.
All
but
right.
I'm talking about. We've got to promote it. We've got to get more people in. We've got 79 people watch us work still, which is incredible. You need to get your dog, George.
He's been in once. He's stuck in.
He's already made an appearance.
He has, little furball.
All right, drum roll. Oh. Oof.
Hold on. This is worth to pin. Oh my god.
Oh, look at that face.
Big boy. He is big. Peanut, you look at the camera.
You're so cute.
But look at him. He's such a big boy.
Oh.
I'm getting my work out of it.
Oh my god, look at the size of him.
I had to go upstairs and get him. I'm like, I'm out of breath because he's such a big boy.
He likes his food, that's all.
Oh, I don't blame him. I mean, I get it, but like, we've been at the diet for like a year and nothing's happening. So.
Yeah, I can relate.
Yeah, the struggle is real, right?
The struggle is real, yeah.
Yeah, he's a lovey. He was purring when I
What's
tried
his
to
name?
So his name is Peanut. He's a rescue. We got him from the Kitty Cafe, where you get to go and have coffee and cats, my two loves, right? And he was so sweet and just really good with the girls when we went in. And so they named him Peanut. Lana, my oldest daughter, you know this, George, she has a peanut allergy. So it was kind of interesting that was his name. And we said, oh, should we change it? She says, no, I like Peanut. We're going to keep it. So here he is. Oh. And now he's nice and happy, and he's probably going to want to sit with me. I'm getting work done. You want to help me cross list? All right, you can go down. Oh, big boy. I love him. He's so sweet. And he is like the perfect cat, except when he's begging for food. And then it's like, oh, I'm so sorry, I can't feed you.
See, cats seem to love me. Like, I'm a bit standoffish. I love cats, but I'm a bit standoffish. I'm like, okay, there you go, because like that. But they seem to like that, so they come back for more. And I'm like, no, and they're like, no, I want you to pet me. And it's like, yeah. But I've only ever had one bad experience with a cat, and that's my neighbour's cat, and I accidentally almost sat on it. I thought it was a cushion, and it wasn't. And all I heard was this, and never came near me. She was my best friend for years. She used to come round and everything and be like, oh yeah. But like ever since I almost sat, that's it. I was like enemy number one.
Oh.
Yeah, cats seem to like me. I'm okay with cats. I like them, but I have never been to a cat cafe though. I really want to go. There's one in a town near me, and I'm thinking I might have to partake.
It's a fun experience.
Sorry?
Where is that?
It's in Stone, in Staffordshire.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, are you not? I thought you was more towards Manchester, no?
I am like from there, but like I live more on the border. I mean, I'm in a crux of like Cheshire and Staffordshire and Derbyshire, like right there. So, but I'm from more north. From the north, moving down.
I was going to say there's one in Liverpool city centre.
Haven't they got like, where did I read that they've got one for like farm animals?
No.
You heard about this? Like, there's a pig cafe, and they've got like a cow and a horse. Oh.
We're on cow now. This is little Lumos, the boy.
Oh, are they twins? Are they brothers?
Yeah, brother, sister.
Oh.
But we got him. We got her, and he went to a new family, and then we heard the new family didn't want him, and bless him, he was asleep in the corner of the room, and they would go up to him with like a spray bottle and spray him.
No.
Because they said he was being naughty, and as soon as we heard that, we were like, right, bring him here.
Yeah.
So he's good as gold. But he's still really scared. Like if you spray deodorant, he'll sprint out the room because he's so used to that noise, as in like bad. But yeah, he's so lovable. Bless him.
He has like PTSD from spray bottles.
Yeah, it's weird. Hello, we were just talking about Auction Mum.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome. So you'll be able to give us an idea of what consignment is like in the UK.
Yes. There's only a couple of people I've actually ever spoken to that do it. But I've been doing it for 10 years, so.
You could probably tell me a thing or two because I'm definitely new to the consignment game. But we were talking about, were you in the chat and just hopping on the video?
No. Somebody's just mentioned, I've had about 4 people follow me. So somebody actually just mentioned that you were talking about me. So I thought,
It was me, James. Got to promote the fellow Northerners.
I was going to say it was all good things. It was all positive things about you.
I'm a consignment seller in the US, and we were saying that consignment is, I guess, a little bit of a different thing over there. And some people don't know that consignment exists, I guess. Like, how do you get customers? Or do you have to explain what you do, or do they kind of get it?
Most of my my business has been word of mouth. Like friends have told friends, and I've kind of done challenges with people where they've said, "Oh, I've just got a load of rubbish in my house," and I'll go, "Well, let me see what I can do. Give me a bag." And they've gone, "Okay, yeah." And then I said, "Oh, I'll contact you when I've made 100." And they went, "You won't make 100 out of this." And then within a few weeks, I go, "Right, you're at 100. What do you want me to do?" And
that's a good challenge. That's awesome.
So then they go, "Oh, I know this woman," and they'll go, "I know this woman that'll get rid of your stuff."
Yeah.
And so then I get phone calls.
And that's such a good testament to what you do, because there's no better customer than a happy customer. And it sounds like you're doing things right. And it is a little bit, that's kind of how I got myself into this mess. I was saying how I just have too much, like my cup runneth over. I have too much inventory, and I'm not complaining, but it's because things grew very quickly. And I'm only one woman. I don't have a helper or anything.
Yes.
So, right. And so
I am exactly where you are.
Yeah. I don't want to turn people away. So what I tell them is that I'm on a wait list. I'm currently about 2 to 3 months out. And I will take things into my possession, but if they're willing to wait on the listing, they need to wait. And everyone's okay with that. Everyone's been really generous with that, but I feel pressure to get things up and going as quickly as I can. So that's more me. Mm-hmm.
I am, you're being very reserved. I am, about 18 months behind, and I never turn anything away. And
that can get addictive, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have a shed in my garden. It's just unlisted stock.
Yeah. I feel like you're my soul sister. You're my British sister over here. I found my people.
It is interesting though, because like I've heard of what consignment is, but usually from like America. I've never heard anything like that other than like stores, like an outlet.
Yeah. So I started. It's a bit of a weird one. I sold for family and friends, and then I'm actually disabled, so I was born without hip sockets, and so sourcing for me was never even a consideration. I could never go and source, and my friends and family would bring it to my front door. And then one friend said to me, "You need to do this as a business. Stop doing it for free for all of us, and do it as a business. And she said, I've got a load of signed golf memorabilia. Please get rid of it. It's all from America.
That's like the motherload right there. Oh, good for you, girlfriend. That is awesome.
I said, seriously, I don't know anything about golf.
You'll figure it out.
And so she literally, her and her mum sat and wrote me notes about all this stuff. And within the first month, I'd made her, it was actually for her mum, I'd made her mum £1,000 before, after I'd taken my fee.
That's amazing.
So, and it just snowballed from there. Just completely snowballed.
Tat Doctor is asking if you've got a YouTube channel.
I have so much going on. I have 3 children as well, and it's like you say, it's just me. So it's a
one
crazy
woman
life.
show, right? Yeah.
There's no time.
Do you mind if I ask if you have do you have trouble listing, like being on your feet for long periods of time and like photographing and all that?
Yeah, I do it in block.
Smart.
So
yeah.
I actually I really enjoy listing because it's sat down and it's relaxing, and then I kind of dread the photographing element of it when it comes around. But I have a good setup and I have a seat, and I have, when I do one, I sit down to like photograph some other aspects of it, so I'm not stood up all the time.
Right.
So, but it's like you say, I'm just one person and I have a whole shed of unlisted stock. And yeah.
I heard this guy James is having this challenge of getting listings up.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what? I get the standing up bit. I mean, obviously, with regards to what you said about your hip sockets, obviously completely understand. But even for me, like standing up for this amount of time doing photos, I said earlier, your back naturally hurts. You're not used to standing up for that length of time. So yeah, hopefully 3 more hours or 2.5 more hours of photos, and then I can actually sit down, and that's going to be the fun part, where I can just sit in the chair, comfy chair, and get the listings done. But yeah, I've been.
I do it the other way around as well, James. I do listings first and photographs after.
Yeah, I used to do it that way round, but I've tried to flip it slightly, and the reason I do that is because I like to look for any flaws, and there's lots of stuff today I've picked up, and I'm like, I can't list that on eBay; it's too bad. So I don't want to spend all my time building the listing and then going, oh, that's wasted.
Literally, I'm gonna embarrass myself now, but I've been listing, so it's all just surrounding me.
Nice.
It's all in my conservatory as well. There's bags and boxes. Because I also sell for bridal shops as well. So shops have come to me and they want me to sell, and then I do furniture. And I sold a car last month.
Oh my gosh!
A real mix.
Yeah. I sold a Mickey.
That's amazing.
So somebody asked me to help her sell a car, and I was like, nope, I do have a line. I guess that's my line. I do have a limit.
My question to you is, what is your fee?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I mean, I guess if I was selling a car, it would be a little different than my 70-30. You know?
Yeah.
I actually helped to sell a motorcycle. He said, well, please just give it a go. Give it a try and see what happens. And I was like, okay. But then I forgot, I don't know how I forgot, that my other friend owns a motorcycle dealership. And I was talking with her. I was like, do you ever sell used bikes? She's like, oh, all the time. Oh, no, but that's what happened. She told me she was driving. She had a trailer attached to her car. I said, what do you do with that? She says, oh, I'm going to go pick up a bike for sale. I was like, I don't get it. Don't you get it from like the dealership? She's like, no, used. I was like, oh, hold on.
Right,
I got a bike for you. So
yeah.
I was just a conduit for that one. But
see, I did it differently for the car, but I take 35% on a normal day-to-day basis, but I don't include fees in that. So the fees are all on my clients.
Hold on, you take 35%?
Yeah.
Oh, girlfriend, I take 70%. I'm on the opposite side of the 70-30.
Yeah, but do you include fees in that?
No, so it's 70% of the profits.
It's 70%
So
of the profit.
like whatever the profit is after shipping, after fees, all that stuff. And I was saying before, I guess it was before you came on, I started with 50-50 just because I was like, that is fair and square. You paid for it, so you get your 50. I did all the work to list it, so I get my 50. And then it just really wasn't, it was profitable, but not enough that I was. So when I'm selling consignment, I'm taking time away from listing my own things that I'm going outsourcing, which I'm not doing any longer. But then it had to be more profitable for me to take time away from my current, my own business.
Yeah.
It switched to 60-40, and now it's 60-40 for friends and family, and then 70-30 for everybody else.
Yeah, I do 35% of what the item sells for.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the client, then from their percentage, I take all the fees off that, and then they get whatever's left.
Okay. Yeah, that's smart. Then they're shouldering the selling fees. That's smart.
All the selling fees, and even if there's like postage discrepancies or anything like that, it's all on them.
Yeah.
I literally just take it from what the item sells for.
Yeah. I bet you it probably works out very close what the way I'm doing it and what you're doing.
I think it does. And I've tried to work it out in terms of everybody else as well, the way they're buying an item at a charity shop. They're also traveling to a charity shop or things like that. I've worked it out, and I think again it's fairly similar to what their outlay is,
right?
What they're actually getting back.
Yeah, so that's part of it. Is I want to be fair to the people I'm selling for. I want to make sure that I'm making them profit, but I also need to. I said it earlier. If I'm not able to stay in business doing this for them, then they're just going to end up bringing it to Goodwill and getting nothing. So it's one of those thresholds where it's like, well, I want to give you as much as possible, but I need to also be able to stay in business, or else I'm going to have to get a desk job, So it has to work out for both of us.
Do you specify what you'll take?
I can if I want to, like it's in my contract terms that I can refuse items, I can be all designer, whatever. But at this point, I'm an everything seller, and I get joy from like finding weird stuff that I'm like, what is this? And what is
I love going through a client's bag. It's my absolute thrill.
Yeah. I was saying the other day I sold a toilet seat, and I was like, this is the weirdest thing I've sold, a toilet seat. Now it was unused and in the wrapper, but I sold a toilet seat. I'm like, I just never know what the table, and I think I sold it for like, I think it was like $30-something, including shipping. And I was like, this is crazy. I know. It was from Walmart.
Well, I started watching everybody doing their hauls on Instagram, thinking I want to do this, but obviously I don't go to charity shops, so I'm just going to start opening my bags on Instagram. So instead of me looking through them first, I don't look through them now. I literally go onto Instagram Live and I open them, and there literally could be anything in those bags. I have no idea what's in them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I am aware that some of my I know exactly, and I am aware that some of my clients give me fake, so I have to be a bit coy on my lives, and I'm like, is this or isn't this? Like I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
The fun of it.
But
that was on my last.
I love
on my last
job.
video. I had a big black. It was a black, one of the big garage size bags, like not a kitchen bag, but like the big ones. And I just dumped it out. And as I was going through things, I was like, oh, there's a pair of Ugg boots in here. Hello. Okay. Like, it's just, every once in a while, there's a little gem among the other.
Yes. Well, and then sometimes I find that the gems that you think are gems that are in there, the named things, are not necessarily the thing that gets you the most money. And so you get excited about it. And then you think, oh, yes, yes, yes. And then it's a no, no, no. And it just sits around forever.
Yeah. That's been one of the cool things about reselling in general, is just that education of like thinking what something will go for and then getting pleasantly surprised. I mean, on the flip side, somebody disappointed.
I don't know what's in that shed. I couldn't tell you what's in that shed. And some of it's been in there a long time, and I couldn't tell you. And I went through not that long ago and I found a pair of vintage Gucci flip-flops, and I was like, oops, they maybe should have gone on a bit sooner than this. They still went for good money, and they went in the right season, and it was all fine. And my clients are brilliant. They never ever come to me and say, why isn't my stuff on?
Right.
I was just going to ask about that, Jess. You said you've got like an 18-month backlog. And I was just wondering what your clients think about that. You know, like, are they just not bothered?
No, they don't care. Most of mine are returning clients. I've got about 50 clients. Most of them are returning. And they give me a lot of stuff. Like, there's 2 clients in particular that give me 10 bags a time.
Wow.
And so they know it's not quick because they're giving me 10 bags. And they know that other people are giving me, and I'm not talking like little tiny carrier bags here. I'm talking like laundry bags, like big laundry bag. Like, I don't know if you can see it. That spotty bag there.
Oh, wow.
So that particular client's given me 10 of them.
So do you sort of say to people, listen, this is how long it may take?
Yeah, and some of them are like,
it.
Most of them are like, I don't care, Jess. You've got it out of my house. You put it in your shed, and you just let me know when there's some money on my spreadsheet. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that.
I have the exact same thing. Most people are just like, I just don't want this in my possession any longer, and sell it if you can. And most of them say, because I have it in my contract terms, what do you want? If things don't sell, do you want them back? Nope, I just never want to see this again. Donate it, whatever. But they don't mind.
Haven't they?
Yeah.
They don't want to see it again.
Yeah, they're done. They're done with it. They just want to get some return on it.
Yeah.
And I guess that's a personality thing. Like, not all consigners would be so chill with it. If I had little divas, I'd be like, no, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
I've had one person who kept messaging me every week. She's part of a family that I sell for, but the rest of the family are fine. And she would message me every week, and then she would, every time she wanted money, she'd give me a different bank account. I know, which was weird. And then she eventually said to me, your prices are rubbish. I can get better on vintage. And I was like, please go, please, because you're pestering me and you're bothering me. Go away. Go and make your money on vintage. And so,
and do all the work too. You go prep all your items and launder.
Her items were wrecked. They were wrecked. They were awful. And I thought, if you can sell them for better than I can, I've been doing it this long, you knock yourself out.
Yeah. Go have at it.
Yeah. So,
tell me your name again. I didn't catch your name. You can.
Well, my handle is Auction Mum, but I'm Jess.
Jess. Okay.
And I need to get everybody else's on here really, so I can follow back. But yeah.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Pardon?
Do you have a channel on YouTube?
I don't have YouTube. I am only on Instagram.
You're on Instagram. Okay, I'll find you. I'll ask her. She's the mayor.
Right, ladies. I've got one more question for you. How do you handle returns when you're doing consignment? Like, have you already paid your clients that money and then no?
My clients barely ever ask me for their money. They wait for me to tell them that they've got X amount. The only time they ask is if they're going on a shopping spree or if they're going on holiday or Christmas or something like that. So what I tend to do is I let them know in November and how much they've got. And then if they want it for Christmas, they can have it. And then I like to clear my spreadsheets for end of financial year. So at the end of March, I tend to let them know how much money they have and then kind of try and offload everything so I can clear my spreadsheets and start again. But some people use me as a saving pot. So most of the time I haven't. But what I tend to do, what I've learned over the years, is not to take it off their spreadsheet. Leave it on as what I sold it for and just put it back up for sale. And then if it sells again, just add it to mine. Does that make sense? Because to start meddling with the spreadsheets mucks things up.
I've done things the same way as what you're saying is because it does get wonky, like you're saying.
Yeah.
I've had one return where, so I don't usually pay my consigners until the sale is completely finalized. So if it doesn't go through, if it's a return, sometimes I haven't even told them that the sale happened, so they're not there. And sometimes I will say, oh, that didn't sell. I'm going to, relist it, etc. And that's why relisting things gets new eyes on it, and it will sell quickly anyway. But I also had it happen once where the item sold, I had paid her out on it. I forget why I had paid her out. Maybe because I was seeing her. I have a couple people I have to pay them cash. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to see her. I'll pay her. And then the sale got returned. And so I just put it on the spreadsheet that's my item now. Like I own it. Yeah. And so I'm just going to get the profit from it. But I put a very clear note. I think I highlighted it in orange or something. So I remember.
Well, I put it in a separate bag. So on my system in my summer house, in where my listed stock is, I don't put it obviously into a different pile. So when and if it sells again, it just goes into my
it's yours. Yeah,
it's mine. I've basically paid for it. Yeah. And I've just found that's, like you say, it's simpler.
Mm-hmm. I think organization and keeping track of everything is the biggest thing. I have a spreadsheet for each of my consigners. It sounds like you do too, that when I inventory and intake things, it has to be super organized. And then the rest, it sits with my inventory. Everything kind of commingles from there. But as long as I can keep track when something sells, I just have to know who it goes to. And to be honest, people I think are intimidated by consignment because it's like, oh, there's different people, different moving parts. It's so simple. You just have to be organized. And just know what's going where, and then the rest you just handle it like you're selling your own stuff.
Somebody's put about they've had bad experience just selling for friends and family, have to be really clear on terms. I find that friends and family are worse than the clients.
I can see that
because they have an expectation. Because they hear what you do for other people. They think that this sounds awful. I'm really going to be really horrible. But they think the rubbish that they give you is going to get as good as some other people's things. And I'm like, no. And my best friend is the worst one. She's currently my worst client.
Fire her.
My mum keeps saying don't take any more stuff, and I keep saying I'm not going to, and then I can't help myself but take it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a special guest coming in, the best friend. Imagine that. Bring her into the stream. Bring her into the stream.
I tell you what, she's coming on Friday, and I'm going to tell her what a pain in the bum she is.
That's funny.
So Rebecca, we're going to
heart attack.
I was saying, Rebecca, I've been speaking to Luke, and Luke's been talking to you as well. We want to get you on a Bold Clobber Instagram live that we do to get you to talk a little bit about this, if you're up for it, a bit about consignment, because I think, like we were saying earlier, a lot of people in the UK don't really know about it. So if you're ever up for coming on a Instagram live with us, we'd love to get you on as a special guest to talk about this in a bit more detail for more of the UK audience.
Sorry, my children have just walked into the room.
No worries.
Medicine, I'll come and do your medicine in a minute. Marianne, stop it.
She's game for it as long as her kids aren't around.
I don't mind doing this. Sorry, I was listening.
No, it's fine.
Group chat. Do you want to be in on
Hello.
The group?
Hi, honey.
That's the answer there.
You're famous now. You're on YouTube. You're YouTube famous.
No, I'm completely up for a chat. I mean, I love talking about what I do. I do like the fact that it's so different to what everybody else does. And I know that I think lots of people find it scary.
Yeah, I would. I can barely handle my own stuff, let alone anyone else's.
I never get to my own. My house is full of certainly children's things. I have 3 girls and it's just full of stuff. And I never get to sell my own. I need somebody else to sell mine.
You need a consignment for your stuff.
That's the way to do it. Consign your own stuff out.
I did try. I tried to get a friend into reselling, and I tried giving him some stuff, but he just didn't have the strength to keep it going. he gave up very quickly. So you've got to have a certain disposition for this kind of reselling.
That's true.
But yeah, I always try and advise people to do a little bit of consignment, because I think you'll learn certain things from it. I don't know how you feel.
I've always been so scared of doing it for that reason, and like you said earlier, friends and family. I mean, as soon as you mention to anyone what you do as a job, they've all got all this wonderful stuff that's worth loads of money in the loft, and oh yeah, you could sell this. This is worth £5,000, and you're like, it's really not. But it's hard.
I've got loads of Superdry shirts.
Yeah. Oh, Superdry's a good brand, isn't it? I know I can get about £50 for these on eBay. It's like you get about a fiver if you're lucky.
Mine's Karen Millen. Oh, I've got loads of Karen Millen. Oh, please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me you've got loads of Karen Millen.
Yeah. Yeah, give me the Mewtwo cameras. Come with me with 5,000 Mewtwo cameras in the box sitting in the loft. Then I'll be interested. But yeah, not your Karen Millen, thanks.
Karen Millen.
Tory,
but I can't sell. And the other problem I have is I am a little bit of a hoarder, and I do try my hardest for my client, and I do have things that I've had for 4 years.
Ooh.
And I can't help myself but keep listing it and keep it on and keep going and rooting for that item. Come on, sell. Somebody out there wants it.
Someone take it.
Yeah. And I do, and I leave it there, and I do a sell similar, and I do everything just to get it to go. And I am terrible for that. But then on the other side of it, if there are things that I know won't sell and they don't want them back, I take them to the weigh place and I try and get them still some money for it.
Yeah.
I take them and weigh them in and work it out how many items they've had. They're not getting a lot, but they're getting more than it would be me taking it to a charity shop.
Yeah, so you're still getting something for them, but not maybe as much as they probably expect or even you expected. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's actually more... Taking it to the weigh place is actually more than you would get bundling it up on eBay, because bundles I find don't get a lot. So in the past, I've sold bundles for 99p on an auction, and you're going to get more than that taking them to like a clothes weigh place. So that's how I do things. I'm a bit insane.
It's good to hear from a UK perspective. I mean, we've had obviously the US perspective for consignment and the UK perspective, and it's funny how it's so similar yet quite different in parts. So it's always interesting to hear how it's different for the UK lot. But you're the only person I know who does consignment.
Yeah.
So
I've met somebody else on Instagram. She actually messaged me. She found me through Sarah.
Yeah.
And she messaged me, and she's in central London, and she takes 70%. But she says, obviously, because she's in central London, the people literally just want rid of their items. And most of the items are very high value. So she's doing, very, very high value items, and she doesn't take everything.
Yeah, she's selective.
She's very selective, whereas I don't. I literally tell people not to go through their stuff, just give everything to me.
Well,
and I've said to them, because what they think is good stuff and what is actually good stuff, I think are two different things.
Yeah. I say the same thing. I say, give me everything and I will be the discriminant. Like, I'll donate it. I'll get rid of it if it's not sellable. Yeah. But I feel like that relieves some of pressure. But with that said, then sometimes I have things that are stained and flawed, and then the onus is on me to kind of process and sort. But you're absolutely right. Like, one of my consigners gave me just all these old toys. I mean, you guys know toys, like they think it's junk, but some of this is like old Fisher Price and like stuff that goes and that there's a demand for. But to her, if she had gone through, she would have been like, oh, these are old junky things. Yeah. And I sold this little tiny doll from the 60s for like $50-something. The doll was so tiny, but it was a rare, like super rare item that was Dolly Darlings or something. I never even heard of it. I didn't even know what I had, but if she had gone through, she probably would have pitched it. So I just said, give me what you got, girl, and I'll get rid of anything that, you know.
See, we have, I don't know what obviously shops and stuff you have over there, but our like lower end people would necessarily take that out. And I've said to them before, ours is Primark. So I've said to them, they've said, oh, I've taken all the rubbish out, you know, all the Primark and all that lot. And I've had Primark sell in certain instances more than some of the designer things.
Right.
You know, they're leaving the Karen Millen in, they're taking the Primark out, and the Karen Millen won't sell, yet the Primark is. You know, and I'm like, please don't do that. Please give me everything.
All right, we need to take a pause for another kitty cat moment. Becca, you have 2 cats.
Hold on. Let's get the cat. Let's have a pause for cat.
James, get on it.
I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it. Oh, look at this kitten. This is Aura, yeah? Oh, you muted.
Yeah, sorry, that's Aura. She's still a little patchy from being spayed, but
baby.
super cute.
So sweet.
She just had a tea, so now she's trying to eat mine.
Oh yeah, of course. They always want the extras.
What do you mean your cat had tea?
Dinner.
Oh, dinner.
Not a cup of tea.
Yeah. It's tea up north. We call it tea, yeah.
We do call it tea.
Gotcha. I'll figure out this lingo eventually.
Well, it's weird. Even in the UK, sometimes it's lunch down south, but it's dinner up north.
Yeah.
So we've got the north and south divide a bit similar.
I lived in Kent for 12 years, and I got told all the time, it's not tea, it's not tea, it's not tea, and I couldn't not call it tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
tea or dinner.
Yeah.
It's funny.
I'm gonna go now. Thank you so much for involving me in this. It's been absolutely wonderful.
Thank you for coming and sharing the knowledge. Because when people were talking about consignment earlier, I was like, I can't help it out here. I'm useless. I've never done it, so don't ask me.
No,
It's been
and honestly,
meeting
it's been lovely meeting you. And please follow me on Instagram so I can follow you back. And
I'm not on
Put your Instagram in the chat.
Yeah. Thanks, George.
Thank you.
Auction Mum on Instagram, everyone. Let's go and follow it up. And I'll drop you a message next week or something, and we'll get you on the live. And it'll be good to have you on the Instagram. And Luke will ask you lots of questions, because after you putting in there about doing consignment the other day, for about half an hour he spoke to me. He was like, blows my mind. I never thought about consignment. So his head's all over the place. So we'll get you in for a chat. It'll be good.
Brilliant. No, that sounds amazing. I love a good chat about what I do.
Good.
I tell everybody. I literally tell everybody.
That's cool.
Literally
But thank you.
talk about it all the time. But thank you so much. I'm going to go
thank
find
you for
out
coming
her
in.
medicine now, as she's pestering me.
No, that's good. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you so much. I'll see you soon, everybody.
See you later.
Bye.
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 She's sweet.
That was good. A consignment chat. So we've had the posh chat earlier, and we've had the consignment chat. We've had the cat chat. George, what are you going to bring us this evening, George? What have we got planned for this evening to keep people entertained?
Oh, God, is that what I'm here for?
George, we need to see your dog.
Yeah, not entertained. He's in the front room. He's chilling on the front room. He was barking earlier, and I was like, "Ooh."
So, James, what's your process here? You're photographing in batch for like 9 hours, 10 hours straight, and then you're gonna list in batch?
Yeah, so the plan is 12 hours. Well, this is the first original plan. It might be a bit longer. 12 hours of photography, which should be about 200 items. And that's completely photographed, that is skewed and put into bags.
Okay.
And then put into, sorry, I keep looking at my screen to put the cameras up here, put into bags and then put into my boxes where I store them down the garage. Not this garage, another garage. And then the second half, part 2 of the stream, will be me sitting at the desk. I'll move the camera around and everything else, and I'll be doing the listing then. So I've done 0 listings in 9 hours, 53 minutes. But I have loads of photos done. I can work out actually. Hold on, let me have a look. I'm on SKU number 662. And what did I start on? 2 seconds. 543. So what's that? 119, I think it is, so far.
All right.
So we're not on track, is what I will say.
Do you have a goal?
Actually, I said at the start, 200 is the goal.
Okay.
So what time are we now? Nearly at 10 hours. So I've got 2 hours to do about quite a lot of photos. 80 photos or something, 80 sets. So we might go over an extra hour, and I've got to make it up during the listing process. But what I was saying earlier, the good thing is, because the stream will run into like right through the night, during the period between probably midnight until about 5, 6 in the morning, a lot of people will be sleeping, a lot of normal people, which means I won't have to do much management with the stream, which means I can crack on the list and stuff. But I know Mel from Australia, she'll be in at some point, I'm sure. And some of the Americans might come in as well, who I know. So it might not be like I think it's going to be, but it's all good. It's nice to have people in there talking. And I'm learning so much listening to you guys. I mean, even that consignment chat, just listening, I learned so much about consignment that I never knew before.
It's so interesting.
It's the joy of the stream. You just get to meet new people who I've spoke to on Instagram or I've never spoke to before, who come in, and actually from there you build relationships, and then next thing you know, you're doing a second 24-hour live stream with them, like George was with me. So yeah, it's good fun.
I will say that I think consignment seems intimidating, but it almost sounds like you guys all have a really unique opportunity here. If it's kind of like a best kept secret, if it's not a common thing you guys are saying. Like in the UK, you're not competing with consignment shops, right? And there's not consignment sellers. There could be a real unique opportunity there for you guys to source quality stuff if you got paired up with somebody who had an overabundance of stuff and they want to unload it. You could really be onto something. So maybe give it a thought, because it could be a missed opportunity. It could be a lot of work and headache too, but
I was thinking, if someone was to show consignment on YouTube, I think more people would do it. It's because I don't know of anyone on YouTube. I might just not know their channel. I don't know of anyone on YouTube in the UK who is doing consignment like on eBay and showing it on YouTube as a platform. Yeah, so if someone was to come, for instance, if Auction Mum was to say, right, I'm going to start a channel, her channel will blow up because it's so different, and everyone will be like intrigued to be like, oh, can it work? Yeah. So it's a gap in the market there. So if anyone else does consignment and doesn't do YouTube, there's your opportunity. And Auction Mum, if you're still listening, you should consider it, I think, because people would be interested to see it. I would. It's so different.
She's got a fun personality too. I think people would enjoy watching her and just hearing more about it.
Really cool.
Yeah, and she seems very real too. Like I like how she's like, I'm a hoarder. I have a shed full of stuff. Like that's keeping it real. That's not putting on pretenses. That's saying like, this is how I'm doing it. She was lovely in that way.
Hey, James, I don't know if Nicole Brand Babes. She's on the Instagram. She does a lot of consignment, but like you said, I don't think she does YouTube.
No, it's the same as Auction Mum, who just come in there. She doesn't do YouTube, but does consignment. This is what I'm saying. So if there was a YouTuber who done consignment, I think a lot more people in the UK would probably give it a go. But I've always known it as it's just a hassle when it comes to this. For me, it's the whole return process. If you was to sell something for £100 and you're taking your 50% or whatever it may be, if that item comes back, the thought is having to go to that person and say, you have to give me the money back. That's what's always put me off. So I think what she was saying there, the fact of her people don't chase her for the money. So she probably waits until the return period is over and then she pays out her clients, which is the best way to do it, I think.
Yeah.
I actually have that in my consignment contract terms where I say I don't pay you until the sale is completely finalized. And then I put like a little asterisk that says some platforms have a 30-day return window. Yeah, and so you might not get paid out for 30 days. And I'm very transparent up front saying that's how it goes. Because otherwise I'd have to pay for it, right? So I'm not going to be out the money. So I'm like, if this is how the platforms work, you know what the deal is. And no one's ever challenged me on that. And like she said, no one ever begs me for money. I just bring it to them. But saying it up front and letting them know, I don't pay you until I get paid. And I don't consider that money, even though I get it in advance on eBay, I don't consider it mine until the sale is completely finalized.
I know.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And I think that's what's always put me off in the past, because I've had people message me and say, can you sell this for me on eBay? And I'll give you, you know, X percent when it sells. And that is consignment. And I just say to the people, like, look, I'm happy to sell it on eBay, but I'll buy it from you outright first.
Right.
I'd rather do it that way. And I deal with all the returns, because then it's on me, compared to, you know, I don't know if it's different in the US, but in the UK, people can do a chargeback on their bank account, and that's for 6 months. So although the eBay return policy might be 30 days or 60 days, someone can open a chargeback on their account to basically say they didn't authorize this transaction. And then you have to fight it with them. And I mean, don't get me wrong, you can provide tracking via eBay to show it's been delivered, you'll win the case. But there's always that extra step that they can do up to 6 months. So although people offer 30-day returns, really a customer's got 6 months to change their mind and return it.
That is so interesting. So basically everything you sell for yourself, obviously, on eBay runs that risk of, for 6 months, someone being able to get their money back?
Well, not necessarily get their money back, but they can open up a claim. They can open a
On
case.
eBay.
So, for instance, I had one the other day, and they do it off of eBay, and it comes through from the payment provider, and then it comes through via eBay into your emails to basically say you've opened up a payment dispute, it's called.
Wow.
And then you have to fight. You basically have to send eBay the documentation as in proof it's been delivered, etc., etc. And then eBay will fight it for you. But then decisions sometimes take months, and eBay puts your money on hold as well. So you've got all of them things when it comes to consignment in the UK, where, you know, we all think it's the 30 days, but it could be up to 6 months, really.
And that's like if you bought something at the department store or like anywhere, you can dispute anything for 6 months?
Well, no, it's more like the online. I believe it's the online stuff, but anyone can open up.
Yeah,
a
that's
chargeback on their
distance
bank
selling.
card. Distance selling for 6 months.
So it's just online purchases. It's not like if you went to the.
Yeah, we have a statutory rights, isn't it? Is it 28 days or 30 days where we can take it back? And
For
there
any
was a
reason.
big kind of thing about people abusing that system and basically wearing it for the weekend and then taking it back on the Monday. There was that kind of like thing. And now what they do is they're allowed to offer, I mean, I've been in charity shops and it's the same kind of thing, but basically they can offer store credit now. Instead of money actually back into their bank account, they offer store credit after a certain time. I think it's 14 days now. Within 14 days, you can get your money back. But then after 14 days, I think they can offer you store credit. Something like that. There's some kind of like stupid little rule. But but yeah, it was a big thing a while ago. Loads of people.
Wow. Yeah.
I
think I would say. Sorry?
What's that?
We just love complicating things in Britain.
Yeah, we complicate things all the time.
Yeah, we don't keep it easy.
So what percentage of your sales are affected by that right currently? Like how many times does this happen?
Not a lot. A couple of times a year, I get it personally.
Yeah.
It's most people open up cases via eBay if they've got an issue, but some people will try and do it outside of eBay. Either they don't know they can do it via eBay, or they try and do it in case you don't notice it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So if that was something that was holding you back for on consignment, I would say just look at what percentage of how much does that affect your business currently, and then assess whether it's a risk that would hold you back from potentially having valuable inventory come to you, and figure out is it worth the risk, and maybe just also put that in your consignment contract terms. Please be aware of this. What do you call it? A statute or some kind of provision that this might happen, and then figure out what you want your policy to be with respect to that. If it's a necessary thing, it happens.
I mean, it doesn't matter too much because eBay have got your back. As long as you can provide the tracking, like, it's absolutely fine. What it does is just eBay will hold your money until that case is closed.
It used to be worse with PayPal.
Yeah, PayPal was worse. Yeah.
Yeah, because they went to PayPal and got the money back that way, and then you had to fight it with PayPal as well. It was like, ugh.
I've got one currently open. It's an INAD. However, they opened it 3 months later. So it was sold on GSP, delivered 3 months ago. They've now decided it's not as described. They've opened a chargeback with the payment provider, and it now says, so they're withholding the money. It's an £80 sale, and it does say that a resolution should be in the next 2 months.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
2 months.
Yeah.
I had a GSP iNAD, and they did photographs. They said there was a hole in it, and there was no hole. What they've done is it's a linen shirt, and they held it up to the light. Like literally, you can see the lamp there, and it's obviously like it's shining through because of the material.
Linen.
Exactly, it's linen. And they say, "Oh, there's loads of holes in it." I'm like,
It's linen.
it's linen. Yeah, and I've been telling eBay this, but I've been getting to like like Malaysia or whatever, and they just don't understand and they just don't want to know. And the case closed literally this morning, and it's in their favour. So they've been, because they wanted a return, and I'm like, I'm not paying for a return from, I think it was Portugal or something like that, because it'll just cost a ridiculous amount. And it's not worth it. It was just a Marlborough shirt, but I should have just like refunded them, to be honest. But yeah, eBay have just sided with them and given them the money. I was just like, Ralph, more fool you, because they're going to do it to someone else.
I thought with GSP, eBay more protects, like once it's sold internationally, it's sold, right? Isn't that like, and then...
Well, it is, unless it's an item not as described, or if it's there's a defects, or
defects, right. Okay. Yeah.
If it was like damage upon transit, they refund you, or mainly for everything as long as you got tracking. But yeah, for some reason this buyer obviously didn't care. I even offered a partial refund, and they were like, "Nope." So they knew what they were doing, and I blocked them. That's all you can do. I think my outlay for that item was obviously like, I think it was £4, and then plus it was like £3.50 postage. So technically it was only £7.50, but I sold it for like £35. So it was like.
Well, we have a new guest. We have Reseller's Blueprint in.
Hi, Cole. You're right.
Introduce yourself for everyone and let them know, Cole, a bit about yourself.
Yeah, no problem. Like I've just put in the chat. Got to mind my voice. For some reason today, I've got a bit of a croaky voice. It goes in and out. So if I sound like a squeaky rat sometimes, then that's why. But yeah, I'm Cole. I'm a Reseller's Blueprint. Been on YouTube for just over a year. I've been reselling though on and off with my dad for around 20 years. So mainly did auctions before, but now I've started venturing into the car boot world and stuff. So yeah. So I've watched loads of YouTubers, learned a lot before I ventured into the YouTube world. So yeah, and here I am, just plodding along, trying to give back what I've learned back to other people.
And am I right in thinking, I remember us talking the other day, are you close to the 1,000 subs? Have you hit it now?
I'm on 820-ish, or 8 just under, so I'm close, and my watch hours are actually at about 12,000, so I'm way over my watch hours.
Amazing. Well, let's all sub. If you're not subbed,
George is on it. I'm going to sub.
Thank you.
62 people watching, and there'll be more people coming in shortly, I'm sure. Please all go and sub. Let's try and get you as close to that 1,000 tonight as we can.
Yeah, so like I say, I do a bit of everything: auctions, car boots, charity shops if I can, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and I don't sound like this normally, trust me.
So what part of the sourcing do you enjoy the most? Do you enjoy car boots, charity shop? What's your favourite place to source?
Oh, car boots by a mile.
Yeah.
Car boots are my
silly
favourite.
question, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I have got a real big love for auctions, I must admit. I like a bit of a gamble. So if I go to an auction, I tend to gamble on like a mixed palette, as I like to call them, where you can just see the top layer and then you get all the juicy, hidden gems at the bottom. Sometimes I've been really lucky, especially on one particular palette. I brought a pallet of shoes. It was about 6 foot tall, so it was about as tall as me. Big cardboard box, and it was just shoes. And the auction house actually thought it was just all shoes as well, so they auctioned it as a box of shoes. But when I got halfway down, I hit metal, and I thought, well, that doesn't seem right. That's not shoes. And
I hit metal. It's like a gold dig.
Yeah. And halfway down was about 6 grand's worth of golf clubs. So yeah. And I bought that pallet for about 100 quid. So, that's they're one-offs. They're the lucky ones.
Yeah.
But I have got a real love and a gamble for an auction pallet. But if I'm honest, car boots. I just love car boots.
That's amazing. I've had some good wins from auctions as well, especially when I was doing more of the everything side all the time. But I found one of the original Furbies and it went for £90 odd, and it was in one of them, you know, at the auction houses there's a box of bits they call it, which is just all junk.
Yeah.
And it was actually sits inside this bag pocket, and I opened up the zips and felt something in there and saw this original, it was like a pinky Furby. I'd done a quick search and I was like, this is one of the original, I think they're 99 top of my head anyway, one of the originals. And so I was thinking, like, I don't want anyone else to see this. So I just literally zipped up the pocket, turned the bag around the other side and put all the other stuff back on top of it. Anyway, the box went for £2. I didn't care about anything else in the box. It's the Furby. And yeah, it sold, I think it sold within 48 hours for £90. So you can get some really good stuff in them auction box of bits, because a lot of people walk past them and think it's all junk. But like you're saying there, you know, a big box full of shoes or what you thought was shoes, like to find stuff underneath, it's always worth digging in them boxes.
I think what it comes down to with, sorry, George. I think what it comes down to with auction pallets is a lot of people look at something like that where there's like 200-300 items in a box, and they look at it and think, well, that's a lot of work. And I get it. That would be a lot of work because it's 100 to 200 to 300 different items as well. So it's 300 different listings. It's not repetitive or quantities. You're looking at 300 individual items there. So it's a lot of work, but if you're willing to take that gamble, you can find. I've found genuine Gucci purses that are worth. I've had them verified by luxury pickers as well. So
nice, yeah. You know, sure when them guys give it a nod.
But I've found all sorts of stuff like that, and sometimes it can go the wrong way, but you'll always make your money back. Well, I've always made my money back at least, but sometimes you can get jackpot. Yeah.
Nice. Sorry, George, jump in.
Oh no, I was just going to say my last time I went to a auction, and I've got like 3 or 4 auction houses around here, so I should really go more often. But the last time I went, I bought a box of toys, and that's where I got my Flat Eric from.
I'm jealous.
And I sold it within a day, and it sold for 80 odd quid, and I bought the whole box for a tenner. The first thing that I sold though was one of the first Alton Towers teddies that they did. And that sold within I think that was an hour. I put it up. It was one of the first things I got from the box. I put it there, and then put it up and it sold. So I was like, right, well, that's paid for it. Yeah. So it's just amazing. And people don't check because it's just like, oh, it's just a box of tat, or it's just incredible.
So what are these auction houses like? Like, is that intimidating? Where they're like, and the highest bidder is and you're going in the second bidder? Like, is it these like
they try and be like that, but they're not as quick as the Americans do it.
So the one that I use doesn't even have that system. So the one that I use, I mean, some of them do, but it's all online now. So I actually did a video on it a couple of weeks ago, how to use this particular site, because I had a request from a couple of subscribers on how to use the actual site and how to buy. And it literally is as simple as you go on the website, you see the lot. If you like the look of it, you just press bid and put a number in. That is it, and you've put a bid on it. So as long as you can either go and collect or get it delivered, that's it.
Okay. There's one that's by my house that does that. I only just learned about it, and what I learned about it because my friend actually started working for them, and I was like, oh, this could be like a good in. But she said the way that they do it is they lump things together, and they intentionally lump junk with treasure so that you have to go and pick it up and you have to take it all. So you have to get rid of some of their duds with the good stuff. Yeah. And I was like, well, that's clever. Do they do that with what you're talking about?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it is literally just random and pop hook. So like I say, sometimes you can get it where you'll scrape your money back. But then there's sometimes where they don't even know what they've got in the pallet themselves, and there's literally diamonds in there, and it's incredible what you can find in there. But it isn't always. I mean, I am talking about a small percentage of luck there. I mean, I got extremely lucky with the golf clubs. It's not something that you're going to get every day. I don't want to say that, but it can happen. You have to be in it to win it, as they say, So it's
do you guys feel like that's why a lot of us are resellers? The thrill of the hunt, like you never know what we're gonna get, right? Like that the fact that there could be golf clubs at the bottom of the box, like that's what keeps us coming back. And Jessica, who was on before, said so she's a consignment seller like myself, and sometimes when we get these bags from our consigners, because we take everything, you dump out the bag and you're like, what's going to be inside, and it could be. It's never golf clubs in my business, but it could be trash. Or it could be
I think subconsciously I always hum the Zelda theme tune. You know, when you open the treasure chest.
The light beams out. The rays shine up from the back, peeking in.
But it can be the same at car boots, can't it? If you see a box on the floor, I always tell people who watch my channel, you do the dirty work, you go into a box and you dig down, you'll be the one who finds that treasure at the bottom. Don't just always take everything on face value. You know, dig down and you'll find it. So it's the same principle, really.
Yeah, I think also that's what's amazing about YouTube is watching all of you guys. I've learned so much about different things, and you know, like you hear people talking about bolos and brands and what to look for, and then when you find it, you're like, oh, you know, it's that education process and learning. But it's so cool to now be kind of like a professor of weird junk, I guess. I don't know, but it's a cool education that you can find value where other people would pass on it. Like James, some people don't even know what Furbies are, and you had an eye for it, and you knew what you were looking for, and that's so cool.
Yeah, some aren't worth the money, but there's others that are worth definitely picking up. And once you've sold it once or twice, it stays in your head, and you never forget. And that's the nice thing about when you pick up items; you never lose it in that sense.
Yeah. Education.
It's the key.
The school of eBay.
Yeah.
And who else? So good to meet you, Cole. Who's the gentleman who's next to you who came in who I didn't get introduced to?
Oh yeah, Adam, do your introduction again for everyone who doesn't know you.
Me?
Yeah, give us another introduction.
Oh, sorry.
Right, so I'm Adam. I don't do YouTube. I'm on Instagram with the handle West Lancs Flips. I live in St. Helens. Been selling for about 3 years. So I started off in the lockdown. Started off with video games. Obviously, I think we mentioned it before, James. We were selling Nintendo Wii's for astronomical amounts of money.
Stupid money.
Yeah, and then in 2021, when everything started reopening again, I started watching George Ross, and I thought, well, if he can sell trainers and all other sorts of tat, then I can do it. And just carried on since then. Yeah. So, but I'm only part time though. I work full time during the week. But I work like a shift rotation pattern. So I only work in my office 50% of the year because I work longer hours on the days that I'm in. So the free time that I've got, that gives me the opportunity to do the selling.
50%. That's a nice gig. I mean, I know you're putting in the hours overall, but that's cool that you are only physically present for half the time.
Yeah. So it's a nice job as well.
Cool. And the other gentleman is Gary.
Yeah, Gary. There's Gary Husties.
Yeah.
And he's an alchemist of tat, which I learned tat the other day means junk.
Right?
I love it. The alchemist of tat. Like that's got to be your channel name right there.
I've had to change it. Yeah.
That's so cool. And what's your story? I think you're on YouTube, right? I think I've seen your videos, or no?
I haven't. I've got a YouTube channel, but I don't do YouTube. I haven't got into that yet. It's too much. I respect anybody that does YouTube and eBay and reselling. Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Are you full time?
Yeah, I've
reselling?
been doing this 10 years. Yeah, full time. Yeah, I've been doing it 10 years now.
What kind of stuff do you sell? What kind of tat do you sell? I hope it's not all tat,
Mainly
right?
clothes and trainers. Yeah, mainly clothes and trainers, the usual stuff, really. I sell pretty much everything like everybody else, really. If I can make money on it, I'll be buying it. So
there you go. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, 10 years, huh? Things have changed over the last 10 years, right?
I've seen a lot. Yeah. It's been up and down, and yeah, there's been loads of changes.
The eBay of
Getting better,
yesteryear.
but slowly. Yeah.
I just find it weird how it used to be a case of you want to buy something off eBay, great, you buy it, and then you've got to send a postal order to the customer, to the seller,
post,
to actually wait for that to clear for 7 days, and then they'll ship your item. And now you sell an item today, and everyone's like, "Have you shipped it yet?"
Right.
It's just crazy how impatient we've become as a generation.
I'd love to know your guys' opinion.
Sorry, I was doing it back then.
What, the postal order days?
Yeah, I was back 2005, I think, when I first started.
That's funny.
I was going to ask everyone's opinion on, so I'm primarily a Poshmark seller, and I know you guys had your Posh conversation earlier today, but one of the things that kills me on eBay, it's actually happened last night. I have somebody who wants to bundle things together, and I feel like eBay makes it so hard. Like, why do they have to put the things together and then the invoice and you wait to pay? And like, I just feel like eBay doesn't do anything to help us make it easy. Whereas on Poshmark, like someone's in your closet, they can just go through and click it all and bag it all up and purchase it, send an offer all together, boom, done. And even like, I mean, I know the shipping situation is different, but I just feel like eBay, it's a missed opportunity for them to not make it easier. I don't even think some buyers on eBay know that you can bundle things. Like I've reached out to people and said, instead of offering on these separate items, would you like to bundle it? Like they don't even know that that's an option.
Yeah, you usually get like messages. Oh, can I buy a couple of things?
They used to be a lot easier.
Yeah.
It used to be easier? You're saying it's eBay's making it harder?
Well, I'm talking a long time ago. Yeah, it used to be easier, and then they've just made. I don't know why they've done it. It seems like if they buy it quick enough, they can bundle it together. But if they leave it for a certain amount of hours, then they treat it as a separate transaction for some reason. I don't know why. Even though it's the same buyer. But it used to be a lot easier. You used to be able to manually do things yourself, so you could sort it out with the buyer. But now it's just computer says no a lot of the time. I don't know.
That's one of my personality flaws. I hate inefficiencies. Like I hate redundancies and things that are clunky. And especially when I'm like, well, look, like other platforms are doing it better. And even Mercari now, that's brand new for Mercari, but they just started adding bundles. And it's a missed opportunity for money for them and money for us as sellers. So maybe they'll get back to yesteryear, like you're saying, Gary.
How is Mercari? Because we don't have it over here anymore.
What was your question, George? How's Mercari?
Yeah, because we had it for like, was it like a month and then it disappeared?
Oh no, you guys don't have Mercari?
No, not anymore. It came over here for like a spell and then it just closed down.
It's definitely a smaller platform in terms of like the number of buyers who are there. And the thing I just actually messaged their customer support a couple of days ago. So as I mentioned earlier, my store is getting really large anymore. And Mercari only lets you, quote unquote, promote 10 items a day. And the promote means you can drop the price and it will like bump up the listing. And so I'm like, well, I have a huge closet. 10 does nothing for me. Like that's such a small percentage of my closet. You know, can you give me some more? And they're like, no, we know that this is a problem. Thanks for reaching out. You can drop the price on things at any time. It's just, you know, like in Poshmark, it sends a notification like, oh, you got a price drop. That doesn't happen in Mercari unless it's one of the 10. It doesn't notify the likers that it's been dropped. Oh. Again, a flaw.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's great.
Yeah, it's great. Well, but it's amazing how these little flaws are really tiny, insignificant to them, but it just... it does annoy you, doesn't it? Like it's like, why? It doesn't make any sense. Why? It's just so easy to fix.
Yeah. I think in all fairness, the logic behind it is that they're not cluttering up their special feeds with a lot of things. Like if they're only doing 10 per day per seller, it's more controlled. Yeah. That's, in my opinion, the logic on it. But I kind of feel like, again, it's missed. I would be being more competitive with my pricing if I could lower them and get the promotion.
I think eBay are getting.
You poor thing. Oh.
I think eBay have got lazy with being a platform. I think they've embedded themselves, but they're getting lazy now. That's the problem.
So, in what sense, lazy? Like with
I think they're falling behind now. There's too much competition. eBay aren't pushing themselves to kind of get with the modern times a little bit. They're still stuck 15, 20 years ago. And it's just, they need to make things more accessible. They need to be a bit more a bit more clear and direct in what they're actually trying to do. I just think they need to make their system a bit more user friendly, like you said. I think they just fell behind a little bit. I don't know if they're waking up now, but I still just think it's a platform I like, but I still think that they could improve it a lot.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. So it's funny, when I started reselling, I was just trying to get rid of things in my house. Like during COVID, you know, we were all home so much, and I was like, I have so much stuff. I want to get rid of it. But some of it, so I'm a mom, and some of the kids stuff, like they still have tags on it. You know, they didn't end up wearing it, or a bouncer that they used for like all of 30 seconds that didn't even have any drool on it. You know, I was like, come on, I got to find some money on this. And so I was like, I bet you I could sell things somewhere. There's got to be a site somewhere I could sell things. And I was looking around, and I literally typed in a Google search how to resell things, because I had been to consignment stores, but I wanted to sell it myself. And the first thing that popped up was Poshmark. I was like, oh, this site is amazing. I was poking around, and I was hooked from the get-go. And then the second tier, there's my phone. Second tier was eBay. And I was like, oh my gosh, eBay, they're still around. Look at eBay. So like, this was me from a consumer perspective, not even knowing that eBay was still a legit thing. And then when I got on the platform, I was like, oh, it still looks like it did in the 90s. It still looks the same. And it just had like an antiquated feel to it. And even now, I just feel like you said, Cole, it's kind of missed the mark a little bit. And then some of these other apps that have come in, I don't want to say that they've surpassed eBay, because I think eBay definitely has more users, but in terms of the ease of use and the trendiness factor, maybe, I think they haven't modernized themselves well, in my opinion.
There was a thing out, and it said that Amazon app has fallen 1 million users since January, and eBay has fallen 2 million users, 2 million daily users. So that's just on the app use. It has nothing to do with desktop or anything like that, but the app usage has gone down by 2 million a day. And it's they say it's the Timu and or Timu, whatever you call it, and the Shein phenomenon, but also that the people who are one of the apps that's benefiting by keeping people on for longer is Vinted. Vinted is people are on Vinted for longer than all the other apps. I didn't know that.
No.
Yeah, so that was, you were saying it, that was the question I was going to ask. So they're going down, but which platforms are going up? Because that's where I want to be, you know, like who's offsetting that? And I was going to say Whatnot, because like those live streams, I thought that's what you were going to say. So it's interesting that you're saying the other sites.
Well, Timu and Shein, I think it's apples and oranges, because they're all new Chinese kind of stuff, you know, all that kind of stuff. But like with eBay, I mean, there's so much stuff out there. There's all the vintage stuff, you know. I think it is apples and oranges, and I think they're just the new shiny thing. And I think, you know, there's a cost of living crisis worldwide. You know, inflation's going a bit. So I think it's kind of an unfair comparison saying, oh, it's because of this, but I think it hasn't helped. But yeah, I do think like the market dominance is slipping somewhat. So there was they've fallen month on month or quarter on quarter in terms of people using their apps and using the website, and the other platforms like Mercari, Poshmark, Depop, they've kind of steadily gone up. So it's because they're offering new and exciting things, and eBay's a bit slow to react.
That is so interesting. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know that. That's
I did
crazy.
it in my reseller news thing about a month ago.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty good.
No, it's fine. I do it into like little shorts every now and
Why
then.
have you not watched his video a month ago where he talked about all this? Come on.
I
keep
know.
up.
Shame.
No, it's funny how like things stick in your head, and it's like
George, I hang on your every word.
We'll be careful. I'm not that sage, I tell you. Just done a 30-second YouTube clip, that's all. Where I've reread Rotors.
What number coffee you on, James, George? I know you've been on here all day, haven't you? Are you on coffee 27 yet?
Do you know what? Surprisingly, I've only had one coffee, and that is
I've only had one.
On a normal day, I have a lot more. Yeah, I might have to go and get another one shortly. Might have to get a double shot on the next one, though. I'm starting to.
I think I'd have been on 20 by now.
Yeah, I'm starting to flag a little bit. Getting slower. I can feel myself getting slower, but what are we 10.5 hours in now? Around
Yeah,
that?
fair play. Yeah, you are.
I've
yeah,
done 55 listings. That's pictured, listed, and packed now.
Unreal, mate.
Where's your little horn, George?
Oh, that. There we go.
There it is. So I've
I've
only
had
been
quite a lot of sales as well.
You have?
That's because you're feeding the machine, George. You're feeding the machine.
Yeah, feeding the
You know what
beast,
I mean?
aren't I? Yeah.
I've only been
And
on
I've
for
got-
2.5, 3 hours, and I have not seen James sit down for a second. So
I've not sat down.
I am very, very impressed by your stamina, just like doing the repetitive motion, or even just standing for. Have you been standing for 10.5 hours straight, James?
Yeah, I haven't sat down once.
You're a beast. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I'm hitting the point. My SKU number said 671. What did I start on? I think it's 425. Someone did the maths. So 543. And what am I on? 671. So that's 128. That's good maths if it is, by the way. Anyway, around there. We've got a new guest in.
Evening, everyone. Just thought I'd pop on and say hello. Being the younger, better-looking brother, I thought I'd better come on and just
You've got to introduce
support.
yourself. Come on, what'd you do?
Hello, everyone. So Ryan, I live in Devon, and James is younger and more attractive brother. Just thought I'd come on and give some support to the live. At least then he can't message me tomorrow and say thanks for the support or lack thereof. So, how you doing, everyone? How's everyone? Is everyone else listening, or are you guys just in for the ride?
A bit of both. I'm going to start listing in a minute.
Bit of both. Start listing.
Yeah.
I've done my work for the day. I'm just chilling out now.
Chilling out. Fair enough. Not everyone needs 24 hours. Some people can just do their job in a day, James?
No,
I would swear at you, but you just
Wow.
Gary, how you doing?
Oh.
Baby brother, are you a reseller as well?
Yeah, good, thank you.
No, nothing to
I've done a
do
bit of both.
with reselling.
Done a bit of listing. I'm flagging though. I don't know how he's gone this long.
I must admit, I throw him a lot of abuse, but fair play. Because like you were saying, Becky, he's been up for 10.5 hours just straight listing and cracking
Not just
on.
up, he's been standing.
There's been no listing. I've done 0 listings today. 0. That's embarrassing, isn't it?
Oh, so you just drafting then? Is it just literally ready for the draft bank?
No, literally all I've done so far is the photos. I haven't done the listing yet. 10 o'clock the listing begins.
I spoke to Leanne, James's wife, probably about 10 minutes ago, and there's loads of boxes of just bagged items in the front room.
Yeah, they've taken up the front room, all the boxes and
Yeah.
stuff. But we're going to start
I'm surprised
listing
you're
at
not
10 o'clock.
batching, James.
Sorry?
I'm surprised you're not like photographing like 20 or 40 and then drafting so that you're like standing, sitting.
The trouble is,
Like
if I
giving-
do that, I won't stand back up and I'll just be
Okay.
like, right, 24 hours done and we've done 15 listings. And everyone's like, you're useless.
Right,
But I
okay.
can't do that.
That's fair.
Yeah, I've got to do the process, finish the process and then start the next one. And then, the next part of the stream is the part 2 of the stream is going to be nice and fun for me because I actually get to sit down. That's going to be the good part.
When are you breaking for part 2? You literally halfway.
Well, yeah, I've got to stop this room at 10 o'clock and then start part 2 of the stream in a different room and send out the link again because StreamYard only records for 12 hours for it to go on YouTube and then it stops. So I've got to split the stream basically. So yeah, another hour and a half in this room and then it'll be on to a new room. And I've got the link ready to send out.
When they designed this app or this room, they thought people would want to sit on one room for 24 hours. So it's probably
Well,
why.
surprisingly, with StreamYard, if you do Twitch, they allow it to go on for I think it's 7 days.
Wow.
Because obviously people do like 7-day gaming streams, don't they? But not many people do 24 hours of listing on eBay.
That is quite.
I've got a question if anyone could help. So I'm trying to sell a pair of my own Nike Air Max because I've bought some new ones today. So I've just bung them in the washer and it's kind of like the, like the meshy kind of like material, but the marks haven't come out. Is there anything that I can use without causing damage to the product? Because one time I washed a football shirt and I put in some of that pink stuff that you could put in your washing machine. The stains came out of the shirt, but the sponsor came off the shirt. So I don't really want to damage the tick or anything like that.
Have you tried
Come on,
the
someone
like
give
the
advice. I
stain
can't do
treatment?
it.
What was that? Sorry.
Is the mesh stained?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So you put it in the washing machine.
Yeah, that's what I've done, but they haven't
Yeah,
really.
so I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah.
Nothing's come.
Just use your vanish, really. I wouldn't use
with a
pink stuff on
toothbrush or
anything
something.
but the soles, because it'll
Yeah.
just take the paint off anything, because it's like an abrasive.
Yeah. Just like with a toothbrush or something, Gary, something like that.
Hang on. Yeah, the pink stuff's abrasive, so it'll just take the paint off any.
Right. Okay.
Elbow grease, Tonks is saying that'll work probably.
Elbow grease. Right.
That's good stuff.
Have you tried a stain treater, like an oxy?
Yeah, that's about it. Some stains you
Max or
can't get
Max?
out. But...
No, I've not tried them yet. I mean, I do have the elbow grease in the in my tat shed, so I could get some out of that and give it a squirt and stuff like that. I usually don't really clean up much. When I buy footwear, I usually buy it of a good quality standard, but these Max, I've had them for a long time. I mean, still quite a lot of in them, but I just want to get rid of them while I bought some new ones. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'll try the elbow grease. That's a go.
Are they white?
I got these yesterday. They're the before. You can see them.
I'll get them now. They've been in the washer, but I'll get them now. One sec.
And that's the after. But I never put anything in the washing machine. I won't put anything in the washing machine.
I put sneakers in the wash machine. You know?
Oh, no. I've done it before with some
You
like
never-
suede ones, and it just took the suede off, and I was like, never again am I putting them in the washing machine.
Yeah, I only put certain ones in the wash. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I got this from like B&M. It's
Just
that
don't
pink
dare
stuff,
anymore.
and it's got like a miracle scrubber kit, and it looks like a giant toothbrush. It was only £12.
I've
Well,
never heard of the
apparently you
pink
can use that
stuff.
in foods. Yeah, it's like Star Drops. That's the
The
company.
pink stuff is good, but I wouldn't go near trainers with it.
Yeah.
Is that the paste? Or the?
I think it is the
liquid?
paste. Yeah.
They do a Yeah, I think they do a
Yeah,
spray as well. Don't they?
Yeah, that's the tongue, and you can probably see it there. Where I've had my laces, that's where where it's marked across there on the tongue.
Oh, like lace marks. Yeah. Some of that could be like well worn in, so it might be a pain in the backside to get out. But just try some vanish, like elbow grease, and just see if it gets it up a little bit. But you might not get all of that out.
Nice one. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're all right.
Yeah, elbow grease. That's a big fan. I'm a big fan of elbow grease. When I used to do more of the everything side, that stuff seems to clean anything.
I've never heard of elbow grease. I thought you guys were talking about like. Have you ever heard of the expression elbow grease, which just means to use
Just
your manpower?
Scrub it hard.
Right.
Just
And
put
then
some
I was
more
like,
effort
they're
in.
No, this is a
You
green.
can
This
get
is
that
a
out.
green
Put some more
spray.
effort in.
I know. That's what I'm like. Oh, you guys are being mean. You like told them to just scrub harder.
Yeah, just work harder.
Becky, in the USA, do they? I'm interested in VHS. I have thousands. I sell a lot on eBay. Are they really accessible in the USA? Because everyone I watch for USA, for pickers and stuff, they have hundreds and hundreds. Whereas they're they're a lot harder to find over here. But when you get them, they've got good value.
So they are so overabundant here. Like I could go into any Goodwill, which is our main big thrift stores, and there's like walls, like just walls of them, and they're 92% junk, maybe 95% junk.
and then the gems. Like you have to know which ones are the gems. I could go down to my basement right now and show you how many VHS I have. I don't even list them because I don't even think they're worth anything. But maybe I need to list them for international because that's where they're selling. Are you selling a lot of VHS?
Yeah. Do yours come in the cardboard slipcase though?
Some of that, and then the Disney with the like puffy plastic,
Like the clamshell type, yeah. See, over here we have the plastic tough boxes, if you like. So we have the small versions and then the X rentals, the bigger boxes. The X rentals is where, and horror sells really well.
Right.
So if you've got X rental horrors,
what is X rental? What does that mean?
so we used to have a store back in the day called Blockbuster over here. And they used to rent out the VHSs in these larger boxes.
Okay.
And when people didn't take them back to the store, and they kept them because you only rented them.
Naughty.
Yeah, people have like accumulated these. Blockbusters went bust, so people accumulated these boxes, and now they actually are quite rare to find. Some of them, like extremely rare. Some of them.
So it's an actual Blockbuster issued version of the VHS in the Blockbuster case.
No, they're in the original case, but some have Blockbuster, like a sticker of Blockbuster on the tape. Some don't.
Funny? I have several VHS with Blockbuster, and I was like, damn it, these have Blockbuster on it. No one's gonna want it now. So
it is more down to the actual film. More than the actual sticker, but it can hold a relevance depending on what you've actually got.
Right.
But yeah, I've done loads of it. I'm a VHS freak. I've got loads. I've got thousands in my shed, and I probably sell about 5 to 10 a week, at good prices as well, because I've got a lot of sealed VHSs, which are very rare these days.
Yeah. I wish I could somehow magically like get all the US VHS to you.
Well, as an example, last couple of days, I sold The Simpsons series 1, 2, and 3, sealed for £130. And I sold the Terminator, the original, the Virgin box, and that was 45 quid. That was sealed. So I've probably sold like 500 quid worth of VHS in the last 2 weeks.
Well, and those are like more rare, right? Like
yes,
Simpsons seasons 1, 2, and 3 sealed is like
So they're like extremes, but even certain films I've got, like I've just sold one as we're speaking a minute ago. I've just sold Weird Science. I don't know if you remember that film.
Yeah.
So I've just sold that for £10 tonight in a small box, which is the least rare version, if you like. But that just sold for a tenner. Yeah. So there's loads, even the smaller ones, they all add up. But the
did you get the Blade Runner one?
Yeah, I've got Blade Runner.
Is that the sealed one that you put? Was it on your Instagram?
Yeah. That's actually only worth about 15 quid or so, though. It's not. So it all depends on the films. So sealed can have a lot of value, but it still has to be the certain, either the film or the type, because there was loads of different versions of films released as well, like widescreen and all the rest of it. So, but there is money in VHS. I keep telling people on my channel, giving all the tips away. But
do you sell many wrestling stuff, Cole? I mean, because I know you could get something like the WWF tagged classics DVDs.
Yeah.
And some of them go for some silly money, because a lot of the older, like the VHS and the DVDs, a lot of the previous stuff what's been on those shows is heavily edited on the WWE network, so you can't see maybe like a lot of the old angles or a lot of the old storylines, because they're probably deemed too controversial now, and WWE and Peacock in the US don't want to show it, do they? So
now there is money in WWF. So another thing I collect nerdy is I collect the old Hasbro wrestling figures. So the old plastic Hasbro WWF ones, I've got about 90% of the collection, but the rest of them are really expensive now. But WWF VHS, I've probably got about 10 in my shed at the minute, but they can usually go for around 10 to 15 quid each. But there are some that are very rare, like you said, that have certain storylines in or certain matches that people can't get hold of now. Again, it's all down to specific ones. Sorry, it's all down to specific ones and what you can find. But there is definitely money in VHS, and like you say, even DVDs.
Yeah, I know. Song of the South is one of the highly got a decent value, doesn't it? The Disney one, because of the racial all
Yeah.
the tournaments in that now, isn't it? They don't show that at all now, do they? So
Yeah, because there was. I used to watch wrestling back in the day, and they got away with a lot more than they do now. Put it that way.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. I used to be a wrestler, you know.
That's awesome.
You used
Woo.
to be a wrestler.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Fair play.
What was your wrestling name?
It was Party Time, Angel D'Souza.
No. Party time. Woo.
Fair play, yeah.
I love it. That's awesome.
Never made the big time, but I have wrestled some guys who are now working for WWE. So
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some of the British guys like now today.
Yeah. Do you know Rick Fowler, who's in NXT?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was Zach Gibson originally, wasn't he? So
okay.
I wrestled him.
Yeah.
Wrestled Jack Gallagher, who was in there before. They're just two off the top of my head. But
Claim to fame, mate. Claim to fame.
yeah. Yeah. Quit about 13 years ago, I think. I just can't do it.
Did you get a lot of injuries? Because I know it's performed a certain way, but I mean, you're still going to get a lot of bumps and injuries doing that, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't like the term fake when they call it fake. Obviously, like
No, it's not fake. It's just performed,
it's
isn't it? Yeah.
I think the worst injury I ever got was I don't even remember doing it. I just remember after having a match, like a couple of days after, I was feeling pain on my elbows on my desk at work, and I just felt like a pain going in my left elbow up to my arm. All of a sudden, after a couple of days, it was like a big ball of fluid on there. So I had to go to the doctors and get it drained as like a minor operation. So that's the worst one I've ever had.
Yeah.
But I learned my lesson after that. I always wore elbow pads after that time. So that's
yeah. Your audio dipped out a bit there, mate.
What's that?
Your audio dipped out a bit at the end there.
Every time you go to talk, James makes a noise with the plastic.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to mute myself when you were talking.
It almost seemed like it was on purpose, James. I'm sure it wasn't. Poor Cole's voice is already so raspy. We need subtitles.
I don't sound like this normally. I'm struggling, honestly. It's really bad. I half contemplated not coming on, but I've been looking forward to coming on for 2 weeks. So I thought I'm just doing it anyway.
It's good that you're here.
You had a good compliment there. You sound a little like Danny Dyer.
Danny Dyer, I'll take that.
It's not a bad compliment, to be fair. It could be worse.
It's probably Danny Dyer and Morgan Freeman's love child, isn't it?
Yeah, mixture.
Yeah.
Secret Carper wants to know: have you got 1, 2, 3 kids? Have you got that?
No, I haven't. That's the grail. So 1, 2, 3 kids in the WWF Hasbro world is the one.
I've got one.
It's probably about 400 quid now for one wrestling figure.
I haven't got a 1, 2, 3 kid. I showed one earlier. I don't know where I put it now, but I'll try and dig it out later.
Yeah. That's one of the ones that elude me. All the green card Series 11 are really expensive, and they're probably most of the ones I haven't got. But I've got all Series 1 to 10, pretty much. So yeah, you know.
So those ones, the green card, are they because obviously 1, 2, 3 kid was like 93 when he first got his break. So I'm presuming it's like they released from 93 maybe to 94, 95.
I don't think it was when they came into wrestling. It was when they just released a certain series. But Series 11 was the last series they did of the wrestling figures. It was the final straw, and then they'd stopped. But they didn't make as many of them. So Series 11, the green card, they call it, at the back end is the green card. They're extremely rare. And 1, 2, 3 kids probably the rarest. And it's like stupid money. I mean, 400 or 500 quid for one wrestling figure. I'm going to have to really justify buying that today, you know. So
yeah, that's a lot.
But I do want to complete it one day. It's one of my little goals, but it's going to take a lot of willpower to buy a wrestling figure for that much money, you know.
And is that
boxed at the car boot?
What's that? Sorry.
I say, is that boxed or loose? £500.
You could probably pay that loose. Yeah. Yeah, boxed. You're talking. I mean, some of them you can talk in nearly £1,000 if they're in mint condition. It's a lot of money in them now because they're so rare. And people cottoned on to how rare they were, and I think they got brought up, which made them even rarer, and then it's just got silly money now.
Yeah, I think the last one I sold was Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Yeah.
That was loose. I think I got a tenner. I paid 50p. Yeah.
I think most of the ones that are just the generic ones are around that 10 to 20 quid mark. You know, I don't think you'll get anything less than a 10 quid, you know, these days. But most of them now are like 20 quid plus, you know, in that middle region. But then you get stupid, silly prices on some of them.
Yeah. So have you been a wrestling fan for a long time, or?
Yeah, I grew up in the early 90s. So I'm an 85 I was born. Early 90s, like The Undertaker and all them boys, you know, Ultimate Warrior.
Same era as me. The Ministry of Darkness and the Attitude Era.
That era will never be beaten. That era made wrestling, you know, for me. So The Undertaker was the best in my opinion. But as a character, you know.
Yeah. Well, he said, hasn't he, now that he's retired, whenever he is going to, obviously he'll get called back to do gigs for Vince now and again, won't he? Because he's on like a 20-year Legends contract.
Yeah.
He said whenever he comes out now on a live show, he will never do the dead man gimmick. It will always be as the American Badass, because he wants to keep the legitimacy of that, you know, of that gimmick. Yeah.
The Badass is nothing on the dead man, you know.
No.
You know, that's what made him, but you know, I suppose it's characters, isn't it? They've got to keep it alive.
I met Shawn Michaels a few years ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
he's a Rovers fan, you know. I'm a Blackburn Rovers fan, by the way. I didn't know if you were, because you're from Lancs, but he's a Rovers fan. Shawn Michaels is.
Right, I'm a Wigan fan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you're having a rough time at the minute.
We have. I mean, I'm glad we got rid of those owners who were in it the last time.
Yeah.
So the new fella we've got in, he's just taken 100% control of the Wigan Warriors as well. So the same fella has got control of both teams. So hopefully he's going to have a positive effect, a bit like when Dave Whelan did. So it could all be good for the town. Met Shawn Michaels like 2018 or 2019. He was doing like a tour of some like comedy clubs around England, and it was like a Q&A session with him. And I got to meet him before he signed a piece of. He would sign a piece of your merchandise. You could have like the framed picture with him. I think it was £120 for that experience, but it was well worth it. Yeah, it was a good night.
Yeah, he was good growing up. Old Shawn Michaels, he was good. Yeah, the British Bulldog. I've just seen one of the chat there. British Bulldog was quality as well. There was loads of quality.
Do you know what? My favourite was Mankind.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about all the other characters like Dude Love. I'm talking about the OG Mankind.
Mr. Socko.
Yeah, the OG.
Let's go back to like what you guys said in the Attitude Era. It's so character driven, whereas now there's a lot more emphasis on the athleticism of the performers. You know, the match quality is certainly better, but does it pull you in more as a viewer? I'm not too sure.
Yeah. Even like Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, even that era still had a lot more draw, good characters. But as it's gone on, I've lost interest a bit now. To be honest, I wouldn't watch it.
Yeah, I don't watch the weekly shows. I just watch the premium ones, pay-per-views.
Yeah.
So I could just catch up on the results with just by looking up.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So, but it should be. It's exciting with some of the storylines they've done. I mean, the current one with the Bloodline and Roman Reigns, it looks like it's coming to its end now, but that's been well written.
Yeah.
And if they're going to go full circle and everything, hopefully Jey Uso will win the big one at SummerSlam.
You guys, I'm wrapping up, so I'll say goodbye while there's a lull in the action. James, you're a rock star for standing for 11 hours straight and for hosting. This is impressive. I know everyone else is listing. You motivated me to list. Actually, I cross-listed 16 items, so I feel productive with my day. I still have a lot of photographs to take, so that's what I'm doing now. I'll be watching, but I won't be chatting live.
No, that's okay. Thank you for joining in. It's really good to actually have a chat with you and meet you properly. And yeah, don't be a stranger. Anytime I'm doing lives and stuff, I do some open lives on my channel. So if you ever want to pop in, feel free.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the great content. I'm new to your channel. I found you. How did I find you? Oh, I was watching Daily Refinement and Chris plugged you, I think. And I was like, oh, this guy sounds great. I'll check out anybody. I'm always looking for good content. I subbed to you, Cole. Everybody else, I think, who is on the chat here, I subbed to, so I'll check you guys out. But you're doing a great job. You're providing great, knowledgeable content, fun content, like the drone stuff. I like it all. So thank you for being great. And thank you also for being welcoming. As somebody who's new to my own channel, I feel the support and the love, and I appreciate that. George, my new other friend, who I think I found through you, James. It's good chatting with you and meeting all of you others as well. I know there was others on the call earlier. I regret not being able to meet them and say hi, but it's been fun. And thanks for the motivation. This is great. Got a lot done today.
No worries. Just don't expect it every week, because that ain't going to come from me, this 24-hour stream. This might be the final one. Maybe Christmas time, but I'm not promising. When was the last one? You said you've done one before? January was the first one, yeah. Okay. I don't know, every couple of months, maybe. No. George, is he passing the torch to you? George might have to take over. Yeah. I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing a 24. I'm not hosting it.
No. Okay. I think you almost need to, you do need a buddy or a partner or something to help take some of the pressure off.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad because sometimes in the chat, people come in and say hello, and I don't want people to think like I'm ignoring them. But I guess people understand at the end of the day, I can't be staring at the screen. Otherwise, I'll be on even less phones than I'm on already. So yeah, it's all good.
I was even just reading a lot of the chats because I was working to get my, I'm chit-chatting and listening and everything, but, you can't be staring at the screen if you're trying to get the listings up, which is what it's all about, baby, right?
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, James, I hope you're doing a tally board so that at the end of the day, you can say we did blah, blah, blah listings, so many relistings, so many sales, you need a brag book.
Yeah, we done it last time, actually. At the end, we kind of had a collective, because I think that last time there was four people who had kind of said they're going to come and do it with me, 3 others who'd done it basically for the whole time. Okay. And then George turned up and I was like, oh, hi, never spoke to him before. And he stayed literally right the way through. And then at the end, we had a bit of a tally up about how much we had listed combined as a group. And it was close to 1,000 listings between the 5 of us in the 24 hours. So it was good. But yeah, it's great. I mean, these streams aren't anything without people coming in and chatting, because otherwise it's just going to be me ignoring the chat and there's no other conversation. So when you guys are in full flow conversation, I'm like, take this as an opportunity to get loads of photos done. So it's been nice. It's been nice having you in. Someone who's chatty and someone who's passionate about what they do as well. It's so good to see. So you're welcome anytime here.
Never shut up.
No, it's good.
Never shut on me for that.
I'm the same. But yeah, you're welcome here anytime. And thank you for giving up your time to come and share your experience as well, because I learned a lot from you about consignment that I never knew before. So
thank
we
you.
appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, thanks guys, and good meeting all you new friends. That's actually why I hopped on YouTube in the first place. Is when you're in it for yourself. And I'm my own coworker. I mean, you guys saw Chubby Peanut, but he's not much of a conversationalist. So we love
Chubby Peanut. We want to see more of Chubby Peanut.
He's lovely, but it sometimes if you feel lonely or you feel like you're not connected with coworkers like you would in an office environment, it's nice to have people online. So thank you for the company and the support, and thank you for the motivation today. This has been awesome. Like I said, I'll be watching you guys, but I won't be chatting. And then maybe tonight. So tell me the time you'll be doing this until 10.
It's another, to give you an idea, it's another 13 hours.
Okay, so maybe I'll stop back tonight, and then I'm not staying up all night with you, lovely people. I'm so sorry.
I do not blame you. If it was your stream, I'd be saying the same to you, so I won't take offense.
Well, I have house guests, so they might be like, "Can you stop being so noisy on your YouTube?" Yeah. Although I can put in the earbuds, but maybe I'll see you guys my morning, which will be your I don't know what. So. All right, keep on keeping on. I'm cheering you on from afar here. Good work, guys.
See you later. Thanks for coming.
Bye, all.
Bye.
How's everyone else doing anyway? how's everyone's eBay day done? Because UK time it's 9 o'clock. How's everyone's sales been today? Anyone had any really good sales? Anyone had a bit of a day? What's been going on?
Free sales for me today. Nothing major. Best sale was a Kenwood pasta roller, what you could attach to a Chef K-Mix machine.
Mm-hmm.
That was my best sale. That was brand new. Sold that for 35. Other than that, just a couple of pieces of clothing. Nothing else really.
Them attachments for them machines. I used to buy them Kenwood machines, and I used to sell all of them attachments separately with the bowl and stuff. And used to make so much money just on the attachments.
Yeah,
it's stupid how much money they go for, especially like the blades and the whisks and stuff, especially on the old big Kenwoods, you know. So yeah, I always just break them down. But cool, not bad then. I guess free sales for you. How many do you kind of look for on a day doing it part time? Have you got a sort of idea?
To be honest, I'm just grateful of any what come in. Really, it's because it's more of a side hustle for me rather than my my livelihood.
Yeah.
Because I do earn a good wage.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if I mentioned before when I was a guest on Sophie's channel. I'm nearly 4.5 years into gambling remission. I've not had a bet now for 4.5 years.
Well done, mate.
And it's kind of like I still kind of getting the buzz, if you know what I mean,
Mm-hmm.
but without any of the risk, if that makes sense. It's hard to describe, but yeah. So that's why I like doing it, and it's just a bit of a side hustle, and it just gives me a bit more of an opportunity to clear the debt, and also just give a little bit to my kids and wife. So if we need anything, we're not dipping into our salaries or anything like that. It's just a bit extra.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just grateful of anything what I get. Really
nice, mate. And yeah, well done for that. 4 years, great effort.
Yeah.
Like seriously, great effort, because it's like any other addiction, isn't it? But it's like it's sort of like the silent one where you can't see. So yeah, big props to you.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I mean, it was just like to give you like an idea of things. It was just out of control at one point where I would constantly. I mean, I know I'm on YouTube a lot watching reseller videos, but
yeah.
I would sit down at some nights and just watch YouTubers who were and the screen is just basically sat with them viewing the screen of slot machines, because it's my main problem. But they only show you the good bits. They don't show you the bad bits. You know what I mean? They only show you when they've won big or they hit a jackpot or anything like that. They don't show you how much they've actually pumped into the machine. And it was just that bad. I was just watching them and just sad. But yeah, it's I'm glad that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, fair play.
I used to bet on anything that moved, and then I changed my PayPal over to my business PayPal and started eBay, and then I never bet again since.
Yeah,
same again. But it was not a good place at the time. I was in a fair. It wasn't a bad bet, but it was bad enough. But I was winning like $8,000 on the weekend at one point, and then it just, like I say, got out of hand, and then I was putting like £1,000 on a horse.
Yeah,
wasn't good.
I think my last day when I actually they needed to get some help, I think I'd used my last 30 quid or whatever I had on a credit card, which I was using, and I'd got it up to something like £2,000. It was on some sort of European site, and because I couldn't withdraw it straight away because they had to do the relevant checks and check your debit card and all sorts, I just $2,000, in an hour or something like that, and it's so easily done. But yeah.
Really easy, yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's the World Cup. I think it's the South Korean World Cup. From the 12 o'clock on the Friday to the 12 o'clock on the Monday, I won over betting and gambling and betting on different matches and different things, I'd got up to £8,000, I think. But it was silly at the time, but it wasn't too bad going up. But it's on the way down. It's like you just, I don't know, you just get sort of complacent with it. I guess it just becomes money after, or figures after that rather than actual money.
Yeah, because
I think online is worse because if you're not putting the physical cash on, then it's easy just to hit that button and it's gone.
Yeah,
it's not easy. But yeah, no, I don't generally. I used to not enjoy watching like sports events as well because I'd watch like a football match and I'd just be like, "Oh, come on, don't lose or don't score in the last minute," and it's like you just weren't enjoying it at that point.
Yeah. No, you're right. I did the odd occasional bet on the football. Would bet on the football, but it was the slots what what just killed it for me. Yeah, just it was just because it's like I say, it's just easy to keep tapping on your phone, just carry on.
Yeah,
yeah.
They've sort of made it a bit better now, but yeah, it's just a hard thing.
Yeah, so that's really my story, really. Like I say, so I'm happy with anything I get, but like, platforms what do it for me. I only really do eBay. Killing it for me at the minute. So much revenue coming from it. It's unreal.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice for you where it's not your reliable income as well. Like you said there, it's a case of all your eBay money's for the extra bits.
Yeah,
which is such a good place to be. Where like when you do it full time and excuse me, what people don't necessarily see on YouTube when they watch reseller videos, which is why also I like this 24-hour stream, because you kind of see the work that goes in behind that you don't really see so much on YouTube. But also it's a fact of I kind of speak about it quite transparently on my channel to people. Like, don't think you're going to come into reselling and suddenly earn what you would do working in a proper 9-to-5 job straight away, because it takes time to build up your store to get to the point of where you are making consistent sales. But I think a lot of people kind of see it as, let me do reselling and overnight I'm going to make X amount of money. It doesn't happen straight away for a lot of people. So I think for me, I always try and be quite transparent on the channel. When people are kind of saying that they would do it alongside eBay, I say to people, try and do that for as long as you can. And if you are thinking about going into full-time eBay, have like 6 months of security money behind you, where if something does go wrong, or even 6 months' time, you kind of feel like, do you know what, it's not for me and I want to go back to a normal job. At least you haven't had to dip into your 6 months of other savings, and then you're left with nothing. So try and build up, if you can, that little security pot, because eBay isn't always great. I mean, what you'll see on Instagram and other things, and you'll see people post their really good days and really good sales. I picked up this for £1 and sold it for 500. You won't see them post the days where they've had a blank or they've had a £10 day. So it's like anything, isn't it? It's smokes and mirrors. So yeah, anyone who's thinking about doing it full time, my only advice I give people is, one, it's the best job you'll ever do. Like, I don't regret doing this full time, but I was quite lucky in the sense of I was made redundant and had 6 months of redundancy money behind me in case it all went wrong.
Yeah.
And that was a godsend, because also it takes the pressure off, because you can have sleepless nights over this job. Honestly, when you feel like sales have been slow for a couple of days, and it can play with your mind. And you have 2 or 3 good days and you start thinking like, oh, this is amazing. And then it happens again. So eBay is a real roller coaster. It's a roller coaster of emotions and money as well. And it's not a fixed income. You can make it near enough a fixed income, but it's not always going to be exactly the same. There's going to be good months, there's going to be bad months. So I always rate people who do it part-time and do it on the side, because it's a hustle full-time. But as I say, when you come home from work and you've got to then go and drop off 10 parcels, etc., and package them up of an evening, and it can become a full-time job in itself.
Yeah, that's why I like the shift pattern which I'm on. So what I do is I work 12-hour shifts in my job, so I do two days, 7 a.m. till 7 p.m., and then 2 night shifts, 7 p.m. till 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Following that, I get 4 days off. Then I've got to do another either 2 days or 2 nights, depending on what kind of what kind of staffing levels we need, and then 2 days off. So as well, I work on 3 working day dispatch time as well. So I'm making sure that I'm always keeping within the timeline to get my stuff out. And if I could get stuff out earlier, it just looks good for me as well. So, but yeah, it is good. It's definitely fun. But
just to add to what you said, James. I mean, I've been doing this a year now with YouTube. Sorry, my voice is going. I've been doing this a year with YouTube. And I've got about 1,400 active listings at the minute, and I've had a £10 day.
Mm-hmm.
So that just puts in perspective that what you said is completely true. 1,400 listings, and I've had a £10 day. So that's where I do this part time. I've got that income, and I know that income's there. Whereas that £10 a day to a full-time reseller would really hurt,
Right, that's right, Carl. Yeah, the pressure that is on a full-timer is really hard. Sometimes you have to make a certain amount per boots out, ideally, or per week, and to keep that going is really difficult. Really difficult sometimes. But yeah, it can be done. It can be done.
Yeah.
In some weeks, like James says, it balances up. You'll have a car full one week.
Yeah. Yeah, you're spot on. Some weeks you'll have a car full, other weeks you'll come home with literally nothing or one item. And I've been guilty before of buying stuff just so I don't come home empty-handed, and that's the worst thing you can do.
Oh, always.
So just accept it. Just say, do you know what?
You're better off buying nothing than buying junk.
Absolutely, yeah. I've been guilty of that, buying crap just for the sake of saying, "Oh, I got 10."
We all do. We've all done it.
Yeah, don't do that.
Do any of you have any plans to, or are you doing it the Amazon FBA, or is that something that you're looking into?
No.
I'm not personally. I've heard so many stories about with Amazon how basically anyone can return anything for any reason, any time, and Amazon will take it off you. And that really worries me. And also, because I'm moving now into pre-owned clothes, there's not obviously the Amazon market for pre-owned clothes.
So I used to do Amazon FBA, but I got burned big time by them. So I'd saved up loads of like board games and stuff and toys, and it was a mixture of stuff I'd sourced, RA, and also just used stuff. And I sent it all into Amazon. I think it was like mid-September, ready for Q4. But obviously they get a lot of shipments in during that time, so there was a bit of a backlog. And by the time 2 weeks later that they were processing, like opening my box and processing what I'd sent in, they then gated the vast majority of sellers in certain brands. And it was all things like Hasbro and Mattel, which is what I'd sent in. So I then had to pay for all my items to then get shipped back to me. And it took them 3 weeks to do that. So, and then they ship them quite slowly as well, because it's like a slower return to you. So I got them back by November, which Q4 already was well underway. And I'd paid to send them to Amazon and then paid to get them back as well. So after that, I just went, you know what, stuff, I'm not doing this, because they could do that with anything, literally anything. And if you're doing, say, RA, with RA, there's a lot of investment. You've got to put a lot of money into it, and there's very minimal, the margins on return are very small. So when they're messing about doing stuff like that, I just found it wasn't worth it for me. And the fees.
It's good for someone who's done it, because I'm only talking from what I've heard. So it's good to hear from someone also who's been there, done it, and kind of, it's crap you got burnt. I'm not saying I'm pleased about that, but it's good that you can talk about it and kind of from your perspective, because it's out on paper. It sounds great, doesn't it? Let's buy stuff, let's ship it into them, get out of our hair, and it will sell. And I know a lot of people do reasonably okay on Amazon, but yeah, I've heard lots of horror stories.
Yeah, I mean, I was part of the beta testing for Next Level Resell.
Yeah.
Before they actually, went 100% live with it.
Mm-hmm.
And you are right what you're saying there, Becky. You've got to have a lot of capital behind you, I think, to make it work. And again, I feel as though you're involving a third party in your business who they have more control over it than your business than what you have, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And that doesn't sit well with me.
I'm a control freak as well. Like, I want to know what's going on. I want to know the item's being shipped. I want to know the customer's happy. Like I like that control aspect of eBay. You can track, if you want, you can track every single parcel you send and find out exactly when it arrives. Don't get me wrong, I don't do that with any parcels, but at least you have got the option there of being in pure control of what goes on. Where you're right, you're using a third party, and don't get me wrong, Amazon are reliable. You're not going to get many issues with them shipping late, etc., etc. But I just like the control.
I had a guy purchase 3 times off me, and every single time he would report that the item had never arrived, and Amazon would just automatically refund him. And he did that 3 times, one after the other. And it was FBA, so it was their own Amazon delivery guy. Yeah, I was paying out for the refund. Whereas if that was, say, Royal Mail and the item went missing, I would be able to claim off Royal Mail for that lost item. And Amazon just weren't entertaining what I was saying at all. They were just like, oh no, the customer hasn't had his item, so you don't get your money.
Yeah. That's what
You wonder why they're the biggest company in the world. They screw over the sellers.
Yeah, Alan's saying he's done FBA for a year and he believes you can't do both eBay and Amazon. It's impossible. You have to be focused on one or the other. Yeah, I can see that. I know a lot of people cross list, and I've got nothing against people who do cross list, etc. But personally, for me, I like, again, it's that control aspect. And I know Zip Sale's pretty good in the UK where they do like D-list and they do X, Y, and Z. And I get that aspect. But yeah, I only list on Instagram. I don't list on Instagram. I list on eBay. That's the only platform I do at the moment.
I don't like Zip Sale personally. I don't think it's particularly user friendly. That's just my experience. But then again, I was only using it on a mobile phone because I don't have access to a laptop. I don't think it's a user friendly at all on mobile. So I just totally gave up with it. And the main reason why I was using it was to help me cross list to speed up the time on Depop. But Depop sales were very few and far between, so I just gave up with it. I think I was actually losing money by having Zip Sale than what it was than the amount of Depop sales what was coming in. So I just gave up with it.
Yeah, I've seen the whole Zip Sale thing from like the YouTube perspective, and I've spoke to people who actually use it day to day on the PC and say, do you know what, it's really good. But yeah, for me, as I said, I don't cross list, so it's no use to me. I think if I did cross list, I probably would use it because from what I've heard, it does make things a lot quicker when it comes to stuff. But I guess if you're moving an item to 5 or 6 different platforms with different requirements, I guess there's little things you need to tweak anyway. So do you use it, Becca? Do you cross list?
I've only just started. I did previously because I was cross listing on Etsy for vintage bric-a-brac. But then I had some issue. I found issues where I'd ended items on eBay, and I was finding that if I ended them on eBay itself directly on the eBay site, it wasn't ending them on Zip Sale and on Etsy. So then months later, that item, I'd ended it and given up and sent it to the charity shop, and then it would sell on Etsy. And so, but in the end, I ended up niching down to clothing anyway, so that I got rid of that. But then very recently, I started cross-listing on Vinted, some clothing, and it's going all right on there, apart from it doesn't automatically end the listing on eBay that sells on Vinted. It does the opposite, but not if it sells on Vinted. So you have to be very on the ball. And as soon as it sells on Vinted, go and end the listing on eBay. And I guess the concern is if I sold something on Vinted overnight whilst I was asleep, and wasn't able to end the listing, and then it sold on eBay. I mean, chances of that happening, quite slim, really.
Slim, yeah.
But if it did happen, then you're in a situation where you're obviously disappointing one customer, aren't you?
I guess you would disappoint the Vinted customer. I guess
Definitely, 100%, yeah.
Yeah. I used Vinted at the beginning when it first became a thing, and it, like saying there was a lot of bugs with it, and they kept on saying, "Oh, sorry, there's a lot of bugs. We are working on it," and that kind of poisoned the well for me. But then I got a couple of months ago, Zip Sale contacted me and said, "Oh, would you like to do a collaboration?" I was like, I'm not the best ambassador for your program. I'm sorry. The thing is, it's like I know they probably fixed it, and apparently they have fixed a lot of the bugs. Like now, it's the only automatic endings that they do. That is a bit of an issue. But yeah, apparently they're on a bit of a love bomb session trying to get people to use it again, and getting loads of people to promote it. So I don't know.
Sorry, guys. I'm just going to quickly go because I'm going to go on Sophie's live while she's.
No, you go.
She's only got 14 viewers, so I'm gonna go there, and I'll come back later on tonight.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Good to see you.
See you guys.
No, I was just going to say they've put Poshmark on there now, so now it's becoming a bit more. Ooh, maybe because they've Poshmark, Vinted, Depop, Etsy, Facebook, Gumtree. There's a lot. I would never sell on Gumtree though, or Facebook. I only sell stuff on Facebook Marketplace. That's big, heavy-duty items that I can't ship or anything. That was when we were moving out, but we had a really kind of bad experience with a psycho. Yeah, and luckily we were moving, so we didn't have to worry. They couldn't follow us that we know of. but yeah, exactly. But yeah, we had a really bad experience. That's why I don't give out my shop, because it's got my address on it. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, why? I want to buy stuff off you." And I'm like, "Oh, no." I'm sure you're lovely, but plus I don't live alone. If I lived alone, I wouldn't really care. It's like you can come and try it. But I live with my mum and dad. My dad's an old age pensioner. My brother's a vulnerable adult. There's a lot going on, so I don't want to give out my address just yet.
No, I don't blame you. I'm always surprised with Facebook Marketplace. I'm always surprised when people actually turn up. It surprises me more. It's like, you've actually came for the item you said you're going to come for at 10 o'clock this evening.
Yeah.
It's always the same. It's always like, I'm at work at the moment. Can I come around 7 o'clock? And it's like, you ain't coming at 7 o'clock or around at 7. Leave me alone. I'm going to bed. Vinted restricted my account when I used Zip Sale. That was a couple of years ago. A few people have said that on live streams. Lucy's lurking. Pete's in. If I've missed anyone, hello. Just in case I've missed any questions. If anyone's got any questions, just again chuck question in the chat and the question obviously, and then we can answer it hopefully. And if we can't, we tried our best and we're sorry. Just let everyone know in YouTube land as well and StreamYard land, in 40 minutes, just under 40 minutes, we're going to have to end this stream and move on to the part 2 I'm going to put on Instagram in a moment. So if you do want to join back on the StreamYard, the new link will be on there and I'll pin it to YouTube as well. But YouTube and StreamYard only let you record for 12 hours. So I've got to do a part 1 and part 2 like last time. So when the stream ends, don't think I've disappeared and gone to bed. I mean, I might go for an hour nap, but yeah, straight back onto the new stream if you want to come and join for part 2. Here we are. This is the nice jacket I got. If you watched the last car boot sale video, I'm sure you all did, because you can't wait for my car boot sale videos, I'm sure. Oh, it's got a bug on. Get out. Oh, look how cool this is.
Yeah, that is nice.
You were. Oh, yeah, I saw that.
There we are. Oh, this webcam's awful. I'm only using it for the other thing, but yeah, that should be anywhere. Conservatively, I'll say 80 quid, but I've seen people get 115, 120 for it. And I literally I asked the price, walked away, and then came back for it because I'd done a little cheeky comp search. And when I'd done the comp search, it came up at like £470 sold. And so I was like quickly racing back to the trolley. Yeah. And then I realised when I brought it, I'd done another check and I was like, oh, that's for the full leather one. This ain't leather. So yeah, it's not as much, but it's still a nice jacket.
Still get a nice return on it, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Still learning the clothing though, so there's stuff that I do leave behind where people in the comments is great. Do you find that on your channel as well, where people in the comments will say like, "Oh, you should have grabbed that. You should have grabbed this," and it's good because you learn.
Yeah,
I don't have it that much, to be honest. I don't know if I've just been lucky or there's never been anything there, but I'm just not great with clothing. I'd love to learn more about clothing myself. I think it's on the to-do list anyway. Clothing, yeah. 100%.
I mean,
there's so many rails on car boots and cherry shops that I have to leave behind just because I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, in my last video as well, I brought loads of manga books and stuff, and I took out 3 books, and I was like, oh, I won't want these ones because I didn't think they were manga. And there's so many people in the comments are like, yeah, them 3 books sell for about 30 quid on their own. You could have just made all your money back. And there's me like, oh, you keep these ones, like giving away all the money. I was like, what am I doing?
You put back the Heartstopper books, and it's like a massive series on Netflix. Like the second series is being released in, was it August or something like that? So it's
we live and learn.
I was like, you keep them ones, thinking they're not manga, they're not going to be worth anything. And yeah, make sure a good video though, because I got the information about the books.
Yeah, and I know like that One Piece, the Netflix adaptation of that is coming out in August as well.
Oh yeah, you said to me in the comments to list it. I've got a pile. They might be going up later. To be fair, I've got the pile of books. I've sold 2 of them to Tommy Trades already. He brought a couple from me on Instagram, but yeah, the rest of them will probably go up this evening or tomorrow, should I say now. I'll go to the chat in a second. There's a few comments in there. Let's do it now quickly before I finish these. Yeah, George, you're a giant. You're safe. So if anyone comes and gives you any trouble, you can sort them out.
Yeah, well out me.
My dog has came and sat next to me as I'm supposed to be in bed. You were saying earlier, Lucy, your dog tells you when it's bedtime. And I'm sure you said it's around 7 or 8 o'clock, so you're well past that. The tilted photo setup is excellent. That is what I'm hoping to do after house move. Alan, you know, you can always hit me up, mate, and I can tell you. But basically, it's the Mark Rosales way, and you'll know what I mean when I say that. And yeah, it's great. Just leaning it against the shed wall. The only trouble is on this is I've put aside so many trousers and jeans because they just kind of slip down. So I need to tilt it a bit more towards me or get a proper trouser hanger. So I put them in a separate pile for the emergency bank in case I run out of clothing for tonight. because I'm trying to put them off until another day to do the trousers. I've got loads of like Levi's and stuff just sitting there that I need to list up.
James, could you put like another, you know how you've got a little wire for your hanger on there? Could you put another wire slightly higher up that's off your board so that it's at the right level where the trousers actually hang on the board?
Yeah, so this here, it's just a lanyard, and then I've got the hook of the lanyard, and I just literally do the quick flip on there. But what I could do, I could probably get like a fishing wire running right across the board, because lengthwise they fit. The trouble is, let me show you here. So here's a pair of jeans. If I put the pair of jeans on there now, because I don't want to use that hanger. Oh, these are sitting. Typical. Oh no, there we are. They just slip straight down. So I have to lean the board a bit more towards me to get them to stay.
Yeah.
The other option is to get a hanger, and then because the height is fine. If I had a trouser hanger, for instance, look, I could put them there, and it's still got enough room. But at the moment, I haven't got a trouser hanger, so that's the solution. Just buy a trouser hanger, and then I won't have to lean the board stupidly towards me.
Yeah, I just tilt mine more.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll put all the jeans aside for now. They're the emergency. There we are. I said £80 before you said it. Mine was a guess. Yeah, it's anywhere 80 upwards. Been watching on off all day. Been a reseller for nearly 3 years now. eBay is decent, but vintage is growing fast. It will soon be the way forward with some items, as it's zero commission. Also, a big winner. Vintage do not. How can I say this in a way? Vintage basically do not like resellers selling on their platform. Is what they've kind of said. So you've got to be really careful not to go crazy with the amount of stuff you put on there in quick succession, I believe. I mean, I've only sold one thing on Vinted personally, but from what I've heard, a lot of people have been banned from selling on Vintage. I think Jamie's one of them. Sully's Vintage, I think he said that he can buy on Vintage, but he can't sell because he sold too much on there. So I think they're a bit funny with it.
Is that what they've said to him, like, because he's sold too much?
Yeah, I think I don't want to misquote him, but I believe they kind of worded it in the sense of like, we believe you're basically reselling stuff on here, and they basically banned his selling part of the account, but let him buy still, I believe. But yeah, I don't want to misquote him. I will ask him, and I'll let you guys know in the next live stream I do on a Tuesday or something. I'll let you guys know what the outcome was, but that is what I've heard from Vinted. They don't love resellers.
Yeah. I mean, I've got 650 items up.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And this week I've sold about 15 things off of Vinted, and it's been kind of a good week on Vinted. Now I'm like,
no, keep making hay while the sun shines, for sure. You know, he might have said to me that was it, and so I don't want to misquote him in case it's not the real reason. So,
well, someone else said, like, be careful how many items you've listed within one session. So I try and do a couple every other day.
Yeah,
so
maybe it's that then. Maybe like 24 hours. You know, like the offer thing on Vintage, you can only make 5 offers in 24 hours. Maybe it's similar with listing items. But I see people list loads on there.
Yeah, I know. Someone's got like over 1,000 things in their closet. That's what they call it, isn't it? Well, I don't know.
As I say in the chat, I might be wrong, so don't take that as gospel. Probably I'm wrong. But...
Right, guys, I'm going to shoot. It's 9:30. I said to myself 9:30. I got work in the morning.
No, mate, you're good. Look, thanks for popping in. And I'll drop you a message on Instagram anyway. It'd be good to maybe get you in on the coffee pod for an hour chat and find out more about you, and we can plug your channel some more and stuff. So I'll drop you a message.
No, thanks for having me, and hopefully I can talk a bit better then as well.
No, you're good, mate. No stress. Thanks for coming in.
Nice to meet everyone. Thank you.
See you, mate.
Take care. Take care.
I can't believe how quickly it's flown by. I've got a fair few listings done, scheduled, and some photos done, ready for more listings tomorrow. Yay. To be honest with you, it hasn't felt I keep saying it, but it hasn't felt like 11 and a half hours we've been here.
No, it hasn't.
So we just need the second win now. Get us through the night.
Do you think you're going to hit your 200? I think you are.
Oh, do you know what, mate? The more I'm counting down his numbers, I'm getting closer to the 200 listings.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be a bit behind when it comes to the actual sitting down and listing. But I'm looking at some of the items, and I've got similar items to what I've got listed or sold already. I just need to change the color. So some of them will be really easy to do, and then some of the others are going to take a bit more research.
Yeah.
But I'm very much an in and out kind of person, so I will not spend ages doing research. If I see one item that's sold for, say, 20 quid and one's listed up for, I don't know, 10 quid, I'll list mine up at $6.99 with the postage because, you know, my cost of goods on this stuff is so low. But we will see later. I'll let you know later when I'm doing all these listings and being like, I spent an hour researching this jacket and it's only worth 3 quid.
So far, I've had 13 orders.
Yeah.
And I've made gross, not net, £231.
That's a good day.
And I've got £80 not paid for yet.
Mate, well done. That's a better day than I had.
This is the best day that I've had in a week. Well, in over a week, probably.
Better day than I had. Oh no, I've hit this storage problem again. What app can I delete? I might have to transfer all my photos across soon. We might have to pause the photo process.
JJ's hit 100 listings. Thought I'd be further along. Yeah, same. I thought I would fly through, spend the first few hours flying them through, but it took a while.
Nice, Jess. Well done. Right, let me delete some photos on my phone.
Oh, James, can you remember that diver's helmet I was telling you about yesterday?
Yeah.
The Rolex one. Here it is. I've got to polish it up.
Let me move comments out of the way. Oh, nice.
Isn't that cool?
That looks good now. Did you say you polished it up?
No, I've got to. Somebody started to polish it. It's on the way there, but
I was going to say, it still looks good, mate, in that condition.
yeah, I know. I might just leave it as it is because I don't want to over polish it. But yeah, it's a cool little
What
thing.
do you think that's going to go for?
Minimum 150, but it could go up to like 300-400. It's from the
kind of that
70s. There's a few on eBay, but depending on what condition it's in, really. Some people turn them into lamps, but just leave as it is.
It is that name your price kind of item, isn't it? And just see what happens.
It is really, because a lot of people, it's nothing really sort of marked on it exactly what it is, unless you know. It did used to have a sticker on it, I think, but yeah, you wouldn't know that it's a Rolex thing unless you knew about it. Just looks like a diver's helmet. But yeah, it's really
what'd you pay?
75 I paid.
Okay.
But he managed to bag 2 of them for 60 quid off eBay about a couple of weeks before. And I still don't know how he's done it, but because he said when he bought it, he said that he thought he was only getting one helmet because the description made it sound like one helmet kind of thing. The pictures didn't really show it as 2 helmets. And then he said 2 helmets turned up. And I was like, what? You got 2 for 60 quid? crazy.
Oh, so he's made the profit on the two, and he's got one.
Oh yeah. I did it specifically for that. I thought like I'll give him his for free, and then he's got his done up and everything, and then I've got mine for a reasonable price. So I don't mind paying up for things if there's money in it still.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Hi, Claire. Good evening.
I think you're muted, Claire.
Hello.
There you go. Hi, Claire.
Hiya.
So how close are you to the 200 then, James? You're way off, or?
Let's have a look. I'm just going to finish this one here, and then I can let you know, because what I done when I went inside earlier, I took a note of the first SKU number I took for the clothing,
right, yeah.
so I can just easily do the maths. Let me just finish this one. Just noticed this Hugo Boss jumper's got like a weird, it's like glue on the sleeve, but I'm just going to list it as is and put the.
I found loads of stuff on mine earlier when I was taking pictures. It was like I didn't see that when I bought it.
I know. Yeah, I just I think I've got about 6 items I put aside which need a wash. It's kind of like if it goes through the wash once, it'll be absolutely fine.
I bet they were kind of you know exactly.
Yeah,
you know that will
there's
happen.
other items it's got marks on and stuff, and I'm like, that's not coming out, so I'm just going to stick with the floor and just put it down low, and someone else can then deal with it. So,
cool.
right, let's have an update for everyone. So the next SKU is 688. What did I start on here? 543. So 180. No, that's wrong. 145. That sounds right. Yeah, 145. So yeah, still 55 away at this point. Ideally, in the next half an hour, I should have been at the 200 to give me 12 hours listing. But I think I'm going to have 10 hours to list them up. So I'm still pretty confident.
Yeah, like you said, later it'll be quieter, won't it? So you'll be able to catch up then.
Yeah.
I've got to head off, guys.
No worries.
I'm done. I'm done for the minute anyway.
Thanks for coming in.
No, you're welcome, James. I might pop back later.
Yeah, well,
cheers,
look,
guys.
I'm here until 10 a.m. So even if it's the morning,
I might pop back like early morning or something, maybe.
Yeah, you're all sweet. Thanks for coming in, mate.
No, you're welcome, James. All right. See you later.
See you
everyone.
later. Bye now.
Bye.
How are you coping, George? You've been here since the offset.
Yeah, I'm doing all right, actually. I thought I'd be a little bit further ahead, but I thought I'd be a bit more tired.
Yeah.
But no, I'm all right. But then I say that, and I'll probably hit a wall about 10 o'clock and be like, ugh.
Yeah. It's a weird one, though, isn't it? Because it's still, like, if you think about your normal day, it's still reasonably early. I mean, I don't normally go to bed till about 10 anyway, so... Yeah, I think them early hours are going to be the killer again. But at least I know once I get through the early hours part, there's not long left until the end at 10 o'clock in the morning. Where last time it was like, oh, I've got to go till 7 at night.
Oh yeah, that was tough. That.
Yeah, I think like the mentality behind that of kind of starting of an evening and then going through the night and then still having like a whole day of listing. I think that was hard.
Yeah. I think you picked the right one this time.
Yeah, I think so. I'm actually, I think I made the right move. Right, let's move on to some cycling bibs. Becca, do your other cats get along with the new one? Do they fight? Is it because when we got the boy and we had the sister, she obviously marked a territory in her house, so she was like, "Who are you in my house?" And I think for about 6 days they were fighting, and we were like, "What have we done?" And then suddenly they're absolutely fine. I mean, she hisses at him now and again, but he just kind of leaves her to it. So
the older one, Nova, she is absolutely petrified of the kitten.
Yeah.
Which is bizarre because obviously there's a big size difference. And she's just terrified of her. So the kitten keeps trying to play, and she'll do things like when I try and introduce her, they've only done it in like half an hour stints a few times a day so far. Because I only got her on Tuesday. And the kitten keeps trying to play, and she'll jump out from behind things or like jump through the tunnel thinking she's playing. And the other cat is just terrified, and she shoots across the room and backs herself into a corner and starts hissing. So I'm just like, for God's sake, if you just play and be nice to each other, then this would make life a whole lot easier. But
that'll come in time.
I'd rather that than them be fighting. So
yeah, of course. You'd rather one of them kind of run away and want to hiss because it doesn't understand that it's playtime.
Yeah.
But it's funny how the kittens come in and kind of dominated it.
Yeah. No, that's until she meets the dog.
Had the kitten not met the dog yet?
No, it took us 3 months to get the first kitten and the dog used to each other.
Yeah.
Because the dog is 13 years old, and we rescued her at 10 months. So she's been the only animal in the house all that time.
Yeah.
So it's been her house, her family. And she's the most antisocial dog you'll ever come across. So she's literally that old granny that shouts at everybody. So she hates everybody except me, and she hates every single animal in the world.
Amazing.
So she literally spends her entire day sat on the balcony barking at everybody that steps foot outside the house within a 5-mile radius.
Of course, it's her house.
And she's just like, go and play on your own front. Just, how dare you walk down my street? So she had that like hunting instinct when we first introduced her to the first kitten. And every time the kitten moved, she just dived for her and tried to eat her. So it took us, oh my God, forever, and a lot of treats and a lot of training. And eventually now she tolerates her. So they're not friends, but she will ignore her to an extent.
Yeah, that's the best way. She kind of accepts that they both live there, but don't get in my way, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure your dog's my spirit animal.
She just wants to be left alone. But the vet explained it to me. She was like, literally, you've just taken a 90-year-old grandma out of a nursing home and given it a toddler to look after. And she was like, what did you expect? And I was like, well, I never thought of it that way. I just thought they'd like be really cute and cuddle up together. She was like, no. So now I've done it again. So she's probably not going to be that impressed.
Yeah, it'll come. All right, we've got some questions. We've got some questions people can help me answer. Really rookie question, but I've got no scales. Trainers, both children's and adults, small or medium parcel. Royal mail, I don't do. Do anyone do Royal mail? What would you say, trainers? I'd probably say small parcel. You should be fine. I think for trainers. Going to make a coffee. Who wants one? Yes, please. I need to get one soon, actually. Let me have a look here.
Up to 2 kilos for a small parcel.
Yeah. Claire's saying they're 1 to 2 kilos small parcel. I mean, with trainers, they'll probably be under 1 kg for a pair of trainers, won't they? Or do they creep over?
Definitely for kids trainers, it'll be under 1.
Yeah, adults, it might be creeping over. Where do I get my SKU stickers from? I believe it's from Amazon or eBay. I think it's eBay. and just type in numerical SKU numbers or numerical numbers, in fact, number stickers or something along them lines. And yeah, the guy I've got, he basically says in there, you've got to message him what you want. So you can get them up to, here's an example. So I've got my clothing ones up to 1,000. I've just lost your webcam. I'll be back. But let me sort out the camera. Right, still got you. And then I've got my everything ones, which now go from 1,000 onwards, because that's where I am with my everything listing. So yeah, you can basically message him and tell him where you want the numbers to start from. And yeah, they're really handy. And I just literally, there's nothing special about this. I've just got a bit of wire and it just sits on the wire and I just put it down and it works for me. Nothing exciting, but yeah, I'd recommend anyone get the sticky SKU numbers. You can print them yourself if you want as well. Another option. There we are. Yeah, Zebra. You can print them from there. Let me have a look here. Joe's in. Just been dropping in and out all day, loving the stream. Off to Italy for 2 weeks from Friday. Very nice. Have already put my eBay store on holiday to focus on just closing off regular job stuff. Makes sense. Enjoy Italy. That's on the list for us to go to. There we are. Mandy wants an introduction, Claire. Do you want to tell everyone a bit about yourself and, yeah, what you sell on eBay?
Oh, okay. I have been on eBay for about nearly a year now, and started off doing everything and now niched down into clothing. Mostly looks like it's going to niche even further into just women's, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So adults. And I recently joined the Patreon group that Marcus Dixon and Bo Johnson set up.
Yeah.
So it's kind of spin-off from the Daily Refinement one. So been enjoying doing that as well.
Yeah, they're two really good guys. I've spoke to Bo. I've been in Bo's live, not in his live, on his podcast before, and yeah, I've spoke to Marcus. Yeah, top guys.
They've got I think what's interesting about what they're doing is that they are not so much focused on the luxury brands, which felt more similar to what I was doing. Because I don't know about for you, because I know you're in the south of England as well. I live near Oxford, and I feel like it's really hard to find, you know, these more, you know, really high-end stuff, especially in charity shops. It's hard to find, and it's expensive. You know, I don't know if that's the same way you are.
Yeah, charity shops where I am. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't tend to go to that many charity shops anymore for that reason. Because I find the prices in charity shops where I am is quite expensive. I've got one local one to me, which is really good. And I pay sort of £1 a piece for clothing on some of the stuff. But yeah, I'm the same. I find charity shops too expensive for what I'm looking for. But there again, I know people who are not too far from me who do really well at the charity shops.
Yeah.
So I think it all depends on what ones you go to. I think it's all about trying to build that relationship in there, but it is another way to source.
Yeah. I think in the beginning when I was watching some of the other people, you know, people like Caddy Pete and some of the other guys.
Yeah.
I just thought, I've never seen any of this stuff. You know, these kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm not so good at looking at it, or I don't know. I don't know, but yeah, that's what I liked about what Bo and Marcus were doing, was because it's more, it felt more achievable to me as a beginner.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's been really good.
Good. Well, thank you for introducing yourself, and thank you for coming in and joining the listing. How are you getting on with your listing today?
I think I've done about 30 today, but I really wanted to build up to schedule things ahead.
Yeah.
I'm listing 15 a day, and it feels like I'm constantly playing catch up, and it's nice to have that buffer to be further ahead, to feel like you can just relax a bit. So I'm currently halfway through Saturday now. So,
Nice.
Yeah. So,
Getting ahead of the game. That's a real hack, I think, getting ahead of yourself as well, to give yourself that buffer and that freedom as well. If something does come up on Saturday and you can't list, at least you've kind of got the stuff done already. I try and do that a lot, and this is why these help me to get further ahead in my eBay week or month as well. So no, you'll learn a lot from them too. They got some good information.
Yeah, Marcus was talking about you, because he said to me he must have watched one of your videos where you had the drone up.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, "What's that thing where all those English people running around the field buying stuff?" He's like, "Why don't you go to those things?" And I was quite nervous of doing that in the beginning.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I don't know. It felt sort of intimidating, especially when you go. There's one near me that doesn't start until like 10 o'clock in the morning, and you can get there and there's like at least 100 people queued up before you to get in. It's just like a stampede, you know. And that can be sort of disheartening if it's not a really big one, not a really big boot sale, you know.
Yeah, it's all the boot sales like that, in the sense of like you kind of have to get there early, or you have to be there for when it opens, because a lot of the good stuff goes straight away. But on the flip side, I've been to other car boot sales as my second car boot sale, and sometimes done better at that car boot sale than the first one. So you kind of never know what you're going to find in the field. I think that's the excitement of the car boot.
I used to fall out of bed at around 8 o'clock and go to the car boot and used to find some bangers.
There we are. So you got the lie-in and you got the car boot, the best of both worlds.
I know. So you just never know. It's potluck.
But that guy James, who you were recommending to follow, I can't remember what his name was. Was it